Luo Chen sat on the ground dizzy and disoriented, his ears ringing. He felt pain all over his body. The sharpest ache was on the outer side of his right chest. Every deep breath felt like a needle prick, and he suspected a cracked rib. Having worked as a food delivery rider for years, he was all too familiar with injuries of this degree. Luo Chen felt deep regret. He should never have taken that shortcut just to save time, and he definitely shouldn't have let his luck fool him. But since it had already happened, he had no choice but to endure the pain and look around to assess the situation, praying it wasn't his fault. However, Luo Chen froze instantly. Something was wrong. He thought he had hit a taxi, but the vehicle in front of him was a pink high-end sports car. How could this be? Luo Chen broke out in a cold sweat. If it was his fault, he was done for. Should he pretend to be unconscious first? While he was tormented, the door of the pink sports car opened. A cold, beautiful woman in a silk slip dress and high heels stepped out, phone in hand. Her face showed a mix of disgust and worry as she talked on the call. Yes, it's a delivery guy. It was raining, and I didn't see where he came from. It should be his fault, right? Hearing the woman claim it was his fault, Luo Chen panicked. Hey, wait. Then his eyes lit up. Your car is on the double yellow line. It's your fault. Huh, ouch. The laughter pulled at his injury, and he gasped sharply. Only then did his nerves relax, but immediately a violent pain exploded in his brain, like claws churning inside his skull. Joy turned to misery. Luo Chen collapsed to the ground, curling up with his helmeted head in his hands, twitching and writhing like a worm. This non-physical pain was even more unbearable. Yet strangely, he remained vaguely conscious and thought this shouldn't happen. I wore my helmet. At most a fracture, how could I hurt my brain? Just then something seemed to break inside his mind. A flood of memory fragments erupted, and then he was surprised to find his head didn't hurt as much anymore. After a long moment, he was shocked beyond belief. What? I've transmigrated. And into a delivery guy named... Wait. I transmigrated into a poor delivery guy. But he quickly rejected that guess, because among the memory fragments he found many differences from his previous world. At the same time, a powerful obsession surged in his mind. Get this cold beauty to leave a positive review. Luo Chen was stunned. If it's her fault, shouldn't I be thinking about what car to buy? But the obsession was so strong that if he didn't comply, the pain in his head would split open again. Damn it, you win. Luo Chen tremblingly sat up again, having at least ruled out fatal injuries during the struggle. The moment he looked up, he saw the cold beauty staring at him in shock, fear finally appearing on her face. Several fellow delivery riders had gathered nearby, phones out, apparently filming. Luo Chen mustered confidence and managed a weak smile. Miss, it's your fault, right? The cold beauty remained silent, but didn't deny it. Luo Chen took a careful deep breath, pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen naturally, then said to the woman, the last 4 digits of your order number are 9,527, right? Would you mind changing the review for the food I just delivered to a positive one? Half an hour later, Luo Chen limped out of Happiness Pharmacy carrying a bag of medicine, iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, medical tape, ibuprofen. The balance in his card was only 3 digits. Luo Chen searched his memory, then headed in one direction. That should be where the original tenant lived. Bus stop, billboards, vehicle ads, even the huge screens on buildings continuously scrolled a game, trailer, an opportunity to change your life, a bridge to leap forward, a cradle to pursue dreams. Welcome to the new century apocalypse. Luo Chen limped forward, wincing and observing the ubiquitous advertisements. Anyone who's had similar injuries knows even if the whole body hurts, if you can still walk slowly after 10 minutes, it's no big deal, just superficial wounds. At most, a hairline rib fracture, hard to treat, usually heals on its own. After about 20 minutes, he entered a slightly dilapidated residential complex. Panting heavily, he finally reached the door of room 404, building 4, as he remembered. He opened the door with trembling hands. His whole body ached except for his head. Luo Chen was grateful again for the high-quality helmet his brother Not by Blood had bought. Once inside, he found the place almost bare, nothing at all. Luo Chen couldn't help complaining what a crappy apartment his brother had rented to save money. Even worse than his own. Closing the door, he carefully sat on the worn-out sofa in the living room, poured himself a glass of boiled water, and took the ibuprofen. Then stretching, he barely managed to take off his thick winter delivery jacket, revealing large scrapes on his arms and legs. After examining himself, he sighed with relief. It was all just superficial. With nearly half a bottle of iodine, he finally treated the wounds and felt at ease. Apart from the occasional sharp pain in his chest, everything else was numb. He needed to pee. Luo Chen felt his crotch, then realized something that finally pleased him. Since transmigrating, little brother, you're impressive. He was now 18. After using the bathroom, he reluctantly put on a cotton pajama and finally had the mood to pick up a delivery box from the shoe cabinet by the door. Opening the box, his feelings became complicated. Inside was a gaming helmet made of polymer material. This helmet had drained almost all the savings of his not blood brother in this parallel world. It cost nearly 100,000 credits, just 1 credit short of 100,000. Only then did Luo Chen calm down to sort through the memory fragments. This parallel world was called Waterball. He was in a coastal metropolis of the Eastern Federation. The common currency was the Federation credit with purchasing power similar to his previous world. This not-blood brother of his also came from a single-parent family, half an orphan. Apart from being better-looking taller, having smoother skin, a stronger build, and certain other advantages, he was no different from Luo Chen himself. The reason the original owner risked being hit to stop the cold bowtie sports car was just to get a bad review change. If this was all the memory, Luo Chen would have called him an idiot. But now he could only say, "Brother, you're a genius." Luo Chen took out his phone, excitedly opened the delivery app backend. The data was clear. Rider Luo Chen 100 orders completed this month, 100 positive reviews, 100 positive reviews. The reason for his hard work was entirely because of this gaming helmet. This was also the source of the original owner's powerful obsession. His not-blood brother had actually transmigrated back from 3 months in the future. But then he got into a car accident, and Luo Chen's soul transmigrated into him. Hopefully, he could also transmigrate into Luo Chen's previous body. The old Luo Chen had 200 in the bank and an inherited house. Back to the present. This brother had worked so hard for 100 positive reviews because when the game launched, he would get an incredible Easter egg reward, 10 free attribute points for his game character. In the original owner's previous life, he chose 10 divine attribute and developed crazily in the early game, first Taoist to summon Spirit Beast in the entire server, first to wield Dragon Fong's sword, first to reach level 40. He also earned millions in gold and won the bowtie's heart. But later, due to excessive compassion, arrogance, and stubbornness, he was schemed against. He lost all his wealth and his in-game character was killed down to 0. Players above level 7 lose 20 XP per death. Even stranger, 3 months later, the entire Federation began to experience game invasion events. Only then did the original owner realize that the new century apocalypse was not just a game. But it was too late. His advantage was gone, and he had no ability to resist the crisis. He ended miserably. Good news, he was reborn. Bad news, someone hijacked his rebirth. Luo Chen couldn't help feeling guilty. Poor brother, such bad luck. That said, the game industry in the Eastern Federation on this water globe seemed to be in a terrible state. In the original owner's memory, there were no decent large-scale online role-playing games at all. There were plenty of strategy and puzzle single-player games. Of course, this might also be related to the Federation's technological development philosophy and social perception. In simple terms, the tech tree seemed a bit skewed. So the virtual reality holographic online game New Century of Apocalypse was highly valued by major investors as soon as it was released, and they went all out in advertising. Within just half a month, over 1 million virtual game helmets were reportedly sold. Even the health gaming pods, priced at 99,000 yuan, and the more expensive Ultra version were in short supply. New Century of Apocalypse would officially launch at 9:00 p.m. tonight. That was exactly why the original owner had desperately sought good reviews. Luo Chen checked the time. There were still several hours. He had taken 2 ibuprofen pills earlier and was feeling drowsy, so he decided to take a nap on the sofa to recharge. To avoid oversleeping, he charged his phone and set 4 consecutive alarms. A few hours later, Luo Chen woke up naturally before any alarm went off. The moment he woke up, his whole body felt sore as if bitten by hundreds of ants. He managed to pick up his phone and saw it was just past 8 o'clock. Luo Chen turned off the alarm, endured the pain, and boiled some water. Tonight he would just have a simple bowl of it. After eating, cleaning up, and taking 2 more ibuprofen, Luo Chen picked up the game helmet and put it on skillfully. The time reached 8:50. According to his memory, at 8:55 the game would randomly activate pre-entry mode for some players, allowing them to create characters, choose names, and select classes in advance. That was also when the original owner had encountered the incredible Easter egg last time. So Luo Chen felt nervous. Time passed minute by minute. Just as Luo Chen was growing restless, a pleasant female voice sounded, "Dear player, hello. Welcome to New Century of Apocalypse. Here you will embark on a brand new life. Would you like to watch the game introduction?" In Luo Chen's virtual vision, a curtain slowly opened like a 4D holographic movie. Luo Chen's spirits lifted. It had finally begun. To perfectly replicate the process of the original owner obtaining the Easter egg, he chose not to skip and watched the entire 90-second introduction. Then entered the character creation phase. Following the original owner's memory, Luo Chen directly bound his ID number and set a secondary independent password. Next came the most critical moment. Just as Luo Chen's heart was pounding near 120 beats per minute, the pleasant system voice finally rang out, detected that the player's real-life profession has a 100 positive review rate over a certain period. Triggering hidden game mechanism, awarded 10 free attribute points. Luo Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat. It worked. Next, the system displayed the character's underlying attribute panel with the value 10 flickering at the top. In his past life, the original owner chose Divine 10 and the Taoist class, greatly boosting all Taoist skill damage, which led to his glory. Luo Chen quickly scanned the attribute panel and was about to add points to Divine when he suddenly froze. At the very bottom corner of the panel, there was a tiny arrow. His gaze fixed on the arrow, he tapped it, and the attribute panel actually turned the page. When he saw the content on the second page, Luo Chen's eyes bulged. and he gasped sharply, holy crap. There were several new underlying character attributes on the panel: base attack points 0 ratio 151, free point adds 5 attack, base magic points 0 ratio 15, base Taoism points 0 ratio 15, base luck points 1 ratio 11. Maximum value 10, base attack multiplier 1, 0 max 2, 0. Success rate 50, success 0, 1 failure 0, 1. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen frantically tapped on base luck. With this, who needs divine anymore? After a series of operations, base luck points became 10, but there was still one free attribute point left. Luo Chen subconsciously tapped on base attack multiplier. The attack multiplier luckily became 1. 1. Luo Chen suddenly became uncertain. What if all free points were added to the attack multiplier? That would be awesome too. But the success rate was 50, and failure would reduce it. Forget it. Next was to confirm the character's class and name. The original owner had chosen Taoist in his past life with the name Hala Dao God, but now with luck 10, why still choose Taoist? This time choose Warrior. As for the name, keep it low-key, call it Noob God. Luckily, it seemed not many players had entered early at this time, so the name wasn't taken. After all this was done, the screen shifted to the final stage, face modeling. Luo Chen felt the character looked somewhat like the original owner, but was still imperfect, so he started tweaking it. After the adjustments, the character looked like a bandit. He was about to revert to the original version when the clock struck 900 and the game officially launched. Luo Chen no longer dwelled on the appearance issue and instantly rushed into the game. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a massive ginkgo tree overhead that blotted out the sky, confirming his starting location, Ginkgo Valley. Based on the original owner's memory, Luo Chen learned that this new century of apocalypse was very similar to the Earth game, Hot-Blooded Legend, but with many deep-level differences. But the early basic settings were not identical, yet certainly similar in most aspects. So Luo Chen didn't hesitate. He equipped the plain cloth and wooden sword from his backpack and quickly ran toward the novice village gate. Behind him, the white light of player spawns flashed like raindrops. Being even a little slower would mean getting stuck inside. Luo Chen was only a few seconds faster than other skilled players. But those few seconds allowed him to be the first to click on Assistant Xiao Min. Then, without even looking, he lightning fast accepted the first novice quest. After accepting the quest, Luo Chen quickly charged into the vast herd of deer outside the gate, running around randomly. The players behind him, however, directly raised their weapons and started hacking at the nearest deer. After running a short while, Luo Chen spotted a deer that, upon seeing him, turned and walked away. His eyes lit up. He stepped forward and stabbed it in the rump. The deer let out a mournful cry, but didn't fight back. It continued fleeing. Luo Chen chuckled and chased after it, landing another strike. Holographic games were so satisfying. In his past life, playing Legend, when a newbie hit a deer, about 1 in 2 attacks would miss. But here, as long as you aimed accurately, it almost always hit. Moreover, Luo Chen confirmed the luck 10 attribute. Sure enough, every hit was the maximum attack. He was finally completely at ease, feeling exhilarated. Choosing Warrior this time was the right call. A level 1 Warrior had a base attack of 36, plus the wooden sword's 25 attack, giving Luo Chen an attack power of 511 now. But with the base attack multiplier of 1, the actual maximum attack power had already reached 12. After just 2 strikes, the fleeing deer let out a final groan and fell to the ground. Luo Chen immediately went forward to skin the meat. In this holographic game, players only needed to stare at the harvestable prey on the ground. A few seconds later, venom, found, venom, found. The same prompt appeared twice consecutively. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately opened his backpack. Sure enough, apart from the single candle left, there were 2 pieces of meat in the backpack. He moved his gaze over them, and the quality of the meat was displayed: 2,110. 2,110. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good luck. In Hot-Blooded Legend, deer that actively fled usually had meat quality above 10, with a small chance of obtaining 2 portions. After obtaining these 2 pieces of meat, Luo Chen no longer sought special ones or continued skinning. Instead, he quickly began killing the deer around him. Due to the massive player base of Heaven's Dawn New Century, not only were the semi-enclosed novice zones divided according to the geographical regions of the Eastern Federation, but the monster respawn rate and quantity were also several times faster. The area of the wilderness maps in Bichi Province was expanded approximately 30-fold. As for the number of instances, although all Heaven's Dawn players were in the same server, each Bichi Province essentially functioned as a colossal novice zone. According to the original host's memories, there were roughly 10 such Bichi provinces, entirely independent and isolated from one another. During the first 7 days after the server launch, it was only after the grand merger a week later that earth-shattering changes occurred. Of course, venturing beyond the Bichi province map meant entering the server-wide interconnected area where the difficulty of hunting monsters surged dramatically. Therefore, these 7 days were the golden period for Luo Chen's development. Before a flood of players arrived, Luo Chen had the more than 70 deer in this area all to himself. His level had smoothly reached 5. Now more and more novice players were gathering near him, starting to compete for the monsters. Luo Chen did not continue. Instead, he swam against the current, squeezing back to the assistant Xiao Min. He chose to submit the first quest. After clicking on Assistant Xiao Min, she instructed Luo Chen to go and speak with the butcher. However, the very reason Luo Chen had accepted the first quest was for this moment, he chose to refuse. As expected, Assistant Xiao Min did not close the dialogue. Instead, a new dialogue box popped up. Respected player Noob God the Blacksmith seems to be troubled by some worrying issue. Can you go and help him? Okay. Without lingering too long, Luo Chen waded through the sea of bustling players, found the butcher NPC, initiated the dialogue, and completed his quest: find a piece of venison with a quality above 15 and receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Next, Luo Chen also sold him the second piece of venison, which had a quality of 2,110. This time he surprisingly received 1,050 gold coins. Indeed, selling high-quality venison directly to an NPC was more profitable than submitting the quest. But this was a chain quest. After leaving the butcher, Luo Chen struggled to push through the clamoring players surrounding him and found the blacksmith, initiating a conversation. The blacksmith required him to defeat a certain number of monsters and reach a level above 5. Since Luo Chen had already reached level 5, after a series of operations he successfully obtained a weapon. Bronze sword, weight 9, durability 66, attack 37, required level 5. Satisfied. Using the gold coins he had just earned, Luo Chen directly purchased 2 random teleport scrolls costing 220 gold coins. He also bought 6 bottles of minor wound salve costing 528 gold coins. The area around the newbie village was now swarming with players competing for monsters, making it unsuitable for leveling up. Luo Chen directly crushed a random teleport scroll and flew into a dense forest. Opening the world map, he was astonished to find that this was the very center of the beachy map. Moreover, he knew the map had been expanded, but he never imagined it would be 30 times larger. There was no way he could run back anytime soon. He would be exhausted to death. Just then the roars of halforcs echoed all around him. Luo Chen only then noticed that the surrounding forest was filled with monsters without a single human figure in sight. The tide of players had not yet spread here. His mood improved. This was exactly the effect he wanted. So gripping his bronze sword, he approached a lone halforc and struck out with a sword slash. The halforc had 30 health points, an attack of 49, a hit rate of 6, and 1 point of defense, so Luo Chen had to strike first. The first sword strike landed accurately. The halforc's health dropped by 13 points, instantly drawing its aggro as it swung its bone club towards him. Luo Chen did not dodge. He directly delivered a second sword strike, which hit again. The halforc had only 4 health points left. The halforc's attack also struck him, reducing his health by 5 points. As a level 5 warrior, he had a total of 44 health points, so Luo Chen was not afraid and swung his third sword. The result? He missed. Luo Chen was frustrated. He had clearly aimed accurately, but the system was being utterly despicable. However, this was still a game, so Luo Chen had to dodge, but damn it, even though he clearly evaded, he still lost 4 health points. What the hell? Luo Chen was instantly enraged, fiercely slashing at the halforc. Damned system. The sound of the bronze sword hitting flesh rang out. The halforc let out a wail and fell to the ground dead. Experience 25. Moreover, dozens of gold coins, a small bottle of wound salve, and a piece of cloth armor dropped on the ground. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Did the system have a penchant for being cursed at? A masochistic trait. He picked up the gold coins and the wound salve and was about to engage the next monster, but suddenly thought this was the first piece of equipment he had looted, so he might as well pick it up. Consider it a good omen. Luo Chen casually glanced at the cloth armor and suddenly felt something was off. A rare item. No, it was just a piece of cloth armor. Why would it have a rare stat? And on top of that, it was for a female character. Cloth armor, female, weight 5, durability 45, defense 23, rare, 1 magic defense, 1 magic 1 rare 1, required level 1. Luo Chen shook his head as he looked at the stats. Whatever, he would just store it for now. After gauging the halforc's strength, Luo Chen began clearing monsters in earnest. The potion drop rate from the halforcs was decent. Half an hour later, not only had Luo Chen not used up his wound salves, but he also had over a dozen bottles of minor magic potions in his backpack. As for equipment, nearly 20 pieces had dropped. Apart from that first cloth armor, everything else was ordinary. The items Luo Chen could use himself were 2 antique copper rings with attack 1, 2 iron bracelets with accuracy 1, and a gold necklace with agility 1 and attack 1. He had also looted a dagger with attack 45, which was useless for Luo Chen as it only increased the minimum attack. Having killed nearly 100 halforcs, he had long since reached level 7, and his experience bar was almost full. Level 7, time to learn a skill. Luo Chen opened the world map, feeling quite hesitant. Tianqi New Century had enlarged the Beachy province map by several tens of times its original scale. Running was definitely not an option. Should he use a random teleport? Or should he just get himself killed and respawn? But then he looked at the items in his backpack. Although they weren't very valuable, he would certainly feel bad if they dropped. Forget it, head, go with the random teleport. Luo Chen crushed the other teleport scroll. A flash of white light and a building suddenly appeared before Luo Chen's eyes. He felt a surge of relief. What luck, directly teleported back to town. But then he sensed something was off. Why was it just a single large thatched hut? And there was no one around. Even though there were only 1 million players currently, even if they were temporarily split into 10 groups, there should still be people everywhere. Luo Chen walked from behind the thatched hut to the front entrance, and then realized with a start that he had inadvertently flown to the advanced warrior's house. Luo Chen was a bit annoyed. In his memory, only warrior players could come here to accept a quest before reaching level 7. But he was almost level 8. But since he was already here, Luo Chen clicked on the advanced warrior NPC. To his surprise, he could still accept. Luo Chen immediately understood, with such a vast map in Tianqi New Century, some quest requirements had probably been adjusted slightly. Luo Chen blinked and smiled. Perfect. This even saved him the cost of buying a skill book. He continued the dialogue with the NPC and was then teleported into a garden map where he was required to clear all the monsters within 5 minutes. For Luo Chen, this was a piece of cake. His current base attack was 36, bronze sword 37, 2 antique copper rings 02 necklace 01, totaling an attack of 616. With the blessing of luck 10 and a base attack multiplier of 1, every strike dealt a solid 17 damage. Facing these lambs to the slaughter, it was effortless. A minute later, Luo Chen reappeared at the advanced warrior's house, conversed with the NPC, received the basic sword technique reward, and learned it immediately. After learning the skill, he felt immensely relieved. Next, Luo Chen planned to make his way towards Beachy Big City while fighting monsters to level up. Just then, a group of players unexpectedly found this place. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. In this world, did Tianqi New Century have a guide? But then this group of players taught him a lesson. Brother son, why is there a house here? Wan Mei, it's normal for a game to have a house. Xiao Jie, you guys go inside and check if there are any monsters. Boss, there's an advanced warrior here. A few of us warriors can accept his quest. The boss was instantly enraged. Why can only warriors accept it? Are you looking down on me, a Taoist, and Wan Mei, a mage? You tell him he must let us accept the quest too, or else he'll have our legal department sue him for class discrimination. Bodyguard Xiao Jie said awkwardly, Boss, that advanced warrior is an NPC. The boss choked on his words, then said coldly, Xiao Jie, you've lost your bonus for this month. Bodyguard Xiao Jie panicked. Boss, please don't. It's all my fault for not explaining clearly. Sister-in-law, please put in a good word for me. Wan Mei spat, rolled her eyes, and said, What are you calling me? The boss' expression turned from gloomy to bright. He gave a free and easy smile and let Xiao Jie off the hook. On the other side, Luo Chen was filled with emotion. This perhaps was what all online games should be like at the very beginning. No knowledge, no guides, adventures everywhere, everything so novel. Every experience was a first. Luo Chen shook his head, casting aside these emotions. Then under the wary gazes of the several bodyguard warriors, he smiled and walked towards the Taoist player. Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss lady as well. Interested in making a deal. Greetings, boss lady as well. Interested in making a deal. This Taoist player, who was none other than Boss Sun, first stopped the bodyguards who had approached, then looked at the Luo Chen before him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Not bad, little brother, coming all the way here alone to level up. He'll give you a chance, so speak up. Luo Chen glanced at the female mage beside him and nodded inwardly. This girl was quite attractive. Even if her appearance had been enhanced by 20%, the maximum adjustment allowed in the game, she was still a beauty. Thus he said with confidence, I have an exceptional piece of clothing here, perfect for the boss wife. The term boss wife made Sun's eyes crinkle with delight. Let me see it. Luo Chen directly initiated an item display showing the equipment's attributes to nearby players. Seeing it was just a cloth robe, Sun frowned slightly. Is this it? Nothing more impressive. Luo Chen was taken aback. What did he want, a bikini? But he remained composed on the surface. It's top tier with an additional point of defense and 1 point of magic. I guarantee the boss wife will love it. The girl beside him lit up with delight. Seeing her reaction, Sun immediately understood and said magnanimously, all right. Name your price. Luo Chen had initially planned to sell it for a mere 100,000 gold coins, but considering that this wealthy man with bodyguards might not have much in-game currency, he said, we can do a cash transaction. As for the price, just think of it as buying a piece of clothing for your wife in the real world. Selling it for a couple hundred would already be a huge profit. Sun was taken aback, raising an eyebrow before saying, You're something, brother. Then glancing at Wan, he said generously, Let's make it 5,000. Anything less would be embarrassing. Luo Chen was startled. What the heck? A reverse haggle. He had expected at most a few hundred, but Boss Sun had countered with 5,000. But thinking about it, it made sense. In the world of the wealthy, buying a piece of clothing would easily cost more than that. So Luo Chen decisively initiated the trade. Moments later, his in-game bank card notified him of a deposit of 5,000 federal credit coins. Luo Chen was overjoyed. Boss Sun, I'm not ripping you off. You set the price. He needed to hold on to this kind of generous, high-quality client. But directly asking to add him as a friend would be a bit presumptuous. Seeing one happily equip the exceptional cloth robe, an idea struck Luo Chen. By the way, Boss Sun, I also have a magic ring and a silver bracelet. Consider them freebies for the robe. With that, he traded the 2 items over. Sun was visibly surprised, accepting them hesitantly. Did you get all these as drops? My entire team hasn't gotten much gear. Luo Chen nodded, inwardly perfect. He then took out all the equipment from his backpack, including potions and a dagger, and distributed them to Sun's bodyguards. The bodyguards were all smiles. Luo Chen smiled calmly. Just lucky. How about we add each other? If I get any more top-tier gear, it'll be easier to get in touch. This time Sun didn't hesitate and agreed. After the trade, Luo Chen was about to leave when the boss, whose in-game name was Sun, called him back. Here, a town portal scroll, a gift for you. Can't let you be at a disadvantage. Luo Chen was startled and quickly took it. This item had an extremely low drop rate. Apart from bosses, it was most commonly dropped by scarecrows and occasionally by orc warriors. In his predecessor's past life, many professional players and gold farmers, even at level 20, would hunt low-level scarecrows and orc warriors just for this item. Luo Chen was astonished. Your luck is incredible, boss. The drop rate for this item is 1 in 10. To his surprise, Sun laughed heartily. You can just buy it from the in-game shop. It's cheap, only 300 coin. What the hell? Luo Chen suddenly felt that poverty was limiting his imagination. A new memory surfaced in his mind. In the game, only after a one-time recharge of 1 million federal credit coins could one access the in-game shop, which sold only consumables at exorbitant prices. For instance, this town portal scroll would later be priced at a stable 100 credit coins by professional traders, eventually becoming a benchmark item for gold trading. Luo Chen felt he had made a wealthy friend. After bidding farewell to Sun and his group, he used the town. A single scroll could be used 10 times. At 300 coins each, that was 30 coins per use. It was as expensive as a taxi ride in the real world. But despite his grumbling, Luo Chen chose to return to town. He found the teleport NPC and paid 1,000 gold coins to teleport to the main city of Bichon. In the early stages of the game, time was money. Arriving in Bichon, it was as expected, packed with players. Many were just idling in the safe zone, chatting and experiencing the novelty. But in 7 days they would regret it. Luo Chen pushed through the crowd to the Bichon bookstore, hoping against hope, and quickly scanned the skill book catalog. There was nothing special. In this game, the bookstore didn't sell advanced skill books. Luo Chen wasn't too disappointed. His predecessor's memory held no such information. He wasted no more time. Buying half a backpack of medium healing potions and a bundle of random teleport scrolls, he found the Bichon veteran and teleported to the natural cavern map, commonly known as the Skeleton Cave. This time he had chosen the warrior class. The optimal path was to grind skeletons in the cave until level 16, max out basic swordsmanship, then move to the zombie cave. According to his predecessor's memory, the zombie cave on the second day of the server opening was crucial. In a strange corner of the map, he had killed a corpse king and obtained the summon holy beast skill. Therefore, after teleporting to the entrance of the skeleton cave, Luo Chen ignored the many players looking for groups and used a random teleport scroll to reach the depths of the cave. He quickly put on a candle. Damn it, this game didn't have the permanent candlelight feature. His predecessor's memory had failed him on this. Luckily, he hadn't thrown the candle away. Looking around, he found no other players. It seemed the server had just opened and everyone was still exploring the entrance, but he quickened his pace, killing monsters while advancing towards the entrance to the second floor. Professional teams and elite players would soon find their way here. The monsters in the skeleton cave were relatively easy to handle. The main thing to watch out for was the axe-throwing skeletons. Moreover, the experience points from these monsters were generous. Skeleton 75 experience points, axe-throwing skeleton 80, skeleton warrior 90, cave maggot, which could petrify players and could be dug from maggot eggs, a material for crafting poison 60, scorpion, which could be dug for its tail, another poison material 45, cave bat, which had a small chance of dropping town portal scrolls, and large piles of gold 25. Even more pleasing was that skeleton monsters were generous with potion drops, yielding 1 or 2 medium healing or mana potions per kill. Luo Chen only picked up the medium healing potions as he didn't need mana potions at the moment. With a sufficient supply of potions, he was killing monsters at a satisfying pace. An hour later, he reached the entrance to the second floor. The map of the skeleton cave had also been proportionally. After clearing the dense cluster of monsters here, Luo Chen was about to descend when his gaming helmet alerted him with a beeping sound. Someone was calling his linked phone. Luo Chen frowned. Who would be looking for him this late? He found a safe corner to log out and removed his helmet. Just then there was a loud banging on the door, accompanied by a vigorous but anxious middle-aged woman's voice. "Young man, are you still alive?" Luo Chen struggled to get up from the sofa, realizing his entire body was aching terribly. Damn, he hadn't felt any pain at all while in the game. Limping to the door, he pulled it open. The woman standing at the door breathed a sigh of relief, then scowled and said harshly, "You weren't answering your phone, making me come all the way up here to knock. I was in the middle of a mahjong game and lost my concentration." "What the hell? Ma'am, that's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? It's the middle of the night and you're the one bothering me." But suddenly a terrifying memory surfaced in his mind. This chilling memory was the reason he had rented room 404 in Building 4. It turned out that the previous tenant of this apartment was a somewhat reclusive beauty. She was said to rarely go out, spending her days engrossed in mysterious pursuits. Half a year into her tenancy, the landlady, the very same woman from earlier, came to collect the rent and was horrified to discover the young woman sitting in a lounge chair in the living room, a mysterious smile on her face, with no breath left in her. Surrounding her were symbols and props that the landlady could not comprehend. The landlady, terrified out of her wits, immediately called the police. After several days of investigation, the police had to conclude that the young woman, deeply immersed in various esoteric subcultures, had died from an overdose of psychiatric drugs. Since then, the landlady had been unable to rent out the apartment until Luo Chen, the original owner, took it over. The main reason he rented it was simple: it was cheap. To ward off the bad luck, the landlady generously waived the first 3 months' rent and promised to have the original tenant had planned to find a roommate, but after more than 3 months, he had only managed to recruit 2 fellow delivery riders who promptly moved out that very night after learning the truth. This puzzled the original tenant. It wasn't a murder scene, so could it really be haunted? As for the current Luo Chen, he couldn't help but give the original tenant a thumbs up. Bro, you're something else. No wonder the apartment was practically bare. The landlady had thrown everything out. Now she was here to ask for the next quarter's rent. Young man, look, I took the initiative to waive 3 months' fees for you, and you've lived here without any trouble. Don't you think it's time to pay the 6,000 yuan for the next quarter? This is half price, you know. A deal you won't find anywhere else. Luo Chen was stunned. Ma'am, you call this no trouble? He then rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, revealing the shocking large patches of scrapes and bruises. The landlady was startled, stumbling back a few steps, nearly falling off the steps. What happened to you? Luo Chen shrugged out of habit, only to wince in pain. Well, I somehow got hit by a car. The landlady grew uneasy, stammering. That has nothing to do with me. Then she lamented, her face falling. I must have the worst luck coveting that girl's rent. I should have kicked her out long. Suddenly, a chilling draft swept through the hallway, making the landlady shudder. She quickly clasped her hands together and said in panic, I have a loose tongue, I meant no harm. Please don't take it to heart, beautiful lady. With that, she hurried downstairs, shouting as she ran, young man, just keep living here. We'll talk about the rent later. Luo Chen turned to look at the open door and the window on the balcony he had deliberately left ajar. He shook his head helplessly. A draft is perfectly normal. Such a coward. Another gust of cold wind blew and Luo Chen shivered, quickly shutting the door. After settling back onto the sofa, he gazed at the empty living room and chuckled to himself, what am I so afraid of? Just transmigrated, covered in injuries. And even if there were a female ghost, no matter, I'm single. After some mental self-reassurance, Luo Chen put on his helmet and lay back on the sofa. All this wasted time, I could have killed so many monsters. Back online, he was still in that safe corner. However, many skeleton monsters had respawned around him, and in the distance there were 3 skeleton throwers. Luo Chen glanced at his nearly full backpack and casually downed a bottle of jinshuang. Yao, no big deal. A few minutes later, only ashes remained on the ground. His luck seemed to be turning. A short sword usable at level 10 and a bronze axe for level 13 dropped. Having killed so many skeletons, he was now level 11 and immediately equipped the short sword. Short sword, weight 9, durability 8, attack 311, required level 10. His base attack at level 11 was 37, so his total attack now ranged from 6 to 21. With a consistent 23 attack points per hit, 1 multiplier, dealing with skeletons was like slicing through melons and vegetables. Just then, several groups of players appeared in the distance. Luo Chen immediately descended to the second floor, but several axes flew toward him, startling him into a random teleport. Damn, why were there so many skeleton throwers at the entrance? From that single volley, the 100 HP of his level 11 warrior was reduced to just 41. He began to sympathize with the next wave of players entering him in. Luo Chen now found himself in a fairly large space with monsters scattered about, perfect for picking them off one by one. Even the skeleton general with the most HP here and wielding a giant scythe only had 110 HP, just 5 hits away. One monster every 3 seconds. The pace was swift. The skeleton general could only land 2 attacks on Luo Chen with its exaggeratedly styled death scythe, making the grind relatively easy. Killing one skeleton general earned 100 experience points. And so Luo Chen advanced toward the entrance to the 3rd floor, slaying monsters along the way. From behind him came the distinctive sound of a player dying, likely falling victim to the skeleton throwers. Soon Luo Chen reached level 12. With the advantage of being the first to arrive, coupled with the denser monster population on the 2nd floor, and no competition for kills, after another 20-odd minutes Luo Chen had leveled up to 13. He immediately equipped his new weapon, bronze axe, weight 10, a durability 10, attack 015, required level 13. Each strike now dealt 27 damage. As for the items dropped by monsters, aside from occasionally picking up a few bottles of weighty wound healing potions, he would glance at the ordinary equipment and discard it unless it was an exceptional piece. As for weapons, he only picked up the bronze axe for a look. The rest he ignored entirely. Not that Luo Chen was generous. It was simply that weapons without an attack bonus were useless to him. And as for whether there might be exceptional pieces, even if a bronze sword, iron sword, or short sword were exceptional, they wouldn't be worth much. After slaying another skeletal general, a massive loot explosion finally occurred. Luo Chen suddenly noticed a special item on the ground, a random teleport stone. He immediately picked it up and saw it could be used 50 times. This lifted his spirits considerably. This item was nearly as valuable as a recall stone. In the premium shop, one cost 300 credit coins. As for the other items, aside from a few potions and a pile of 200 gold coins, there was also a large... This item was decent, but Luo Chen wasn't keen on replacing his iron bracelet with one accuracy. After all, he had no shortage of potions for now, and accuracy was more useful to him than defense. But upon picking it up and examining it, Luo Chen immediately changed his mind. An exceptional piece with attack 02. A flicker of joy finally stirred in his heart. It hadn't been easy. After all this grinding, had finally found something good, and it directly added 2 points of attack. Large bracelet, weight 2, durability 11, defense 11, attack 02, exceptional 2, required level 9. Now each strike dealt 29 damage. After switching equipment, Luo Chen noticed that other groups of players had appeared around him. He wasn't surprised though. Given the massive player base, this was only to be expected. Although Luo Chen was a warrior with the Lucky 10 trait, he was still fighting alone, and in the early stages this wouldn't grant him an overwhelming advantage. Of course, at this stage he had no intention of using his information advantage to take on major bosses. A warrior, before reaching level 25 and learning the slaying sword technique, lacked the ability to solo a major boss. This was in stark contrast to Taoist players. Once a Taoist learned the poison spell, they could in theory wear down any... Luo Chen wasn't in a hurry, for now leveling up was his priority. After slaying over 500 monsters, he finally descended to the 3rd floor. By then his level had broken through to 15. After level 15, a warrior's base attack increased to 48, with his attack at 428 and a multiplier of 1. Each strike now dealt over 30 damage. Luo Chen stood at the entrance of the skeleton cave's 3rd floor, gazing out at a dense sea of monsters. It seemed no players had set foot here yet. Luo Chen did not begin clearing the monsters from this point. Instead, he randomly moved to a corner, thinking if subsequent players enter, the monsters at the entrance will be left for them. In this corner, the density of monsters was even greater. He smiled with satisfaction, tightened his grip on the second bronze axe. The first had its durability depleted and was discarded, and swung it at the nearest skeleton warrior. After 4 strikes, the skeleton warrior turned into a pile of ashes. Unexpectedly, the very first monster on the 3rd floor dropped an item for Luo Chen, the horn ring. Luo Chen picked it up and examined it. Oh, a small treasure. Of course, even with its added 2 points of attack, this novice equipment was merely a superb minor treasure. Horn ring, weight 1, a durability 6, a defense 01, attack 03, enchanted 2, required level 9. After equipping the horn ring, Luo Chen's panel showed an attack of 430, with each strike reaching 33 damage. Now his monster killing speed increased, 3 strikes per skeleton, 4 per skeleton warrior. Half an hour later, a golden radiance flickered across Luo Chen's body. The first stage goal, reaching level 16, had been achieved. Gazing at the skeletal monsters before him, Luo Chen decided against continuing to develop here. The skeleton cave yielded nothing of great value, so it was better to relocate. Just as he prepared to return to town, a roar unlike that of ordinary monsters echoed in his ears. Luo Chen froze. Was that the sound of a skeleton elite? Though he hadn't deliberately sought out this boss, now that he had encountered it, he would slay it. It was a matter of respect for them. For gamers, the allure of fighting a boss was nearly irresistible. After dispatching dozens of monsters, Luo Chen spotted the skeleton cave's boss, the skeleton elite, before a downward opening. It was a colossal fiery red skeleton wielding 2 elongated trident spikes in its hands. From its smooth skull, eerie red light flickered within its eye sockets. Luo Chen felt no trepidation. Though this monster looked fearsome, it had only 500 HP with 80 magic defense, but 0 physical defense. In other words, given Luo Chen's current attack power, as long as he didn't miss 16 strikes would suffice to finish it. So he strode directly toward the skeleton elite. After casually eliminating the few minor monsters nearby, he exchanged blows with the boss, enduring its attacks. With 163 HP and over a dozen medium health potions in his pack, he felt no fear. In mere tens of seconds, the skeleton elite burst into a heap of ashes, a fight as bland as chewing wax. Yet as a first kill, it rewarded Luo Chen with a generous drop. Luo Chen quickly surveyed the loot, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. 2 large piles of gold coins, 1 small pile, 2 bottles of strong sun potion, 9 medium health and mana potions, poison spell, temptation light, slash sword, art, a yellow crystal necklace, a blue crystal ring, a Taoist bracelet, a magic helmet, a medium armor mail, and a broken soul blade. Somewhat underwhelming. Even the slash sword art, a level 19 skill for warriors, didn't pique his interest much. In the latter half of the night, the in-game time mirrored reality. He planned to head to the zombie cave, where such skill books would be abundant. Of course, since he had already decided to return to town, he picked up all the items from the ground anyway, as his pack still had space. The level 16 standard medium armor with 35 defense and 12 magic defense was suitable for his use and passable. The level 16 blue crystal ring with 0-2 magic defense and 10 attack he certainly wouldn't equip. The level 20 broken soul blade with 810 attack and 2 accuracy was a dead weight wherever it went. The level 13 yellow crystal necklace with 10 Taoist power was trash. The level 20 Taoist bracelet with 0-2 Taoist power, an excellent 1 enhancement finally yielded something of value. The magic helmet was also a useless item particularly despised by mages. Wait a moment. Magic helmet weight 4, a durability 9-1-1 defense 0-1 magic defense 11 attack 0-4 excellent 4, required level 14, Luo Chen gasped sharply. Holy crap. Since the server launch aside from the Easter egg moment, Luo Chen was thrilled once again. This was an extraordinary piece of top-tier gear. It seemed the skeleton cave could indeed yield great treasures. Skeleton Elite, I admit I misjudged you. You don't drop excellence often, but when you do it's a game changer. And could it be that his base attribute of Lucky 10 not only maximized attack power, but also had hidden effects? He had just equipped the magic helmet when darkness suddenly engulfed him. Luo Chen's first thought was, a power outage. Then he realized the candle's durability had run out. He immediately returned to town restoring light. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 1 a.m. It seemed the candle item lasted about 3 hours. Though it was deep in the night, the safe zone of the entire Bichon city was bustling with clamorous activity. The public chat was flooded with shouts cascading like a waterfall, merchants and trade guilds sprouting up everywhere like bamboo after rain, along with team recruitment, monster hunting parties, and buying and selling calls. After observing the merchants' advertisements for a while, Luo Chen didn't hesitate. He recalled from his original self's memory that all rivers flow to the sea. Fatty Jean was quite influential. He opened a private chat. Level 20 Taoist 2 bracelet, level 20 broken soul, low-level skill books, poison spell, and temptation light, all for sale. Make me an offer. Within 10 seconds, Fatty Jean replied, flat price of 1500 gold coins or 300 credit coins. Add me as a friend. It seemed the in-game currency exchange rate was 1500. With the game freshly launched, demand for gold coins was high. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Fatty Jean's offer was reasonable, with the bracelet being the only valuable item. Of course, he also understood the implication. So he decisively added Fatty Jean as a friend and initiated a trade possible within the same safe zone. He placed all the proposed items into the window, adding the yellow crystal necklace and blue crystal ring as a bonus. After confirming, Luo Chen received 1500 gold coins. While his bank account had already received 5000 credit coins a few hours ago, so choosing gold coins this time was just a precaution. After sorting his pack, Luo Chen bought 3 bundles of medium health potions. Checking the time, though the game world was bathed in blazing sunlight opposite to reality, Luo Chen struggled out of the crowded safe zone, found a street vendor at the city gate, and purchased a brand new torch and 2 bundles of random teleport scrolls. Then he squeezed back to the safe zone area, found the Bichon veteran, and spent 20 gold coins to teleport to the Bichon mine zombie cave. New plan: break through to level 19 before 9 a.m. in the real world. After teleporting, Luo Chen ran for a distance before entering the Bichon mine, known as the zombie cave. Upon entering the cave, Luo Chen was surprised to find it bustling with activity. Hundreds of players were mining, but he quickly realized pickaxes were sold at the weapon shop, so players must have bought them and naturally connected them to the Bichon mine for mining. Were there really this many level 11 players already? These thoughts flashed through his mind, but they didn't stop Luo Chen from using a random teleport scroll to venture deeper into the zombie cave. Though players were still low level, the first floor of the zombie cave was teeming with them. Among these players, the main force was undoubtedly mages who had learned the fireball spell. The zombies here shared the same name, but came in 4 types: common zombies, resurrecting zombies, crawling zombies, and monk zombies that emerged from underground. Luo Chen didn't linger on the first floor. He advanced while fighting, heading toward the upper left corner of the large map. After several tens of minutes, he passed through an opening and entered a map called Mine B Layer 1. Few players had ventured here. Only a few teams cautiously clearing monsters step by step. In Luo Chen's memory, this map wasn't large, but in the Apocalypse New Century, it had been magnified at least tenfold. This time, he didn't use random teleportation. Instead, he advanced carefully along the cave wall in one direction. After all, the zombies' stats were a cut above those in the skeleton cave. Zombies all had 155 HP and gave 160 experience points. Though they had no defense, their attack power of 1216 could be overwhelming if he got surrounded. The reason Luo Chen came to Mine B Layer 1 was that most zombies here were monk zombies. He had always felt that this type of zombie had a better drop rate than the others. More importantly, they couldn't resurrect. The map of Mining Area B's first level could be divided into 2 distinct sections akin to a highland plateau and a basin. Luo Chen now dispatched the monk zombies with considerable speed. Having reached level 16A, and after equipping a magic helmet that granted an additional 4 attack, his panel displayed an attack power of 434. This meant each strike dealt a formidable 37 points of damage. Swinging his bronze axe, Luo Chen found that his blows rarely missed the zombies, granting him a supremely satisfying combat experience. A zombie was typically felled in just 5 strikes. Upon a monk zombie's death, its body would topple backward, its head rolling away. A generous pile of gold coins would materialize on the ground, often accompanied by 1 or 2 items. However, the drop rate for potions was notably low. The map before him, though seemingly devoid of monsters at first glance, would cause hordes of zombie monks clad in yellow robes and draped with prayer beads to ceaselessly crawl from the earth as soon as one stepped forward. After more than 20 minutes, Luo Chen had fought his way to the edge of the highlands, vanquishing over 300 zombies and precisely raising his level to 17. As for the item drops, they mostly consisted of gold coins, trinkets, low-grade weapons, and skill books. The zombie monks were remarkably generous with gold coins, each yielding several hundred. The trinkets were mostly yellow or black crystal necklaces, ebony necklaces, amber necklaces, platinum necklaces, devil necklaces, phoenix pearls, large bracelets, sturdy gloves, magic bangles, blue crystal rings, and iron rings of levels around 10 to 20, with occasional drops of level 20 pearl rings, black crystal rings, and snake eye rings. The weapons were mostly iron swords, short swords, and bronze axes, with the occasional level 15 class weapon, like Crescent Moon, Sea Soul, or 8 Desolates. Skill books were more abundant, but Luo Chen only picked up a few types: Poison Spell, Lightning Bolt, Soulfire Talisman, and Summon Skeleton. After all this grinding, his backpack was nearly full, yet no exceptional item had appeared. But this was only natural. How could there be so many fine pieces of equipment? Next, Luo Chen descended a small path leading down into a basin. Beneath this area, zombie monks were even more numerous. At level 17, with 177 health points, Luo Chen was relatively safe, as long as he wasn't attacked by more than 6 monsters simultaneously. The only downside was the high potion consumption. He had already used up a small portion of his health potions. The trouble with zombie monks was that despite dropping plenty of skill books and small equipment, their potion drops were far less generous than those of the skeleton cave monsters. After a while longer, Luo Chen's backpack was completely full. He had long since discarded the random teleport scrolls and magic potions from his pack. Now he had to toss items while picking up new ones. The items he discarded were those with high weight and low value. Iron swords, short swords, and bronze axes were all rejected. 8 Desolates were thrown away too, and Crescent Moons and Sea Souls, with durability below half, were also tossed from his pack. After roughly another hour, Luo Chen's potions were completely depleted, and his backpack was almost entirely filled with skill books. His level was merely a bit above 18, still far from reaching 19. With no other choice, miscalculation on potions, and a full backpack, he decided to return to town for now. Using the recall stone, he instantly appeared in Birch City. Damn, not only was it a sea of people, but the safe zone was utterly jammed, making movement impossible. Luo Chen had no choice but to find the Birch City veteran and teleport to the bookstore. Then he contacted the merchant. All rivers flow to the sea, Fatty Jean, and told him to come to the bookstore. Fatty Jean was quite dedicated. In less than 3 minutes, he walked in from outside. By then, Luo Chen had already reviewed the recent shout records and confirmed that the bookstore only sold basic skill books for levels below 10. So upon seeing Fatty Jean, he said directly, 18 poison spells, 8 lightning bolts, 6 soul fire talismans, 5 summon skeletons. Sell them as a bundle. You only get one chance to name a price. Don't blame Luo Chen for being blunt. At the start of the server, both buyers and sellers were testing the waters, making mutual choices. Fatty Jean took it more seriously this time, thought for a moment, and quickly said, current price is poison spell 2,000, lightning bolt, soul fire talisman, summon skeleton, each. But I expect prices to rise in the next couple of days, so the bundle price 500 gold, or 1,000 credit coins. Luo Chen calculated one lightning bolt at 250 gold equaled 50 yuan. Those willing to spend money on a game helmet at this stage weren't necessarily wealthy, like himself for example. So this price wasn't low, but it was acceptable. Besides, Fatty Jean had said prices would likely increase later. Actually, the Soulfire Talisman price was still a bit low, but the average level of Taoist players was probably around 13, so the demand wasn't that urgent. As for Poison Spell, the reason it was so cheap was its high drop rate. Luo Chen had even thrown away quite a few. Moments later, Luo Chen agreed to the bundle price. This time I want cash. After a while, the transaction was complete, and Luo Chen's bank account balance became 6,862.88. Fatty Jean didn't leave immediately. He seemed to inspect Luo Chen's equipment, then said decisively, if you ever need to sell your helmet, bracers, or rings, please contact me. I can waive all transaction commissions. Luo Chen was taken aback, then smiled. This Fatty Jean had some marketing skills. By facilitating the sale of premium items, he also promoted his studio and maintained client relationships. But this was a win-win situation, so he naturally agreed. At the same time, Luo Chen asked Fatty Jean to keep an eye out for attack-boosting equipment. Next, Luo Chen stored a blue jadeite necklace, a level 23 warrior accessory in the warehouse, repaired his equipment, and found a player merchant selling potions to overload himself with 10 bundles of super health potions. At level 18, a warrior's backpack capacity was 158. A bundle of super health potions contained 6 strong health potions weighing 20. Each strong health potion weighed 3 and restored 90 health points. Finally, he found the Birch City veteran and teleported to the Birch City mines. It was now 4 a.m. and Luo Chen changed his goal to reach level 21 before 9 a.m. Arriving again at the mine entrance, Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. Over 100 players had gathered there, split into 2 factions engaged in a heated argument. It turned out that a group of warriors, all wearing light armor, and at level 13 or above, were blocking the entrance and charging a toll. Each person had to pay 2,000 gold to enter. There were only about a dozen blocking the entrance, while over 100 were blocked. But the blocked players had mixed levels and varied equipment, all being solo players who couldn't form a unified force. Players kept teleporting here, and many indeed chose to pay and enter. After observing for a while, Luo Chen stepped forward, stood among the solo players, and said coldly to the opposing side, "A good dog doesn't block the path." The opposing side seemed used to such words and showed no reaction. Luo Chen sighed, then struck at a gray-named player on the other side. When action is possible, there's no need for words. The gray-named opponent, wielding a bronze axe, had just repelled a young Taoist and was strutting arrogantly. But after just 2 slashes from Luo Chen, he was dumbfounded. How could the damage be so high? Before he could even counterattack, fumbling to drink 2 potions, he let out a scream and collapsed, dropping numerous potions from his pack. In his overloaded state, Luo Chen couldn't pick up anything. The previously onlooking solo players couldn't resist and rushed in, sparking a chaotic brawl. The blockers were forced to retaliate, but the moment any of them turned, gray-named Luo Chen would target them and swiftly take them down in a few strikes. In less than 2 minutes, all the blockers were lying on the ground. One player wielding an 8 desolates, a level 15 weapon, threatened Luo Chen viciously from the ground. "Noob god, you little bastard, our dinosaur son wolf clan will remember you. We'll kill you every time we see you. You're finished." Luo Chen made a slashing motion over his corpse and said calmly, "Then stand up and hit me." With that, he dismissed the incident and entered the zombie cave. There were even more players mining at the entrance. A dozen people blocked the door, and upon seeing Luo Chen, they immediately swung their weapons at him. Luo Chen, already on guard, used a random teleport almost instantly to escape deeper inside. Now the first level of the mine was filled with players, many of whom were likely from the so-called Dinosaur Son Wolf clan, so small fireballs occasionally shot toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the forces capable of blocking entrances. But he wasn't afraid as long as his real identity remained hidden. He feared nothing in the game. A dozen minutes later, when he returned to the first level of Mine B, he was dumbfounded. It had been overrun by dozens of teams. "How are you all so fast?" Luo Chen, unwilling to compete with these groups for monster spawns, ventured deeper into the mine. He fought his way in step by step. Before he knew it, he had arrived at a map finally devoid of players, the second level of Mine B. The zombie monsters here were quite comprehensive. Common ones, crawling ones, resurrected ones, burrowing ones, and even a new variety that could unleash lightning bolts. Whenever Luo Chen spotted one of these electric zombies, he would charge at it immediately. He had no choice. His magical defense was still low, and those lightning strikes hurt far too much. After slaying a zombie, a golden radiance rose from Luo Chen's body, and his level broke through to 19. He promptly learned the skill Slashing Sword Art. As a level 19 warrior, his backpack could carry 170 units of weight. Now, with 8 bundles of super healing potions left, Luo Chen could finally start picking up equipment. He had already endured the pain of abandoning several valuable skill books, costing him over 100 yuan. Luckily, there was no summoned skeleton among them, otherwise he might have had to toss a few bundles of super healing potions. One summoned skeleton skill book cost 5,000 gold coins, while a bundle of super healing potions was only 3,500. Simple math. The second level of Mine B was vast, and besides zombie monsters, there were also numerous cave maggots. Though cave maggots could be dug for their eggs, which were worth some money, Luo Chen no longer cared for such trivial gains. His core mission now was to level up. Fortunately, this map was teeming with monsters, so there was no need to worry. The zombies here had mediocre drop rates, mostly dropping equipment for levels around 10, but occasionally some items above level 20 would appear. Just a moment ago, after killing an electric zombie, Luo Chen obtained a level 20 black crystal ring. Over an hour later, just past 6 in the morning, a golden light flashed on Luo Chen's body, his health fully restored, and he finally reached level 20. During this time, Luo Chen had also acquired 2 minor treasures, a sturdy glove with 1 attack and a lantern necklace with 1 attack. Coupled with an ordinary ring, Luo Chen's attack power had now reached a new level. Level 13 ordinary bronze axe attack 0.15, a level 16 ordinary medium armor, magic helmet weight 4, a durability 11, defense 0, 1, magic defense 11, attack 0, 4. Enhanced 4 required level 14 Owl Lantern Necklace weight 1 8 durability 8 a magic evasion 10 attack 11 enhanced 1 required level 18 Owl Large Bracelet weight 2 durability 11 defense 11 attack 0 2 enhanced 2 required level 9 sturdy glove weight 3 durability 8 defense 0 2 attack 0 1 required level 18 horn ring weight 1 durability 6 defense 0 1 attack 0 3 enhanced 2 required level 9 black crystal ring weight 1 durability 55, attack 02, required level 20. A level 20 warrior had 224 health and a base attack of 59. Luo Chen's current attack panel was 637, with a maximum damage of 40 per strike, 1 times. The reason he wore the lantern necklace was that he had discovered a hidden attribute. It increased the illumination range that was fitting for its name. Now Luo Chen could kill a zombie in 4 strikes feeling exhilarated. With his defense reaching 414, he could even withstand attacks from several zombies at once. Killing monsters had become a pleasure. A few minutes later he arrived at a corner. Looking ahead there were at least several. Suddenly Luo Chen's eyes lit up. A corpse king. A pitch-black, burly corpse king wielding 2 massive iron chains was pacing deep in the corner. Luo Chen grew excited. The original owner had encountered this roaming corpse king on the second night of the server opening, and it dropped a Summon Divine Beast skill book. Now that he had encountered one earlier, would it drop a high-level skill book? Before long Luo Chen had cleared the mine. In the corner, only the Corpse King and 2 zombies beside it remained. The Corpse King had 500 health, 3 defense, and an attack power of 1836. With 5 bundles of super healing potions left, Luo Chen had no fear of a direct confrontation. He first endured the Corpse King's attacks, quickly eliminating the 2 minor zombies, then struck the Corpse King with his blade. 37. The Corpse King's iron chain lashed against Luo Chen, costing him 25 health points. Luo Chen smiled, killing it would be easy. But just then Luo Chen suddenly found himself turning green. Then he turned red. At the same time 2 slender bolts of lightning crashed down from above. His health plummeted to 152,224. Was this a kill steal or a vendetta? Luo Chen immediately drank a strong healing potion and spun around. Sure enough, not far away there were 2 Taoists, 2 mages, and 3 warriors. The 3 warriors all wielded Bahuang blades. The 2 Taoists had crescent moon weapons, and the 2 mages held sea soul staves. The 2 Taoists had gray names, the mages were red named murderers, and the 3 warriors were charging swiftly toward. Luo Chen abandoned the Corpse King and charged straight at the 2 mages. To him, mages with lightning magic posed the greatest threat. The Taoists were likely between levels 15 and 17 and couldn't use Soulfire Talisman, so he ignored them for now. The 2 red-named mages, seeing Luo Chen approach, did not flee, but chose to cast lightning again. The 2 Taoists pre-targeted a mage named Wang Jia Sanshao, readying their heals. Luo Chen withstood 2 lightning strikes, his health dropping below 150 again. The 3 warriors brushed past him, now chasing and hacking at his back. Luo Chen downed 2 strong healing potions at once, then closed in on the red-named mage called Wang Jia Sanshao, raising his blade and striking. A level 17 mage had only 64 health. With 2 consecutive strikes, Luo Chen felled him, scattering the contents of his backpack across the ground. Red-named players drop all backpack items upon death. The Taoist beside him was terrified. They hadn't even cast a healing spell, and their boss was already dead. And the boss backpack contained sun potions and a blood magic stone. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen struck the other mage twice. This mage fared even worse, dropping not only all backpack items, but also his weapon and armor. Only then did Wang Jia Sanshao react, shouting from the ground, "Kill this bastard." The 2 Taoists who were about to pick up the items on the ground panicked, then obeyed, charging at Luo Chen with melee attacks. The 3 warriors behind him also arrived, their weapons landing on Luo Chen simultaneously. Luo Chen downed 2 more strong healing potions, turned and attacked one of the warriors. As for the 2 Taoists behind him, he ignored them for now. The 3 warriors were levels 15 and 16, with 149 and 163 health respectively. To Luo Chen, they were only slightly tougher than zombies. After about 10 seconds enduring attacks from 5 enemies, he killed the first warrior. The remaining were shocked. What kind of attack power was this? They initially wanted to retreat and regroup, but Wang Jia Sanshao, lying on the ground, kept cursing and urging them to kill Luo Chen at all costs. As salaried subordinates, they had no choice but to continue fighting Luo Chen hidden. If they had mastered the level 18 skill Soulfire Talisman or the level 19 skill Summon Skeleton, the outcome would have been different. But there was no if. A minute later, 4 players lay dead on the ground. Even then, Wang Jia Sanshao continued cursing while lying dead, but when he saw all his subordinates had fallen, he paused, then panicked. My enhanced items. Luo Chen had only 34 health left. If he hadn't drunk 2 sun potions in between, the outcome might have. Just then he heard Wang Jia Sanshao shout, and curiously walked forward to search for the so-called enhanced items, a dozen sun potions. He had his own, no need, a blood magic stone. While this was a good item From Luo Chen's original owner's memory, this would cost at least 1,000 yuan in the premium shop. He picked it up. A full bundle of magic potions. Useless, a recall stone, random teleport stone. He picked them up. As for other miscellaneous equipment, Luo Chen frowned. Where were the enhanced items? Meanwhile, Wang Jia's and Xiao's curses grew increasingly foul, even venting his anger at his subordinates. All 6 of them lay dead on the ground silent. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then decided to pick up all the items on the ground and examine them. An ordinary level 15 mage weapon Sea Soul, an ordinary level 11 light armor, an ordinary pig iron ring, a platinum necklace. Luo Chen moved swiftly while the threatening voice of the young Master Wang from the ground grew more venomous. Bastard, if you want to live, give it back to me. It wasn't until he picked up a sturdy glove that he jolted with realization, so this was it. Sturdy gloves, weight 3, durability 8, 13, defense 0, 2, magic 0, 4, superior 4, required level 18. Holy shit. Luo Chen could barely suppress the grin spreading across his face, his heart surging with ecstasy, a supreme superior item. No wonder this young Master Wang, clearly a rich tycoon, was cursing so viciously. Luo Chen had no taste for kicking a man when he was down. After picking up the glove, he immediately strode toward the corpse king he had encountered earlier. The boss still needed to be dealt with. Behind him, the corpse of young Master Wang faintly uttered a final threat. You're dead. Luo Chen thought for a moment, then equipped the blood magic stone from his backpack. He wouldn't sell it, he'd use it himself. In the Tianqi New Century, the blood magic stone could only continuously restore 1 of his 0 points of HPMP, equivalent to 18. 5 bundles of super healing potions. But its price in the premium shop was as high as 100 credits, and with a recovery rate of only 1 point per second, the vast majority of players never used it, unless it was free, like the one Luo Chen now possessed. Luo Chen approached the corpse king, raised his bronze axe, and began to strike. 37. 37. In less than a minute, the corpse king was slain, unleashing a massive explosion of loot. Luo Chen wasn't surprised. Wild corpse kings that dropped such a bounty rarely yielded good items. He quickly scanned the area, and indeed found only a level 22 mage skill book firewall. Aside from that, a level 22 warrior weapon Azura had also dropped, which was decent. He swiftly gathered the items and ventured deeper. This place was no longer safe. It was highly likely that young Master Wang would send people to hunt him down. If a mage chose to kite, he would be helpless against them now. Luo Chen fought monsters as he advanced, heading wherever the creatures were densest. Leaving the mines be one layer, he passed through the underground quarry, the mineral storage room, the second transfer station, the connecting passage, the bridge, and arrived at the eastern mining area. The number of submaps had increased several-fold. It was now 7 in the morning and Luo Chen had already reached level 21. His goal had been achieved ahead of schedule. But whether he could reach level 22 by 9 in the morning, he wasn't sure. The experience required from level 20 to 21 was 1400, but from 21 to 22, it surged to 2500. That meant killing nearly 1600 zombies. A few hours ago, it might have been possible to slay that many in 2 hours, but now the zombie cave was crawling with players everywhere. In the future, the zombie cave would likely become a territory where groups monopolized maps for grinding. Luo Chen stopped wandering and focused on fighting monsters in this area. Alone, he was faster than any party. During this time, several teams brazenly initiated malicious PK against him, probably eyeing his equipment. But unfortunately, their strength didn't match their ambition, and they were all sent back to town by Luo Chen for free. Time quickly passed to 8 o'clock. Luo Chen proactively moved to a coordinate in the eastern part of the map, circled around a few times, killed several dozen monk zombies, but still couldn't find the entrance to the Corpse King Hall. This left him puzzled. Had the entry point to the Corpse King Hall in the Tianqi New Century been changed? The original owner's memories held no relevant information either. He had no choice but to abandon the idea of going to the Corpse King Hall and continued leveling up by killing monsters. Now in his backpack, aside from an Azura, a super superior sturdy gloves, a bundle of super healing potions, and the town return stone and random teleport stone, in his quick slots, everything else was skill books. This time he hadn't picked up a single poison spell book. Starting from Thunderbolt, it was all Soulfire Talisman. His experience points had reached 1300, so reaching level 22 seemed possible. At 8:30, a massive super spawn suddenly erupted across the entire zombie cave map. Luo Chen was even startled by the dense horde of zombies that materialized around him. Had the system gone haywire? And among them were many electric zombies. This wave of spawns immediately drove away most players. As for the few like Luo Chen, they held on, sustained by their potions. Luo Chen swiftly killed the electric zombies. After a few minutes, his healing potions were completely depleted, but he finally cleared a safe zone. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chen then began to fight monsters while collecting potions. Of course, he only picked up sun water. Although the drop rate was low, he killed many monsters, especially the electric zombies, which had a noticeably higher chance of dropping sun water. Finally, after more than 40 minutes, Luo Chen successfully broke through to level 22. Without his lucky 10, this would have been an utterly impossible feat. At the same moment, a golden light rose from his body, a system-wide rainbow announcement floated across the entire game. Congratulations to player Noob God for reaching level 22. The player ranking system is now officially open. After 7 days of server launch, ranked players will receive generous rewards. The announcement scrolled 3 times in a row. This caught Luo Chen off guard. Come on, system, that's not cool. You didn't even hide my name. This is an invasion of privacy. Well, he was actually a bit worried about attracting too much attention. But it wasn't a big deal. As long as he didn't expose himself trying to find his real identity through an in-game ID was a pipe dream. His in-game chat permissions were set to friends only, so no one would bother him. Suddenly, ding, your friend All Rivers Flow to the Sea Fatty Jean sent you a message. Luo Chen was speechless. Was this intentional? Of course it was bound to be words of congratulations. He casually opened the private message and heard Fatty Jean's voice. Boss, good to hear from you. Our studio just saw a player selling an item, an iron wrist guard with accuracy 2 and attack 04. Interested? Holy cow. An ordinary iron wrist guard only had accuracy 1. This one had accuracy 2 and attack 04. Luo Chen was extremely interested and immediately replied, what class is this player? Would they be interested in a trade? Fatty Jean calmly replied, he's a warrior and only wants cash, seems a bit short on money. Luo Chen was a bit deflated, same here. But he still swallowed his pride and asked the price 150000 credits. Well, his pride was indeed bruised. But on the flip side, this price was really not expensive and it would probably sell quickly. If it weren't for the iron wrist guard being a beginner's item, it would likely be snatched up. So Luo Chen immediately sent the stats of the sturdy gloves to Fatty Jean. Help me sell this. If possible, buy that iron wrist guard first. There's profit to be made. Fatty Jean didn't reply for a long time. Luo Chen switched to an ordinary Azura with attack 020 and started fighting monsters while making the most charitable guess. Did this guy's helmet short-circuit? Or did he pass out from staying up all night? A few minutes later, Fatty Jean's private message chimed again, his voice tinged with a hint of apology. Bossa noticed just went around our studio circle about this sturdy gloves of yours, same durability. They're asking us to refuse it and report it. After a pause, Fatty Jean added, of course I can help you sell it privately, boss. What do you think? Luo Chen clicked his tongue. How much does it cost to send out a notice? And by the way, what's the reward for reporting? Fatty Jean said calmly, our circle is mid-sized. The notice fee totals 200. For those big circles, the fee is around 500. As for reporting, it targets the player's real-world identity. You need to be careful, boss. Anger rose in Luo Chen's heart that young Master Wang, was he some top-tier rich second generation? So vindictive and willing to spend without regard for cost. The money for the notice could have bought several superior items. Was he trying to ruin me? But damn it, you were the one who struck first. After venting, his mind cleared. However, he wasn't interested in Fatty Jean's offer to sell privately, thanks. But help me buy that attack 4 iron wrist guard first. I'm broke, but I want it. Luo Chen said with righteous confidence, as long as his real identity wasn't exposed, what was there to fear? Trying to find someone's real identity through their game-bound bank card. You must have a misunderstanding about Tianqi. This time Fatty Jean didn't hesitate and agreed decisively. To be honest, a magic 4 sturdy gloves is worth at least as much as this attack for iron wrist guard, if not more. Luo Chen nodded. This Fatty Jean had good judgment. After finishing this discussion, Luo Chen suddenly realized that the zombie monk he had just slain seemed a bit off. The pit from which it emerged. Why did it look so dark and deep? Thus Luo Chen stepped on it. And sure enough, he fell into a large square map. Overjoyed and astonished, he exclaimed, the Corpse King Hall. How can it be this vast? Truly he had found it without searching far and wide. Immediately the sounds of dragging iron chains and the roars of corpse kings surrounded him. Luo Chen had dropped directly into a horde of them. He used random teleportation several times before finally landing in a corner facing only a single corpse king. The corpse king's attack power was 1836. With the Azura blade in hand, Luo Chen felt no fear against the isolated corpse king. Each strike dealt 46,343 damage. On average, 12 strikes felled one corpse king. At full throttle, he could take down 5 per minute. Without attack speed equipment, it was 1 strike per second. As for potions, he still had 7 or 8 small sun pots in his backpack. The corpse kings themselves dropped strong sun pots and small sun pots. After about 10 minutes, only 2 solitary corpse kings remained in the distant corners of the hall. The hall was spacious, but the number of bosses hadn't increased significantly, just a few dozen. As for loot, Luo Chen felt the harvest was decent aside from assassination, sword technique, magic shield, demon sealing curse, and Hell's Lightning. What thrilled him most was a warrior's level 28 skill book, Crescent Slash. Just then the clock struck 9 in the morning. In-game time turned to night. From the original owner's memories, Luo Chen knew that in Tianqi New Century fighting was impossible at night. Because of the night buff. For instance, these last 2 corpse kings, their stats doubled as night fell in the game. Previously HP was 500, defense 3, attack 1836. Now HP was 1000, defense 6, attack 3672. Moreover, movement speed and attack speed also doubled. A level 22 warrior had 258 HP. He couldn't withstand many hits. Luo Chen was about to return to town when he noticed one corpse king wandering toward him. His heart itched with curiosity. Should I give it a try? A man of action, Luo Chen immediately began throwing skill books like lightning bolt to make space and quickly picked up the strong sun pots dropped by previous corpse kings. Preparedness ensures success. Unpreparedness leads to failure. After collecting over a dozen large sun pots, the wandering corpse king drew near. Strong sun pots instantly restored 50 HP and 80 MP. Luo Chen actively charged toward the corpse king. The corpse king noticed him too, and they began a mutual approach. In truth, the stat doubled corpse king's movement and attack speeds were roughly on par with the players. Luo Chen imagined it as a warrior wielding a judgment blade in PvP. He struck first. A single axe blow dealt 40. Then Luo Chen swiftly turned and circled behind, causing the warrior, or the corpse king, to miss its attack. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Did I really dodge that? Without hesitation, he swung his axe again, hitting the corpse king's back for 40. This time the corpse king's iron chain swept horizontally. Luo Chen failed to evade, and a damage number floated above his head, 51. He immediately drank a strong sun pot and raised his axe once more. Thus, for every 2 strikes he landed on the corpse king, it could hit him only once. Luo Chen discovered that while he could dodge its normal attacks through skill, the sweeping chain skill was unavoidable. A minute later, after 27 strikes, Luo Chen finally killed the corpse king. Its HP regeneration rate had also doubled. Luo Chen had been struck by the chain 13 times, reducing his 258 HP to just 80. He stopped using strong sun pots and decisively discarded half a backpack of skill books, then picked up a moderate amount of wound cure potions from the ground, gulping down several. At the same time, he gathered all the moderate wound cure potions and sun pots on the ground. In Tianqi, new century items on the ground persisted for 15 minutes. The corpse king he had just slain dropped several potions, a summon skeleton skill book, and a special item, fate crystal. From the original owner's memories, although its purpose was unknown, this item later fetched an astronomical price, starting at 500 credit coins. It was said that only nighttime bosses dropped it with an abysmally low drop rate. Thus Luo Chen was ecstatic, thrilled beyond measure. This is worth 500,000. A luxury car, isn't it? He prepared to take down the second corpse king before him. Ready, he charged swiftly at the boss. He carefully repeated the same tactics, and this time with ample potions he overcame it without mishap. But to his disappointment, no fate crystal dropped this time. His earlier luck had clearly been a fluke. After drinking all his potions and retrieving the discarded skill books, Luo Chen gazed at the fate crystal in his backpack, overwhelmed with joy. If I get another one, I could buy a 99. A 99000 gaming pod. I just wonder what this thing is for. Luo Chen subconsciously clicked on this precious item, and a dialog box suddenly popped up, detected that the player meets the conditions for using the fate crystal. Use now. What the hell? Luo Chen was baffled. What is this? According to the original owner's memories, this had never happened. He quickly analyzed the differences between this playthrough and the original owners. After a moment, he found a possibility. From the start of the server until now, his character had never died. The original owner had died and returned to town twice before level 15. Could this be the key? Torn between 500 credit coins and curiosity, Luo Chen hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and choosing to use it. Player successfully used Fate Crystal. Constitution 1. Luo Chen stared at the prompt, dumbfounded. That's it. He opened his stats panel and found no change in HP or anything else. Perplexed, he wondered, where did the Constitution go? After studying it for a while with no answers, Luo Chen decided to return to town. Back in the safe zone, he immediately messaged Fatty Jean. 10 lightning bolts, 10 soul fire talismans, 10 summon skeletons, 2 firewalls, and 1 each of spirit shield, divine armor, magic shield, demon sealing curse, and hell's lightning. Give me a bundle price. Fatty Jean, still online, was inwardly startled. This new god is something else. But he replied calmly. Lightning bolt, 0 soul fire talisman, 0 summon skeleton, 6 firewall, 0 spirit shield, 0 divine armor, 0 magic shield, 0 demon sealing curse, 0 hell's lightning, 0 bundle price, 2 million gold coins or 400 credit coins. Luo Chen was speechless after hearing the quote. The prices for low-level skills like lightning bolt, soul fire talisman, and summon skeleton had risen, but magic shield and hell's lightning were too low. He decisively said, remove magic shield and hell's lightning, bundle the rest for 320 credit coin. Fatty Jean paused, his voice tinged with doubt. Boss, do you mean these 2 skill books are undervalued? Luo Chen didn't hide it. At least 600 each, even over 1 million is possible. In the real world, Fatty Jean was somewhat shocked. He quickly had his employees start researching, then said firmly to Luo Chen, then 600 credit coins. Luo Chen was taken aback. This Fatty Jean had quite the nerve, buying them at 700 each. Luo Chen needed to maximize his strength within these 7 days, or 6 days, so he stopped hesitating. On the other end, Jean Duo also breathed a sigh of relief. Though the sum wasn't huge for his studio, the information was priceless. He had already instructed his employees to mass purchase these 2 skill books cheaply from competitors. After transferring the money to this mysterious boss, Jean Duo smiled and said, "Boss, about that iron bracelet you mentioned, I've arranged for someone to buy it for 14,800,000 credit coins." This was a huge surprise for Luo Chen. "Fatty Jean, don't call me boss anymore. We're like brothers from now on. Keep that iron bracelet for me. He'll buy it at 168000 credit coins." Both parties were delighted. Next, Luo Chen stood in the bookstore pondering how to make money quickly. Suddenly, he noticed Sun Dada in his friend list come online. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled. Here comes the... Well, that is provided that he and that one sister weren't just a one-time thing. Luo Chen opened the private chat and greeted proactively, "Hello, boss Sun. And hello to the boss wife as well." Sun Dada had just come online and seemed busy for a moment before replying, "Brother, hello to you too. Weiner is right beside me." Luo Chen's spirits lifted. It worked. He immediately sent the stats of the sturdy gloves through the private chat, then said, "This piece of equipment is worthy of the boss wife, right?" This time, after a full minute of anxious waiting, Sun Dada finally replied, "My Weiner absolutely loves it." "How much?" Luo Chen felt a great weight lift from his heart, then wondered, "You just said she loves it. Aren't you afraid it'll fleece you?" But he didn't resort to that. One must have integrity. So Luo Chen decisively stated, "The studio quoted 3,000. But there's a tricky issue, so the deal couldn't go through." Sun Dada replied instantly, "What issue?" Luo Chen chuckled inwardly, but with a hint of hesitation in his tone, he said, "This item dropped when I killed third young Master Wang. The studio issued a notice and no one dares to buy it anymore. Also, I want to clarify it was self-defense." On the other side, Sun Dada muttered to himself, "Third young Master Wang. The Wang family. The third son of the Wang Corporation." Then he dialed a number. Xiao Jia asked the studio if there's such a thing. A moment later, Xiao Jia confirmed it was true. Sun Dada was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the private chat, he said boldly, "All right. I want this sturdy gloves. They'll give you 3,500,000. The extra 5,000 is a service fee." Holy crap. Luo Chen, who had been a bit anxious, was overjoyed. Does boss Sun have a grudge against third young Master Wang? But you can't keep fleecing the same boss, so Luo Chen counteroffered this time. "Boss Sun, just give me 2,000. If you don't buy it, I won't be able to sell it either." Sun Dada's tone turned a bit displeased. "No need. Last time on Weiner's birthday, that guy chugged a bottle of Emperor 2 right in front of me, nearly making me lose face. Even if what you dropped was just a pair of underwear, I'd still be willing to pay 3,500 for it." What the hell? Luo Chen was dumbfounded. He tried to negotiate the price down, and it actually failed. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen's bank account was credited with 3,500 credits. Half an hour later, in all the studio circles of Binhai City, a game screenshot began circulating. In the backpack lay a super rare sturdy gloves with the game ID prominently displayed next to its Sun Dada. The caption on the screenshot was just 4 words, "Ha." It was said that in a luxurious office in the Wang Corporation building, a man went on a rampage, smashing items worth millions. Then the notice in the game studio circles quietly disappeared. Luo Chen knew nothing of all this. After receiving the 3,500, he immediately contacted Fatty Jean and spent 168000 to buy the Attack 4 iron bracelet. To his pleasant surprise, the bracelet's durability wasn't the usual 4 points. Iron bracelet, weight 1, a durability 67, accuracy 2, enhanced 1, attack 0, 4, enhanced 4, required level 3. 168000 was well spent. Luo Chen had all his equipment repaired, then reluctantly logged off. At this time, many casual and wealthy players were still entering the game. According to the original owner's memory, it seemed that on the second day of the server launch, hundreds of thousands of game helmets had been sold. After taking off the helmet, Luo Chen suddenly felt something was terribly wrong. Yes, several hundred words are omitted here. Luo Chen went to the bathroom, threw his wet clothes into an old washing machine, and then realized with a shock, "How the hell am I able to move freely? Was the injury fake?" He twisted his body a few times and found that apart from some numbness and tingling, the sensation of broken ribs was gone. Even his skin only had a faint ache. He quickly checked the wound and was overjoyed to find it had scabbed over. This puzzled him greatly, but soon he thought of the item he used in the game, Fake Crystal. A glimmer of understanding dawned on Luo Chen that 1 point of constitution had been added to his real body. He gasped sharply. Holy crap. So the special nature of Tianqi New Century wasn't just 3 months later, it had always existed. The reason the original owner hadn't noticed was that his game character had died twice right after the server opened. Luo Chen also understood why that fake crystal was being hyped to sky-high prices. If this secret were made public, the price would definitely be far more than 5,000. He suddenly felt an urgent need to make money in this life. Luo Chen would also compete for the resource of fake crystals. Bang bang bang. Just as Luo Chen was considering how to make money quickly, there was a knock at the door. Luo Chen glanced at the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock. He couldn't help but wonder in the original owner's memory his social circle was pretty simple. At this hour the landlady who usually played mahjong all night should be dreaming of playing cards with the god of sleep. Who could be looking for him? When he opened the door it turned out to be a delivery driver. Then a fragment of the original owner's memory surfaced in Luo Chen's mind. The delivery driver was his fellow townsman Lu Xiang. Mentioning Lu Xiang, he was quite famous in the delivery circle. He was the reigning champion of orders in this district for 6 consecutive months, earning the nickname Speedy Legs. He was also one of the original owner's closest buddies. Lu Xiang entered, craned his neck to look around, then said with a grin, "I heard you took a fall, so I came to see you right away." Then he held up a takeout bag. "Here. I figured you probably haven't eaten yet, so I brought you breakfast." Luo Chen pursed his lips and gestured for him to sit on the sofa. "What's up?" Even the order king gets late deliveries. Sometimes when orders are late and customers refuse them, the delivery drivers have to bear the cost themselves. Lu Xiang plopped down on the sofa and pretended to be angry. "I bought this for you, oi. Luckily I kept the receipt. Check the slip, see if I'm lying." Luo Chen took the takeout bag with a smile. Inside were 2 meat buns, an egg, and a cup of soy milk. Watching Luo Chen start eating a bun, Lu Xiang hesitated before asking, "I heard you took a pretty bad fall. And you only asked for a good review, not compensation." Luo Chen nodded. Lu Xiang sighed. "Our team leader was furious this morning. He said that incident yesterday was posted online, and a lot of people are mocking our company for being inhumane to delivery drivers. It's really hurt the company's reputation. Old Luo, you're in trouble." Luo Chen took a sip of soy milk indifferently and said, "I'm banged up like this, and the team leader only gave me 1 day off. Isn't that exploitation?" This time Lu Xiang was speechless. After Luo Chen finished breakfast, Lu Xiang quickly tidied up for him and even took out the trash from the room. As he was leaving he frowned and said, "How about I talk to your sister-in-law and you move in with me?" As he spoke he glanced around the living room, looking a bit uneasy. Luo Chen appreciated his kindness, but wasn't planning to move. Besides, Lu Xiang's girlfriend was said to be a white-collar worker with a bit of a temper. Lu Xiang stopped at the door and stammered, "Old Luo, I might be getting engaged before the new year. About that money I mentioned earlier. Never mind." At that moment, a new memory abruptly surfaced in Luo Chen's mind of the 100 he spent on the game helmet over 600 had been lent to him by Lu Xiang. Luo Chen was a bit speechless. Seriously, what's up with this original owner's memories? Can't they be a bit more complete? Moreover, as far as he could recall, the original owner didn't have any major expenses. He and Lu Xiang had been delivering together in Wanhai City for so long. Where did his savings go? Wanhai City was also one of the major economic hubs of the entire Eastern Federation with decent income. Luo Chen thought hard, but found no new memories. Watching his fellow townsman Lu Xiang head downstairs, Luo Chen sighed deeply. This debt he had to repay. Lu Xiang lending him money was an immense kindness. In today's social relationships, anyone who can lend you money is like a father. Luo Chen closed the door, took out his phone, and directly transferred over 600 to Lu Xiang, leaving 100 in his own account. A moment later, he received a call from Lu Xiang asking about it. He said calmly, "Old Lu, your bro Luo landed a big deal last night. Don't worry, I've got money." On the other end of the line, Lu Xiang was astonished. "Old Luo, tell me the truth. Did you really go to the White Horse nightclub? Is the income really that good? But can you really handle it? I heard they use steel wool as scrubbers." What the hell? P.S. Dear readers, any content marked with revised has been heavily altered to avoid censorship, so some parts may be blatantly nonsensical. Please bear with us. Also, Fat Chef refers to me. I can cook and I can drive, but since I was speeding I had to cook a large batch of After hanging up Lu Xiang's call, Luo Chen found it both amusing and bewildering. Handsome as he was, even if he were to sell himself, would he really be worth that much? Unless it was pressing the F key to enter an old-fashioned tank. Luo Chen shook his head, casting aside these jumbled thoughts. Just then the washing machine chimed, and he hurried off to hang the laundry. As he draped the clothes on the balcony rack, he suddenly noticed a piece of women's lingerie lying nearby. It appeared to be silk, likely quite expensive. At that moment his phone rang. Luo Chen fished it out and saw it was the station manager. He answered on speakerphone. The manager's voice, barely containing his fury, demanded to know if he could still do the job. Luo Chen was taken aback, then chuckled, "Can't do it at all, goodbye." The call ended only to ring again immediately. He answered once more, "Don't bother, I quit outright. Forget the deposit. Farewell." Ah, that felt satisfying. Having preemptively fired the manager, Luo Chen's mood lifted. He turned his gaze back to the lingerie, hoping to trigger fragments of the original owner's memories, but his phone rang yet again. Without even looking, Luo Chen answered, "Listen, station manager, don't make me curse. I can be really nasty." But it was Lu Xiang's voice that replied, "Old Luo, brother Luo. You really quit. In our work group the manager is going berserk." Luo Chen chuckled, "Ignore him. That guy is selfish, domineering, vain, bullies the weak, and fears the strong, and fawns on superiors while despising subordinates. I've long been fed up with him." Lu Xiang snickered too, then after a moment asked seriously, "Old Luo, be honest with me, you didn't really sell yourself, did you?" Luo Chen was speechless for a long while before replying, Old Lu, if you trust me, then go buy a gaming helmet. Right now the exchange rate for in-game gold is at least 500 gold coins for 1 yuan. Even if you just mine venison in the game, you can earn 3 to 500 yuan a night. Lu Xiang was skeptical. Is it really that profitable? But can it be stable? A gaming helmet costs as much as a car. When would I recoup the investment? Luo Chen felt helpless. His fellow townsman could delve deep into any field, but he was too cautious, unwilling to take risks. Now Luo Chen couldn't just blurt out that he had earned enough for 4 gaming helmets in a single night. Moreover, he recalled that Lu Xiang's girlfriend really hated him playing games. Finally, Luo Chen could only say, Old Lu, if you listen to me, just buy one and try it out even as a side gig. If you lose money, you'll cover the cost of the helmet. After hanging up, Luo Chen lost interest in examining the lingerie and sat back down on the sofa. Just as he was about to take a nap, there was another knock at the door. Luo Chen was a bit annoyed what's going on. When did things get so busy? He opened the door again and found it was the landlady accompanied by 2 somewhat uneasy middle-aged men. As soon as she entered, the landlady shot Luo Chen a meaningful glance before enthusiastically introducing the place to the 2 men behind her. Take a look at this apartment. 2 bedrooms and a living room, only 3,500 a month. You couldn't find a deal like this in Binhai City, even with a lantern. The landlady's words were not an exaggeration. Binhai City had a thriving economy, and even in the suburbs, a 2-bedroom apartment for 4,000 a month was in high demand. Moreover, the subway station leading straight to the city center was not far from the complex, making it very convenient. If not for the incident with the beauty in Unit 404, it would have been rented out even at 4,500 a month. But there was no need to sympathize with the landlady. After all, she had rented it out to that beauty for 6,000 a month. However, this time, without a word, she brought people to view the apartment, which displeased Luo Chen greatly. While the 2 middle-aged men were inspecting the bedroom, the landlady flashed a faint smile and whispered quickly to Luo Chen, if they're willing to share the rent with you, your portion will be completely waived. Luo Chen was somewhat irritated. Was he really concerned about the rent? What bothered him was the landlady's lack of respect. Couldn't she have given him a heads-up beforehand? Thus Luo Chen began to seriously consider whether to move out. After a while, the 2 middle-aged men finished inspecting the room and came to the living room quite satisfied. Landlady would like the big bedroom on the south side. It can fit 2 beds. Luo Chen was genuinely angry this time. The big bedroom on the south side was the one he was currently living in, while the smaller north bedroom had been locked because it was previously the bowtie's room. Indeed, it was strange the previous beautiful tenant had left the big bedroom empty and stayed in the smaller one. The landlady beamed. No problem, you're 2 people, it's only right. Luo Chen couldn't sit still any longer. He picked up his helmet and headed toward the big bedroom. The 2 middle-aged men looked puzzled. The landlady gestured for them to ignore him. After the 2 men left, the landlady's face darkened as she followed him to the big bedroom and said harshly, finally, someone's willing to share the rent with you, and you give me that sour face. I said the small bedroom is free for you. Luo Chen sneered, no need. I'm already in this state, without even moving into the small bedroom. If I actually moved in, I'm afraid your apartment would be completely ruined. The landlady was about to curse, but glancing at the tightly shut door of the small bedroom, she hesitated several times before spitting out, ungrateful. Luo Chen didn't argue with her. At this level, he really couldn't out-argue the landlady. He quickly packed a suitcase, tossing the gaming helmet inside as well. He left the bedding and delivery uniform behind as he walked out of the bedroom. The landlady stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Luo Chen with a hostile expression. Luo Chen then packed the still damp clothes from the balcony into a bag and stuffed them into the suitcase. On a whim, he also took down the silk lingerie and placed it in the suitcase right on top of the gaming helmet. His left hand, which had touched the silk lingerie, carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Luo Chen inexplicably felt better, as if he had encountered something that brought him great joy. The landlady surveyed the living room once more and said coldly, if you really move out, don't even think about coming back. Luo Chen grinned at her. I'm scared anyway, so moving is perfect. This time the landlady was thoroughly enraged. I've let you stay for free for over 3 months. You got hit by a car, but you're not dead or crippled. Aren't you satisfied? Oh, for heaven's sake. Luo Chen was truly speechless. Fine, I'll leave, okay. The landlady choked for a moment, then warned, don't go around spreading rumors. There's nothing wrong with this apartment. Luo Chen shrugged. I don't even know those 2 people. Everyone else already knows what your apartment is like. What would I even say? After handing over the keys, Luo Chen limped down the stairs with his suitcase. Though he had increased his constitution a bit, he had only been injured yesterday. There was no way he had fully recovered. The landlady quickly locked the door and hurried back to her other apartment on the 1st floor, where she sat down at the card table. Deal the cards. He'll handle lunch today. Luo Chen pulled his suitcase and slowly walked out of the complex. Though his spirits were a bit low, he wasn't worried. He still had over 100,000 in the bank. Worst case, he could just find a hotel to stay in for 3 months. After 3 months, would money even be an issue? Just then his phone rang again. Luo Chen pulled it out and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? To his surprise, a sweet, soft female voice came through. Luo Chen, thank you for the Chanel bag you gave me last time. My classmates are all so envious. But my winter clothes are still from last year. Could you come with me to buy a new outfit? What the hell? Who was this? Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, it felt as though a glass bead in his mind suddenly shattered, causing him excruciating pain. Damn it, that hurts like hell. The call didn't end, and the girl on the other end seemed very surprised and somewhat angry. Luo Chen, if you don't want to go shopping with me, just say so. Don't pretend to be sick. A guy from the class next door has asked me out several times already. After several dozen seconds of silence, Luo Chen finally recovered from the intense headache, gasping for breath. No wonder the original owner had no money in his pocket. So you were a simp after all. And for a middle school classmate who's now a student at a prestigious university in Binhai City. The tragic part is after all this time you've spent all your savings without even holding her hand. As for why this memory was tightly sealed by the original owner, it was because he knew he was being deceived and felt ashamed. He had deleted the girl's number multiple times, but he always ended up answering her calls. Damn, serves him right. By then the girl on the phone was thoroughly angry. Are you trying to break up? Luo Chen was stunned. They had never even held hands. How could they break up? So Luo Chen simply said sayonara and hung up. A moment later the phone rang again. He could tolerate it once, but twice was too much. Luo Chen picked up his phone again, ready to hang up, when he suddenly realized the number belonged to his landlord. Huh, what the hell are you calling for? Luo Chen decisively ended the call. But a few seconds later, with a ding, he received a message. Luo Chen opened it impatiently, only to discover it was an unknown text. Moreover, the content was just 4 words, don't move. Luo Chen was startled, his mind buzzing with, wait, who sent this text? He suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold seep into his heart and couldn't help. Just then the landlord's phone rang again. Without hesitation, Luo Chen answered immediately, his voice low and frantic. What message did you send me? The person on the other end was stunned, then gave an awkward laugh. Oh, Xiao Luo, I didn't send you any message. It's like this. Those 2 rascals just said the house isn't for rent anymore, so you don't need to move. Happy my ass. But as he talked on the phone, Luo Chen felt his unease ease. Didn't you just say if I moved out I couldn't come back? That was just me being angry. You've lived here for over 3 months, so there's some attachment. Listen to me, stay put. Pay the rent whenever you can. Luo Chen knew the landlord was afraid the house would stay empty and become a haunted property. If he lived there for a year or 2 without incident, its value would gradually return to normal. So Luo Chen flatly refused. I'm a sunny young guy, and after 3 months here I'm almost depressed. You think I'd dare stay? Even if you paid me I wouldn't. Oh dear. Why are you talking like that? How about I waive another half year's rent? Luo Chen sneered. This house has nothing. Just a washing machine that roars like a tractor. I don't even know how I've managed to live here. Huh. If you need appliances, just say so. I've got spare air conditioner, fridge, TV, and washing machine downstairs. They'll move them all up for you. Oh, and I've got a sofa set too. They'll replace yours. Luo Chen still refused. No need. The landlord grew anxious. Why are you so stubborn? Fine, I'll even give you a monthly living allowance. Luo Chen was about to argue further when he received another text from an unknown number. Opening it, he saw 8 words. Don't move. Whatever you do, don't die. Luo Chen felt a chill shoot from his soles to the top of his head. Is there really a ghost? And what did this message mean? Don't move, or else you'll die? What the hell? On the phone, the landlord's voice carried a hint of pleading. My dear little miss, what will it take for you to come back? Luo Chen suddenly made up his mind and said calmly, unless you beg me, and am not your little miss. The landlord's voice brightened with surprise. All right then, I beg you, little miss. A little master. Luo Chen felt a flicker of interest. How many daughters do you have? 10 minutes later, the landlord personally brought a community security guard to help Luo Chen move his suitcase back to building 4 room 404, and said with a flattering smile, Xiao Luo, just feel free to stay. This afternoon he'll have the house spotless and fully equipped. After returning, Luo Chen received another text from an unknown source with just 2 words, it's okay. Only then did he feel relieved and said to the landlord, I don't need anything else. Just replace the sofa and get me a desk. The landlord thumped her robust chest loudly. Don't worry. He'll get it done. Half an hour later, Luo Chen lay on the nearly new sofa, letting out a contented groan. Ah, bliss. After lounging for a while, he opened his suitcase to rehang the damp clothes. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Where was that silk lingerie? Luo Chen was horrified, turning the entire suitcase inside out. Gone. What kind of evil curse is this? And after that simpering experience, he was now certain in the original owner's memory there was no trace of that silk. Luo Chen lay back on the sofa, dazed. Silk lingerie? Was it you who didn't want me to leave? Was it you who sent the messages? But now that I'm back, where have you gone? For a moment, his mind was a turmoil. Just then his phone rang. Luo Chen grabbed it like a lifeline and answered immediately. Hello, who is this? Luo Chen, I never thought you'd be this kind of person. I've always treated you as my one and only boyfriend, yet you're so irresponsible. Who bought you a cake on your last birthday? Who called to check on you when you were sick? And I never once looked down on you for being and now you hang up on me. Wah. Hearing the girl's sobs, Luo Chen felt his mood lighten and the earlier eerie atmosphere dissipated. He turned on the speakerphone, savoring this artistic crying. After the girl wept for a while, she continued sniffling. Luo Chen, don't you have anything to say? Luo Chen paused, then said seriously, I want to ask, did you actually shed tears? The other end fell silent, then a piercing soprano shrieked, Luo Chen, you jerk, go die. Luo Chen clicked his tongue. Was this girl on her period? This time she hung up herself. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. This goddess had some sense. She knew to get angry at a simp. Just then he received another unknown text with just 2 words, he. Luo Chen froze, then realized he wasn't as scared anymore. He replied under the message, who are you? To his surprise, the text actually responded, Nye Xiaodai. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, but he kept his cool and texted back, a pleasure. Nye Xiaodai. Nye Xiaoqian. Luo Chen barely suppressed a shiver. Moments later, another text arrived, whatever you do, don't die. Luo Chen wholeheartedly agreed, I definitely don't want to die. After a long pause, he patted his stomach and muttered, I haven't had lunch. Should I order delivery or go downstairs to eat? After much deliberation, he decided, well, I'm feeling a bit better, so I'll go down for a meal and stretch my legs. The living room was silent. So Luo Chen got up from the sofa, opened the door, and stepped out. On the ground floor by the back street, there was a small restaurant also rented from the landlord. Next to the restaurant, in the mahjong parlor, the landlord was playing. As Luo Chen entered the restaurant and sat down, a rather pretty female owner smiled and said, Xiao Luo, the usual. Huh. Luo Chen nodded instinctively. Was the original owner close to her? But then, considering his current handsome appearance, he shrugged it off. Men like looking at beauties, and women like looking at handsome guys too. If the original owner hadn't been such a simp, he'd have had a promising future. The usual turned out to be a plate of fried rice noodles, 2 braised duck heads, and a bowl of pork rib soup. After eating his fill and paying, the charming landlady squinted her phoenix eyes and smiled. Haven't seen you in days. What have you been up to, not coming to pick up takeout? Luo Chen brushed her off with vague answers and headed to the mahjong parlor next door. The landlord, a cigarette dangling from her lips, was on a winning streak. Pure suit, I win. The other 3 groaned and handed over their chips. Luo Chen quietly approached the landlord and whispered, Ma'am, I need to ask you something very important. The landlord was startled, then recognized Luo Chen. She pointed at the other 3 and barked, Don't anyone move. I'll be right back. A moment later, the landlord's mouth hung half open, the cigarette still on her lip. You want to know the name of the last female tenant? Luo Chen nodded solemnly. The landlord hesitated, then mumbled, Whatever your reason, promise me you won't move out, okay? Luo Chen nodded again. The landlord finally said, Well, she was called something like, Nye Xiaodai. Yes, that's it. Luo Chen returned to his residence with a heavy heart. Nye Xiaodai. Could ghosts truly exist in this world? Yet upon reflection, if games could invade reality in 3 months, the existence of ghosts seemed quite normal. Settling onto the sofa, Luo Chen began to lean toward a more optimistic speculation. This female ghost did not appear to harbor any intention of harming him. If she had wished him dead, she would have had ample opportunity throughout the previous night. Moreover, she was capable of communication. With this thought, Luo Chen picked up his phone and glanced at it. Alas, no new messages. He opened the chat history with the landlady. At Luo Chen's request, the landlady not only transferred this month's 800 yuan living expenses, but also sent him a photograph of Nye Xiaodai. Don't complain about the 800 anymore, and the landlady would lose her temper. Luo Chen scrutinized the photo closely. Admittedly, this beautiful girl possessed a remarkably striking figure. He wondered how such a slender body could support such voluptuous curves. Didn't the internet always say that beauty and a generous bust were mutually exclusive? What was her deal? And her appearance? Why did Nye Xiaodai have silver hair cascading over her shoulders and purple pupils? Was she wearing colored contacts? Which cosplay character was she emulating? After gazing at the photo for a while, Luo Chen noticed his fear gradually dissipating. Well, as long as the female ghost was attractive enough, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Luo Chen's mind wandered for another 10+ minutes until a powerful wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After charging his gaming helmet, he laid down on the sofa. He slept straight through until nightfall. Upon waking, Luo Chen savored the lingering remnants of his dream, reluctant to let go. Then he picked up his phone and found no new messages, though there were over 20 missed calls. A quick scan revealed they were all from his predecessor's goddess. Luo Chen frowned. What was wrong with this girl? He had made it clear he was done simping. Couldn't she just find another backup? Though he recalled that this girl wasn't exceptionally stunning, she was at least an 8 out of 10 in looks. Coupled with her status as a prestigious university student, finding a backup should be effortless. Luo Chen shook his head. This was all his predecessor's karma. Why should he bother with it? He stood up, stretched his limbs, and ordered takeout. It was past 8, a quick meal, then straight into the game. After eating his fill and tidying up, Luo Chen lay down on the sofa, covered himself with a blanket, and donned the helmet. Once I have money, I'll buy a gaming pod. Just then, Luo Chen's body jolted violently. If anyone had been in the living room, they would have thought he'd been electrocuted. But at that moment, Luo Chen was staring in horror at his character selection screen. Besides his level 22 warrior noob god, a bizarre level 0 female Taoist character had appeared. In Tianqi New Century, cross-gender avatars were absolutely forbidden. Even if you visited Thailand, the system could determine your gender based on spiritual attributes. Well, that wasn't important. What made Luo Chen's blood run cold was the name of this female Taoist Nye Xiaodai. Luo Chen felt an uncontrollable tremor course through his entire body. Wait, female ghost, or beautiful ghost, how did you get into my game? The elegant female Taoist on the game interface offered no response, merely wearing a faint smile. After a long days, Luo Chen gritted his teeth and selected the female Taoist. The system promptly notified him gender mismatch, unable to log in. What would happen if he deleted this character? The thought had barely surfaced when Luo Chen suppressed it firmly, one of the core rules of ghost stories. If things aren't getting worse, don't court disaster. He took a deep breath, selected Noob God, and decisively logged in. In his holographic vision, a sea of players appeared before him, and all kinds of clamorous voices flooded his ears. Luo Chen's mood immediately eased. Humans were social creatures, and the vast crowd brought him a sufficient. Today was the second day since the server launch. His goal reached level 25. At level 25, a warrior could learn the assassination sword technique. Only by mastering the assassination sword technique could a warrior player theoretically solo a major boss. Skeleton elites and corpse kings didn't count. To eliminate the zombies, nearly 600 of them would be needed. With a massive influx of players flooding the zombie cave, this task proved quite challenging. Luo Chen opened the player rankings and found them largely consistent with his predecessor's memory. On the level ranking, the noob god still held the top spot. In second place was a 21st level mage named Lin Jiang, immortal, smiling martial, whom his predecessor remembered vividly for having been robbed by him more than once. The third-ranked Taoist Killing You is also gentle, also bore a grudge against his predecessor. On the kill ranking, Luo Chen was nowhere to be seen, but the top-ranked 21st level warrior Knight Revelry boasted a PK value of 4400 points. Luo Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. This fellow was a true savage in Heaven's Awakening New Era. Voluntarily engaging in PK would turn a player's name from white to gray. Killing a player added 100 PK points, turning the name yellow. Once PK points exceeded 200, the name would turn red. And this guy with 4400 PK points meant he had slain at least 44 players. Calculating based on reducing 1 PK point per minute of online time, even if he laid down his blade from now on, it would take at least 3 days for him to return to normal. Was he doing it on purpose? The equipment ranking was now updating rapidly. Currently ranked first was a white tiger tooth necklace with Magic Evasion 60 Ultra, 4, Taoist Power 13 Ultra 2, and Luck 1 Ultra 1. Luo Chen's iron bracelet only ranked 9th. The ranking here was primarily based on the total number of attribute enhancements, and the base equipment level ranked second was a light armor with Taoist Power 06 Ultra 6. Third was a cloth armor with attack 055, and Taoist Power 01 Fourth was a bronze ring with attack 02 1A, and Magic 055. Fifth was a glass ring with Taoist Power 01 attack 03 3, and Magic 033. Sixth was a traditional necklace with accuracy 1 attack 02 2, Taoist Power 02 2, and Magic 02 2. Seventh was a short sword with attack 3165. Eighth was a pig iron ring with defense 02 and magic 06. 5. Ninth was an iron bracelet with accuracy 2, 1A, and attack 044, and 10th was a sturdy glove with defense 02 and magic 044. Luo Chen was well aware that this equipment ranking was merely for reference. The sturdy glove ranked 10th held real value far exceeding his iron bracelet. And his own magic helmet ranked 13th with attack 4 was without a doubt far more valuable than the second place. As for the weapon ranked 7th, its real value was a joke, wasn't a 20th level horse-slaying blade, with attack 515 far more appealing. Though the server had only been open for a day with millions of players, these few extraordinary items were truly not many. Closing the player rankings, Luo Chen directly purchased 10 bundles of super healing potions, preparing to head to the zombie cave once more to level up. Just then a private message chimed. Bossa new bro, I have a one-time mobile warehouse scroll here. Interested? It was Fatty Jean, seeing Luo Chen online, proactively recommending an item. How much? Luo Chen was quite keen on acquiring it. With it, he could sell at least one more backpack load of items. Our purchase price is 200 gold coins, which is 400 credit units. If you need it, bro, you can take it first and deduct the cost when you return to town to sell your goods. Luo Chen couldn't help but give Fatty Jean a mental thumbs up. Look at how this man did business. Next time he'd feel guilty if he didn't sell his items to him. After trading for the mobile warehouse scroll, Luo Chen directly stored the 10 bundles of super healing potions from his backpack into the Beachy City warehouse, then purchased another 10 bundles. This was the proper use of the mobile warehouse scroll. With supplies replenished and his equipment fully repaired from his last logout, Luo Chen clicked on the Beachy veteran to prepare for teleportation. Little bro, are you there? Sun Dada's private message rang out. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. Boss, any orders? Sun Dada's hearty laughter echoed. Looks like you haven't gone hunting yet, huh? Be careful. The third son of the Wang Corporation has put a bounty of 1 million cash on your real identity. Luo Chen was irritated. This third young master Wang must be insane. Just because he killed him once and dropped equipment worth hundreds of thousands, was it worth putting a bounty of 1 million credits on him? What a persistent pest. Even in the original owner's memories, there was no such enemy. Perhaps he could just let himself be killed once. No, that wouldn't work. If this account died, the Destiny Crystal would probably become unusable. Wait. A sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Luo Chen's mind. Destiny Crystal. Intentional murder. The red name of third young master Wang. The top spot on the kill leaderboard, Ye Sheng's 4,400 PK points. The mysterious message he received warning him not to die. Was there a connection behind all this? Luo Chen arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Someone in the real world already knew this secret. They weren't killing aimlessly but seeking something. This third young master Wang was likely among those who knew. Did Sun Dada know? Luo Chen hesitated, considering asking him via private message, but ultimately gave up. Nevertheless, Luo Chen opened a private chat with Jean Pongzi. Bro, is any player selling those Destiny Crystals now? If they're stock, help me acquire them. As long as the price doesn't exceed a gaming pod, we can negotiate. Jean Pongzi was startled. Bro, don't joke around. A gaming pod costs $1 million. Luo Chen replied, if they're stock, he'll sign a contract with you. Then he closed the chat. In the original owner's memories, although the purchase price of Destiny Crystals later exceeded 500 credits, no merchant was ever seen selling them. So he was certain that even at $1 million, they would sell easily. The drop rate was just too low, and one had to hunt by. Luo Chen's motivation to reach level 25 grew stronger. Only by learning assassination could he solo the night bosses. As for getting a drop from the Corpse King boss, he doubted he'd have that luck again. Lost in thought, Luo Chen teleported to the Bichon mine via the Bichon veteran. The moment he arrived, he sensed something wrong. So many people. Without a second's hesitation, Luo Chen activated a random teleport stone. The instant he warped away, over a dozen lightning bolts struck his previous position. Luo Chen's heart sank. He had underestimated third young master Wang's vendetta. Since he could offer $1 million cash bounty for his real identity, naturally, he could ambush him in the game. Who had revealed his whereabouts? Jean Pongzi. Luo Chen quickly dismissed the thought. Sun Dada was even less likely. With that, he randomly typed a gibberish name into the private chat. System prompt: this player does not exist. He then entered a common name. System prompt: this player is offline. Finally, he messaged Ye Sheng. System prompt: this player does not accept private chats from strangers. Luo Chen understood someone had been monitoring his status through the chat system. As for his movements, it was easy to deduce a level 22 warrior would likely head to the zombie cave. With this realization, Luo Chen felt slightly relieved. As long as he understood the enemy's methods, there was no need to fear. He opened the world map and found his luck wasn't too bad. He had randomly teleported near the entrance of the Orc Tomb. Now he had several options: first return to town and use the Bichon veteran to teleport to the Viper Valley entrance, then cross the pass to the Viper Mine or Mengzhong. But the enemy seemed to have experts who might predict this. Second, stay in the Bichon wilderness maps and grind, where with random teleport stones no one could kill him, but resources were too scarce for development. Third, start from here and transfer through connecting passages, though time-consuming. The enemy would never react in time. After a quick deliberation, Luo Chen dashed toward the Orc Tomb. He noticed many low-level novice players grinding monsters on the Bichon wilderness maps along the way. The monster spawn rate and frequency were very high, refreshing almost every minute. The area was filled with deer, scarecrows, rake cats, hook cats, orcs, forest yetis, and near the mountains, venomous spiders. On a grassy field the size of a football pitch, hundreds of players were gathered waiting for monsters to spawn. Luo Chen stopped out of curiosity. A dozen seconds later, dense man-eating flowers burst forth from the grass. Hundreds of players immediately attacked, then began harvesting before the monsters were even fully dead. Luo Chen understood these were players gathering man-eating flower fruits and leaves materials for crafting. Don't underestimate them. Guarding this spot all night earned more than delivering food. Luo Chen then avoided the crowd, circled to the cliffside, and gazed at the Orc Tomb entrance. The entrance was bustling with activity. After observing for a while, Luo Chen saw players selling potions and torches, buying small rare equipment and town scrolls, and forming parties to hunt monsters. There were also mage players in light armor wielding ocean swords wandering around. After assessing the situation, Luo Chen removed his conspicuous weapon, the Azura, and blended into a group of players rushing toward the entrance. Just as he neared the entrance, a mage spotted him and shouted through the chat channel, "Target is here." 7 or 8 mages quickly converged on him. But Luo Chen was less than 50 meters from the entrance, and the crowd was so dense that even if the mages saw him, they couldn't strike easily. Since he was discovered, Luo Chen equipped his Azura and pushed forward. Several lightning bolts struck, 2 hitting him and draining 57 HP. 2 unlucky bystanders were also hit by stray bolts. 3 more lightning bolts struck Luo Chen simultaneously, and he promptly downed a strong healing potion. 3 seconds later, Luo Chen finally squeezed into the entrance and immediately used a random teleport stone. This third young master Wang seemed willing to go to any lengths. Why did the original owner have no memory of this person? A vengeful type like this should have some reputation in the game. Suddenly Luo Chen froze a memory from the original owner surfaced. A new story about a player who was killed. The reason was that he had offended a big shot in the game, Tianqi New Century. The police investigated for a long time, but never found the real culprit. Could it be this third young Master Wang? Luo Chen shook his head and dismissed the thought. As long as he didn't reveal his identity in the game, everything should be fine. He looked around. The first floor of the orc tomb was dozens of times larger, but still packed with players. Without hesitation, Luo Chen used his teleport stone several more times until he neared the entrance to the second floor. He dashed toward it. Moments later, he reached the second floor and continued teleporting. After running nonstop for over 10 minutes, he finally entered the Mafa Natural Cave map. Here, there were still many players. But Luo Chen's target wasn't here. Passing through an unmarked cave entrance on the map, he entered a hidden area, the connecting passage. Few players were here, mostly those who had stumbled in by accident. Despite the many skeleton monsters, Luo Chen didn't linger and pressed on. After traversing 3 more connecting maps, he finally found a passage where skeleton and zombie monsters mixed. Almost no players were here. Luo Chen cleared monsters as he advanced. With his current attack stats at 642 and a maximum damage of 46, 1x multiplier, skeletons fell in 2 or 3 hits, zombies in 4. His clearing speed was fast. He ignored all dropped potions, picked up accessories only to glance before discarding, and besides level 15 ocean swords and crescent blades, he didn't even bother picking up other weapons. About halfway through, Luo Chen noticed something odd about his experience. Why was killing a zombie only giving him 128 experience points? Only 80 of the normal 160 experience. He was only level 22. There shouldn't be any experience decay. Puzzled, Luo Chen looked around and suddenly froze. What the hell? When had a player appeared behind him, and it was a female player in cloth armor holding a wooden sword. Luo Chen stared intently, but could not discern any information about this female player. Yet her hair was not the default reddish-brown. Instead, it was a cascade of silver that fell to her shoulders. Upon closer inspection, her eyes were also violet pupils. This sent a chill down his spine, and a name surfaced in his mind. Evasion was not an option. With a troubled heart, Luo Chen walked toward her and attempted to inspect her equipment. When he opened her equipment panel, the names remained hidden. Her gear was simply a wooden sword, cloth armor, and a candle. Luo Chen approached her and hesitated before speaking. "Nie Xiaodai." The female player did not reply, but merely swung her weapon. Luo Chen felt an electric current course through his body, leaving a tingling numbness. "Miss, how did you get in here?" The female Taoist stopped standing still and began running around him, occasionally slashing at the air. Luo Chen mused, "Are you telling me to keep fighting monsters?" The female Taoist immediately halted and swung her wooden sword. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, as long as she has needs. Let's make it clear first. If we kill monsters, you can't harm me." Thus, he cautiously turned and struck at a nearby zombie. 4 slashes later, the zombie fell, dropping a bottle of medium healing potion, a bottle of magic potion, a pile of gold coins, and a level 9 Taoist skill book, Spiritual Battle Technique. The female Taoist strode forward and picked up the skill book. Luo Chen finally relaxed and smiled. "You can take the gold coins and healing potion too, but leave the magic potion." The female Taoist seemed to understand and immediately picked up the coins, but left the healing potion. She stood over it, as if indicating, "My inventory is full." "Very well. Continue fighting monsters." Gradually, Luo Chen's mood eased. He noticed that this silver-haired female Taoist, aside from her eerie appearance, behaved much like a normal player. Well, except she was a bit lively. She ran around almost incessantly, occasionally swinging her wooden sword as if brimming with excitement. This improved Luo Chen's spirits. Although his experience gain was reduced to 80%, the sheer number of monsters in this connecting passage was enough to compensate. Soon the female Taoist, Nie Xiaodai, leveled up rapidly. Level 11, a level 12, a level 13. Because in her hand, she now wielded a bronze axe, a weapon usable only at level 13. Luo Chen quickly calculated the number of monsters and her leveling progress. Though he couldn't be certain, it was clear that her experience gain was definitely not 20%. If they were in a party of 2, even without considering level differences, she and Luo Chen would each receive at most 65% of the experience. But that was clearly not the case. Nie Xiaodai's experience gain was roughly around 80%. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, this female ghost, or beautiful female ghost, probably won't hold me back. Perhaps she could even be a great help." Just then, Nie Xiaodai picked up a piece of armor. She changed into a light female armor slit to the thigh, which paired with her silver hair looked surprisingly stunning. Ahem. Luo Chen couldn't help but scorn himself. "Damn it, how could I lust after a female ghost? Though she is indeed beautiful. Whoa, why am I still thinking about it?" To distract himself, he began fighting monsters with all his might. After killing a few more zombies, a pleasant jingling sound suddenly rang in Luo Chen's ears, and a healing spell floated down from above, landing on him. He couldn't help but turn around. Nie Xiaodai seemed to be smiling at him. "Damn, disturbing my Dao heart. Women only slow down my sword strikes. Forcing himself to focus on killing monsters, Luo Chen realized he was no longer afraid of the female ghost, but worried about losing control over his own lustful thoughts toward her. He was suddenly startled. This shouldn't be. He was facing just a game character. This isn't normal. A word surfaced in his mind: female ghost enchantment. This reminded him of many fragments: female ghosts wearing human skin, female ghosts draining human essence, female ghosts as pink skeletons. After a moment, Luo Chen shuddered and finally broke free from the enchantment. While being creeped out was better. 20 minutes later, Luo Chen finally cleared all the monsters in this connecting passage. Behind him, Ye Xiaodai had reached level 15 in her hand. She now held the Taoist level 15 weapon. Luo Chen was not surprised given his high monster-killing efficiency. If she was getting 80% experience, this leveling speed was normal. By now, the areas they had passed were respawning many monsters, but Luo Chen had no intention of turning back to continue fighting there. Luo Chen had a clear goal: head to the Bishon mining area zombie cave, then cross through the connecting map to the Serpent Valley zombie cave. Just then he suddenly sensed that Nye Xiaodai had gone still behind him, so he turned to look. There stood the female Taoist clad in light armor and holding the crescent moon motionless, as if disconnected. Luo Chen felt a pang of panic. What should he do? Had she returned to 404? Should I log out too and check? After some hesitation, Luo Chen decided to find a corner and log out. But before he could act, a speech bubble suddenly floated up from the female Taoist's head containing 4 disjointed words in this level up. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief. Miss, can you not speak? Only type. If I'm right, swing your weapon once. If wrong, swing it twice. The female Taoist moved, slashing the air once with the crescent moon. Luo Chen understood, but couldn't help complaining inwardly. This female ghost types way too slowly. Even typing with her toes would be faster. But since she had expressed her opinion, he would comply. So Luo Chen turned around and began clearing monsters in the opposite direction. The female Taoist resumed her bouncing, running around behind him. Occasionally, she would find a lone skeleton and swiftly kill it with the crescent moon, probably to raise the proficiency of her level 9 skill spiritual battle technique. Luo Chen let her be. The respawned monsters, though no longer as dense, were still enough for both of them to fight. This time the monster killing speed was noticeably faster. In just over 40 minutes, he cleared the entire map again. Focused and diligent, he gained over 70,000 experience points. But this efficiency wasn't high. However, Nye Xiaodai had probably reached level 16 or 17. Just then Luo Chen noticed the female Taoist had turned back to fight monsters, so he had no choice but to follow. Still, he felt a bit frustrated. The monster-killing efficiency here wasn't great. This female ghost probably didn't know he was a top-tier Lucky 10 player. Should he explain it to her? Take her to the insect cave in Mongrel province to level up? He cleared the entire map again in less than 30 minutes, gaining fewer than 50,000 experience points. He stopped Nye Xiaodai and said to her, "The monster-killing efficiency here is too slow. Let's go to the next level." With that, Luo Chen gestured toward the cave entrance in front of them. Passing through this entrance would lead to the Bishon mining area zombie cave. Just then Luo Chen suddenly saw figures flickering before him. 6 players had appeared. He immediately went on guard. Had people from the zombie cave wandered into the connecting passage? Looking closely, the 6 players consisted of 3 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 Taoist, all with names starting with Mass. Mass Tank, Mass Transformers, Mass Excavator were the warriors, Mass Bomber, and Mass Fire Rain were the mages. Mass Cow was the Taoist. Mass Tank, seeing Luo Chen and Nye Xiaodia, immediately barked. "Who gave you permission to fight here? This is Mass territory. Get the hell out." Luo Chen had initially planned to leave, but this guy's words were too harsh. Just as he was about to act, Mass Cow spoke lecherously. "If you don't want to leave, let this silver-haired sister play with us for a while." Damn. Without a second word, Luo Chen attacked. He lunged at the 2 mages, and before they could react, he cut down Mass Fire Rain in 2 strikes, then turned and took out Mass Bomber. Mass Cow, though foul-mouthed, reacted quickly and slapped a Soul Fire Talisman onto Luo Chen's head, but that was as far as he got. Luo Chen closed in on him, ignoring the 3 warriors. Ling Feng, weapons warrior, level 19 weapons, attacked 612 and killed the Taoist in 4 strikes. Luo Chen chugged 2 strong healing potions and turned to face the 3 warriors. To his surprise, the remaining 3 warriors now had 2 layers of red and green poison on them. A healing spell landed on Luo Chen's head. Mass Tank cursed angrily, "Kill that female Taoist first." But Luo Chen didn't give him a chance. The level 20 warrior with 224 health points was taken down by Luo Chen in 6 strikes. Seeing the situation turn dire, the remaining 2 warriors fled instantly. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His own health was less than half. Nye Xiaobia stood still for a long time, then a bubble appeared above her head. "Don't ever die." Luo Chen's health had fully recovered, and he nodded repeatedly upon seeing this. "Do you mean never let the game character die?" The female Taoist swung her weapon once. Luo Chen nodded again. "No problem, I'll try not to die even once." This time the female Taoist swung her wooden sword twice. Damn. Luo Chen was baffled. That's not what you meant. Luo Chen felt a bit disoriented. Did Nie Xiaodai mean for herself when she said not to die? The female Taoist in front of him had stopped moving again, presumably typing. Luo Chen shook his head vigorously and surveyed his surroundings. He had killed 4 players and numerous potions, and 3 pieces of equipment had dropped to the ground. 1 pair of leather gloves ordinary discarded, a magic bracelet also ordinary not needed, a crescent blade trash with a Dao skill of 11. No, wait a second. Just as Luo Chen was about to toss this weapon away, he suddenly noticed that it had a curse of 4. That's a bit hard. But the Taoist named Public Milk Cow was only marked in yellow PK value between 100 and 200. How did the curse get added? Luo Chen had just actively killed 4 people, and the Shura only had a curse of 1. The name of the newbie god was glowing red with a PK value of 400. At that moment, a bubble finally floated above the female Taoist's head. And you? Luo Chen was taken aback, then delighted. Are you saying that neither of us can die, especially you? The female Taoist decisively swung her weapon. Luo Chen felt a sense of relief. It's good if we both don't die. He was safe. It was then that he found the mood to ask a lingering question. When we were peeking, you used a poison spell, but I remember you didn't have any poison, right? The silver-haired female Taoist stopped moving again. Luo Chen was a bit frantic. Oh, come on. Forget it, you don't need to type, can I not ask? But these words he only dared to think in his heart. After all, the one before him was a genuine female ghost. After a full minute, another bubble floated up. Curse has a poison, none, talismans, none. Luo Chen frowned. She has poison, but no talismans. What about the curse? Luo Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly picked up the crescent blade he had just thrown away, trading it to Nie Xiaodai. This weapon has a curse of 4. Is it referring to this kind of curse? Nie Xiaodai took the cursed crescent blade and after a few seconds tossed it on the ground. Luo Chen bent down to pick it up and found that it had no curse. Then he opened Nie Xiaodai's equipment panel only to be astonished to discover that the crescent blade in her hands also had no curse. Luo Chen was surprised, his mouth agape. Can you absorb curses? Nie Xiaodai made a slicing motion indicating correctness. Oh my god. Luo Chen immediately traded over his Shura. Then what about this one, can you equip it? Nie Xiaodai took it, and in less than a moment traded it back. Luo Chen looked and confirmed she really could absorb curses. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Luo Chen. What you just said was that you can use curses as poison spells. Now there's poison, but no talismans. Nie Xiaodai immediately waved her weapon and then began to spin quickly around Luo Chen. Now Luo Chen completely understood. Female ghost, you are amazing. Next, Luo Chen thought for a moment and spoke out his plan. Let's go to the wormhole map in Mengchong province where level 22 and above weapons drop, and it's a public map, making us safer instead. Nie Xiaodai stopped and stood still this time. Luo Chen patiently waited. After more than a minute, a bubble floated up. Good first. Fine. Immediately Nie Xiaodai moved, swinging the crescent blade and dealing a blow to Luo Chen, reducing his health by 1 point. Luo Chen was taken aback and did not move. Then Nie Xiaodai raised her hand and cast a layer of green poison at him. 1. Luo Chen's health was dropping at a rate of 3 points per second, which made him somewhat puzzled. Beautiful lady, are you trying to bind me by using poison? Nie Xiaodai struck him with her blade, confirming. Then she cast a healing spell on Luo Chen. After 30 seconds, the green poison disappeared. After casting a healing spell, Nie Xiaodai took the lead towards the entrance to the Beaky mine. Luo Chen hurriedly followed. Once inside the zombie cave, the number of players here was noticeably larger. Luo Chen did not stop to fight monsters, but directly teleported randomly. He then validated his suspicion. The binding Nie Xiaodai mentioned indeed meant that wherever he flew, the female Taoist would follow him. Now Luo Chen felt relieved and continued to teleport randomly. Along the way, several player teams spotted his red name and actively attempted to PK, but they were all avoided by Luo Chen. His 2 random teleportation stones, one dropped by Wang Jiasen Shao, quickly used up one, and at that moment he arrived at his destination, a winding map named Bridge. In Beaky Mine, there are actually 3 maps named Bridge. 1 is very small, but has a fast zombie respawn rate. 1 is very large, symmetrical in shape, with a chasm running across the entire map, and the last one is where Luo Chen is. This map is actually quite hidden, as it is not marked on the map, with the entrance located in a corner of the mine's transfer station. Upon arriving at this winding map, Luo Chen did not continue to teleport randomly, but led Nie Xiaodai towards the farthest corner, fighting monsters while advancing. With the support of the female Taoist, Luo Chen's monster-killing speed increased again, and the consumption of potions significantly decreased. At first, Nie Xiaodai often used poison spells, but she would often just apply poison to the monsters before Luo Chen took them down, so she simply focused on providing healing. Thus, Luo Chen began to recklessly slash at 7 or 8 zombies. The drop rate here was noticeably higher. Before long, he dropped a usable ordinary warrior equipment skeleton ring, weight 1, durability 6, attack 0.3, requires attack power 30. After more than an hour, Luo Chen with Nie Xiaodai had cleared the entire map, arriving at the entrance of a cave. It was midnight. This time he gained over 1,000 experience, and from the time he logged in until now he had accumulated over 2,700 experience points, just one step away from level 23. As for Nie Xiaodia, her level had unexpectedly broken through to level 20. Luo Chen discovered that he had just equipped a Demon Slayer, a level 20 Taoist weapon, attack 611, Dao skill 12-0, accuracy 1. This Demon Slayer dropped from an electric zombie. Unfortunately, neither Luo Chen nor Nie Xiaodai had talismans. Although Nie Xiaodai had learned Soul Fire Talisman level 18, Summon Skeleton level 19, and Invisibility level 20, they could not be used yet. In Luo Chen's backpack, besides 6 bundles of Super Healing Ointment and 6 bottles of Strong Sun Water, there were also 9 books of Summon Skeleton, 5 books of Fireball, 3 books of Ghost Shield, 1 book of Flickering Light Movie, 1 book of Holy Armor Technique, as well as jewelry like Magnifying Glass Bamboo Flute and Blue Jade Necklace above level 20. Luo Chen took a moment to rest, then directly entered the cave, arriving at a connecting passage in the Poison Snake Valley mine. Just as he entered, he was confronted by a corpse king entwined with chains and 5 electric zombies. Luo Chen was startled and hurriedly ran forward. He wanted to lure the monsters away to prevent the following Nie Xiaodai from being affected by the electric zombies. After all, a level 20 Taoist only had 131 health points. After running a distance, he turned and slashed at an electric zombie, quickly drinking a bottle of Great Sun Water and a bottle of Strong Healing Ointment. Nie Xiaodai's healing spell also arrived right after. It took him half a minute to deal with these 5 electric zombies, and it seemed like they dropped a special item. At this moment, the corpse king behind had already been afflicted with red and green poison, chasing after Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen didn't have time to pick up items and decisively stepped forward, executing an attack sword technique on the corpse king. In less than 10 seconds, the corpse king fell to the ground, resulting in a big drop. Nie Xiaodai's poison was indeed fierce. Luo Chen quickly scanned and then narrowed his eyes. Ghost necklace. Finally, something good dropped. Luo Chen took a closer look and was even more delighted. It was a premium item. Ghost necklace, weight 1, A durability 89, attack 06. 1 requires level 24. Oh, but I can't wear it yet. Besides the ghost necklace, the corpse king also dropped 6 bottles of Small Sun Water, 2 bottles of Great Sun Water, a heap of gold coins, and a book of Fire Resistance Ring. He only picked up 2 bottles of Great Sun Water, while the gold coins were taken by Nie Xiaodai. Remembering that the electric zombies also dropped something, he turned to check only to find it was a random teleportation stone. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The drop rate for this is so low. He had killed 2,000 monsters, and this was the only one to drop. It's not easy. Just as he picked it up, he heard the sound of commotion from the other side of the connecting passage, indicating that there were quite a few players. He was startled, thinking that there were people here too. After some thought, he decided to teleport randomly. With his red name, it was better not to confront players. Don't test humanity, especially in games. But just then a voice called out excitedly, "Wow. Come look, there's a big red name here." And a silver-haired female. As his words fell, 11 players clad in light armor appeared in a flurry. 6 mages, 5 of whom wielded the level 15 weapon Sea Soul, while 1 held the level 20 weapon Crescent Moon, 3 Taoists, 2 brandishing half-moon blades, and 1 carrying Demon Subduer, 2 warriors, 1 armed with the level 19 weapon Ling Feng, and the other with the level 20 weapon Saber-slaying Horseblade. Luo Chen's expression turned grave. They were outmatched. He immediately attempted to use a random teleport stone, but was astonished to discover that the connecting passage prohibited its use. Trouble. Luo Chen decisively retreated, whispering to Nie Xiaodia, "Fall back to the previous map." At that moment, the opposing players gave chase, shouting, "Don't let that red name escape." I caught a glimpse of his gear. So many top-tier pieces. If just 1 drops, we'll be set. 6 bolts of lightning struck Luo Chen in succession. Fortunately, Luo Chen was on the move. Only 3 bolts truly locked onto him, but they still drained 89 health points. He promptly downed a strong healing potion and a large sun potion. Though the strong healing potion restored 90 health, further attacks were inevitable, so he added a strong sun potion, instantly boosting his health by 50 points. As expected, 2 seconds later, 2 more lightning spells struck him. Just then, Luo Chen noticed that Nie Xiaodai hadn't fled. Instead, she cast green poison on the 2 warriors at the front. Luo Chen panicked. "Miss, run. We can't win this." But Nie Xiaodai ignored him swiftly, using her poison art to coat all 11 pursuing players in green poison. Indeed, she didn't use red poison. To protect her, Luo Chen halted in front of Nie Xiaodia, chugging 3 strong healing potions and 2 large sun potions in quick succession, barely weathering the mage's lightning assault. After applying the poison, Nie Xiaodai finally turned and fled back to the previous map. Luo Chen sighed in relief, quickly following while continuing to drink potions. His magic defense was low at this stage. He couldn't withstand a concentrated barrage of lightning spells, let alone the Taoist soul fire talismans. As he passed through the cave entrance, Luo Chen saw Nie Xiaodai facing him, striking the empty ground ahead with her weapon. He instantly understood she wanted him to block the entrance. Luo Chen, who had been about to use random teleport, turned immediately and raised his Azure blade. At that moment, 2 warriors appeared before him. The level 19 warrior had 208 health, while the level 21 had 224. Luo Chen's weapon descended upon the level 20 warrior. The two warriors retaliated, and behind them emerged three Taoists. Enduring three soul fire talismans, Luo Chen relentlessly hacked the level 20 warrior down to a sliver of health. Startled, the warrior, never expecting such ferocious damage, broke away and lunged toward Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen grew anxious, but Nie Xiaodai showed no fear. She stepped forward and struck the wounded warrior with her demon subduer. With a cry, the warrior collapsed slain. This stunned everyone, including Luo Chen. Reacting swiftly, he shook off his surprise and swung at the other. The level 19 warrior fared even worse. After just 3 strikes, over 50 health vanished. The three Taoists immediately shifted focus. Kill the female Taoist first. Her poison is too vicious. One Taoist exclaimed in horror, I can't heal through it. The level 20 Nie Xiaodai remained unfazed, advancing instead of retreating, and attacked one of her foes. In that split second, Luo Chen suddenly noticed that Nie Xiaodai's name was still white. How was that possible? After all, she had actively poisoned the enemies. Even if those mages were gray-named, Luo Chen was certain the two warriors had been white-named. Yet Nie Xiaodai killed one warrior, and her name remained white. Though puzzled, he didn't hesitate for a moment, furiously hacking at the Taoist attacking Nie Xiaodai. To test his theory, Luo Chen deliberately left that Taoist at a sliver of health before turning to engage the other two Taoists. Sure enough, after Nie Xiaodai killed that Taoist, she remained white-named. Understanding dawned on Luo Chen, and he abandoned his current wounded foe to strike the last Taoist. He was now nearly certain that Nie Xiaodai's backpack was filled with potions, which was why she dared to stand and fight. The last Taoist, after taking 2 heavy hits and reduced to a mere 11 health, fled in terror. In less than 20 seconds, 5 enemies were dealt with. 3 dead, 2 fled. What puzzled Luo Chen was where were the 6 mages? He had been dreading a coordinated assault from them. Nie Xiaodai expertly collected the items dropped by the fallen enemies. Besides potions, there were 2 stacks of talismans. Without a second thought, she crossed through the cave entrance back into the connecting passage. Luo Chen startled and hurried after her. But upon entering the passage, he froze in shock. No wonder the 6 mages hadn't appeared. They were all dead here. One fallen mage was still cursing in disbelief. Why the hell doesn't that damn Taoist's poison respond to health potions? I can't heal at all. Luo Chen finally understood they had all been poisoned to death by Nie Xiaodai. Holy crap. He drew a sharp breath. That poison is definitely something else. It's too brutal. How could an ordinary Taoist's poison negate health potions? But if Nie Xiaodai's poison prevented healing, the deaths of those 6 mages made perfect sense. Luo Chen had experienced her poison. It drained 3 health points per second. In just 30 seconds, if healing was impossible, that meant 90 health lost. And even a level 22 mage only had a pitiful 86 health. The thought sent a chill down Luo Chen's spine. Still, despite being a female ghost, Nie Xiaodai was on his side. He also silently mourned for the 2 players who had fled. They were likely doomed. In other words, in this skirmish, Nie Xiaodai had poisoned 11 to death. A whole soccer team wiped out. And still Nie Xiaodai's name remained white. A female ghost who kills without... A few minutes later, a large speech bubble appeared above Nie Xiaodai's head. Poison, 21,100 talismans, 2 stacks go. Luo Chen calculated and instantly understood Nie Xiaodai's poison art consumed PK points. Each use cost 1 PK point, so killing 11 people had granted her 1100 PK points. As for talismans, she had just picked up 2 stacks. Got it, let's move. Over the next 2 maps, Luo Chen encountered several groups of players, but they exercised restraint, refraining from attacking despite his red name. Live and let live. Nie Xiaodai didn't initiate any fights, either blending in like an ordinary player. While grinding monsters, Luo Chen finally reached level 23. He promptly equipped the blue jade necklace with 22 attack, boosting his attack cap by 1 point. About an hour later, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai arrived at another new connecting passage. This map was more secluded, so it was empty. Nie Xiaodai, having summoned her mutant skeleton, was excited and took the initiative to attack a zombie. She seemed reluctant to use talismans, so she simply struck monsters with her demon subduer. Yet with her poison art and the skeleton's cooperation, her killing speed far surpassed ordinary players. Of course, just don't compare her to Luo Chen. The zombies here were densely packed, making grinding efficiency more than double. After pushing just halfway through, Luo Chen had already gained 200 experience points. Luo Chen was confident that he could complete the upgrade within half an hour. In the latter half of this connecting passage, monsters from the Centipede Cave began to appear in great numbers. Black Maggot, with 180 experience points. Bouncing Bee, with 210 experience points. Giant Worm, with 230 experience points. Centipede, with 230 experience points. And Pincer Bug, with 250 experience points. Among them, the Black Maggot, also known as the Tire, boasted extremely high movement and attack speed. In Luo Chen's memory of the early days of the legendary game, when a player's character was attacked by a monster, they would experience a knockback animation. The Black Maggot's attack knockback could keep a player character pinned down until death, making it both hated and feared by fragile mages. The bouncing bee and giant worm were unremarkable, with low health and high experience favored by mages. The centipede with 230 health, 12-17 attack, 5 magic defense, but 0 defense was a warrior's favorite. The pincer bug with 270 health, 5 defense, 7 magic defense, and an attack as high as 1528 was a headache for all classes, yet it had a high chance of dropping equipment above level 22 and was prone to yielding minor rare items. Confronted by the endless sea of insects, Luo Chen could only slay monsters one by one. Without the level 28 skill, crescent / leveling as a warrior in the early stages was excruciatingly painful. Nie Xiaodai ceased her own monster hunting and focused solely on using the poisoning technique to assist Luo Chen. Luo Chen expressed his satisfaction, yet reminded her to reserve her poisoning technique and only use it on the pincer bugs. Luo Chen had already used the mobile warehouse scroll. He stored all his skill books and a small portion of his equipment in the warehouse, then retrieved the 10 bundles of super healing potions. Killing bugs was not as satisfying as slaying zombies, and Nie Xiaodai had to heal him frequently. But after taking down a centipede, Luo Chen's mood instantly brightened. This centipede dropped a heavy armor. Because of its green color, players nicknamed it Toad Skin. After changing his gear, his current equipment was roughly as follows: a level 22 ordinary Azura blade, attack 0-20, a level 22 ordinary heavy armor, defense 47, magic defense 23, a level 14 magic helmet, defense 0-1, magic defense 11, attack 0-4, a 4 exceptional, a level 23 blue jadeite necklace, attack 22, a level 9 bangle, defense 11, attack 0-2, a 2 exceptional, a level 3 iron bangle, accuracy 2, a 1 exceptional, attack 0-4, a 4 exceptional, a level 9 ox horn ring, defense 0-1, attack 0-3, a 2 exceptional, and a skull ring requiring 30 attack 0-3. A level 23 warrior had 276 HP base, attack 59, defense 0-5, and magic defense 0-1. Luo Chen's current attack stat was 747, with a maximum damage of 51 per hit. Almost all bug monsters died in 5 hits, including the poison pincer bugs. After 5 hits, no further attention was needed, as they would die from the poison. With his current defense of 515, he could handle a few black maggots, hopping bees, or centipedes, but adding 2 pincer bugs to the mix would be too much. Thus it took him over 40 minutes to finally reach level 24. He immediately equipped the exceptional ghostly necklace, attack 0-6, boosting his maximum attack by 4 points. As for equipment drops, he obtained an Azura blade with 1 durability, which was useless aside from slower durability loss. He also got an exceptional soul battle robe, which he gave to the newly level 22 Nie Xiaodai. Soul battle robe, female, weight 15, a durability 23, defense 38, exceptional 2, magic defense 34, exceptional 1, Taoism 0-2, requires level 22. Luo Chen also picked up a backpack nearly full of level 22 accessories. As for ordinary level 22 class armors and standard weapons, he discarded them after picking them up. Nie Xiaodai did the same. Aside from collecting gold coins and potions, she only kept equipment that boosted magic. For instance, she refused to wear the exceptional Phoenix Pearl necklace, Taoism 13A, and insisted on an ordinary white tiger Fong necklace, Taoism 10, magic dodge 20. She also refused a level 20 Taoist bangle, Taoism 01I, and insisted on an ordinary magic bangle, defense 01, magic defense 12. Luo Chen sighed inwardly. Alright, I understand you can't die, but this is a bit too paranoid. After reaching level 24, Luo Chen quickly took stock of the situation. Calculating based on 180 experience points per insect with Nie Xiaodai present 80 of normal experience, he needed to kill over 2200 monsters. That would take at least another 3 hours. However, it was now 3:30 a.m. and time was abundant. He glanced at the distant map behind him, which had fully respawned, and felt composed. There was enough time and enough monsters. He continued fighting monsters. With a man and a woman working together, the work was effortless. Although he knew Nie Xiaodai was a female ghost, her beauty was irresistible. After half a day's cooperation, Luo Chen couldn't help but perceive her as a beautiful woman who was not very good at typing. Thus his mood was now quite cheerful. Nie Xiaodai, however, seemed to value this game even more. Not only did she occasionally lure away the pincer bugs attacking him, but she also healed him from time to time, more considerate than a real player. This connecting passage map, located deep in the Poison Snake Valley mine, was undisturbed because most players arrive there exhausted and out of supplies. And don't expect a wealthy player to make it here with a magic bloodstone. It only restored 1 health point per second, not even as useful as a small vial of Jinchuang medicine. Unless, like Luo Chen now, it was used as a supplementary health pack. So this item worth 100 yuan felt to Luo Chen like nothing more than a trick to squeeze a bit of pocket money from rich players. After about another hour, Luo Chen finally glimpsed the end of this connecting passage map. The monsters were so packed they could barely move. What a thrill. If he were a mage with a firewall skill, it would have been even more exhilarating. Thinking of this, Luo Chen suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Maybe choosing a mage initially wasn't a bad idea. But then he thought again. Mages had thin skin, were fragile, prone to dying, and had no advantage in boss fights. A heap of drawbacks. Well, that settled it. 20 minutes later, Luo Chen finally saw the end of the map, about to enter the first floor east of the dungeon, the Centipede Cave, or Bug Cave, officially named the dungeon. But his heart sank. Damn, why were there 4 arrow guards? In his memory, weren't there supposed to be 2? This made him anxious. He wondered if he could withstand them while chugging large. As he pondered and fought monsters, he suddenly noticed his health dropping rapidly. Luo Chen was startled and quickly downed 2 potions only, then realizing among the swarm of monsters before him, there was a green, oily caterpillar identical to a giant worm with a strange name above its head, mutant slime. And it had 1500 health. Holy crap, why would a big boss spawn here? Luo Chen struck it again and found that with his current attack power of 56 per hit, he only dealt 11 damage to the mutant slime. Luo Chen was stunned. Damn, this boss had a defense of 45. Just then, Ye Xiaodia, who had finished collecting potions and gold coins, spotted this boss and grew extremely excited, quickly casting 2 red and green poisons on it. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Based on Ye Xiaodia's fierce green poison damage calculation, this mutant slime would be dead in less than 10 minutes. So he swiftly cleared the surrounding small monsters, giving Ye Xiaodia ample room to roam. But Ye Xiaodia was puzzled why Luo Chen wasn't attacking, so she made a slashing motion. Luo Chen could only force a bitter smile and step forward to attack. 1 slash later, he was astonished to find the monster had lost 21 health this time. That meant Ye Xiaodia's red poison was just as potent as her green poison. It reduced defense by 10 points. After being struck twice by Luo Chen, the mutant slime's hatred shifted, raising half its body like a cobra to attack. In just 2 hits, Luo Chen's health dropped by nearly 100. After 2 more slashes, he quickly retreated. Then Ye Xiaodia realized why Luo Chen wasn't attacking and cast 2 healing spells on him, as if to apologize. After Luo Chen's health was fully restored, he continued to slash a few times. When the poison on the monster faded, Ye Xiaodia reapplied it. After 7 or 8 minutes like this, the mutant slime let out a mournful cry and crashed to the ground. As expected of a special boss, it dropped a 9x9 explosion of items. This was the most loot Luo Chen had seen in 2 days. Ye Xiaodia still hopped over to pick up the gold coins first. There were 4 large piles and 3 small piles of strong sun water, 8 bottles of various other potions, 6 bottles, a charm ring, a skeleton ring, a gold bracelet, and a magnifying glass, 1 each, a war god armor, and a demon long robe, 1 each, and a hellfire 1. Luo Chen was truly thrilled. This time, a high-level weapon. He hurried forward to pick it up and found that while its stats were ordinary, it was still a high-tier item. Hellfire, weight 60, durability 28, attack 0, 25, requires level 26. This weapon was a milestone for warriors. Wielding a hellfire made one a tall, rich, and handsome man. After celebrating for a while, he looked at the other items on the ground, the war god armor, which he could also use. Luo Chen stood over it, but found his backpack was too heavy. He had to drop a bundle of super Jinshuang medicine before successfully picking it up. When he saw this oil green war god armor, his eyes nearly popped out, and his heart pounded wildly. He never expected this to be far more valuable than the hellfire. War god armor, male, weight 40, durability 38, 39, defense 5, 10, ultimate 1, magic defense 35, attack 0, 4, ultimate 4, requires attack power 46. Luo Chen was ecstatic with this, who needed the heavenly demon armor. The level 40 warrior armor, attack 12. He decisively put it on, and the system immediately prompted, your equipment weight is insufficient. Luo Chen slapped his forehead. He was now a level 24 warrior with a carrying weight of only 44. This armor required at least level 26 to barely wear. He had completely forgotten. Having secured the infernal and war god armor, Luo Chen was brimming with pride. As long as he broke through to level 26, he would soar to new heights. With every strike delivering a fatal blow, no boss would pose a challenge. After a brief daydream, Luo Chen suddenly noticed that Ye Xiaodia, having finished collecting the items on the ground, had come over and dropped a skeleton ring beside him. She then mimed a few swings at the ground, prompting him to pick it up. Luo Chen was puzzled. Miss, don't you realize that the horn ring I'm wearing, with defense 01 and attack 03, is a premium item far better than the one you've tossed aside? But upon picking it up, he instantly realized he had misjudged Ye Xiaodia. This was astonishingly a superior piece with attack 05 premium 2. Without a second word, Luo Chen swapped out his ordinary skeleton ring and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the beauty. With this change, his maximum attack per strike now reached 58. Ordinary bugs could be felled in 4 strikes, greatly enhancing his monster-slaying efficiency. His new goal was set: he must reach level 26 today. With this in mind, he abandoned the idea of heading to the Centipede Cave and turned back toward the zombie cave to slay monsters. When he once again reached the area teeming with bugs and zombies, his level finally broke through the level 25 barrier. Luo Chen could barely contain his eagerness as he learned slashing sword technique. His basic attack as a level 25 warrior became 610, with a maximum strike damage of 59. In the connecting passage near the zombie cave, the respawn monsters were mostly zombies. Undeterred, Luo Chen lured a horde and swiftly dispatched them. 3 strikes per kill made the slaying experience incredibly satisfying. Moreover, the outermost zombies were also hit by the slashing sword technique positional strike, slightly boosting efficiency. Seeing this, Nie Xiaodai took the initiative to lure monsters. Whenever Luo Chen stood firm to fight, she would go out, gather a crowd, run to his side, and then cast stealth. Soon the ground was littered with dropped gold coins, potions, skill books, and equipment below level 20. Luo Chen no longer bothered to pick up equipment, only keeping an eye out for the summoned skeleton skill book. Yet Nie Xiaodai continued to inspect every drop, finding endless joy in it. Thus the pair quickly cleared the zombies and turned back to continue. More monsters respawned soon after. In the new era of Tianqi, the respawn rate was remarkably fast. Under normal circumstances, this connecting passage map could sustain dozens of players. But now Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai were able to conquer it alone. The reason was simple: their overwhelming strength. After clearing the area near the 4 arrow guards again, Luo Chen's backpack was full. Aside from an infernal and a war god armor, it was packed entirely with skill books. During this time, after slaying countless monsters, a premium piece of equipment finally dropped that Luo Chen could use, and it was a surprise from Nie Xiaodai. Coral ring, weight 1, durability 57, attack 05, premium 1, required level 25. If not for Nie Xiaodai's persistent item checking, Luo Chen might have missed it. Well, that was impossible. It was precisely because she was collecting that Luo Chen felt at ease. In his heart, this beautiful female ghost had now ascended to the status of a guardian angel. Just then, near the coordinates where they had previously slain the mutant slime, the boss respawned. Without hesitation, Nie Xiaodai cast her poison first. This time Luo Chen had no reason to be frustrated. He calculated his position and began showcasing his newly leveled slashing sword technique, now at level 1. As a warrior's trump card, the slashing sword technique dealt bonus damage and ignored defenses. Level 1 inflicted 60 damage on the target in the adjacent position, level 2 80, and level 3 100. Level 1 slashing ignored 60 of the adjacent target's defense, level 2 80, and level 3 100. With his level 1 slashing, Luo Chen could now deal a solid 23 damage per strike to the mutant slime. Of course, if he attacked directly, his 62 attack power minus the slime's 35 defense would yield 27 damage. But with the slashing sword technique and nimble footwork, the monster couldn't hit him, so he took no damage. As a warrior, did he want burst damage or sustainability? Thus, the 1500 HP mutant slime under the combined assault of Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai didn't last even a minute before collapsing. The only downside was that there was no massive loot explosion. But moments later, Nie Xiaodai brought him another surprise. Death gloves, weight 2, durability 78, defense 0, 2, premium 2, attack 13, premium 1, required level 22. This piece of equipment was quite impressive, so Luo Chen immediately swapped out his premium bracers. In his memory, gold bracers, death gloves, black jade bracers, and sturdy gloves were the most likely to yield premium stats. Donning the death gloves, Luo Chen sighed. If only all the premium stats were on attack. After swapping gear, they continued grinding. They fought until 8:40 in the morning, when Luo Chen finally reached level 26. What an achievement! Luo Chen was moved by his own progress. Only 2 days since the server launch, and he was already level 26. As a warrior, who could match that? He glanced at the player level ranking list and saw that the first place was still Rookie God at level 26, but the second place was a red-named warrior named Nightly Revelry, level 24. Third was Riverside Immortal Smiling Marshal, a level 24 mage. Fourth was a female mage named Burning Red Cliffs to Snatch Lord Zhou, also level 24. Fifth was the Taoist Killing You, is also gentle, likewise level 24. He was far ahead. Then he casually scrolled down and suddenly spotted a name that made his eyes freeze. Rookie God Ghost Nie Xiaodai, Taoist, current level 23, A rank 23. Luo Chen felt a pang of panic. What the hell is this? How should I parse this name? I clearly remember seeing just Nie Xiaodai on the login screen. Now she was saddled with a husband's surname? But why was there a ghost character in the middle? It was a bit eerie. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Chen closed the ranking list and stealthily opened the female Taoist equipment panel for a quick scan. His heart sank. Damn. She was wearing 2 level 23 gold bracers, and both were premium. Gold bracer, weight 1, durability 88, defense 02, premium 2, magic defense 23, attack 01, required level 23. Gold bracer, weight 1, durability 79, magic defense 25, premium 2, attack 01, required level 23. So was this Rookie God Ghost Nie Xiaodai truly the silver-haired female Taoist before him? Luo Chen took a few deep breaths, but his heart still shuddered. Is this the consequence of binding with me? A ghost clinging to him. A ghost pressing down on him. Well, the pressing part might not be unacceptable. After a brief flight of fancy, Luo Chen finally recovered from the shock and began to change his equipment. He grabbed the infernal. As for the war god armor, damn, his carrying capacity wasn't enough. He still could. His current equipment was infernal, weight 60, durability 1928, attack 0, 25, required level 26, ordinary heavy armor, Magic Helmet weight 4, durability 711, defense 0-1, magic defense 11, attack 0-4, premium 4, required level 14. Ghost necklace weight 1, durability 69, attack 0-6. 1, required level 24. Death gloves weight 2, durability 68, defense 0-2, premium 2, attack 13, premium 1, required level 22. Iron bracer weight 1, durability 47, accuracy 2, premium 1, attack 0-4, premium 4, required level 3. Coral ring weight 1, durability 37, attack 0-5, premium 1, required level 25. Skeleton ring weight 1, durability 6, attack 0-5, premium 2, required attack 30. Excluding the weapon and armor, his total equipment weight was 10-0 at level 26. His carrying capacity was 49. The War God armor weighed 40, exceeding his carrying capacity by 1 point. Now he understood why the magic helmet was both loved and hated. After much deliberation, Luo Chen removed the death gloves and finally put on the War God armor. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, a high-level warrior. Who can compete? After all the commotion, the time had come to 9 in the morning. The entire connecting passage where Luo Chen was located was instantly swarming with monsters, all of them imbued with the nightfall buff. Having fought continuously through the night, Luo Chen was now mentally exhausted. After consulting with Nie Xiaodai, he now with a white name directly used a city return stone. Nie Xiaodai did not follow and seemed to have logged off directly. Now the entire beachy city was a sea of people, packed and impassable. Luo Chen felt somewhat frustrated but had no choice. This situation would only change after 5 days when all the beginner zones merged, creating a super main city where every area was a safe zone. Only then could players within the main city move freely without collision detection. He had to endure for now. He once again teleported to the bookstore via the beachy veteran, only to be startled by the several hundred people inside. Could it be that everyone had taken such a liking to reading? Although the bookstore's space rivaled that of a massive library, it was still impossible to squeeze through with so many people. Standing inside the bookstore, Luo Chen sent a private message to all rivers flow to the sea. Fatty Jean, I'm back in the city. Where's a convenient place to meet for the trade? Fatty Jean directly replied with Joyful Inn. Wasn't Joyful Inn in Mengzhong province? Had they opened a branch in Bichi? Nevertheless, he returned to the city, found the veteran, and teleported to the first floor of Joyful Inn. Oh, he remembered wrong. This was indeed the Bichi warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Luo Chen immediately understood why Fatty Jean had chosen this place. The entire first floor of Joyful Inn had no collision detection. This meant that no matter how many people crowded in, there would be no issue. Right there, he received an invitation. Player, all rivers flow to the sea. Fatty Jean invites you to warehouse room 0222. Do you accept? Oh, so this feature existed. Luo Chen selected accept and moments later appeared in a private room. Before him, Fatty Jean smiled and traded a teleportation stone, then said, from now on, brother, after you return to the city, use this item to come directly to room 0222. This is also one of our studio's regular bases. Though unaware of the room's rental cost, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh how wonderful it was to be wealthy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Chen found the warehouse keeper No. 0222 in the room and began retrieving items. Fatty Jean seized the opportunity to brief him on the market trends for hot-selling items. First, skill books like Poison Spell, Thunderbolt, Soulfire Talisman, and Slaying Sword Technique were no longer being purchased by the guilds. The drop rate for these in the zombie cave was too high, and players were even selling them in the bookstore. However, Temptation of Light and Repelling Fire Ring had seen their prices soar due to low drop rates, now skyrocketing to 3 gold coins each. Luo Chen understood. He had noticed yesterday that the drop rate for Poison Spell and Thunderbolt was almost on par with the basic level 7 skills. Of course, this was a deliberate move by Tianqi New Century to rapidly boost player strength. When Fatty Jean saw Luo Chen pull out 40 copies of Summon Skeleton for the trade, he couldn't help but be shocked. Brother, you're incredible. Among skill books below level 20, this is the only one still valuable, and it's still 5 gold each. Then he asked hesitantly, do you have any skill books above level 24? Regular zombies barely drop them, and the market prices are absolutely insane. Luo Chen paused and thought back carefully. Indeed, he had slain tens of thousands of zombies, but had seen very few skill books above level 24. The Magic Shield, Imprisonment Curse, Hell's Lightning, and Half Moon Blade he had obtained previously were all dropped by in the first 2 days after the server launch. Wild Corpse Kings could still be hunted, and that period would see the most volatile prices. Once the drop rates were roughly understood, prices would stabilize. From today onward, the fight for Corpse Kings would be brutal. Should he find a way to make another run on the Corpse King lair? By the way, did you sell Magic Shield and Hell's Lightning? How much did you make? Luo Chen asked casually. Fatty Jean hesitated slightly, but generously replied. Thanks to you, I bought a batch at high prices from colleagues and sold them all today. The final prices were 800 credit coins for Magic Shield, 500 credit coins for Hell's Lightning, and even Firewall sold for 1 million gold coins each. Then he sighed helplessly. I never expected to sell too early. Prices are rising again. Luo Chen was speechless. He had been too conservative with his sales yesterday, but there was no helping it. In his original memories, only the price of Summon Holy Beast was clear, the prices of other skill books were unknown. Thinking of Summon Holy Beast, Luo Chen felt a pang of frustration. If he hadn't been hunted down, he would likely have obtained one. 35 million gold coins. 35 million gold coins was only 700 yuan. He had bought a damn iron bracelet for 168,000 credit coins. But he had sold a sturdy glove for 35,000. Moreover, the exceptional war god armor he had obtained today was beyond what gold coins could measure. Even the Inferno blade he now had, if he wanted to sell it, would fetch at least the price of a small car, a fully equipped one at that. With this thought, Luo Chen felt a sense of balance. After trading the 40 summon skeleton books, deducting the previous mobile warehouse scroll cost of 2,000, Luo Chen received 1.8 million gold coins. Then he took out the remaining skill books, 5 Great Fireballs, level 19, 3 Spirit Shields, level 22, 1 Assassination Sword Technique, level 25, 1 Lightning Strike, level 26, and 1 Holy Armor, level 26. Fatty Jean's expression was rather complex. He hesitated and said, "Brother, do you have any more skill books? Could you take them all out at once?" Luo Chen replied bluntly, "I only have 1 Half Moon Blade left." Fatty Jean was ecstatic. "Brother, boss rookie, will you sell Half Moon Blade? 30 million. You name the price." Luo Chen retorted irritably, "If I sell it to you, what will I use? Just give me a valuation." Fatty Jean reluctantly shifted back into professional mode. Great Fireball is a store item now. Spirit Shield is 1,000, each Assassination Sword Technique is 5,000, Lightning Strike is 1 million, and Holy Armor is 1.5 million. Luo Chen obtained 3 million gold coins. After the skill book trade, Luo Chen laid out all his equipment, ordinary magnifying glasses, bamboo flutes, blue jadeite necklaces, skeleton rings, etc. A level 22 Azura blade with 1 strength, 1 demon robe each for male and female, a level 9 large bangle with defense 11 and attack 02 exceptional 2, a level 9 horn ring with defense 01 and attack 03 exceptional 2, and a level 18 sturdy glove with defense 02 and attack 01 exceptional 1. This time Fatty Jean didn't quote a price directly. Instead, he hesitated but spoke very politely, "Brother Bird." "What Brother Bird? Call me Uncle Bird." Luo Chen interrupted without ceremony. Fatty Jean quickly changed his tune. "All right, Uncle Bird. Evaluating these items will take a bit of time. Is there any equipment you want? You can also browse our inventory." Luo Chen accepted Fatty Jean's invitation and quickly browsed through an auction-like interface. It was impressive. Even though it was only the second day since the server launch, they had already set this up with reference prices. They were quite professional. After scrolling for a while, Luo Chen suddenly stopped. "These deerhide boots and deerhide belt 5,000 total, right? He'll take them." 5,000 gold coins was equivalent to 1,000 yuan in cash. Damn, that was more expensive than the leather shoes he bought in real life. But there was no choice. These 2 items increased carrying capacity, and he needed to make up for that deficiency. Fatty Jean had also finished evaluating the equipment Luo Chen was selling. Attack 2 large bangle, 5,000 attack, 3 horn ring, 3,000 attack, 1 sturdy glove, 3,000 demon robe, 3,000. The package deal is 2.6 million. And he'll throw in a mobile warehouse scroll for free. Luo Chen didn't haggle. The attack 2 large bangle was worth that much. If it were attack 3, the price would be 10 times higher. For attack 4, it would be 20 times that again. In total, he earned 7.2 million gold coins from this trip. Just as he was about to log off, Fatty Jean spoke again. "Uncle Bird, about that fake crystal you asked me to keep an eye on. A player wants to sell it." Luo Chen paused, then asked, "What's the price?" The plump man appeared calm on the surface. "The other party is asking for 9,000 credit coins." Luo Chen felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He knew this price was acceptable, but unfortunately, he truly had no money. It seems that finding a bargain is too difficult. However, he still made a suggestion. "Plump man, if you trust Bird, Uncle, just go for it. If it turns out to be a loss, it's on me." The plump man grimaced a bit. "I've quietly inquired, and among peers there's no information regarding the fake crystal. Our studio is only of medium to lower scale, and we are a few partners. A large amount of funds has already been invested in the past 2 days, and if a decision goes wrong..." Luo Chen didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer and directly stood up to take his leave. Jean Duo was shocked, realizing that the player who looked somewhat like a thug had objections towards him, and he suddenly gritted his teeth. "Bird, Uncle, I believe in you." Luo Chen was rather surprised. "You really believe in me?" Jean Duo laughed. "It's only been 2 days since the game opened, and am ranked first on the player level leaderboard, fully equipped with top-tier gear. Your ID is worth me taking a gamble." Then he mischievously blinked. "With your strength, getting another half-moon curved blade shouldn't be difficult, right? You're really not planning to sell it?" Luo Chen decisively logged off. "They'll sell it to you once I get the next one." After taking off the helmet, Luo Chen stretched widely. It feels like my whole body is no longer in pain. This 1 point of constitution is truly impressive. He began to consider whether he should go all out to earn money. Just then Luo Chen suddenly felt a bit congested in his nose, and his throat was tight. He wiped his nose, and found it was actually dried blood. How did I get a nosebleed? After using the restroom, and freshening up, he returned to the living room sofa, and picked up the game helmet. Is this thing too heated? After hesitating for a moment, he put the helmet back on, and accessed the login screen. Next to his level 26 warrior character, a level 23 female Taoist character suddenly appeared. The god of newbies ghost Nye Xiaodai, it's her. Luo Chen took off the helmet, sat on the sofa in deep thought. How could the previous tenant, who clearly died by suicide, appear in my helmet? That's silk lingerie. I was too careless. Charging the helmet, he took out his phone. Damn. Over 99 missed calls. Had aliens invaded Earth? Or was there a world war? He opened the call log and found that among all the missed calls, apart from 2 from the landlady and 1 from his childhood friend Lu Xiang, all the others were from unknown numbers. Moreover, they were all from unfamiliar numbers from all over the place. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Luo Chen looked at the unknown caller and hesitated before answering. Who is it? To his surprise, the person on the other end was quite angry. Scum, why don't you go die? Before Luo Chen could react, the caller hung up decisively. Luo Chen was dumbfounded. After thinking for a moment, he found Lu Xiang's number and called, Lao Lu, did you call me this morning? On the other end, there was a chaotic background noise as if in a restaurant. After a dozen seconds, he finally heard Lu Xiang's urgent voice in a low tone. Lao Luo. You need to give me an explanation. Did you cause Lu Ru's deaths? Luo Chen's head nearly exploded as if struck by lightning. Lu Ru. She died. Yes. The short video from Binhai City is spreading everywhere. A female student from Binhai University jumped off a building at midnight, leaving a suicide note, saying her boyfriend Luo Chen harmed her, and the phone number is yours. Luo Chen immediately felt cold all over. Damn, wasn't it just 2 calls yesterday? A lickspittle would stop if the goddess died. Yes, Lu Ru was that girl who called yesterday. After a moment of panic, Luo Chen finally calmed down. Actually, it shouldn't be a big problem. According to what Lu Xiang said, the girl jumped off the building late last night. If the police really suspected him, he should already be having tea with Uncle Hat. Thinking of this, he dialed the landlady's number. Auntie, I just saw that you called me. I was playing a game, and just the landlady's end was filled with the sounds of mahjong, which reassured Luo Chen. Xiao Luo, it's fine now. Yesterday around midnight, our neighborhood's police officer Oldly brought 2 people to find you. I tried to call you, but you didn't answer, so I opened your door with a spare key and found you lying on the sofa playing that hot game. Luo Chen was puzzled. Didn't you wake me up? We did. We shouted for a long time, but got no response. If it weren't for the fact that your heartbeat was normal, I would have thought. Later, it was Old Lee and those 2 who called some support department from the logistics unit, and they said that indeed some players couldn't be awakened directly via the game helmet or it would harm the brain. They needed to contact some Panlong company to discuss it. In any case, Old Lee took the 2 away, and everything was fine. Enough of that. Auntie is playing cards, a clean win, hula. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chen pondered for a while, before finally giving a bitter smile. Damn. Does this count as an alibi? Then he touched his nose, realizing, is my nosebleed caused by Officer Lee and the relevant authorities? Damn. Luckily, I listened to Nye Xiaodai yesterday and returned to 404, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Wait, about Lu Ru. It shouldn't be the case. Nye Xiaodai was with me playing games yesterday. Moreover, Lu Ru couldn't possibly commit suicide because of me. According to the original owner's memories, she couldn't possibly commit suicide. But now not only is she dead, but the news is spreading wildly, and she even left my name and number. Just then the phone rang again. Luo Chen was speechless, thinking he might need to change his phone number. Hello, who is it? This originally prepared for a scolding, Luo Chen suddenly heard a deep male voice on the other end, seemingly doing some vigorous exercise. Luo Chen, I know your secret. At noon at the west gate of Sakura Park. Damn. Luo Chen was instantly alarmed. What is this? What the hell is going on? Which secret do you know? Calm down. How should one generally handle such a situation? In movies, the protagonist usually charges in alone and something inexplicable happens. Or they feel anxious being plotted against. Or act as if nothing has happened, and then something goes wrong. Oh well, then it's easy to deal with. Luo Chen directly dialed a number. I'm calling the police. An hour later, Officer Lee brought Luo Chen out of the precinct. Officer Lee patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, somewhat sighing. Young man, anyone who encounters such a thing would feel helpless. However, the Binhai criminal police team has thoroughly investigated, and you have been completely ruled out as a suspect. As for what you said about Sakura Park, it should be a prank, don't worry about it. Additionally, don't be so trusting of others in the future. You're so poor you had to move into 404 Psi. Luo Chen was speechless, but felt a bit moved. No, Oldly, don't you know that helmet is worth 100? Legal, let's have lunch together at noon, my treat. Officer Lee was taken aback, then realized. Alright, what do you want to eat? That Zhang Jis big plate chicken downstairs is pretty good, 58 for a big bowl, and comes with 2 servings of noodles. After a satisfying meal, Officer Li secretly went to pay, only to be told by the boss of Zhang Jia's Big Plate Chicken that the young man had already settled the bill. Officer Li was astonished. This kid really treated me to a meal. Then he laughed heartily. It seems he doesn't have any mental issues. After eating, saying goodbye to Officer Li, Luo Chen walked into a nearby telecommunications business hall. Nowadays, physical stores are becoming increasingly rare. Half an hour later, after binding his new phone number to his bank card and other information, he crushed the original card. He notified the landlady and Lu Xiang on WeChat, then left it at that. The original owner's circle was small, and there were no relatives back home. Even if he went missing for 3 months, few would ask about it. Back in 404, his phone rang. Luo Chen was puzzled. Lao Lu should be busy at this time, is the landlady. But looking at the unknown number on the phone screen, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. Who could it be? Just as he hesitated whether to answer, an unknown message suddenly lit up on the screen. Luo Chen immediately opened it, and it simply said 3 words: don't answer. Luo Chen held his phone, staring blankly at the unfamiliar number that had timed out. After a few minutes of days, an unknown message appeared again. Luo Chen's spirit jolted, and he hurriedly checked. This time it was surprisingly a long sentence: stay in. 404. Online. Bring the talisman to the Viper Valley. Into the corpse palace. Although still somewhat fragmented, Luo Chen understood immediately this was Nie Xiaodai inviting him into the game. He glanced at the time, 1 p.m. Normally, he would take a nap now to recharge, but Luo Chen found himself not feeling sleepy. It would be odd to fall asleep. After using the restroom and getting ready briefly, he put on the game helmet. He initially thought about locking the door, but reconsidered it wasn't necessary. As long as he didn't leave the room, he should be safe. Upon entering the game, the safe zone in Bitch City was still crowded, as noisy as a train station during the Spring Festival. After quickly repairing his equipment, the torch could be repaired as well. Luo Chen bought 6 bundles of super healing medicine, 4 bundles of protective talismans, 10 random teleportation scrolls, and 2 torches. Then through the veteran in Bitch City, he was directly teleported to Viper Valley. In the game's night, there were very few players in the wilderness, so Luo Chen smoothly passed through the checkpoint and teleported randomly. After more than half an hour, Luo Chen traversed through Bitch City's abandoned mine layer 1, the zombie cave in Viper Valley, the eastern part of the abandoned mine area, A1 mine area, A2, the abandoned stone mine, the transfer station, and the central mine area, B1. Luo Chen found himself incredibly lucky, having arrived at the B2 layer map of the central mine area in Viper Valley, just as he had 2 bundles of random teleportation scrolls left. Without any players obstructing him or monsters attacking, it was quite smooth. The B2 layer map of the central mine area in Viper Valley was very spacious, but there were actually 5 coordinates that could lead to the Corpse King's palace. According to his recollection, he randomly flew a few times and found a corner. Now in front of him were zombies. Under the influence of the night buff, their health was 310 points, and their attack speed, movement speed, attack power, and defense were all doubled. Luo Chen simply couldn't withstand the onslaught. So like a survivor in a zombie movie, he quickly ran a circle in a corner with a large group of zombies trailing behind him. Many monk zombies emerged from the ground. Luo Chen quickly found the target hole, the pit, where one of the monk zombies had emerged. Calculating the angle and route, Luo Chen successfully fell into the pit, officially entering the Corpse King's palace in Viper Valley. Originally prepared for a random fly, Luo Chen discovered that there were no monsters at his landing spot. In one corner of the Corpse King's palace, dozens of Corpse Kings were gathered. Luo Chen quickly looked around and noticed a corner in the darkness where the sound of healing spells rang out. He immediately ran over, and sure enough, it was the silver-haired female Taoist Nie Xiaodai. Haven't you logged off at all? Luo Chen asked while dropping 4 bundles of protective talismans, a bundle of random teleportation scrolls, and 2 torches. Nie Xiaodai immediately picked up the items on the ground, clearly excited, as she circled around Luo Chen a few times before coming to a halt. Luo Chen was very patient. He knew Nie Xiaodai was typing with her toes. After a while, a big bubble popped up. I simultaneously exist in both the room and the game. You are in 404. Safe this time. It was very clear. Luo Chen instantly understood. No wonder Nie Xiaodai stopped him from moving. What was so special about room 404 in building 4? Is it a safe zone in reality? What happened to Lu Ru's death? Who was the person that asked me to go to Sakura Park at noon, and the one who just called me? Although Luo Chen did not expect Nie Xiaodai to answer these questions, he couldn't help but ask. This time it took longer, and after several minutes, a bubble finally appeared. The darkness. Apostle. Not to worry about them for now. Elevation is urgent. You are lucky. 10. The night. Drop rate. 10 times. Luo Chen gradually got used to Nie Xiaodai's way of speaking and quickly deduced from her words, are you saying that everything behind this is caused by some dark apostles, but we should focus on strengthening our power first? Nie Xiaodai gave a nod indicating affirmation. Luo Chen immediately felt a sense of relief, then took a deep breath and nervously continued asking, I do have the lucky 10 attribute, which means that during the game's night the monster drop rate is increased tenfold. In fact, given their cooperation throughout the night before, it was quite normal for her to notice his lucky talent. Nie Xiaodai nodded again, then circled around Luo Chen. Luo Chen was overjoyed. The lucky 10 attribute indeed, as he expected, had other effects. So with excitement in his heart, Luo Chen eagerly asked Nie Xiaodai, "What else is special about the lucky 10? Nie Xiaodai became still again. Luo Chen looked at the silver-haired, purple-eyed female Taoist, and thought to himself, can't you just nod, or shake your head? But he had already noticed that Nie Xiaodai's game character had almost no micro-expressions. If it was someone encountering her for the first time, she would seem as cold and unapproachable as an iceberg. Another bubble floated up, not obvious. Weapon enhancement. Premium bonuses. Dungeons. Reality. After saying this, Nie Xiaodai seemed a bit annoyed and ran off into the distance. Moments later, she led a corpse. Only then did Luo Chen see clearly that in the corner where Nie Xiaodai had been earlier, there were indeed many monsters lying on the ground, poisoned with green toxins. So she had been grinding monsters here. But upon reflection, it made sense. Nie Xiaodai could use stealth, and her poison remained lethal against the corpse kings with doubled health. 1,000 health points would be depleted in less than 6 minutes. It seemed she had already killed quite a number of corpse kings. Luo Chen stepped forward and began to stab at the corpse king with his knife. The space was ample, making for an excellent monster fighting experience. After putting on the deerskin boots and waist belt, Luo Chen put on the death god gloves again, and his attack power was now completely incomparable. By the way, the 2 pieces of equipment he purchased for 500 gold coins were not dropped by monsters, but obtained through quests. Deerskin boots, weight 1, a durability 66, a defense 02, carrying capacity 4, required level 22. The quest was issued by the clothing store owner in Bitch City. Players provide a complete deer skin and a piece of deer antler to exchange. Deerskin waist belt, weight 1, a durability 66, carrying capacity 2, required level 22. Removing its base, it adds 1 point to carrying capacity. The quest was similarly issued by the clothing store owner, but only required a piece of damaged deer skin, which could be obtained with a small probability from a deer corpse in the Apocalypse New Century. Now Luo Chen's equipment roughly included a 26-level Inferno attack 025, a War God armor requiring attack power 46, defense 510 premium 1 magic resistance 35, attack 04 premium 4, a 14-level magic helmet defense 01 magic resistance 11, attack 04 premium 4, a 24-level Phantom Necklace attack 06, 1. A 22-level Death God Gloves defense 02, premium 2 attack 13 premium 1. A 3-level Iron Bracelet accuracy 2 premium 1 attack 04 premium 4. A 25-level Coral Ring attack 05 premium 1. A Skeleton Ring requiring attack power 30, attack 05 premium 2. A 22-level Deerskin Boots defense 02, carrying capacity 4. A 22-level Deerskin Waist Belt carrying capacity 2. Currently, Luo Chen was at level 26 with 334 health points base attack, 610 a defense 05, magic resistance 01. His panel attack was now 666, with each knife hitting a maximum value of 72 times. Thus, even with all attributes doubled, the corpse kings quickly met their demise under his moving stabs. Moving stabs, an essential skill for advanced warriors. As long as there is enough space to maneuver, a warrior can challenge any close-range boss with moving stabs. After 23 stabs, the corpse king fell, dropping several potions, a pile of gold coins, and a level 28 skill book for Taoist magic binding spell. Not bad. Nie Xiaodai continued to lure monsters. The second corpse king dropped 2 ordinary accessories, several potions, and a pile of gold coins. The third dropped a soul fire talisman. The fourth dropped an attack killing sword technique, summoning skeletons. It wasn't until the fifth corpse king that a valuable special item dropped, restoration divine water, 1010. Luo Chen immediately picked it up. This item sells for 1,000 credit coins in the rich merchant's shop, similar to the magic bloodstone, but among players it is still highly sought after easily selling for 500 coins. Just then Nie Xiaodai ran over and started attacking him with the Demon Slayer knife. Luo Chen suddenly realized and quickly dropped the restoration divine water. He had almost forgotten how much she needed it. Nie Xiaodai picked up the item and cast 2 healing spells on Luo Chen, expressing her happiness. Fine. Now there were about 20 monsters left in the Corpse King's palace. As Luo Chen killed the 10th Corpse King, he finally saw something he had long awaited, the Destiny Crystal. He was so excited that he almost screamed, for it was a treasure worth 9,000 credit coins. He immediately picked it up. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai, who was originally planning to lure monsters, ran over, circling around him, and then dropped an item on the ground. Luo Chen focused his gaze and was stunned. Destiny Crystal Constitution. He picked it up almost at the speed of light, his heart racing. Then Luo Chen trembled and said to Nie Xiaodai, "Beauty, you can't just throw this on the ground. What if it disappears, gets snatched, or the server restarts and I get disconnected? What then?" Nie Xiaodai slashed him with a knife and then stood still. Luo Chen patiently waited. After a minute, a bubble popped up. Crystal, many types, ghost, give me. What? Luo Chen wondered if there were many types of Destiny crystals. After recalling, he suddenly realized the one he used last time was Constitution 1. Thus, he tapped on the one that had just dropped in his bag, and sure enough, a new system prompt appeared: Destiny Crystal Spirit discovered. This time, Luo Chen completely understood. No wonder it's called Destiny Crystal. It's like opening a blind box for attribute points. Spirit Crystal, that's what Nie Xiaodai needs, right? He initiated a trade with her. Unexpectedly, after a glance, Nie Xiaodai rejected the trade and slashed Luo Chen twice. Luo Chen furrowed his brow and speculated, "You don't need this, so you want me to use it?" Nie Xiaodai slashed once, signaling that he was correct. "Alright then, I won't hold back." Luo Chen decisively used the 2 Destiny Crystals. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Luo Chen felt exhilarated, even more so than that indescribable feeling. This would definitely reflect in reality. Luo Chen was greatly energized, urging Nie Xiaodai to continue. There were still 10 Corpse Kings left. Let's see another one. Luo Chen was now extremely satisfied with his luck. However, after killing another 5 Corpse Kings, he did not drop the expected Destiny Crystal, but instead a high-level skill book, Half Moon Scythe. Luo Chen was a bit dissatisfied, but then he thought to himself that he must have gotten too greedy. This was also a super valuable item worth several million gold coins. There were still 5 Corpse Kings left. Luo Chen had lost hope. Destiny Crystals weren't that easy to drop. Just then, a bright light suddenly appeared in the middle of the Corpse King Palace. Immediately after several people entered, Luo Chen was startled. Other players had found the Corpse King Palace. Or was it? After a moment, he saw the names of the newcomers: Night Song, Bodyguard 5, Bodyguard 6, Bodyguard 7, Bodyguard 8. Luo Chen instantly became nervous. The number 1 on the player kill leaderboard, the renowned warrior Night Song. At this moment, his level was unexpectedly 25. The 4 bodyguards were all level 22 priests, accompanied by 4 level 5 skeletons. Luo Chen dared not act recklessly, ready to flee at any moment. It wasn't that he was timid, but he didn't want to be reckless. Nie Xiaodai seemed to have disappeared. She hadn't brought a torch. However, Night Song on the opposite side seemed not to expect anyone here, let alone the first place in the level leaderboard. After a moment, it was Night Song who spoke first, breaking the silence. "Hello, brother, let's not fight just yet." Luo Chen was taken aback. "What, you 5 are afraid of me alone?" But Night Song clearly thought differently, possibly knowing more inside information, thus showing respect for strong individuals. "Brother, we all know the serious consequences of PK. I can't guarantee not dying, but you wouldn't want me to go all out, right?" At this moment, Luo Chen realized Night Song truly knew the secret of not dying once and the destiny. So Luo Chen calmly spoke, "Let's exchange information. Besides Constitution and Spirit, do you have any extra Destiny Crystals? Where else besides here has a high drop rate for Destiny Crystals?" Night Song was momentarily stunned, but quickly replied decisively, "No one has extra Destiny Crystals. The esteemed apostle informed me of 3 places with relatively high drop rates: the Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace, the Great Warrior in the Sealing Demon Valley, and the Scarecrow in the Unknown Dark Palace." Luo Chen was overjoyed in his heart. It seemed he was considered one of them. But on the surface, he nodded. "All major bosses have drop rates." Night Song frowned and rebutted, "Brother, everyone knows this. Even all monsters in the dark have a drop rate, but the probability is too low." Luo Chen interrupted him, realizing he might say too much. "So what should we do now?" Night Song looked around, noticing only a few Corpse Kings left, hesitating. "Brother, are you really alone?" Luo Chen remained silent, his expression unreadable. The other party immediately realized he had asked a rather foolish question and quickly remedied. "The Corpse King Palace in Bichu has already been occupied by the Zhang family of Lingyin. If you can help me gain a foothold here, how about I give you a Destiny Crystal Ghost?" Saying this, Night Song felt a bit apprehensive. The crystal he mentioned could only be used by certain factions and had a very narrow use. Besides, he meant to say it was already occupied. Although the opposing force looked weak, who knew if they were a hidden expert or an ancestral family? Before Luo Chen could respond, Nie Xiaodai suddenly appeared from the shadows and made a slash. Luo Chen understood she wanted it. Night Song also quickly realized this god of newbies was definitely not simple. Fortunately, no conflict occurred. During the following time, Nie Xiaodai decisively summoned 5 Corpse Kings and displayed fierce green poison. The 4 bodyguards cooperated perfectly, each restraining one. Luo Chen did not intervene, standing calmly to the side. In reality, he was secretly inspecting Night Song's equipment. After inspecting the equipment, Luo Chen understood no wonder this guy was a notorious red name. His weapon was actually a level 15 Lich with a Curse 10. With an attack of 150, a Curse 10 Lich along with a Precision 2, an attack of 20 Devil Necklace, 2 Defense of 0-2, an attack of 12 Death Gloves, and 2 Blue Crystal Rings with 0-2 Magic Resistance, an attack of 10. Night Song focused on loaned attacks. Meanwhile, Night Song was also checking Luo Chen's equipment and was left speechless in shock. This god of newbies was definitely a hidden big shot. He decisively traded the Destiny Crystal Ghost to Luo Chen and added him as a friend. "Let's share what we have in the future." Luo Chen agreed. 6 minutes later, all 5 Corpse Kings lay on the ground, and the 4 bodyguards were deeply shaken. After picking up the loot, Luo Chen was about to ask Nie Xiaodai how to retreat, but unexpectedly her figure disappeared. Luo Chen no longer hesitated, and after greeting them decisively returned to the city. After a while, many players from Night Song's side began to appear in the Corpse King Palace, quickly taking over the entire map. On the other side, returning to Bichu City, Luo Chen confirmed that Jin Pongzi was online and directly teleported to the 0222 warehouse private room. As soon as Luo Chen greeted Jin Pongzi, a silver-haired female priest suddenly appeared beside him. Jin Pongzi was almost stunned. Bird uncle, who is this beauty? Why can't I see her name? And how did she get it? Luo Chen was also momentarily taken aback, but quickly interrupted Jin Pongzi. You don't want to know more. Then he frowned and asked, did you buy that 900 credit coins destiny crystal? Jin Pongzi, not paying attention to the shock, excitedly replied, yes, I bought it. I used personal funds to buy it. Someone is already covertly buying it in the circle, although they offered 500, but there's no upper limit. Luo Chen's heart sank. As expected, there were quite a few behind Thessine's manipulators. He casually asked, what attributes does your destiny crystal have? A charm. Jin Pongzi replied somewhat unconfidently, I asked for 1 million, but they only offered 60. Luo Chen now felt a bit awkward. Charm aside from a seductress who needs that. It might actually cause Jin Pongzi to take a small loss. But unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai beside him suddenly slashed Luo Chen. Goodness. Luo Chen was instantly annoyed. You a female ghost, already so beautiful, why do you still need a charm crystal? The key is I can't afford it. At this moment, Nie Xiaodai opened the trade with Luo Chen and began to offer items: a magic 3 golden bracelet, a Dao 2 golden bracelet, a magic 2 defense 1 black sandalwood bracelet, a sturdy glove with attack 2, and a Dao 3 golden ring. Luo Chen looked at Nie Xiaodai trading as if she were emptying her family treasure, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions, even a hint of sadness. Beauty, these are far from enough. In the end, Nie Xiaodai hesitated for a moment before placing a gold bar worth 1 million gold coins and a level 35 Taoist skill book, Summon Divine Beast, onto the table. Luo Chen's composure shattered instantly. Good heavens. Nie Xiaodai, are you going all in? Are you really willing to give up such a rare skill book that you'll need later? Seeing the emotional intensity of the beautiful woman before him, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, completed the trade, then rummaged through his own storage in a frenzy. Reluctantly, he retrieved the crescent moon blade and said, Fatty Uncle Bird promised you wouldn't lose out, and a promise is a promise. As for this fake crystal of charisma, Uncle Bird has your back. With that, Luo Chen displayed everything in his backpack, including the Summon Divine Beast and 2 crescent moon blades. Hey, race my entire fortune. Appraise it. Jean Fatty was astounded. Uncle Bird, are you liquidating everything? And you're about to hit level 28. The price of Crescent Moonblade has skyrocketed to 50 million gold coins, or 100 credits each. Final, keep 1 Crescent Moonblade then. Luo Chen heeded the advice readily. Jean Fatty was dumbfounded, stammering, Uncle Bird, that's not what I meant. Heaving a deep sigh, his expression grew serious. Uncle Bird, if you lose on this fake crystal, it's absolutely not your fault. I was the one who got curious and opened it, otherwise its price would definitely exceed 1 million. Luo Chen agreed. Indeed, a fake crystal without any attributes would certainly be valuable. Jean Fatty hesitated, then declared decisively, how about this? I'll give you 900 first. You can pay off the balance slowly, Uncle Bird. What do you think? Installments. A credit loan. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Aren't you afraid it'll run off? Jean Fatty said with a righteous air, I trust Uncle Bird's character. But in truth, he had fully assessed the rookie god's earning ability. In just 2 days since the server opened, he had acquired so many valuable items. If Uncle Bird sold all his gear, it would fetch 2 million credits easily. Many of the top tycoons had gone mad, frantically seeking to buy top-tier equipment. This had caused gaming helmets to sell like hotcakes, with countless players entering the Tianqi New Century to farm gold. The market was booming like never before. After about 10 minutes, Jean Fatty announced the price. Uncle Bird, for all your items, they'll give you a package deal of 450,000. He then decisively traded for the Charisma Crystal and continued, the remaining 450,000 will be deducted from your future trades with me. Is that okay? Luo Chen took the crystal, handed it to Nie Xiaodai, and said with a carefree smile, trust is a two-way street. He had hesitated for a moment, wanting to ask for the Summoned Divine Beast back since Nie Xiaodai would need it later. But he decided against it. One couldn't be greedy. Besides, she was only level 24 at most, far from level 35. With their strength, they could surely get another one later. After a moment of silence, a bubble suddenly appeared over Nie Xiaodai's head. Come to the beachy weapon shop. Waiting for you. Then her figure vanished. Luo Chen's heart leaped with surprise. After using the ghost crystal, Nie Xiaodai's speech had become so Jean Fatty looked puzzled. Uncle Bird, why doesn't your Auntie Bird use voice chat? Not many people type to talk in the game anymore. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and quipped her gaming pod got flooded. After saying goodbye, he teleported back to town and then used the beachy veteran to go to the beachy weapon shop, now upgraded to an advanced blacksmith. Jean Fatty frowned, muttering to himself, don't gaming pods come with free after-sales service? She should get it repaired. But can a gaming pod even get flooded? When Luo Chen teleported to the weapon shop, he found it packed with players rivaling the warehouse. and here collision detection was also disabled. The silver-haired female Taoist appeared before him, a bubble popping up 0404, rent for 4 hours. Luo Chen understood. He opened the interface of the blacksmith's apprentice and chose room 0404, selecting an hourly rental for 4 hours. The cost was 1000 gold coins, about 200 credits. Damn, Luo Chen grumbled inwardly. This price. How much does a real hourly hotel room cost? Soon he and the silver-haired, purple-eyed female Taoist were in the room. Suddenly Luo Chen felt that the 200 credits might be worth it. Ahem. What was he thinking? It must be the effect of Nie Xiaodai's charisma crystal. The silver-haired beauty, oblivious to his thoughts, was silent for a moment before a bubble appeared by black iron, or purity 60, blue jadeite 3. Luo Chen guessed by black iron, or with a total purity over 60. To upgrade my weapon, the infernal blade. The silver-haired beauty lightly struck him. Understood. Luo Chen looked around and opened the blacksmith's apprentice interface in the room. It displayed a large quantity of black iron, ore, and common accessories for sale, much like an auction house. Also, that's why so many players were here. But wait, wasn't weapon upgrading supposed to be done at the Sabuk City weapon shop? As he pondered, Luo Chen bought 6 pieces of iron, ore with a purity of 10 and 3 blue jadeite necklaces with 22 attack, spending 1500 gold coins in total. Come to think of it, mining was quite profitable. A single piece of black iron ore sold for 20 credits. Even if you only mined 2 pieces an hour, it paid better than driving for ride-sharing or delivering food. With the materials ready, guided by Nie Xiaodai, Luo Chen placed the infernal blade in his hand onto the upgrade slot, his heart pounding. If this fails, we'll both be in big trouble, he said with an uneasy smile. Nie Xiaodai typed 2 words, don't worry. Half an hour later, Luo Chen retrieved the infernal blade, now marked with an asterisk, and held it nervously. He hadn't even used any cushioning technique. He had no idea if this would work. Nie Xiaodai spun around excitedly and finally typed 2 words, hit me. Luo Chen chuckled, how could I bear to hit you? But he swung the weapon decisively. The room was an absolute safe zone, so Luo Chen felt confident. With a swift slash, the weapon upgrade succeeded. The infernal blade's attack became 0.26. Luo Chen was overjoyed. 1 extra point of attack, at least doubled the price. Continue. Nie Xiaodai was not satisfied. Luo Chen was taken aback. Miss, there's a real chance of failure. If it breaks, ITLL set us back on leveling. With luck, no fear, Nie Xiaodai insisted. A realization dawned on Luo Chen. Miss, can my luck of 10 be used for weapon upgrades? Yes, 7 times a day is safe. Call me Xiaodai. Her typing was getting faster. The ghost crystal was clearly having a significant effect on her. Luo Chen now understood. His luck stat allowed him to upgrade a weapon 7 times a day safely. Okay, Xiaodai. No problem, Xiaodai. He spent another 1500 on materials. Half an hour later, holding the 0.27 infernal blade, Luo Chen fully believed Nie Xiaodai. This was insane. From now on, head by fake crystals just to throw them away. By the time the hourly rental was almost up, Luo Chen was trembling with excitement, holding the infernal blade with 0.31 attack. Nie Xiaodai circled him a few times, but he couldn't bring himself to strike. Hit me. Nie Xiaodai's emotion was intense. Luo Chen hesitated several times, then finally closed his eyes and brought the blade down fiercely. Swish. The infernal blade with 0.32 attack was born. Luo Chen shouted with joy, and Nie Xiaodai ran around him in circles, equally thrilled. After the excitement subsided, Luo Chen confirmed with Nie Xiaodai only 7 upgrades a day. Nie Xiaodai steadied herself, and after 2 minutes, a large bubble appeared. Luck of 10 is not omnipotent. It increases the probability of rare events. For the same weapon, 7 times a day is safe. Understood. Back in the safe zone, it was past 7 in the evening. Luo Chen thought for a moment and teleported to warehouse room 0222. Fatty. List this weapon among your circles. The price, several fake crystals or 1 billion gold coins. When Jean Fatty saw the displayed stats, his eyes nearly popped out. Holy moly. Everyone was just discussing that a super powerful weapon had suddenly topped the player equipment rankings. He asked in disbelief, 7 successful upgrades. My god, how is that possible? Luo Chen replied, just basic skills. Don't make a fuss. He frowned. Is it listed yet? Jean Fatty immediately complied. This was the best advertisement to build a reputation. Luo Chen removed his helmet and glanced at the time. It was 7:30 p.m. He tossed aside the blanket on the sofa, stood up, and stretched, immediately feeling a novel sensation. His physique had increased by 1 point, and his spirit had also risen by 1 point. His current state brimmed with vigor. Luo Chen examined the previous abrasion and found the scab had fallen off, revealing fresh, fair skin. The crystal of destiny was truly miraculous. His stomach rumbled loudly, prompting him to dash to the restroom. After a quick shower, Luo Chen felt ravenously hungry. Indeed, one should never bathe on an empty stomach. He eyed the box of instant noodles by the wall and promptly decided he would go downstairs for a feast. Minutes later, Luo Chen arrived at the Ashang rice noodle shop downstairs. He helped himself, pulling 2 braised duck legs, 2 braised eggs, 2 pieces of tofu, 2 sausages from the warm pot, and grabbing a bottle of soda before sitting down to devour the lot. The charming proprietress looked at him in surprise. Xiao Luo, haven't you eaten all day? Luo Chen chewed a braised egg twice before swallowing it, then stuffed a piece of tofu into his mouth, nodding repeatedly. The proprietress quickly opened his soda, inserted a straw, and placed it near his lips. Eat slowly, no one's... After another serving of chicken noodle soup over a dozen minutes later, Luo Chen finally exhaled in satisfaction. Bliss. The shop's 10 tables were now fully occupied. Luo Chen rose to settle the bill, scanning a payment of 50 yuan, and said generously to the proprietress, keep the change. The proprietress hesitated, then admitted reluctantly, Xiao Luo, it's 64 in total. What the hell? Luo Chen turned to his seat, spotting 3 empty noodle bowls and 3 empty soda bottles, and suddenly realized how could he eat more than a pig. Back in room 404, Luo Chen sat on the sofa, clenched his fist, and felt a surreal sensation. He was no longer quite like ordinary people. He checked the time, 8:30 p.m. What was he waiting for? Log in immediately. He entered the game, quickly resupplied, bought a backpack full of random teleport scrolls, and teleported directly to the Viper Valley. The Bichon mine was no longer safe for him. Word had it that young Master Wang of the Wang family was frantically searching for him yesterday, spreading throughout the merchant circles. Anyone providing the coordinates of the novice god would be rewarded with 500 gold coins. The Viper mine was also in turmoil today. Thus his target was the Centipede Cave in the Mengzhong province. However, he didn't plan to pass through the Viper Valley Pass directly into Mengzhong province before the servers merged. Besides the archers at the pass, there was a special monster, the Soul Reaper. In the original host's memory, this monster, resembling a clump of sticky pitch-black asphalt, had no health bar and seemed indestructible. But any player it touched would die instantly. So Luo Chen decided to take the connecting passage from the Viper mine to the eastern first floor of the dungeon. Along the way, Luo Chen noticed many players also taking advantage of the unobstructed roads to head to the mine. Smart minds think alike. Luo Chen had bought a full backpack of random teleport scrolls, so he avoided fighting monsters entirely. By 9:00 p.m., he had arrived inside the connecting passage. To his astonishment, he found quite a crowd already there. This spot's taken, move aside. The Pirate King family claims the second turn, please be considerate. This dead end is the domain of humble, not arrogant. Thanks for your cooperation. Attention comrades, in the connecting passage the center lines both sides are our utopia's hunting ground. Keep away. Passing through, state your intent. What the heck? Luo Chen couldn't believe it. Yesterday he had this place to himself, and today it was a bustling market. Luckily he had changed his target. Just passing through. Move aside. Luo Chen greeted them curtly but politely. Despite the crowd, no one dared to cause trouble. The novice god. The one with the 500 gold bounty on his coordinates. The Inferno. Many players present secretly became information brokers. Some team leaders felt disheartened. Their monopoly plan was doomed. It was foreseeable that a flood of players would soon... Luo Chen didn't care. As long as he wasn't surrounded, he feared nothing. Although random teleport was unusable in this passage, he could always return to town. If worst came to worst, he'd just come back. For now, Luo Chen had to run. Fortunately, he knew the way well, and the monsters were drawn away by the monopolizing players. In a dozen minutes, he reached the territory of the last group of players. This group had over 20 players, all with the Utopia prefix. Just passing through. Move aside. Luo Chen greeted politely again. The Utopia players responded equally politely. Get lost fast. Sure. Outnumbered, Luo Chen's temper mellowed considerably. Beyond the center line, the area was overrun by insects. No players around level 20 monopolized here, at most a small handful cautiously grinded for experience. Want to cause trouble here? The swarms of black maggots wouldn't allow it. The countless pincher bugs wouldn't stand for it either, unless you had the power to make them all agree. Luo Chen had the strength, but not the time. Yesterday he was only hunted by young Master Wang of the Wang family. With today's equipment rankings out, his weapon superior, even to the Judgment Rod, a level 30 warrior weapon with 0-30 attack, became the target for countless players seeking overnight riches. These people weren't unwilling to kill him, but they were cautious players who struggled to reach here, usually carried a full backpack of potions for all-night grinding, and piking now would be a loss. Moreover, they'd likely lose anyway. After all, the top ranker on the leveling list wasn't just for show. Luo Chen sprinted relentlessly, seizing every gap. The monsters ahead grew denser, nearly leaving no room to step. He dared not hesitate. Once surrounded, he'd either have to return to town or fight tooth and nail. After another burst of advance, Luo Chen saw no other players. He seized the chance to squeeze into a concave spot along the cave wall. This spot allowed him to funnel monsters with only 3 giant worms able to attack him. Luo Chen didn't start fighting. Instead, he waited silently. Minutes later, a figure appeared beside him. The silver-haired female Taoist Nie Xiaodia had arrived. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaodia, if you hadn't come, I was about to return to town. Nie Xiaodai flicked a talisman at the novice god's face, which resembled a bandit's, instantly calming the agitated insect swarm. Except for the 3 giant worms writhing before Luo Chen. The level 21 Taoist skill, mass invisibility. With Nie Xiaodia's support, Luo Chen finally began clearing monsters without worry. After upgrading the Inferno to 032 attack, Luo Chen's panel attack stood at 673, with each strike hitting a maximum of 80. 1 multiplier. 3 hits per monster, blissfully satisfying. This time Luo Chen didn't clear the entire area but advanced swiftly along one side of the cave wall. His goal was clear head to the Centipede Cave. Moreover, he picked up all the sun potions and strong sun potions. The checkpoint had 4 archer guards he needed to prepare in advance. In Binhai City atop the Wong Group Tower in the chairman's office, an elderly man in a mouse suit spirited with a ruddy complexion was scolding a handsome but roguish and unruly young CEO third son. How many times have I told you not to treat this apocalypse as a game? Not only did you lose the apocalypse privilege, but you also used the company's vast resources to hunt down that novice god. I'll repeat myself from now on, you are forbidden from using public game resources. If you want revenge, go to your fourth uncle and find him in the real world. The young CEO's face darkened like a storm cloud as he muttered resentfully, but you didn't tell me from the start that you can't die even once in the game. The eldest and second sons both knew. Slap. The old man landed a heavy slap on the young CEO's face. I announced it at the family meeting 3 days in advance. What the hell were you doing then? The young CEO immediately quieted down. Despite his arrogance and tyranny outside, he deeply feared the old man before him. This patriarch was decisive and ruthless, even with family members. After leaving the chairman's office, the young CEO's ferocious expression terrified the short-skirted, beautiful secretary waiting at the door. Tell Biao to find my fourth uncle and figure out the novice god's real identity. I'll make him regret being born. The beauty's long white legs nearly gave way, but I only want results. After more than half an hour, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai had advanced along one side of the mountain wall on the map, reaching the place where the mutant slimes respawned. This boss was mingling among a swarm of giant worms, pretending to be one of them. However, it was near the mountain wall on the other side of the connecting passage. Luo Chen glanced at the map behind him. No one was there now. They had only cleared a third of the monsters on the cross-section of the connecting passage, and the remaining 2/3 had scattered, evenly blocking the path. Even if pursuers came, Luo Chen could sense them in advance. So he decided to kill this mutant slime. After all, this creature dropped high-level equipment and top-tier items. The two of them were clearing monsters at an astonishing speed, but Nie Xiaodai was clearly reluctant to waste her poisoning technique anymore, even letting the pincer bugs go. Soon the minor monsters were mostly cleared, and the mutant slime, with 1500 HP, stood exposed before them. Just then, from the other side of the corner, not far behind them, chaotic sounds of PK and angry shouts erupted, mixed with some yellow zone chat messages floating in the chat box. You damn bounty hunters, why are you stealing our pincer bugs? We told you the noob god is right ahead. Everyone unite, take them down. Brothers of Utopia, what kind of mess did you let through? Luo Chen's heart sank as he charged toward the boss. Nie Xiaodai coordinated seamlessly, immediately applying red and green poison. After dozens of assassination sword strikes, the mutant slime fell, without surprise dropping a small loot burst. Dozens of players of various classes appeared in their line of sight behind them. Among them, half were mages wearing magic robes, level 22 mage class armor, and wielding crescent blades. This time, Nie Xiaodai didn't hesitate for a second, casting green poison on the mages at maximum range. Luo Chen couldn't see her specific name, but her color remained white, indicating she was still a blank named player. The female ghost indeed killed without penalty. As a warrior with short reach, Luo Chen didn't engage, but quickly swept up the equipment and potions dropped by the boss. Nie Xiaodai poisoned and retreated, soon passing Luo Chen and reaching the 4 arrow guards at the bottom of the connecting passage. Her poisoning technique had now reached level 3 with a duration of about a minute. A level 22 mage has 86 HP, level 23 has 91, level 24 has 96. These 17 or 18 mages, seeing the female Taoist poison and run, vented all their rage on Luo Chen the warrior. Of course, their hunting target was originally this noob god. It was widely known in professional circles whoever got his first kill would receive a reward of 1 million. 1 million not in gold coins, but in cash. Moreover, this sum was said to have been deposited into the account of the veteran guild Dragon Soaring World, with joint guarantees and notarization from 2 other major gaming guilds through Storms Together and Eye of Evil. These 3 gaming guilds were behemoths in the esports circle, with real-world companies and office buildings in the Eastern Federation. Thus, these professional players were driven to such frenzy, even real-world assassins didn't have such a high unit price per job right. On his side, Luo Chen was struck by over 7 lightning spells, his HP plummeting by over 200 points, nearly hitting 0. A level 26 warrior has 334 HP, but he couldn't withstand such concentrated fire. Terrified, Luo Chen abandoned even the 2 piles of gold coins, quickly drinking 5 large sun potions as he ran toward Nie Xiaodai. He had prepared in advance by picking up a backpack full of sun potions, originally worried about turning red name and needing them to force through the arrow guards at the pass. Now his name hadn't changed color, but he was scurrying around from the lightning strikes. The professional mages grew excited, drinking potions as they chased. I thought this guy was so impressive, but he can't even withstand lightning. But then they noticed the green poison on them was somewhat abnormal. Moments later they stopped in terror shouting, "Why can't potions heal us?" Taoist. The 7 or 8 Taoists behind immediately cast healing technique on their familiar players, as none of them knew group healing. However, seconds later the first mage fell in despair. Then the remaining dozen mages without exception were all For a moment the scene fell into an eerie silence. Half of the 30-plus professional players had fallen in an instant. So the impressive one wasn't Noob God, but his companion, the blank-named female Taoist. Hey, doesn't Apocalypse New Century forbid using spaces for names? Report her. The female Taoist must be cheating, and Noob God to report them. Then the remaining Taoists and warriors with righteous indignation charged toward the items and equipment dropped by the mages. Luo Chen retreated to Nie Xiaodai's side, turning to look at the chaotic pursuers behind them, utterly amazed by the silver-haired female Taoist. Impressive. Nie Xiaodai seemed pleased, but her next action left Luo Chen stunned. She turned back and proactively attacked the 7 or 8 Taoists. Luo Chen's heart jolted, and he wanted to stop her. Hey, no. Taoists have more HP or poison. Nie Xiaodai's poison duration seemed to have increased. Then it's fine. A level 24 Taoist only has 170 HP and would likely be poisoned to death. The Taoist successively hit with green poison grew furious. Silver-haired female Taoist, you're going too far. So they didn't dodge at all, first applying poison in return, then sending fire talismans flying. But what left them dumbfounded was that the silver-haired female Taoist dodged half of the soul fire talismans, and the remaining half that exploded on her head caused little damage. Even Luo Chen was shocked, quickly opening Nie Xiaodai's equipment window to glance at it, and then froze instantly. White Tiger Fong Necklace, weight 1, durability 8, magic evasion 70, extreme 5, Taoist 11, requires spirit 11. Holy crap, when did she pick that up? Oh, Luo Chen then recalled that when they were fighting the pincer bugs earlier, many such necklaces seemed to have dropped, and Nie Xiaodai appeared to be picking up and discarding some. She had fished out such an extreme piece. No wonder Nie Xiaodai now dared to strike first against the mages and he then checked her other equipment, and sure enough, an extreme Taoist helmet, 2 25 magic defense gold bracelets, and 2 extreme 03 magic defense blue crystal rings. After quickly scanning Nie Xiaodai's equipment, Luo Chen noticed that the dozen or so warriors on the opposite side had already rushed forward, preparing to kill the silver-haired female Taoist. How could that be allowed? Nie Xiaodai had full magic defense equipment and definitely couldn't withstand the warriors' physical attacks. So Luo Chen decisively stepped forward, blocking in front of the female Taoist. Of course, he didn't just tank the hits, he used positioning to lure them and dealt assassination damage. Seeing the SVP target Noob God appear, these warriors immediately shifted all their hatred. Killing the female Taoist was just for venting, but killing the male warrior meant real wealth. Every enemy thought, what if I kill him? 1 million. So these warriors, oblivious to the green poison accumulating on themselves, swarmed Luo Chen in pursuit. The Taoists had already begun to die one by one, cursing loudly. But these dozen warriors paid no heed, their eyes fixed only on the half HP Noob God. They had all started recording, eagerly hoping to take down the bounty target. Seeing Noob God's HP fluctuate, they felt the 1 million was right within reach. I landed a heavy slash on him. He took one of my attack kills. Block him from the front. I'm down. Watch out for his assassination. His attack is too high, it's insane. I'm dead. Whoever kills him, remember to send a red packet. But with the second application of green poison, these warriors finally understood why their fallen comrades had been hysterically insisting they kill the silver-haired female Taoist first. This green poison is way too insane. Even warriors can't withstand it. But by now it was too late. As the last warrior fell, all 30-plus bounty hunter players in this batch were wiped out. What impressed Luo Chen was that none of them fled. All died under Nie Xiaodai's green poison, though of course Luo Chen had deliberately orchestrated it. The corpses on the ground were still speaking a chaotic mix of curses, complaints, accusations, and regrets. Just then a rainbow-colored bubble rose from a female warrior's corpse. Sister, how did you get your hair done? Instantly the whole scene fell silent. After about 10 seconds a bubble actually appeared above Nie Xiaodai's head. Curse. After clearing the battlefield, Luo Chen exchanged a glance with Nie Xiaodai, then took the lead through the checkpoint, arriving at the east side of the first dungeon level. Yet the moment he appeared, Luo Chen sensed something was amiss. Before his eyes stretched a sea of players, dark and dense. Beneath his feet lay a spread of firewall, a level 24 mage skill. Luo Chen's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. He downed a large sun potion in one gulp, while instantly teleporting randomly. Fortunately, he had long been mentally prepared. Before the server merged, the Centipede Cave was already a public map. It was only natural for someone to block the entrance. After the random teleport, Luo Chen found that players were still monopolizing every area, with warriors outnumbering Taoists. Without hesitation, he teleported a few more times until he reached a relatively secluded spot, a corner where only 2 groups were farming monsters. Luo Chen opened the map. His location was at the far upper right corner of the entire map. Understanding dawned on Luo Chen. He did not engage the monsters, but instead continued downward. Minutes later, he arrived before a cave entrance and waited there for a while. 2 minutes later, Nie Xiaodai's figure appeared beside him. During this time, several groups of players had hurried past Luo Chen, yet no conflict erupted even though he wielded the refining prison blade and wore the war god armor. Without enmity, few dared to engage in PvP unless they had absolute certainty. After all, anyone who had reached this place by the third day of the server's launch was undoubtedly a master. Once Nie Xiaodai was in position, Luo Chen took the lead and descended into the next map, entering the Grimstone Chamber. He had anticipated a blockade at the entrance, but to his surprise, not a soul was in sight. This place was not safe to linger. He immediately dashed toward the next cave entrance, arriving at the north side of the first dungeon level. Here players were relatively scarce, but Luo Chen's goal lay elsewhere. He continued teleporting randomly. By the time his scrolls of random teleportation were exhausted and half of his teleportation stone's charges were used, he finally reached the Stone Tomb Stream. Like the Grimstone Chamber, the Stone Tomb Stream was a small map devoid of monsters with only 2 exits. Passing through it, Luo Chen arrived at his destination, the Dark Zone. This map was not only intricate and labyrinthine, but also boasted numerous cave entrances. Magnified dozens of times in the new Genesis of Heaven's Awakening, it could only be described as a colossal maze. It was the largest and most complex map in the entire Centipede Cave. Simultaneously, the monster respawn rate here had reached a terrifying pace. If your strength was insufficient, the speed of killing could not keep up with the speed of respawning. The monsters would only multiply. Thus, Luo Chen teleported a couple of times, found a zone devoid of other players, and began his grind. Today's goal: reach level 28 and learn Half Moon. Fortunately, Luo Chen's attack power has now reached 80. He can take down black evil maggots, jumping bees, giant worms, and centipedes with basically 3 strikes each, while it takes 4 strikes for crab bugs. With the assassination sword techniques, positional damage, achieving the goal is also possible. With Nie Xiaodai's arrival, the two began to grind monsters and level up here. Although Nie Xiaodai had just gained nearly 4,000 PK points, she started to be stingy this time, hardly using her poison technique and only providing Luo Chen with assistance. However, with her help in attracting monsters, Luo Chen's efficiency in defeating them nearly reached its peak. Thus, grinding monsters and leveling up was often so simple and monotonous. Luo Chen could only occasionally glance at the silver-haired, purple-eyed female Taoist to appreciate the essence of a man and a woman working together, making the task less tiresome. Soon it was 2 o'clock in the deep night, and Luo Chen's experience bar was almost full. After attracting a large number of monsters, Nie Xiaodai suddenly dashed into a nook in the mountainside and vanished with a sudden invisibility. What the hell? Luo Chen wondered why log off in the middle of the night. However, he was no longer afraid of female ghosts. If you have something to do, go ahead. I still have a warehouse full of super healing potions I bought. I'll take them all out and use them later. Building 4, room 404. The lock on the door clicked softly and was then quietly pushed open. Moments later, 2 people quickly entered from outside. The 2 were a tall and a short, scrawny man, both wearing torn black stockings on their heads. After entering the room, they partially closed the door, quickly scanned the area, and spotted Luo Chen lying on the sofa with a gaming headset. Looking at the flashing green status indicator on the headset, the short, scrawny man gestured with a hammer and said quietly, "Brother-in-law, should we give this guy a hit?" The tall, scrawny man, annoyed, replied, "Are you stupid? He's wearing a headset. How can we knock him out? Besides, we are thieves now, not robbers. To do a job, love the job, do you understand?" He then reassured him, "Don't worry. This fool is playing a game, the one with ads all over the place. I've heard from peers that even if you strip them naked and throw them on the street, they won't wake up." Hearing this, the short man finally breathed a sigh of relief, took the hammer to check the kitchen, bathroom, and master bedroom, then returned to report, "Brother-in-law, there's no one else, just the lock on the second bedroom door, which is locked and can't be opened." The tall man had just picked up Luo Chen's phone, about to unlock it with his fingerprint, when he cursed softly, "What do you need the hammer for? Just break it open." The short man was displeased, "Brother-in-law, we are thieves. To do a job, love the job. Opening doors requires skill. I don't know how." The tall man was instantly furious, "You fool." Yet he still placed the phone on the table and quickly walked towards the second bedroom door. "Stupid wood. I've taught you so many times, there's no lock that can't be opened." Moments later, with a click, the second bedroom door was easily opened. The short man looked enviously, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing, you can do everything. No wonder my sister is so clingy to you." The tall man, a bit pleased, quickly glanced inside the second bedroom and found no one there. He then said seriously, "Little brother-in-law, this place doesn't seem to have much to offer. Let's hurry and search the next one. In this day and age, nothing is easy to do. We must also focus on thin profits and high sales." The short man felt something was off with what his brother-in-law said, but couldn't put his finger on it. The tall man returned to the living room, picked up the phone on the table, and was about to unlock it with Luo Chen's fingerprint when he suddenly realized it was turned off. A wave of anger surged within him. This fool doesn't even know his phone is dead. All he does is play games. Once he leaves, I'll definitely strip him. Just then the short man from the second bedroom came running back with a stack of items, his face unable to hide the surprise and excitement. Brother-in-law, we hit the jackpot. I found a pile of cash in the second bedroom's drawer. The tall man frowned instantly. You fool, that's just a few yellow calendars. Where did the cash come from? Oh wait, it really is cash. So much. The two thieves wearing black stockings were suddenly filled with joy. The tall man even threw Luo Chen's phone back onto the sofa. With this tens of thousands in cash, why bother with? The short man hurriedly took off his empty backpack and stuffed it with money. After tidying up, the two cautiously went to the second bedroom, quietly closed the door, and then returned to the living room, finally letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment the short man felt a bit regretful. Brother-in-law, why did that last family have so much cash? I forgot to check again, and there might be more. The tall man was also somewhat tempted, but clearly had stronger self-control. Thieves don't go empty-handed, but we don't steal twice. Even if there's more, we leave it for our peers aiming for sustainable development. This time the short man understood and quickly showcased his talent. It's that saying, you can't fish while draining the water right. That's called exhausting the pond and catching the fish. The two walked around the living room for a bit before finally sitting down on the floor, mimicking a driving motion. Little brother-in-law, we won't divide this money. It's all for your sister's dowry. The short man immediately disagreed. Brother-in-law, how can it all go to her? You promised to take me to eat KWC's family bucket. The tall man slapped the imaginary steering wheel. That's called KFC McDonald's. You fool. What era is it? And you still can't remember English. We must keep up with the times. The short man tightly hugged his backpack, remaining silent for a while, then couldn't help but ask, what does that high reward from our boss mean? Why are we looking for a woman with silver hair and purple eyes? Did his wife run away with someone? Is she a foreign woman? The tall man was impatient. We are thieves, not detectives. Cross-industry business, we won't take it. After messing around in the living room of 404 for a while, they finally stood up from the floor and truly walked out of the door. Luo Chen was thoroughly enjoying his solo monster-slaying spree when suddenly, at the recess in the cliff wall from earlier, the silver-haired female Taoist logged in. Upon coming online, Ye Xiaodai immediately began her work of luring monsters. Luo Chen had just leveled up to 27 and Ye Xiaodai had drawn a large horde of monsters, perfect for him to practice his assassination skill. After casting a few heal spells on Luo Chen, she stood idly by his side. Of course, her help was unnecessary now. These were all minor monsters requiring neither poison nor talismans. Unexpectedly, a large speech bubble appeared above Ye Xiaodai's head. Bad guy is looking for me. Time short, daytime, need to fight special monsters. Holy crap. This time Luo Chen understood instantly and exclaimed in surprise, you're a female ghost. A goddess. Who would be looking for you? The king of hell. Also, what special monsters are you talking about? A boss. After a moment, Ye Xiaodai typed another line, curse, bounty hunt, nightmare, nether. This time Luo Chen was baffled. He understood that cursed referred to villains, but where in Tianqi New Century would you find monsters like nightmares or nether beings? Neither his memory nor the original owner's recollections contained any such creatures. Forget it, no more questions. It was hindering his monster farming. He'd deal with it when daytime came. Thus the two of them went all out, frantically grinding experience points in the dark zone. Of course, after slaying thousands of minor monsters, Ye Xiaodai continuously picked up and inspected equipment, reaping quite a few unexpected rewards. A magic power bangle with attack 4 ultimate 3, dropped by a giant worm, a raw iron ring with defense 2 and magic 5 ultimate 4, dropped by a leaping bee, a soul battle armor with attack 2 ultimate 2, dropped by a centipede. As for the Taoist ultimate equipment, Ye Xiaodai kept it for herself without giving him any. There were also plenty of minor one pieces, but Luo Chen no longer paid them much attention. As for the twisted stat ultimate equipment, he simply discarded it, like a blue jadeite necklace with 2 Taoism, a skeleton ring with 2 magic, and a heavy armor with 3 magic. To be fair, the drop rate for ultimate items in the Centipede Cave was indeed quite high. However, after all this grinding, not a single special item had dropped. Luo Chen knew that special items like teleport stones, town return stones, and blood magic stones had the highest drop rate from scarecrows. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Except for some gold farming players who would specifically hunt scarecrows after level 20. A few hours later, the clock struck 7 in the morning. By now, the dark zone was noticeably more crowded with players. With constantly rising levels and improving equipment, maps like this couldn't be monopolized. Seeing the several additional groups of players around him, Luo Chen felt a bit frustrated. There weren't enough monsters. Before he could make a move, one full group of players, 11 people, directly confronted him. Buddy, move aside. We've got numbers. The spot Luo Chen occupied was the most suitable terrain for monster farming nearby, with the highest monster respawn rate. So someone was coveting it. Luo Chen glared at these uninvited guests all over level 22 and snapped, and if I don't? Usually there were only a few responses. First, reason with them claiming he was there first. This would likely lead to PK settling it with strength. Second, ignore them, which would probably still result in a hostile incident. Third, Luo Chen's reply, which made PK almost inevitable. Sure enough, the opposing leader, a warrior, coldly retorted, "If you don't move, well, send you back to town." Numbers gave them confidence. Luo Chen was already itching to fight, so what if they had numbers? Only 2 mages, not much of a threat. Just then a bubble appeared over Xiaodia. "Let's go to lower level." The opposing warrior leader chuckled, "This beauty is so understanding. How about this? You can be our backup. If someone logs off, you can join our team deal." Luo Chen laughed inwardly. Here comes the trouble. Sure enough, Xiaodai acted immediately, coating the warrior with green poison, then the other 10. Without a word, Luo Chen delivered 2 assassination strikes to the warrior in front of him. The opposition wasn't passive either. Ignoring the Taoists, poisoned 2 mages and 3 Taoists instantly focused fire on Luo Chen, while the remaining warriors rushed toward him. In their eyes, killing this warrior wielding the hellfire was paramount. Luo Chen chugged potions while kiting. Once Xiaodai had poisoned everyone, Luo Chen immediately used a teleport scroll. His luck struck again. He landed right at the central entrance of the dark zone. 2 distinct groups of players were nearby, and Luo Chen quickly announced, "Just passing through." Both groups remained on guard. Luo Chen hurried toward the entrance to the next floor. Just then a Taoist from one group seemed to inspect his equipment and exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit. A hellfire with 32 attack. Holy shit. A war god armor with 4 attack. Holy fucking shit. A helmet with 4 attack. Why isn't he on our server? See. Boss, let's gank him." But it was too late. Luo Chen had already reached the next floor between life and death. This map also had a fair number of players, but due to the fast respawn rate, they mostly left each other alone. Luo Chen pressed forward without pause, using a few random teleports, and smoothly arrived at the map, a thread of sky. There were fewer players in a thread of sky, but their strength was noticeably greater. He had already spotted several warriors with Hellfire Taoists with Silver Serpent and mages with Magic Staff. It made sense. The last few maps of the Centipede Cave spawned the 1000 HP mini-boss Evil Pincer Bug, which had a decent chance of dropping class-specific, name-brand weapons for level 26. Especially in a thread of sky, the Evil Pincer Bug that spawned almost always dropped a big loot pile. Thus, players in this map had a strong sense of territoriality, but were reluctant to PK, having finally secured a foothold. Nobody wanted to be the foolish bird that gets caught in a rivalry. So Luo Chen passed through the lower right entrance of a thread of sky without incident and arrived at the final map of the Centipede Cave Death Coffin. Upon entering, Luo Chen immediately used a random teleport. Thankfully, no one was blocking the entrance. Moreover, monsters were everywhere. The spot he teleported to had barely any room to stand. Something was off. Chugging potions and enduring a barrage of monster attacks, he barely managed to clear a spot near the abyss. "Don't worry, you can't fall in," and finally secured a foothold. Moments later, Xiaodai appeared beside him. With a healer, Luo Chen felt much more comfortable. Without needing to lure monsters, his farming efficiency was now maxed out. As for assassination sword technique, it had already reached level 2 max level, required level 29. While happily grinding, Luo Chen wondered why didn't anyone come here to level up. A few minutes later, he found out. Special monster, be careful. Luo Chen became alert the moment he saw that bubble float above Xiaodai's head. Sure enough, his health began plummeting by 50 points per second. Prepared for this, he instantly teleported away while Xiaodai vanished even earlier. As soon as he landed in another spot, Xiaodai reappeared and cast several heal spells on him. While clearing the surrounding monsters, Luo Chen asked with lingering fear, "What the hell was that special monster? I didn't even see a trace of it." Nether invisible Xiaodai's typing speed had noticeably improved. Luo Chen felt a headache and a toothache. Everything was off. What the hell? There really is such a monster. Then how are we supposed to play it? For days then disappear, Xiaodai explained again. Luo Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the original owner had no memory of these special monsters. They vanished after the server merge. But what now? Fight a guerrilla war. Luo Chen checked the time. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. After a while, Xiaodai actually offered a suggestion: "Go to Touch Dragon God. There are no special monsters." Luo Chen was overjoyed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go." In the Death Coffin map, the spawn point of Touch Dragon God was on a protruding platform at the far left bottom, beyond which lay the bottomless abyss. Luo Chen used random teleports dozens of times, and when his teleport stones were nearly depleted, he finally arrived near the massive stone pillar at the very bottom. But then he noticed a battered low HP team of players fighting Touch Dragon God on the stone platform nearby. In Luo Chen's memory, the original Touch Dragon God had 1000 HP, but this one had a whopping 5000 HP. If he remembered correctly, Touch Dragon God had an absurdly high magic defense of 200, but 0 physical defense. Its normal attack dealt 1530 damage, but green poison dealt 10 damage per second. Just then Xiaodai arrived. The dragon fighting team also noticed the two of them. Luo Chen let out a sly "The BOSS, huh? You guys keep fighting a well, just take a casual look." Xiaodai was also ready to take action. One of the opponents, a level 26 warrior standing in front of the dragon-touching god, who was continuously petrified and treated by 4 Taoist priests, looked at the dragon-touching god with over 3000 hit points left, feeling an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Don't be fooled by just 2 people coming. If they cause a ruckus, it would be impossible to handle. As for clearing them out first, the Taoist's soul fire talisman can't penetrate walls. If the opponents circle around the giant pillar relying solely on the 4 Taoists and 1 warrior on our side, it would be extremely difficult to kill them. Upon opening Luo Chen's character panel and seeing his rather abnormal equipment, the warrior opposite suddenly lost the last bit of confidence. Damn it. Let's go. After saying that, they decisively ran away. The remaining 4 Taoists did not linger in battle and left one after another. If they were lucky, they might return to the upper layer. If not, they would have to go back to the city. As for killing them, guess why they were so battered and low on health earlier? Over here. Luo Chen was somewhat speechless. Is it really this cowardly? It's just the 2 of us. We have to at least try to PK a little, right? But the 5 people have already left, and he couldn't. And once the dragon-touching god no longer had enemies, it dove back underground. The scene returned to calm. There were no small monsters spawning around, which was quite unusual. Luo Chen was a bit confused. Shouted, "Yeah, there are no special monsters here, but damn, there are no small monsters either. Can we do anything here? Set up camp and sleep." Nye Xiaodai had a bubble float above her head. Kill the dragon. What the heck? Luo Chen felt a bit unsure. Just the 2 of us. This dragon seems a bit abnormal, low on attack, but strong on poison. Can you heal me? I only have a few bottles of potent healing medicine left in my bag. Nye Xiaodai didn't speak. She directly raised her hand and shot a green poison at Luo Chen, then began casting healing spells. Luo Chen was taken aback. Then he understood. Nye Xiaodai's poison dealt 3 points of damage per second. The dragon-touching god's poison dealt 10 points per second. What a bargain. Moreover, even though Nye Xiaodai's poison couldn't restore health potions, her healing spells could. Thus Luo Chen dashed to the front of the dragon-touching god's coordinates, staying 1 grid away, watching its massive, ugly body, resembling an evil centipede, emerge from the ground. Luo Chen raised his weapon and began to stab from a distance. Nye Xiaodai immediately applied red and green poison to the dragon-touching god. The dragon-touching god's health had just been fully restored, healing upon leaving combat. Now it began to drop, with 3 points per second plus Luo Chen's stab damage. Nye Xiaodai tirelessly cast healing spells on Luo Chen. The level 27 warrior had 354 hit points. The dragon-touching god dealt 1530 damage. Normal attack doubled in rage, and Nye Xiaodai's healing spells barely kept Luo Chen's health steady. Luo Chen's maximum attack was currently 80 points. He hadn't changed to the Death's Hand gloves, as they provided 2 defense. The second-level stabbing swordsmanship had an 80 damage rate, and the dragon-touching god had a defense of 0, so each stab could deal 64 points of damage. Moreover, possibly due to the hidden effect of Lucky 10, the dragon-touching god's chance to stun him was significantly lower than the previous warriors. Theoretically, it could be killed in just over 1 minute at the shortest, or up to 5 minutes at the longest. Unless something unexpected happened. Something unexpected happened soon. Just as the dragon-touching god's health dropped to 3,000 points, it suddenly went berserk and launched a frenzied combo attack. Luo Chen's health instantly dropped below 200, nearing the 100 mark, and he was also continuously stunned. He couldn't help but be startled and shouted, "Xiaodai, I'm about to fly." Unexpectedly, a level 5 skeleton walked right in front of Luo Chen, blocking him between himself and the dragon-touching god. Just then Luo Chen's stun was released, and he hurried to Nye Xiaodai's side. The level 5 skeleton had 480 hit points, which was enough to hold on for a while. With the skeleton's summons delaying, the dragon-touching god didn't dive back underground, but kept attacking the little skeleton. After about 10 seconds, the skeleton's health hit rock bottom, but Luo Chen's health had improved. He immediately ran back to his original position and successfully stabbed the dragon-touching god before the skeleton shattered. Thus, 3 minutes later, the dragon-touching god let out a wail and crashed to the ground. The entire platform was covered with the items it dropped. In a prominent position in the upper left, a sparkling weapon caught Luo Chen's attention. However, before he could make a move, Nye Xiaodai's figure pounced like a mother tiger, quickly picked it up, and after some fussing, probably needing to change some equipment and spell, she equipped it. Wuji staff, weight 15, durability 25, attack 816, spell power 35, requires 25 mental strength. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, but he sighed internally. Why isn't it the staff of judgment? I wonder if the dragon-touching god drops this. As for the potions and gold coins on the ground, Nye Xiaodai didn't miss any of them, picking them all up. In the end, even the ordinary equipment was picked up by Nye Xiaodai one by one, only to be discarded repeatedly. Luo Chen couldn't help but complain internally, did I just fight for nothing? No warrior equipment dropped. But fortunately, shortly after killing the dragon-touching god, the platform was swarmed with ordinary small monsters. Moreover, according to Nye Xiaodai's words, there were no terrifying special monsters here that were invisible. Thus, the 2 of them quickly farmed monsters here. Especially to the west of their position, that area was practically non-stop, with small monsters spawning. Just before 9 o'clock, Luo Chen finally leveled up to 28. And Nye Xiaodai's level surely exceeded 26, because she learned the 26th level skill, Holy Armor Technique. Luo Chen was ready to return to the city, but just then Nye Xiaodai spoke. Wait at night the dragon touching god, it has no poison. What? The night dragon touching god has no poison attack. Then even if it has 10,000 hit points it poses no threat. But where did she get that information? Now Luo Chen was extremely curious about Nie Xiaodia. How does she know so much? Why did she commit suicide back then? And she mentioned being cursed, and that the curse was still tracking her. Could it be that this girl is just some front desk vase from the Age of Enlightenment, and because she knew too much she was silent? Oh, but she can't be considered a vase, as she has some ability. When the opportunity arises, I must feed her more fake crystals and ghosts to supplement her brain, so we can communicate better. Just then as Luo Chen was lost in thought, 9 o'clock arrived right on time. The entire platform was suddenly filled with small monsters infused with the night buff. Of course, with their combined strength now, they cleared the platform in less than half an hour. At this point, Nie Xiaodai no longer poisoned Luo Chen, but cast a holy armor technique, signaling him to step forward. It seemed that Nie Xiaodai's skills immediately maxed out in proficiency after learning. If she weren't one of their own, a female ghost Luo Chen would have wanted to report her. The holy armor technique gave Luo Chen an additional 5 points of defense. Luo Chen had also listened to Nie Xiaodai's advice and picked up a large number of potions, cautiously moving forward. The dragon-touching god indeed burst forth from the ground. Luo Chen immediately struck with a stabbing sword technique. 10,000 hit points. The dragon-touching god began its attack, and indeed it no longer had green poison or petrification skills. After a while, Luo Chen confirmed that its defense had doubled but remained at 0. Its normal attack had turned into 3,060, which was very fierce. As for the attack speed after doubling, it was quite terrifying. Fortunately, he was using distance stabbing plus the dual assurance of ample potions and healing spells combined with the defense from the holy armor technique. He could barely hold on. If he occasionally couldn't hold up, the mutated skeleton could also take the stage. Damn. Seeing the blue-purple level 7 mutated skeleton, even Luo Chen couldn't help but curse cheating. Is there no one managing this female ghost? Of course, Luo Chen could only complain in his heart. Moreover, they were just teammates. If their relationship deepened, being a kept man also sounded quite nice. Thus, after a bumpy fight during which the dragon-touching god even shrank back once the two of them finally took down this night boss after more than 20 minutes. The dropped items amounted to only 5, not even gold coins or potions, but did the item quality increase by hundreds of times. Fake crystal, purgatory prayer, helmet, super teleport, stone dagger, but what on earth is that last dagger? It feels completely out of place. All 5 items were picked up by Nie Xiaodai. It wasn't that Luo Chen didn't want them, but this woman was simply too fast. Damn it, he simply couldn't outpace her. However, moments later, Nie Xiaodai dropped 4 of the items on the ground: fake crystal, strength, purgatory, super teleportation stone, and short sword. Luo Chen immediately cheered up and hurriedly picked them up. This woman was reliable. He used the crystal, immediately gaining 1 strength. Purgatory was an ordinary sword with 25 attack, nothing surprising. The super teleportation stone, capable of 200 random teleports, was an absolute treasure, not even available in the premium shop. As for the short sword, Luo Chen examined it carefully for a long time, somewhat puzzled. Why did it feel so strange? Short sword, weight 9 Jin 4 Liang, attack 311, forged from special refined iron. He tried to equip it, but couldn't. Seriously, what was the use of this? A prop. Luo Chen sent a query to Nie Xiaodai. Special. Treasure. After the server merged, second equipment slot, extra enhancement. Holy crap. After packing up, Luo Chen returned to the city and immediately contacted Fatty Jean. He still owed him 45000 credit coins, and he intended to keep his word. Luo Chen arrived at warehouse room 0222, and sure enough, Nie Xiaodai followed him. Fatty Jean greeted with a smile. Another day of bountiful gains, huh? Luo Chen looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Fatty, don't you ever sleep? Every time I look for you, you're here. Fatty Jean was taken aback, then replied sheepishly, you're an SVIP, so I naturally keep track of your schedule. Precise customer service is our motto at All Rivers Converge. Well, it seems success had no shortcuts. Luo Chen stopped wasting words and began pulling out equipment. Seeing this, Nie Xiaodai also started handing over items she couldn't use to Luo Chen. Some extremely valuable items included a power bracelet with 4 attack, superior 3. Luo Chen thought it over and chose to keep his death gloves with 2 defense and 3 attack. Instead, a pig iron ring with 2 defense and 5 magic, superior 4, a sturdy glove with 2 defense and 2 Taoism, superior 2, an ebony bracelet with 3 magic, superior 2, an ordinary purgatory with 25 attack, a Taoist helmet with 12 defense and 25 magic, defense superior 2, and several minor superior items. When he saw the Taoist helmet earlier, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. Why did Nie Xiaodai give him the equipment she was using herself? What are you using? But then Luo Chen opened Nie Xiaodai's character panel and instantly understood. Prayer helmet, weight 2, durability 68, defense 34, magic defense 16, superior 4, required level 18. So the Dark Knight Touch Dragon God had also dropped a major superior item. Fatty Jean, upon seeing such a staggering collection of superior items, couldn't hold back his astonishment. He stared at Luo Chen in disbelief. Bro Bird with so many superior items, even a studio with dozens of workers wouldn't dare claim such a haul. Luo Chen shrugged nonchalantly. This game doesn't originally have many superior items, but since I kill a lot they naturally appear. Yes, that was confidence. Well, Fatty Jean appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. This time, he had struck gold. In the vast sea of players in Apocalypse New Century, how did he end up as Bro Bird's exclusive partner? It had to be karma. While Fatty Jean tallied the prices, Luo Chen wasn't idle. He was browsing the item trading information in their circle. A few minutes later, Fatty Jean quoted the prices. Bro Bird, the big spenders are now using credit coins to buy gear. Let's calculate the highest value ones in cash. Power bracelet with 4 attack, 100. Pig iron ring with 5 magic, 100. Purgatory, ebony bracelet with 3 magic, 0. Sturdy glove with 2 Taoism, 0. Taoist helmet with 2 defense and 5 magic defense, 100. The rest bundled for 4000. Total 340000. Luo Chen felt the offer was reasonable. Don't think it's absurd for equipment to cost tens of thousands. How much did a game helmet cost in the first place? The investment was huge. Moreover, among the top-tier wealthy circles, many knew the peculiarities of the Apocalypse New Century game, like the existence of those so-called messengers. Of course, these were only the prices within the first 7 days of the server launch. After the merge, item values would definitely fluctuate significantly. However, the price of fake crystals would remain unshakably high. After trading all the equipment, Luo Chen exclaimed indignantly, "How is it that I still owe you 100? Fatty, did you rig the prices?" Fatty Jean immediately protested, "Heavens, as my witness, all these items have listed buying prices. I only take a 10 commission. A industry standard, you know. Damn it, 10. What a profiteer." But Luo Chen didn't dwell on it. Any fake crystals in stock? Fatty Jean was taken aback, then said mysteriously, "I was just about to report to you, Bro Bird. A client wants to exchange your 32 attack purgatory for a fake crystal, but what? Spit it out." Luo Chen had no patience for being Fatty's straight man. Fatty Jean looked a bit embarrassed. "The other party wants to trade with 2 ghost crystals, so I felt it wasn't quite suitable since that kind of crystal isn't very valuable." Before Luo Chen could react, Nie Xiaodai started poking him hard with her staff of the limitless, and after a long pause typed out trade. Fatty Jean was stunned, inwardly speculating, was Bro Bird's wife's game capsule still flooded and not repaired? Luo Chen was furious. "The 32 attack purgatory is mine. What will I use if I trade it away? He'll compensate you with a judgment." Luo Chen was skeptical. "You promise? What if you cheat me? If I cheat you, may my soul be scattered." Luo Chen was dumbfounded. "Damn, that harsh." After some consideration, he said to Fatty Jean, "Tell them to add another 200. Return the ordinary purgatory to me and transfer me 500 and well be square." Fatty Jean, too thrilled to ponder why Bro Bird and his wife had such bizarre conversations, was overjoyed. "Deal. But you owe me 100, and the purgatory is 500. Even if I have them add 200, shouldn't I only transfer you 400? However, he was tactful enough not to argue, and simply said, "Give me 5 minutes. In fact, Fatty spoke up. In less than 3 minutes they agreed. "They'll send someone to our company right away. They can give you the ghost crystals first, then you give me the 32 attack purgatory." Everyone's at ease. Well, Luo Chen understood, although for true tycoons a few million was pocket change. They were wealthy, but never foolish. What if they got scammed? It wasn't about the money, it was about losing face. In fact, Luo Chen didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes later, he received 2 fake crystals ghost and casually traded them to Nie Xiaodai. Then with reluctance, he traded his purgatory to Fatty Jean, and 500 yuan was credited to his card. Re-equipping the ordinary purgatory with 25 attack, Luo Chen felt a void much like the feeling after. As for Fatty Jean, he was quite generous in the end. He gifted Luo Chen 2 random teleport stones, a city return stone, and 2 mobile warehouse scrolls. Why? While Fatty had told the big client earlier, the owner of the 32 attack purgatory insists on an additional 500. Haha. After Nie Xiaodai used the 2 ghost crystals, her condition improved significantly, and her speech became much smoother. "Honey, log off and go to sleep." Luo Chen was utterly shocked. "Damn, who's your husband?" "I'm not Ning Kaichen. I'd rather be Su Xian. Also, I wanted to go upgrade weapons again." But he could only think these words. On the surface, he smiled gently. "Okay." Seeing them both log off simultaneously, Fatty Jean was genuinely envious. Look at Bro Bird. Both his career and love life were so impressive. In room 404, building 4. Luo Chen took off his game helmet, quickly used the restroom, washed up, picked up his phone, and prepared to go downstairs for a meal. But suddenly he felt a dizzying spin. Luo Chen was alarmed. That's not right. He had just consumed a crystal and was full of energy. Why was he dizzy? Just then his phone screen, which had been turned off, lit up with an unknown text message: "Insufficient mental energy. Just sleep it off." Luo Chen felt relieved and noticed that the female ghost's typing speed was getting smoother. His head grew dizzier. Luo Chen was too sleepy to eat. He flopped onto the sofa and fell asleep immediately. Youth was wonderful. He slept until 3 in the afternoon before waking up. Only then did he feel much better mentally. His stomach was growling with hunger. Luo Chen got up ready to go downstairs for a meal when he suddenly felt something was off. It was like the urge to sneeze. Moments later, Luo Chen stood frozen by the sofa, his brain nearly crashing. In his hand, a jet-black blade with a gleaming cold edge had inexplicably appeared. Short sword. After being stalled for quite a while, Luo Chen finally rebooted successfully, so shocked that he almost forgot to breathe. What the fuck? Wasn't this the weapon dropped by the touch dragon god? How did it end up in the real world? The original owner's memories had no such thing. But a man could fiddle with a handy wooden stick for ages. After a moment, Luo Chen excitedly brandished the short sword, while more like a long, wide-bladed curved knife forged from special cold iron, and weighing 9 caddies and 4 tails, making whooshing sounds. He would have thought that I, Luo Chen, could finally make a sword's frost chill 40 continents. Today, having obtained this divine sword, my cultivation has reached the unity of man and sword. On this summit of Huashan Mountain, every single one of you is nothing but trash. Shimen Shueishue, the purple forbidden peak, is no place for you. Go cool off down below. Ling Huchong, you've met your match today. Hand over Yinging right now. Yanghua, quickly introduce your aunt to me. Or don't blame me for being ruthless with my blade. Guadaxia is the lady of the house home. I wish to spar with her dog-beating staff technique. Zhang Wuji, I hear your 9-yang divine skill is unmatched in the world. Today we shall duel to decide who is superior. If you lose, Zhao Min and Ji Ruo will be mine. Extinction, old nun. I'll forget it. I'll leave her to you all. Just as Luo Chen was lost in fantasy, wielding this divine weapon to roam the 4 seas, traverse the 8 wilds, command the world, and dominate the martial realm, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his grand ambitions. He picked up the phone with some irritation and saw it was an unknown text. Idiot, aren't you hungry? Holy crap. Luo Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Was his bizarre behavior completely seen by the female ghost in Ye Xiaodai? He quickly composed himself, putting on a calm expression, and asked coldly, Xiaojia, how did that short sword from the game end up in the real world? And why isn't it the Hellfire? Ding. The reply came quickly. Idiot, the Hellfire weighs 60 caddies. Can you eat? Luo Chen was taken aback. The 9-caddy fortal short sword felt just right in his hand. Fine. How do I put it away? And could you stop calling me an idiot? Ding. Another text. Sure, idiot. Just concentrate, and you can put it away. Also, aren't you hungry? At the Ashiang rice noodle shop. As for why he always came to this one, well, it definitely wasn't because the owner was good-looking. The charming owner wiped tables while staring in shock at the ravenous Luo Chen. Even the pigs back home weren't. She secretly rejoiced that the shop was nearly empty, otherwise it would scare the customers. Well, maybe not. Some food streamers were even more exaggerated than handsome little Luo. Luo Chen put down his 4th large bowl of soup noodles, burped, and finally felt somewhat full. He proactively scanned 100 yuan and said generously, keep the change. The owner hesitated but couldn't help saying, little Luo, you devoured 2 roast chickens and an elbow. The total is 128, just round it down. Luo Chen was shocked. A ripoff. A street-side fast food meal costing over 100. Could believe that. He paid another 28 yuan, fuming inwardly. Next time he'll try a buffet. He heard there was a new self-service barbecue place nearby, called Kettle Barbecue, 78 per person. Back in room 404, Luo Chen sat on the sofa and asked the air with concern, Xiaojia, you said earlier we don't have much time. What exactly is the situation? Ding. Nye Xiaodai replied via text, cursed sect disciples are hunting me. Before the server merge, we need to get a set of apocalypse equipment to deal with the malicious instances. Wait, aren't you already dead? Why keep hunting? And what instances? This was the second time Luo Chen heard that word, so he asked curiously, what are malicious instances? Special fragment spaces that descend early. The Sakura Park mentioned by the stranger on the phone is one. Some malicious spaces can drag you in just by hearing about them. Luo Chen was stunned. So interesting. So dangerous. Can't even listen. But the first rule of survival in horror films, don't court death. So Luo Chen dropped the subject and focused his mental energy to manifest the short sword again, asking excitedly, is this weapon stored in my mind or my dantian? Can it pass security checks? Is it sharp enough to cut iron? Can it slice vegetables? It's stored in the apocalypse backpack, a kind of strange space. It can pass security, and cutting through melons and veggies is no problem. But aren't you tired, idiot? With your current mental strength, you can take it out or put it away at most 3 times a day. After devouring 2 more ghost crystals, Nye Xiaodai's communication was quite smooth, but she wasn't very respectful. Oh well, why argue with a female ghost? Xiaojia, why did you commit suicide? And was your photo edited? Is your figure really that good? By the way, is your silver shoulder-length hair and purple eyes natural or fake? Nye Xiaodai didn't answer this time. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and changed the subject. Can you talk? Why do you always type? A text came. Ever heard a ghost speak? That question actually stumped Luo Chen. Can't ghosts talk? Well, I guess so. In the ring, that long-haired girl didn't say much. Log and upgrade weapons. Got it, the house ghost has spoken. Luo Chen tidied up and put on the helmet. He went to the weapon shop, spent 200 to rent a room with Xiaodai. Still room 0404. It seemed no one chose this one. He bought 35 pieces of black iron, ore with 12 purity this time, and was about to buy a blue jadeite necklace when Nie Xiaodai interrupted. Upgrade this. Luo Chen took the Wuji staff she traded and felt confused. Sis, I'm the main damage dealer for leveling up. You're a support, why do you need? But Nie Xiaodai's next words shut him up. We're hunting special monsters today. Okay, you're the female ghost you call the shop. Just wait till I learn some authentic Taoist techniques, then I'll deal with you. Luo Chen grumbled while buying 3 bamboo flutes. For a level 23 warrior, the blue jadeite. For a level 24 Taoist, the bamboo flute. For a level 24 mage, the magnifying glass. These necklaces were the most cost-effective for upgrading weapons. Of course, for the wealthy, rings of power titan rings and purple conch were even better. Next, Luo Chen began upgrading the Wuji staff. Following Nie Xiaodai's instructions, he didn't test the blade this time, but upgraded it 7 times in a row. 3.5 hours later, Luo Chen took out the Wuji staff with 312 Taoist power and calmly returned it to Nie Xiaodai. Don't blame me if it breaks. Nie Xiaodai immediately accepted the trade and then poked Luo Chen with the staff. The sound of the weapon hitting flesh rang out. Luo Chen stared at the weapon in her hand in awe and delight. Damn, it actually worked. Wuji staff, weight 15, durability 25, attack 816, Taoist power 312, superior 7, requires spirit 25. Nie Xiaodai was also excited. After circling Luo Chen a few times, a large bubble appeared. According to the apocalypse rules, your luck 10 should allow you to actively trigger a low probability event once a day. This is now confirmed. Also, don't try to trigger it frequently or disaster will surely follow. Luo Chen understood. Fine, once a day. Any more, and it would definitely harm the body, spirit, and soul. Then he looked at the silver-haired, purple-eyed Taoist girl. We've got 15 minutes left in this room. What now? The female ghost Nie Xiaodai seemed to understand, or misunderstand. Luo Chen's words, I should be able to drain all your essence, energy, and spirit within a minute. Want to try? Holy crap. Luo Chen gasped. Sis, misunderstanding. I'm still useful. This female ghost, in the Riverside District at the headquarters of the Eastern Great Federal Bank's Binhai branch. Director Lee, this operation carries too much risk, the bank's technology department head whispered, trembling with fear. Sweat beaded on his forehead, even in the dead of winter, perhaps due to the bank's excessive heating. If the risk weren't great, why would I summon you? This is a directive from Boss Wang at the head office. If anyone asks, stick to the story. The bank account of the Sun Group's eldest grandson was suspected of fraud, and the federal bank, to ensure the absolute security of its premium client, conducted a discreet and thorough technical review, only to find it was a false alarm. The technology department head nodded vigorously like a pestle pounding garlic. Yes. Sir, I'll handle it immediately. Personally, please arrange for the relevant personnel to be reassigned. Director Lee remained composed. Notify all staff on overtime duty to gather in the conference room at 9 o'clock sharp for a brief meeting. 18 minutes later. Wang Group, Tower 33rd floor. The entire building was heated to an excessive degree. A burly man in a suit, broad-shouldered and robust, burst into the general manager's office without knocking. Ignoring the scantily clad secretary on the sofa, he reported calmly. Third young master, I found it in Sun Dada's bank transaction records for that morning. Within 3 hours, there were 5 transfers exceeding 1 yuan respectively to Binhai Royal Hotel, Binhai Riverside District, Lezu Custom, Tailoring, Lingbo City Ocean Sports Association, Sun Group Security Department, Special Operations Deputy Chief Sun Xiaojia, and a deliverman named Luo Chen located in the outer suburbs of Binhai Old City. The third young master of the Wang family's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly withdrew his right hand from his high collar, dismissed the secretary into the adjacent office, then settled into his executive chair and spoke grimly. Uncle Biao, it's this deliverman, isn't it? The middle-aged strong man Wang Biao nodded and added, the bank records show that this Luo Chen purchased a Tianqi game helmet. The third young master took a deep breath, suppressing his fury on the verge of eruption, and gritted his teeth. Uncle Biao, make it clean, but it must take no less than 2 hours. Make him regret ever being born. And don't use our people. Wang Biao nodded once more, then turned and left. The third young master's face twisted with malice. Dare to cut off my Tianqi qualification. They'll cut off your life. After a moment of hesitation, feeling his pent-up rage with no outlet, he smirked and strode toward the secretary's office. At 9:30 in the evening, Luo Chen had used half a backpack of random teleport scrolls before finally arriving near the left pass from the Serpent Valley to the Mengzhong province. He swiftly cleared the surrounding snakes and asked the silver-haired female Taoist beside him, the special monster you mentioned, is it the Soul Reaper? Nie Xiaodai surfaced to confirm. Luo Chen winced. This pitch-black tar-like creature resembling sentient asphalt was something the original host couldn't even defeat. How do we kill it? I poison a husband, use assassination, a 0 mistakes, or we die. Nie Xiaodai's words were gentle yet ruthless. Beautiful lady, though I'm handsome and have watched countless films, I'm still a virgin. Could you not call me husband? Well, it was mostly unnerving. He wondered how Ning Kaichen managed it. Husband, I too have watched countless films and am still a virgin, but I need yang energy, Spiritual will do though physical yang energy is more effective. Nie Xiaodai spoke as casually as eating or drinking, but it sent chills down Luo Chen's spine. Call me whatever you want, but leave the physical yang energy for me. I haven't even been in love yet. Well, dying a virgin was a pity. You lie, goddess Lu Ru. It seemed women's memories were strong in this regard, even for female ghosts. Luo Chen couldn't help but facepalm sis. The original host. Well, I was just Lu Ru's simp. I never even held her hand, alright. Damn it. Original host, you bastard, making me take the blame. Oh, by the way, how did Lu Ru die? She wouldn't have killed herself, right? Luo Chen asked casually. In the ghost domain, she wandered into your instance, setting aside reason she indeed died because of you. Holy shit. Is there no justice? Just then, 4 disgusting monsters, black and viscous like sticky tar, appeared before them, whole masses of venom. Not a single player was around those who didn't believe it had died countless times in the past 2 days. Rumor had it that the unofficial game forums were ablaze with complaints. Luo Chen was nervous, gripping the hellfire in his hand, and confirmed again, Xiaodia, I just need to not mess up the assassination right. Even if it slows safety first. Right, also could you call me wife? It would boost spiritual yang energy and speed up recovery. Holy shit. You're pushing your luck, female ghost. If I call you wife, I'm Ning Keichen's grandson. Moments later, Nie Xiaodai struck, first applying red and green poison to the nearest Soul Reaper. Luo Chen's focus sharpened as he adjusted his path and distance, complaining, Xiaodia, cast a spirit shield and divine armor on me, will you? It makes no difference. Nie Xiaodai's typing grew faster. Luo Chen thought it over. Touch and you're dead, so why bother with defenses? Watching the special monster, which moved at a speed similar to a player's, Luo Chen mustered his courage and blocked its path with his axe. Luckily, it was a melee fighter. 3 seconds later, Luo Chen unleashed an assassination sword art, then quickly retreated 2 steps. The blade light sank into the viscous shadow, seemingly dealing no damage. But the shadow was clearly aggroed and turned to chase Luo Chen. Seizing the moment, Luo Chen struck with another assassination sword art, retreating 2 steps again. The shadow closed in. Assassination retreat. To his credit, Luo Chen quickly grasped the essence. Nie Xiaodia, ready to assist at any moment, sighed in relief and typed. Good, keep the rhythm safe. When the monster's HP drops by 95, it will go berserk. Run to me immediately. Luo Chen understood. But the monster only showed a name, no health bar, so he had no idea when it would go berserk. After about 10 minutes of back and forth, Luo Chen suddenly noticed the Soul Reaper's black name turn red. Even its pitch-black slimy body began to pale. Luo Chen reacted instantly, berserk. He dodged preemptively, narrowly avoiding the monster, which had doubled in speed. Luo Chen fled without hesitation, but the monster was slightly faster. Panic seized him as he sprinted toward Nie Xiaodia, shouting, Wife, save me. In life or death moments, Ning Keichen is my grandfather. If people can have Sadako, Luo Chen can have a ghost wife. Nie Xiaodai precisely cast a poison spell, redirecting the berserk monster's aggro. Then her level 7 skeleton fearlessly charged forward. To Luo Chen's utter horror, the level 7 skeleton with 640 HP Tianqi data was reduced to a pile of bone fragments by a single slap from the special monster. Luo Chen nearly lost control of his bladder. Damn. That was brutal. The rest of the time, Nie Xiaodai used summoned skeletons to harass the special monster. Luo Chen finally understood. No wonder she wanted to upgrade the weapon first. She planned to poison the monster to death. Female ghost, I misjudged you. While monitoring the battle, Luo Chen quietly opened Nie Xiaodai's equipment panel and took a quick glance. What he saw shocked him. What have you been up to behind my back? Nie Xiaodia, when did you gather such a set of super premium equipment behind my back? A Wujigan with Dao Technique 312 Premium 7, a Soul Battlesuit with Dao Technique 05 Premium 3, a Taoist helmet with Dao Technique 02 Premium 2, a bamboo flute with Dao Technique 15 Premium 2, a small bracelet with Dao Technique 04 Premium 4, a Taoist bracelet with Dao Technique 04 Premium 3, a pair of pearl rings with Dao Technique 05 Premium 3. Luo Chen's eyes nearly popped out. Wait, big sister, you've been hiding this from me, haven't you? Picked up quite a bit of good gear. No wonder you wear a green hat. Wait, if she wears a green hat, does that mean I'm the one cheating? Who could it be? The landlady downstairs. Oft. I'm actually quite devoted, okay? I'm only fond of beautiful women. The landlady has a pretty decent figure too. Luo Chen quickly calculated in his mind. At level 26, a Taoist's basic Dao technique is 23, which means Nie Xiaodai's equipment overall reaches 645. No wonder she's brave enough to bring me to fight such a freakish Soul Reaper. If she weren't a female ghost, I actually wouldn't mind being a kept man. Those who have eaten know it's really delightful. The remaining 5 health of the special monster was finally slowly drained under the high Dao technique's green poison. With a bang, the sticky monster exploded like a firework. Luckily, this isn't a game, and it didn't splatter tar all over the place, polluting the environment. But the drop rate for the special monster is too pathetic, right? Luo Chen discovered that only 2 items dropped. As for what they were, a female ghost flashed by, and he didn't see clearly. After a while, bubbles appeared above Nie Xiaodai's head as she looked displeased. Why is it all yours? Then she directly threw 2 items on the ground. Luo Chen hurriedly picked them up, feeling as warm as if he were basking by a fire in the middle of winter. Fate Crystal Spirit. Ancient Bronze Ring. Without hesitation, he used this crystal, gaining 1 spirit. A sense of satisfaction filled his entire being. As for this abnormal ancient bronze ring, it should be a type of short sword-like equipment. Made from ancient secret bronze, it contains a magical attacking power that can harm souls. Beauty, shall we continue? Dummy, you need to recover some spirit. It's a huge consumption, 0 mistakes. Luo Chen grumbled, can you stop calling me a dummy? Then you call me wife. Luo Chen immediately gave up. Fine, a dummy is a dummy, oh anyway others can't hear. Let's get hyped. After a short break, Luo Chen patted his chest and declared with fighting spirit, beauty, I'm ready. Nie Xiaodai was also quite eager and immediately got to work. The second Soul Reaper was lured over. With 1 spirit just gained when Luo Chen faced the sticky monster again, he found himself even more at ease, feeling the thrill with each stab. Fell was incredibly satisfying. Nie Xiaodai served as an auxiliary. Seeing Luo Chen seemed a bit carried away, she quickly typed a warning, dummy. If you lose your qualification for the apocalypse, you'll be useless, and I can only squeeze you dry. Luo Chen suddenly felt a shiver and calmed down. Damn. If there's a chance, I must rewatch some of Uncle Joe's movies to see if I can find a killer move against female ghosts. This time, as the special monster just turned red, Luo Chen decisively ran towards Nie Xiaodai and smoothly, oops, another 2 items dropped, but he didn't see clearly. This time Nie Xiaodai didn't share and swallowed them all. Luo Chen felt indignant, but pretended to flatter with a grin, big sister, I'm not tired at all, full of energy. Nie Xiaodai nodded. The 1 spirit from earlier had taken effect. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, then realized and exclaimed, beauty, you can nod now. Oh wait, can you use micro-expressions now? Just now a fake crystal soul dropped, it's very useful to me. Oh, as for what the other dropped item was, Nie Xiaodai didn't say, and Luo Chen didn't dare to ask. The third special monster was about to start. Still red with green poison, Luo Chen assassinated. After more than 10 minutes, they successfully took it down. Again, 2 more items dropped. Another female ghost flashed by. Luo Chen lamented, we're a group, I'm a team. Can I please get to pick something up, just for the thrill? This time Nie Xiaodai threw down an item and typed, you got lucky. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, immediately picked it up with excitement. Fate Crystal Power. Luo Chen felt content, fully fond of the silver-haired female, Taoist, ghost wife, love you. After just a short rest, Luo Chen couldn't wait to urge Nie Xiaodai to start the last monster. Continue operating. Both of them wouldn't make any basic mistakes, so they smoothly took down the last Soul Reaper without any major incidents. The silver-haired female Taoist flashed by. Luo Chen, this girl is really quick. Of course, this time Luo Chen had already calmly accepted the fact that he wouldn't be able to pick up any equipment. However, after waiting for nearly a minute, seeing that Nie Xiaodai showed no signs of movement, made Luo Chen anxious. Hey, wait. Is there nothing for me? What? The crystal is mine. Oh, I can also use the equipment, and I don't want to give it to you. Damn. How can I tolerate this? Luo Chen immediately turned hostile. Nie Xiaodai. Let me tell you, if we can't share the spoils fairly, if we can't be honest, I swear. Nie Xiaodai smiled, without speaking, quietly waiting for Luo Chen to finish his threat. After pondering for a long time, Luo Chen finally said resentfully, I'll quit the game in protest. Refusing internet addiction starts with me. Just so you know, if you dare to squeeze me dry, I'll turn into an evil spirit and deal with you. Nie Xiaodai stifled a laugh and threw an equipment piece on the ground. Luo Chen immediately pounced on it like a hungry tiger, picked it up, and eagerly checked iron bracelet. Don't be fooled by this name, it contains a strong will. When you go to the bathroom, you definitely won't hit the toilets. Luo Chen was taken aback. What does that mean? Oh, accurate, right? Next, Luo Chen hurriedly used a random teleportation scroll, flying to the other side of the Poison Snake Valley. Yes, the Poison Snake Valley map has 2 entrances leading to Mengchong. A few minutes later, Luo Chen fortunately arrived at his destination. Nie Xiaodai soon appeared as well. Luo Chen looked at the 3 Soul Reapers before him, nearly drooling. But after a moment, he frowned in confusion. Why is one missing? I don't know, let's just attack. Luo Chen had no choice but to start. Given their current posture, with relatively rich experience, in less than half an hour they cleared all 3 sticky monsters. This time Luo Chen was quite satisfied. He obtained 2 physical crystals and a piece of apocalypse equipment gold necklace. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This one is for men, allowing warriors to shine. The Stone Tomb Formation is located in the very center of Mengzhong City, resembling a 4-tiered pyramid. It seems that the entire city was built around it. The entire Mengzhong province has expanded at least 100-fold. It's absurdly large. It seems that the random teleportation scrolls and random teleportation stones will definitely become essential supplies for every player in their travels. After clearing the special monster, Luo Chen easily arrived at Mengzhong province and was quite fortunate to fly to the back gate of the city. What he didn't know was that at this moment the safe zone in the poisonous Snake Valley village was about to erupt into a bloody storm. Zhuzi, it's your turn. I am about to lose my sanity running away. Come on, Taylor brother, you can't even hold out for 2 minutes. Stop dawdling, 3 people are already dead. We've finally lured this thing here, and the rewards are right in front of us. Boss, after this, will we be hunted down by the whole server? Will we become public enemies? We're all from the same dorm. If we don't say anything, who would know it's us? Your sister-in-law knows as she's also playing Tianqi and is quite dissatisfied with our methods. You coward, didn't you pick up 2 return stones and a top-tier piece of equipment yesterday? You made over 3,000 in a day, and your wife isn't satisfied. On the outskirts near Poisonous Snake Valley Village, 3 Taoists were running while chatting. The 6 of them began luring monsters as soon as they logged in today, preparing to bring the Soul Reaper into the safe. Yesterday, during the day, they lured many small monsters with night buffs. Although many were killed by the great sword guards at the village entrance, they still successfully brought several into the safe zone. Plenty of rewards. Tiangu, it's your turn. Go poison it. Zhuzi, feeling highly tense, spoke to another Taoist beside him. 10 minutes later, the Soul Reaper completely ignored the attacks of the great sword guards and charged into the safe zone. Then in less than a minute, a thick layer of items and equipment dropped on the ground throughout the safe zone. The 6 players remained silent, solely focused on making money. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had successfully flown to the 5th level of the stone tomb. To be honest, Lucky 10 is quite powerful. Of course, Luo Chen encountered malicious PK attempts no less than 10 times along the way, but he did not retaliate. He was mainly in a hurry to get to his destination, not because there were too many opponents. Once he descended into the stone tomb formation, Luo Chen dove headfirst into a chaotic run, eventually losing track of where he was. Nie Xiaodai appeared beside him, staring at the identical stone tomb formations in front of her. After a moment of silence, she typed, "You fool. Where on earth are you running to?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sister, it's the stone tomb formation. Didn't you say we should come here?" "You fool. What's the number of this one?" This stumped Luo Chen. Who remembers that? Nie Xiaodai was speechless and had no choice but to angrily lure monsters. Luo Chen was puzzled. "It wasn't my fault for listening to you, right? Women are truly troublesome." Just like that, the 2 of them fought monsters until 1 in the morning. The dropped items were still being picked up by Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen felt anxious. "I didn't want to pick up previous equipment, but now I can't even pick it up." "You wait. I will make you spit it out eventually." At that moment, Nie Xiaodai suddenly typed, "Hurry and get out." Luo Chen was stunned. "No, I didn't even go in." Then he realized, "Are we logging off now?" After receiving a positive response, Luo Chen immediately exited the game. Just after logging off, Luo Chen discovered a female assassin dressed in a tight black outfit resembling a Western version of Black Widow, who clearly had ulterior motives and was suppressing him, holding a potion she intended to pour into his mouth. Seeing Luo Chen suddenly remove his helmet, the female assassin was taken aback, quickly discarded the potion, and swiftly grabbed a glimmering dagger, thrusting it towards Luo Chen's heart without hesitation. However, she couldn't stab. Luo Chen raised his hand, easily grasping the female assassin's delicate wrist, looking somewhat bewildered. "What are you trying to do?" The female assassin appeared cold and ruthless, but internally, she was horrified. "What's going on? I am a master in judo, karate, taekwondo, and yoga." Having roamed the coastal city for so many years, she had never missed a target. She was a renowned assassin in the underground world, nicknamed the Black Widow. "How could I be caught by a rookie? But what the hell is happening now? His strength is so great. I can't fight back at all." The Black Widow struggled with her wrist, finding it completely immovable. Panicking inside, she put on a charming smile. "Big brother, would you like a service that would bring divine punishment if I say it out loud?" Luo Chen gazed at the Black Widow's figure and alluring features, feeling a bit tempted. Is the industry so competitive now? They even deliver to your door? He then easily threw the female assassin onto the floor and placed the dagger he seized on the table, looking indifferent. "Do you want to kill me?" That's right, this place is also under divine punishment, so be honest." The Black Widow, who had been thrown to the ground and was bruised and dazed, quickly put on a seductive gaze and intentionally showcased her excellent skills. "How could I? With someone as handsome as you, who would dare kill you? I was just rambling out of boredom." At that moment, Luo Chen finally realized, although she is a woman, when did my skills and reflexes become so impressive? The speed of that sharp dagger seemed like child's play in his eyes. Was it because I had consumed several destiny, or was it due to the bonuses from those Tianqi equipment? Luo Chen, pleasantly surprised by his significant power boost, felt his anger towards the Black Widow's assassination attempt diminish considerably. "Then simply tell me, what talents do you possess?" This left the Black Widow momentarily stunned. After a moment of thought, she hesitantly replied, "Handsome guy, I can do winter of ice and fire, and the oil lamp burns while the horse gallops." Luo Chen glanced at her black stealth suit and frowned. "You don't qualify to call me handsome. Can you dance? You know, the kind that twists and turns." The Black Widow appeared somewhat confused. Seeing Luo Chen's displeased expression, she hurriedly said, "Big brother, I can do the splits." Saying that, she directly performed a perfect 180-degree split on the floor. Luo Chen was dissatisfied. The angle was wrong. It looked bad to him when it was front and back. "Can you do it left and right?" The Black Widow was taken aback, but immediately modified her performance according to the client's request, smiling flatteringly. "Is this better?" Luo Chen was now satisfied. Actually, if the heart is free of women, the sword will naturally be divine, but the Tai Chi diagram is all about the yin-yang fish spinning. Just as Luo Chen began to feel a bit restless, he suddenly sensed a chill and saw snowflakes drifting by. Then a chilling female voice echoed in his ear. "This woman is so dirty. If you dare, I'll eat you first with some soy sauce." Luo Chen was so startled that he nearly trembled and wanted to leave. What the hell? A female ghost. Wait, when did Nie Xiaodai stop typing? Are you talking nonsense? The Black Widow with her legs spread in a perfect 180-degree split on the floor was so wrong that she was about to cry. After all, she was a top assassin, a well-known figure in the industry that people avoided and had never experienced such humiliation. It's a legitimate move, big brother. I'm not talking nonsense. This is an authentic high-level textbook move. Just try adjusting it. It's definitely... Luo Chen, receiving no reply from Nie Xiaodai, had no choice but to play the role of a gentleman first. He picked up the medicine bottle that had been tossed aside and asked the woman on the ground coldly, "What is this?" "Love potion," the Black Widow replied with a fawning smile, her eyes darting slyly. "Sets the mood. Everyone who uses it says it's fantastic." Luo Chen had never used it before, so he strode over to the Black Widow. Ignoring her terrified expression, he seized her chin and, despite her desperate struggles, poured the entire potion down her throat. The Black Widow gasped a few times, then rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto the floor unconscious. Luo Chen remarked approvingly, "It really does work." Seeing her sprawled in an unseemly position, Luo Chen spat. "Even unconscious you look this grotesque. And you dare call yourself a professional? Thumbs down." Just then a chill wind brushed against Luo Chen's cheek and a silvery, eerie laugh echoed. "Are all men as lecherous as you?" Luo Chen immediately straightened up with an air of righteousness. "How could that be? They're not nearly as... I'll spit. I'm not lecherous at all." A cold sensation swept past his groin. "The body never lies, you know." "Holy crap." Luo Chen quickly clamped his legs together. "Can you stop threatening my family heirlooms so casually? If you've got a problem, take it out on me. Sis, why did this female assassin want to kill me?" The chill left Luo Chen's body and drifted beside the woman. Moments later, a phone floated up on its own, creating a rather chilling scene. Understanding dawned on Luo Chen. He stepped forward, took the phone, and tried the woman's fingers one by one. It was only when he pressed her right middle finger that the phone unlocked. Luo Chen quickly opened the photo gallery and scrolled through it for a while, but found no useful information. The chill then leaned on his shoulder, presumably Nie Xiaodai looking at the phone with him. After checking the messaging apps and texts, Luo Chen finally discovered a special bounty: eliminate the deliverman Luo Chen. Address and photos as follows. Requirement: death process, no less than 2 hours, provide 4 sets of valid photos and 2 videos. Reward: 2 million credit coins. But the message came from an unknown source, and neither Luo Chen nor Nie Xiaodai could trace it. Just then a soft, sweet voice whispered in his ear, "Open her hidden album." Luo Chen was startled. Why does Nie Xiaodai's voice keep changing? Still, the current voice was incredibly pleasant. He quickly reopened the gallery and sure enough found the hidden folder. As for how to open it, same as before, the right middle finger. When he saw the photos inside, Luo Chen's eyes widened, utterly transfixed, and drool nearly escaped his lips. The female assassin's hidden album was filled entirely with censored images. Indeed, many of them showed her in compromising positions with various men, showcasing techniques that left even the well-versed Luo Chen astounded. A learning experience. As Luo Chen immersed himself in critical appreciation, a seductive voice whispered, "Finished with those. Scroll down." Good heavens. Luo Chen finally believed Nie Xiaodai's words. She truly had seen it all. A kindred spirit. After a while, he began to sense something was off. This was starting to get twisted. The men in the photos were still the ones who had wrestled naked with the female assassin, but their fates were now gruesome beyond belief. The scenes resembled nothing less than a slaughterhouse. Especially the giant processed sausages crafted by the female assassin. The sight made Luo Chen's scalp crawl. This woman was nothing short of a female mantis, a Black Widow spider. Luo Chen was about to turn off the phone when a gentle voice by his ear stopped him. "Look a little more. This is a rare opportunity." Damn it. Luo Chen instantly dropped the phone and declared with righteous indignation, "Such vile photos must be completely banned. What business does a female ghost have looking at these?" Circling the female assassin twice, Luo Chen cupped his chin in thought. "What do we do with her? Can you drain her dry?" The chill drifted beside him. "Too filthy." Luo Chen frowned, then his eyes lit up. He grabbed his own phone, scrolled through his contacts, found a number, and dialed. "Hey, is this Officer Lee? What do you mean it's the middle of the night? It's not that late. Oh, the time doesn't matter. Get up and party. Stop stalling. Do you want a 3rd class, no 1st class? Wait, 2nd class merit or not? If you do 404, I see you there." After hanging up, Luo Chen beamed. "Xiaodia, I guess this counts as helping people to the end, or as seeing them off to the afterlife." The chill gently caressed his handsome face, twice chuckling. "This is called rewarding good and punishing evil." About 10 minutes later, a knock came at the door. Luo Chen darted over and opened the door. A regular police officer and a community patrol officer walked in one after another. Luo Chen patted Officer Lee on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Old Li, your promotion and fortune are just... Ignoring his cheekiness, Officer Li frowned, walked into the living room, and bent down to check the woman's breathing. What's going on here? The patrol officer Xiao Chun looked nervously at the woman on the floor, his eyes fixed on her chest, perhaps to prevent her from suddenly attacking. Luo Chen picked up the woman's phone, deftly unlocked it with her middle finger, and opened the hidden album. Old Li, if you catch a murderous maniac, and a twisted one at that, how many ranks would you jump? Officer Li stood up, took the phone with a grave expression, and after a moment his face twisted into such a dramatic display that he could have been on stage. Holy shit. He then grabbed his communicator and, trembling with excitement, quickly reported to the command center. District so-and-so, second level Inspector Li, fan badge number such and such, suspect in a major case identified and subdued. Location building 4, apartment 404, so-and-so estate. Requesting SWAT support. Luo Chen stared blankly at the overreacting Officer Li and couldn't help but remind him, this woman can't even move. Why call SWAT? You two can just haul her off yourself, and Xiao Chun might even get a bonus envelope. Officer Li's eyes reddened as he growled in a low voice. Xiao Luo, my lord Luo. You don't understand. Then he solemnly instructed Xiao Chun, today you've hit the jackpot. Lucky you came with me. Don't you want to get a permanent position? Perform well. Just then 2 men burst into apartment 404, wearing black stockings over their heads. One brandished a single-shot shotgun, the other a silenced pistol, and they snarled, nobody move. Mother for his hand over widow's sister. Luo Chen was startled. Armed thugs too. The Black Widow still had live male underlings. That was a surprise. Officer Li in the living room was horrified, while Xiao Chen, still reeling from the shock and joy of the earlier discovery, snapped back to reality. His face flushed red and his eyes blazed with boundless determination. Dare to steal my opportunity. He'll kill you bastards. With that he drew his baton and charged at the 2 armed thugs. Officer Li, alarmed, reached for his waist in a flash, while shouting, watch out. As for Luo Chen, with no time for other moves, he simply picked up the empty medicine bottle and flicked it lightly. A thunderous bang erupted as the shotgun belched fire, and a hail of pellets struck the thug with the silenced pistol. The man screamed in agony, inadvertently firing his weapon. The bullet tore through Xiao Chen's left arm and grazed Officer Li's backside. Had Luo Chen not kicked Officer Li aside in time, the bullet would likely have hit him in the groin. Then Old Li would... The shotgun-wielding thug fumbled to reload, but Xiao Chun and Officer Li tackled him ferociously. A blow to the leg, a blow to the mouth, a blow to the head. 3 strikes shattered his thug dreams. Almost simultaneously, the deafening wail of police sirens rose from downstairs. Luo Chen quickly sat down on the floor, keeping a low profile. Shots were fired, the suspect was apprehended, and someone was wounded. Old Li, his eyes red with fury, cursed at the neighborhood officer Xiao Chun. Are you out of your damn mind? Charging at 2 guns like that. If you died, how the hell would I explain it to your parents? You damn. Xiao Chen, clutching his wounded arm, remained silent, though a flicker of joy was barely concealed in his eyes. The SWAT team leader, eyeing the bullet wound on Old Li's buttock, remarked with a mix of admiration and jest, Old Li, you nearly became a eunuch. If your wife finds out, she'll surely raise hell. An officer nearby tried to staunch Old Li's bleeding, but Old Li shoved him away. The SWAT leader shot his subordinate a disapproving glare. Show some tact. Stop the bleeding. Let him bleed. The more he bleeds, the happier Old Li gets. Damn it, I'm just scraping by today, but Old Li's hit the jackpot. Xiao Chen, not bad either. Fancy joining our SWAT team? Xiao Chun said nothing, glancing at Old Li, but his expression betrayed his surprise and excitement. The SWAT leader didn't hide his envy. Old Li, you bastard, in a few days I'll have to call you boss. Damn. Blood from Old Li's wound soaked his entire lower body, yet he still took the cigarette offered by the SWAT leader and took a deep, satisfying drag. Just then a commotion arose from the hallway. Moments later, the deputy district head of Binhai City's Cha district and the head of the public security sub-bureau arrived in person, accompanied of course by their superiors and colleagues. Luo Chen, squatting by the sofa like a quail, was taken aback. Is this really that big a deal? I should have just carried the female assassin downstairs. Look at this mess. The landlady will surely throw a fit tomorrow. When he saw Old Li recounting the entire incident before so many leaders, though he had changed the story to having discovered the lead on his own instead of receiving a call, Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had exhorted Old Li repeatedly just for this. Luo Chen had no desire to be taken in for questioning. It was cold outside, and playing games at home was far more comfortable. Besides, Nye Xiaodai seemed somewhat intimidated by the presence of law enforcement and had already retreated to the second bedroom, hiding inside her gaming helmet. After much commotion, the key figures departed, and an older leader pointed at Luo Chen on the floor, asking, "He's the tenant here." Old Li quickly interjected. Xiao Luo was a delivery driver before. He got injured a few days ago and received a threatening call. I've been in close contact with him. The older leader nodded. We must fully ensure the safety of the people. Well, Old Li interrupted. Don't worry, sir. He'll handle it. Leave Xiao Luo to me. The older leader frowned. You'll handle it. Get your ass to the hospital. If I didn't know it was just a flesh wound on your butt, I'd think you were about to die. Old Li gave an embarrassed smile. Then it's in your hands. Congratulations, old Li. The older leader offered a genuine smile before turning to leave. The funeral home staff cleaned up the body ravaged by the shotgun and wiped the floor clean before leaving. To their credit, not a trace of blood remained. Only a few SWAT officers, Old Li and Luo Chen, remained in room 404. Old Li then scolded Luo Chen. You sure you don't want to go? This is a chance to earn merit. Luo Chen shrugged. No thanks. I'm a coward. What if someone holds a grudge? Old Li wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words, so he muttered angrily. You damn well be careful too. Luo Chen coughed and suddenly thought of something. Oh, could you send a banner of appreciation to the landlady? After all this trouble, I'm afraid she'll raise a ruckus tomorrow. Old Li waved his hand. She'll be more than happy, don't worry. And by the way, that kick of yours was brutal. My gunshot wound hurts less than your foot. Luo Chen immediately stood up and pushed him toward the door. Go to the hospital quickly. Get checked for cervical erosion or something. Don't leave any lasting damage. Old Li choked, nearly speechless. After a long pause, he cursed, still in the mood for gaming. Lock the doors and windows and go to bed. He'll come back for you at dawn. After everyone left room 404, Luo Chen locked the door and finally let out a sigh. Damn it. Who the hell hired someone to kill me? Luo Chen racked his brain, but could think of no enemies outside the game. The third young master of the Wang family. He quickly dismissed the thought unlikely. That guy probably didn't know his real identity, unless he had connections high enough to make federal officials take such a risk. Or, Luo Chen's mind wandered, could the original owner have been an illegitimate child of some super family corporation or political bigwig? Now that the inheritance was up for grabs, family members were coming for him. It was a common trope in those CEO novels from his past life. Though the possibility was minuscule and the plot too absurdly stupid, it didn't matter. Mindless feel-good stories had their market too. As Luo Chen continued to empty his mind, a chill sensation suddenly pressed into his arms. Startled, he asked, Xiaodai, what are you doing? Trying to suck my yang energy? A soft, weary voice sounded from his chest. Yes. The righteous aura of law enforcement is quite harmful to spirits. I need to recover. Luo Chen winced, hesitating before muttering. Let's set some ground rules. Don't suck too hard. Take it slow and steady. A few seconds passed. Suddenly, a deep chill surged through Luo Chen, making him shiver. Then he heard a gritted voice. He'll kill you so we can be a pair of tragic lovers. You idiot, get on the game. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least in the game, he could carry the team without guaranteeing victory, and Xiaodai needed him. It was good to be useful. Logging back in, the two were still in the stone tomb maze. In the game Tianxi New Century, there were hundreds of these mazes, but so far only the two of them occupied this one. And the monsters spawned in overwhelming numbers. Red boars, black maggots, wedge moths. They seemed endless. Though Luo Chen, now skilled in the crescent slash and boosted by the luck 10, could clear them faster than a mage roasting pigs, he still couldn't keep up with the respawn rate. Thus both their experience points soared. Occasionally 500 HP red and black boars appeared in the maze with much higher drop rates for rare items, including top-tier gear and even advanced skill books. Every time he saw these boars, Luo Chen's heart itched with anticipation, hoping they'd drop a flaming sword technique or something. But the wedge moths were a nuisance. They paralyzed you and never dropped items. When Luo Chen reached level 29, Nia Xiaodai's bag was full, and she started tossing equipment his way. This warmed his heart. Finally, the woman was giving back to her Uncle Bird. But the gear she threw was useless to Luo Chen. Decent stats, but no practical value. He then turned off the crescent slash to practice his skills. After a dozen minutes, Luo Chen's assassination sword technique finally reached max level. Just then a 500 HP red boar dropped a skill book. He could use the level 30 barbarian charge. Nia Xiaodai didn't snatch it this time. Delighted, Luo Chen picked it up, opened a mobile storage scroll, and stored his entire backpack. When 9 o'clock came, Nia Xiaodai suggested returning to the city, and Luo Chen had no objection. But he couldn't resist pressing. So when are you going to pay me back for the judgment staff? Don't tell me you're planning to welch. Tomorrow morning, I'll go with you to kill the sect leader. Fine, you said it. Luo Chen found Fatty Jean finished dealing with his items, and Nia Xiaodai urged him to log off. Sleep, eat, recharge, and head to Binhai University. Luo Chen was utterly exasperated. Sis. There's really nothing between Lu Ru and me. Besides, she's gone. What's the point of going there? By the way, can you still not speak in the game? Talking in the game wastes soul power. In reality, using your spirit only you can hear me, and it costs almost nothing. After explaining, Nia Xiaodai typed again. Tonight in the game's fragment space, the Ghost Realm dungeon opens. Others might compete for it. It drops a special soul crystal, which is very important to me. What the hell? A game dungeon? Luo Chen had just finished tidying up and was about to go to bed when he suddenly heard someone knocking at the door outside. He opened the door to find Officer Li. Why aren't you sleeping? Luo Chen complained, not caring that it was already morning. After some back and forth, they agreed to meet again at 5 in the afternoon, and Luo Chen yawned as he went back to sleep. As for the fact that someone had just died in room 404, how could he be so relaxed? The female ghost Nia Xiaodai had effectively raised his mental threshold. Luo Chen slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon. He was awakened by hunger. Near Luo Chen's neighborhood, there was a self-service barbecue restaurant called Shuhu Kuru. It was essentially a barbecue shop. Around 3 in the afternoon, there shouldn't normally be many customers. However, it was clearly abnormal now. About 10 people were gathered around a 200-pound man, watching him devour skewers. This hefty man was a well-known food streamer in Binhai City, currently participating in the Shuhu Kuru Food Roulette Challenge. Finish a designated set meal within a time limit to win 2,000 yuan, or pay the full price if you can't. Although the big man was trying his best to chew and swallow, it was obvious he was struggling. Finally, he put down the skewer and smiled bitterly at the camera. Guys, I have to admit, this barbecue place really gives a lot of food. I can't eat anymore. Just then, behind the big man in the live stream, a figure in a delivery uniform appeared. Luo Chen rushed to the barbecue shop, feeling like his stomach was about to eat itself. As soon as he entered the shop, he noticed many people were watching the big man, and on his table lay a mountain of skewers: grilled lamb, grilled beef, grilled chicken, grilled gizzards, grilled wings, grilled prawns, grilled fish balls, and grilled shrimp balls. With his last bit of sanity, Luo Chen confirmed the price with the barbecue shop owner. You are a self-service barbecue place, right? 89 yuan per person for all you can eat. What the hell did the price go up? 89 for all you can eat is fine. Luo Chen immediately pointed at the barbecue on the big man's table. Give me 2 servings of that. The crowd was immediately stunned. Even the big man widened his eyes and hesitated before saying, hey, delivery guy, you won't be able to finish that. Don't ruin your stomach for 2,000 yuan. Luo Chen was puzzled. What was the big man talking about? Can't finish. Can I have a bite of the barbecue on your table? The big man still wanted to give some friendly advice, but Luo Chen's eyes were blazing with hunger. He stepped forward and grabbed 2 handfuls, eating ravenously. Luo Chen felt like his body had reached a bottleneck, constantly demanding energy from him. As one skewer went down, he finally felt a sense of relief. The big man quickly handed him a bottle of water. Luo Chen nodded in thanks and grabbed another handful of skewers. Has anyone ever felt so hungry that even bitter melon looked tasty? Meanwhile, the big man had discreetly adjusted his live streaming equipment to ensure that both he and Luo Chen. In his live stream, there were usually only around 1,000 to 800 viewers, but now it had surged to several thousand and was still rising. The chat was flooded. Big man, this isn't staged, is it? This delivery guy can eat a lot. How many skewers has he had already? His profile is handsome. It's a pity he's delivering. Big man, ask him for his contact info. I want him to deliver to me. You want him to fix your toilet, right? My toilet. Half an hour later, the owner of the barbecue shop was dumbfounded. The big man was overjoyed. The live stream room was in a frenzy with thousands of viewers. This unknown delivery guy seemed to have broken the food streaming record of Binhai City. In the Eastern Federation, he could rank up there too. Hey bro, drink some warm water. You can't drink soda. Right now it's bad for your stomach. Luo Chen accepted the cup of warm water handed to him by the big man and thanked him again. This guy may be a bit overweight, but he's really nice. Downing the cup of water, Luo Chen stood up satisfied, and in the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he smoothly scanned the payment code. Ding. Payment received 90 yuan. Luo Chen waved generously. You can keep the extra change. 5-star review. Everyone was left in shock. The barbecue shop owner hesitated. Hey, I wanted to. Luo Chen was startled. Isn't this a self-service meal? Don't even think about it. No way. It was agreed that the self-service meal is 89 yuan. Oh, and I paid 90. I won't let you take a penny from me. It was useless no matter what anyone said. The big man next to him wanted to persuade him to accept the shop's reward of 2,000 yuan in cash, but seeing Luo Chen's resolute attitude, he had to give up. This guy is so carefree, I can't figure him out. Meanwhile, the big man's live stream went completely viral. The barbecue shop owner, seeing how excited this delivery guy was, also took the opportunity, smiling broadly. Bro, you're so straightforward. Here, take this cigarette. Luo Chen was puzzled. What's going on? Is this a ploy? I don't smoke. How about you exchange it for a bottle of white wine? Really? Then give me the most expensive one. For 50 in the afternoon. Luo Chen sat on a chair in the police office, casually crossing his legs as he said to Officer Li, look, I know you're injured, so I specially bought you a bottle of white wine to visit you. That's quite generous. Aren't you touched? Officer Li stood still, the bruise on his, but still hurt more. I don't drink. If you have this heart, you might as well bring me a cigarette. What the heck? Luo Chen was stunned. Did I say the wrong thing? Should I have accepted that cigarette? I wonder if the barbecue shop owner will still exchange it. At that moment, the door of the police office was pushed open and a group of formally dressed police officers walked in, led by an old boss Luo Chen had met before. Seeing the bottle of white wine on the table, he was taken aback, then smiled. Officer Li, are you planning to treat me to a drink tonight? During work hours? I am off for the next 2 days, so let's drink a bit. Luo Chen said, hey, didn't you say you can't drink? At 7 in the evening in room 404 of Building 4, a chill rushed in the moment Luo Chen closed the door. Luo Chen froze for a moment, but after thinking it over, he had just eaten, and his yang energy was strong, so he decided not to be stingy. Then a silk lingerie suddenly appeared in Luo Chen's hand. Put it on, and I can go out with you. What the heck? Luo Chen instinctively rubbed it with his fingers. It felt nice, and was exactly the piece he had lost after searching everywhere. It smells the same. I, a manly man, would never wear it. This piece of clothing is attached to my soul. It can stop bullets. Why didn't you say so earlier? After a moment, Luo Chen helplessly said, "It's too small, oh I can't wear it." Unexpectedly, the silk lingerie gradually enlarged, transforming into a size suitable for a t-shirt in just a few seconds. Luo Chen was satisfied, ready to wear it over his thermal wear. It needs to be worn close to the body to be bulletproof. This time Luo Chen didn't refuse, it was surprisingly comfortable to wear the silk. Nie Xiaodai was pleased, secretly laughing. This way she could efficiently absorb the yang energy and leave room 404. This Luo Chen had plenty of yang energy, but was just too stingy. Luo Chen then put on his thick delivery uniform and donned the helmet that had saved his life. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "When do we leave? What if we level up a weapon in the meantime? My active luck for today hasn't been used yet. The Ghost Gate at Binhai University can open any time after 9 at night. There's a high probability we will encounter others. We need your luck for dungeon runs." Luo Chen nodded fine. He opened his phone and looked up the route, instantly getting a headache. Damn it, the subway at the entrance doesn't go directly. Taking the bus and subway will take 2 hours. Taking a taxi is too expensive. What if I ride an electric bike? Go to my room, there's a car key in the left side drawer of the wardrobe. Luo Chen picked up the gaming helmet and headed to the spare bedroom. He needed to hide it. Worth 100,000 yuan, it was the most valuable thing he owned. The door to the spare bedroom swung open on its own. Clad in bulletproof silk undergarments, Luo Chen felt no fear. Stepping inside, he couldn't help but inhale deeply. The scent was intoxicating. A chill crept down his upper body. Luo Chen shoved the gaming helmet under the bed, then hurried to the wardrobe by the wall to get down to business. There he discovered an array of exquisite lingerie and a few outer garments, though only a handful. A strange, pleasant fragrance wafted into Luo Chen's nostrils, sending an involuntary shiver through him. It almost made him feel elated. Holding his breath and focusing, he quickly found the keys. Huh, what kind of car is this? The key looks odd. But before Nie Xiaodai could answer, Luo Chen dashed downstairs. Time was of the essence. Minutes later, Luo Chen arrived at the underground parking lot of a mall across from the neighborhood. He took the vehicle entrance. Most delivery riders knew that taking the elevator in uniform could be awkward. As he looked around, a small car roared down from the entrance behind him, blaring its horn arrogantly, shattering the silence of the entire parking lot. Luo Chen raised a hand to shield his eyes from the high beams. It was a Porsche sports car. He couldn't see the driver, but noticed the license plate wasn't screwed on. It seemed magnetically attached to sign. It was often driven without plates. Just as he was about to make way, a head poked out of the driver's window. "Hey, delivery boy, get out of the way. Move it." Luo Chen's anger flared. How rude. Head loosened their tire valve later. After circling twice, he finally found the car Nie Xiaodai had mentioned in a corner. The mall was barely surviving, so the lot was filled with abandoned cars. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai's car was covered. Luo Chen quickly removed the cover and pressed the key with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. To his surprise, after months of sitting idle, the car still had power. The quality wasn't bad. Frowning, he asked, "Xiaodia, why does your Ford only have 2 doors? Is it a Ford Mustang? But where's the prancing horse logo?" Nie Xiaodai's voice drifted softly. "Don't men all love cars? You can't even recognize this. Disappointing." Luo Chen bristled as he opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. "I've seen countless cars. This is just a high-end Ford A.N. M. 10. Armani. Yeah, I've heard of it. Endorsed by Hu Xiaoyao." Nie Xiaodai couldn't take it anymore. "This is an Aston Martin Vantage. My favorite car." Luo Chen finally got the engine started, finding it utterly different from any car had driven. Everything felt off. What is this junk? Even Lu Xiang's wife's second-hand BMW has better features. Nie Xiaodai fell silent. Luo Chen revved the engine hard. Not bad, it hadn't gone to waste. Time to roll. He drove to the exit booth only to freeze in disbelief. The automated screen displayed parking fee due 5320 yuan. Unbelievable. Grumbling, Luo Chen pulled out his phone to scan the payment code. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He put down his phone, quickly reversed to park by the side, then dashed over to the Porsche had seen earlier. Effortlessly, he removed its magnetic license plate and precisely attached it to the front of Nie Xiaodai's car. Back in the car, he drove out without a hitch. Luo Chen felt triumphant. Saved thousands. Nie Xiaodai stared at his slick move, puzzled. "You have hundreds of thousands in your account, and you're still penny pinching." Luo Chen retorted matter-of-factly, "That money's mine. Why should I pay the parking lot?" Nie Xiaodai was speechless. So stingy, what would the future hold? Luo Chen pulled over before the highway entrance, removed the magnetic plate, and tossed it far into the river. "Lucky guy, they'll spare your tire valve this time." He magnanimously let the Porsche owner off. Oh, what a clear mind, what relief. Then nature called. He relieved himself by the greenery watering it. After a shake and tucking himself in, he suddenly remembered Nie Xiaodai was still on him. Panicking, he shouted, "Did you peek?" A teasing voice replied, "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Luo Chen felt foolish, such carelessness. He got and floored the accelerator. After all, it wasn't his car. Speeding along, Luo Chen reached Binhai University by 8:45. He parked by a small river opposite the female dormitory building. As he killed the engine, two pretty girls approached hand in hand, their eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Bro, you can't park here. You'll get a ticket. And why are you wearing a helmet while driving? Is this an Aston Martin? Are you here to experience delivery life? We can show you around. We know these roads well. Luo Chen got out directly. Am really a delivery guy? Been slacking off for 2 days. The two girls, seeing his tall frame in a delivery uniform and helmet, had stars in their eyes. We order takeout often too. Can we add you on WeChat? And can we sit in the car for a photo? A chill brushed Luo Chen's chest. He sighed. This car belongs to a female ghost. That's why I'm wearing this. You know Taoist robes, right? Yellow for warding off evil. The girls clearly didn't believe him, their eyes practically dripping with allure. We can be female ghosts too. Luo Chen locked the car. Damn, no one believes the truth these days. Find him a kept man. Get it? The girls finally understood. One frowned, her voice turning cold. No wonder you can afford a Tumlinyu advantage. Shameless. The other still tried. Bro, I don't mind being a kept man either. Luo Chen said nothing, quickly walking toward Benhai University's side gate. Only then did the chill on his Hey, delivery guys aren't allowed in. The campus security stopped Luo Chen. He sneered inwardly and shouted back. I'm a student working part-time. I'm from XX college, XX major, XX class. Is it shameful to deliver food? I can't get scholarships or work-study spots. Is that fair? The security guard, a permanent staff member, was taken aback. More students gathered, some filming with their phones. Annoyed, the guard said, Don't give me that. Show me your student ID. Luo Chen stepped closer, lowering his voice. You're so strict, but why haven't you caught the murderer of Lu Ru from our class? The guard panicked. Management had strictly forbidden discussion of that topic. Calm down, student. The authorities are investigating. Let's not stir things up and scare off the culprit. Luo Chen glared at him. We in the dorm said if there's no resolution before the new year, we'll demand justice. Don't threaten me with my diploma. Then he strode confidently through the gate. The guard broke into a cold sweat, muttering, Such a lovely girl, so many liked her. Why would she do something so foolish? On a garden path near the female dorm, Ye Xiaodai's voice was full of admiration. You almost had me convinced you were a student here. How did you do it? Luo Chen shrugged, a hint of world weariness in his sigh. Nothing special. Deliver enough food, and you learn everything. Luo Chen sat on the bench in the pavilion, watching the vibrant female college students passing by. Despite the cold, many young ladies braved the chill, revealing their long legs. This time, Ye Xiaodai did not exude her icy aura, but eagerly discussed fashion with Luo Chen. That girl has a great figure. She looks good in anything. Xiaodia, look at that beauty too. She's not wearing pants in this cold. She'll regret it later when she gets arthritis, you know. Besides, she's wearing nude stockings. How do you know? Huh. By the way, do you have stockings? I didn't see any in the wardrobe. I do, black white lace. Wanna see? Yes. Granny, can you stop freezing me? I feel like wow. Look at that sweater girl. Her chest is huge. Comparable to yours. Granny, you'll freeze you to death. Is looking a crime. Oh, I'm sorry. Time quickly passed to 1030 p.m. and the dormitory lights were out. Luo Chen reluctantly watched a graceful figure disappear, then asked in confusion, Xiaodi, didn't you say the dungeon opens at 9? It's past time. I said after 9 the Ghost Realm dungeon can open any time. From 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. the next day it's possible. Luo Chen grew restless. No, we can't just wait here forever. Getting caught by the patrolling counselors would be trouble. Sai should have brought the gaming helmet. Today's chance to upgrade weapons is wasted. No, today's luck is crucial. Luo Chen blinked. Does the Ghost Realm drop equipment too? Before Nye Xiaodai could respond, 3 people, who clearly weren't students, walked in from the garden path entrance. Luo Chen froze, then stood up to leave. Not teachers, right? But Nye Xiaodai's voice rang out, tinged with gravity. People from the way of the celestial masters. Don't talk to me actively for a while, they have some tricks. Luo Chen felt a chill, but also a strange joy. Xiaodai is worried. So he bravely stepped forward. You 3, what are you doing here? The opposite party was visibly startled. The leading young man with a sling bag and casual clothes hesitated. And you are? Student council. Luo Chen declared confidently. Don't mind my delivery guy look. It's just a cover. I'm here to catch night owls like you. Behind the young man stood a masked woman and a middle-aged man with a shifty appearance. Facing Luo Chen's interrogation, the middle-aged man stepped forward and barked, which department of the student council are you from? Who's your counselor? Did you get school approval? Damn. Luo Chen sensed trouble. This guy seems like he's from the school. Hello, teacher. I'm from the external relations department. Are you on patrol too? Luo Chen decided to play it safe. Sure enough, the middle-aged man frowned. What's the external relations department doing? Didn't you get the notice? There's a major school inspection today. Get back now. Luo Chen sighed in relief and quickly said, teacher, I'm also in the martial arts club. I'm skilled. Want me to join you? Just give me a few extra credits. The middle-aged man was about to retort, but the young man raised a hand to stop him. His face was solemn. Fellow Taoist, let's be frank. I assume you're also here to suppress this ghost realm, right? May I ask your lineage? What the hell? How did you recognize me? But the question stumped Luo Chen. After a long pause, he hesitated. Can I make something up? The young man paused, then smiled freely. Not convenient to say. No problem as long as you're not. That's fine. I see you have a full forehead and restrained divine light, clearly of the righteous path. But why do you have a hint of a peach blossom calamity in your fate? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Peach blossom calamity. Isn't it peach blossom luck? Is it because I'm handsome? By then the school teacher had stopped interfering and stood aside, knowing these were experts invited by the administration. Fellow Taoist, I have some talismans here to break the peach blossom calamity. Interested? Luo Chen widened his eyes. Displeased. Fellow Taoist, that's not cool. Better to demolish 3 temples than break a peach blossom calamity. Didn't the venerable masters of the way of the celestial masters teach you that? The young man visibly relaxed upon hearing his own sect mentioned, confirming the other was an insider. But shouldn't it be better to demolish 10 temples than destroy a marriage? Luo Chen frowned and continued. This humble monk, a Taoist, has his own method to resolve the peach blossom calamity. No need for your concern. Does your way of the celestial masters have any talismans or trump cards to suppress ghosts, especially female spirits? Give me a few bundles. The young man's eyes lit up. Yes, plenty. Not only protective spells, exorcism charms, and light talismans, but also fine replicas of Zhongkue portraits and Bagua diagrams. How many do you want? The masked woman behind him seemed to want to speak, but held back. So many. Give me one of each. Luo Chen exclaimed in delight. Great choice. Well, the Tao is priceless. These items will cost you 800 yuan, a true friend. He then pulled out a payment code: WeChat Alipay credit card, all in one. Luo Chen was stunned. Damn, it costs money. The young Taoist looked incredulous. No wealth, companions, methods, and land. Without money, how do you subdue demons or catch ghosts? Luo Chen grew angry. Who says I'm broke? I have tens of millions in my account. He silently added tens of millions of gold coins. The young Taoist was skeptical. So are you buying or not? Cornered. Luo Chen pulled out his phone and scanned 8848 yuan, saying grandly, keep the change as a tip. The young Taoist beamed, quickly pulling a delicate yellow paper bundle from his bag with a simple paper tag handwritten in brush: ghost expelling set. Luo Chen took it suspiciously. Is your bag full of this stuff? And why is it prepackaged? The young Taoist smiled confidently. Absolutely reliable. Way of the celestial masters products are guaranteed. The woman behind him finally couldn't bear it and stepped forward. Fellow Taoist, what you're holding was drawn by my senior brother himself. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Don't let it harm you. Before the young Taoist could get angry, Luo Chen was delighted. So it's not a fake. Hey, fellow Taoist, got any more? Give me 2 more sets. The woman was speechless. Did I not make myself clear? The young Taoist was thrilled. Fellow Taoist, you have great By the way, I have a celestial masters artifact here. You've probably heard of it, right? Since you have tens of millions in your account, you can afford it. You're destined for it. He then pulled a wooden sword from his bag. Luo Chen was shocked. How did he fit that in? The young Taoist showed a hint of reluctance. This artifact is a reward for the most outstanding new disciple of the way of the celestial masters. A true heaven's awakening equipment. Feel it for yourself. It's stunning. But as Luo Chen took the wooden sword, he realized this is just the special wooden sword from New Heaven's Dawn. I even have a short sword myself. If a wooden sword is such a precious artifact, then my short sword must be a divine. How much? Luo Chen asked curiously. The young Taoist, feigning reluctance, gritted his teeth. This is an offensive artifact. Priceless. Since you like it, then 800. Luo Chen was surprised. So cheap. He scanned 888 yuan again, same as before. Keep the The young Taoist was dumbfounded. Are you joking? The young Taoist tried to retrieve the wooden sword, but Luo Chen easily dodged him. Luo Chen sneered. I've already paid. Are you trying to back out? The young Taoist, unable to endure it any longer, retorted. Why don't you just rob me? An 8 million spirit artifact, and you want it for 800. Are you some kind of Spartan warrior? Luo Chen was inwardly thunderstruck. What the hell? 800. It's 8 million. Did I mishear that? But he couldn't let the other party see his ignorance, so he gave a cold smirk on the surface. A broken wooden sword, and you dare to sell it to me for 8 million? Who's the one joking here? Is this what the honored masters of the celestial Tao sect teach you? The young Taoist instantly broke down, stunned, speechless. After a moment, he said with an awkward expression, well, gold and silver have their price, but spirit artifacts are priceless. Just then another group of people arrived from afar, and their lineup was even more formidable. A strikingly handsome man, clearly possessing the aura of an emperor dressed in a British-style suit, was flanked by 3 curvaceous beauties in silk robes. Behind him followed 2 fully armed assistants carrying huge toolboxes and 3 somewhat obsequious men in martial attire swaggering up to the crowd. 2 middle-aged men in glasses also followed from a distance, seemingly unwilling to get too close. The teacher on this side, however, had sharp eyes. He immediately trotted over to the 2 bespectacled middle-aged men, trembling with fear and barely daring to breathe, asking, Hello, Principal Zhang. Director Wang. What brings you 2 here as well? Principal Zhang frowned slightly, and Director Wang beside him immediately lowered his voice to scold. Director Li, what was discussed at the meeting? You were supposed to take the Celestial Tao sect's esteemed masters directly to Building 1. Why are you still here? Cold sweat instantly dripped from Director Li, Master Floating Cloud, and his party encountered. I'm a deliverer man who is a hidden master. They're having an in-depth exchange. Over here. The suave man in the suit was now looking contemptuously at the young Taoist, snorting coldly. Floating clouds still peddling your junk. Or are you swindling a deliverer man? And by the way, what's wrong with Binhai University letting a deliverer man sneak in? The young Taoist master Floating Cloud, forgetting all about the wooden sword, angrily retorted to the suave man. You people from the Blazing Flame sect are still so arrogant, looking down on our celestial Tao sect. The suave man tilted his nose upward and continued snorting. Do you, Floating Cloud, represent the celestial Tao sect? Not to say, but the celestial Tao sect's recruitment standards are getting more and more lax these days. They'll take any riffraff. Oh, is that Beauty Yunchi here too? Why are you wearing a mask? Embarrassed by your good-for-nothing senior brother. Master Floating Cloud was furious, on the verge of cursing. The woman who had been standing behind Master Floating Cloud pulled him back, then removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face covered in frost. Wang Lei, that's enough. Just seeing your ugly face makes me want to vomit. The suave man gave a devilish smirk. A beating is a sign of affection, a scolding a sign of love. Beauty Yunchi, scold me all you like. Niece Yunchi, arguing with a dog won't get you anywhere, and you can't bite it back. Luo Chen couldn't stand it any longer. He rubbed his nose and casually twirled the wooden sword in his hand. The best way to deal with a dog is with a stick. Here, I'll give you one. Yunchi hadn't expected the deliver-man Taoist who had been fooled by her senior brother earlier to not only defend her, but also offer to give her senior brother's precious artifact. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. And why did he call her niece? Meanwhile, Wang Lei of the Blazing Flame sect finally changed his expression, looking at Luo Chen with some suspicion. The celestial Tao sect's yellow-grade spirit artifact, the Millennia Peachwood Sword. How did it end up with you? Seeing Yunchi in a daze, Luo Chen didn't hesitate to thrust the wooden sword into her hands, and replied calmly, I bought it for 888. Do you believe me? Wang Lei frowned, unable to fathom the background of this deliverer man. May I ask which sect you hail from, and what your Taoist title is? Luo Chen was inwardly stunned, but feigned displeasure. Is that any way to ask for my humble Taoist name? Wang Lei immediately straightened his face, becoming serious. He cupped his hands and performed a solemn Taoist bow of greeting. May I ask your Taoist lineage? Everyone present turned to look at Luo Chen, their faces full of expectation. Now it was Luo Chen's turn to be confused. Damn it, Wang Lei's way of asking. Was there some specific meaning behind it? Did he have to answer? It seemed he might have overdone the act, but now he was in a tight spot. He couldn't let the boast head made backfire on him. A flash of inspiration hit Luo Chen. Got it. I am Luo Jiu, a wandering Taoist. By seniority, I am the junior master of Floating Cloud and Yunchi. Of course, you may also call me Uncle Jiu. Luo Chen said calmly, without a hint of a blush or a racing heart. Heh, when you're out and about, your identity is whatever you make it. Luo Chen was satisfied with his quick thinking. Perfect. This statement shocked everyone. Yunchi was lost and thought, no wonder the deliver-man Taoist had called me his niece earlier and returned my senior brother's artifact to me. Young's voice was crisp and sweet. Greetings, Uncle Jiu. Floating Cloud suddenly realized, so that's why he couldn't see through his cultivation level. He was Luo Jiu, Uncle Jiu, returning the wooden sword to me through my junior sister. Uncle Jiu is truly magnanimous. Floating Cloud's voice carried a hint of shame. Greetings, Uncle Jiu. Your teachings just now. Your nephew will remember them. Wang Lei frowned deeply. Luo Jiu. Could he be a wandering master from the Luo divine capital in the central province? And clearly he knew these two siblings from the celestial Tao sect. Wang Lei's voice carried a note of wariness. I am Wang Lei, the chief disciple under the awakening lion, true master of the Blazing Flame sect. Greetings, Uncle Jiu. The three beauties in silk robes also tried their best to flaunt their curvaceous figures, the three sisters of the Lu family from Binhai. Greetings to Master Luo. The three men in martial attire were full of reverence, ghost hunters of the Binhai branch of the Water Transport Guild. Greetings to Master Luo. Holy crap. Luo Chen was feeling a bit elated. What a great feeling. I totally pulled it off. Alright, from now on my identity is Uncle Jiu. But don't let it slip. Just as Luo Chen was about to savor this pleasure, he suddenly noticed the space around them darkened sharply, and then a faint white mist began to drift in the garden. Even the streetlights became dim. Yunchi was the first to react, her voice tinged with panic, the sign of a ghost realm descending. Wang Lei's explanation was different. Water Transport Guild. The Heavenly Revelation instance, the ghost realm, has opened at Binhai University. It will fully seal this realm in 5 minutes. Take Principal Zhang and the others to the safety zone immediately. Luo Chen was taken aback. Wasn't Wang Lei supposed to be a bad guy? The three martial artists of the Water Transport Guild immediately followed Wang Lei's orders, leading Principal Zhang, Director Wang, and Director Li away. The Ghost Realm instance was an independent space. As long as one wasn't contaminated during its full descent, they generally wouldn't be pulled into the Ghost Realm. But those present ready to suppress the Ghost Realm all waited quietly. 3 minutes later, the three ghost hunters of the Water Transport Guild returned. The surrounding white mist grew denser. Luo Chen was curious. The mist seemed to be distributed very unevenly. and it seemed his gaze could penetrate the mist. Just then Wang Lei gathered everyone to discuss the plan for suppressing the Ghost Realm instance. Both Wang Lei and Master Floating Cloud wanted to recommend Luo Chen as the temporary leader. Luo Chen naturally refused. What if I weren't here today? You couldn't eliminate the Ghost Realm. You can't be greenhouse flowers. Everyone looked sheepish. Then Wang Lei took the lead without hesitation and volunteered to be the team leader for this instance raid. Master Floating Cloud and Master Yunxi didn't object, and the three Lu sisters and the Water Transport Guild ghost hunters deferred to him. A hint of smugness flickered deep in Wang Lei's eyes as he began to arrange things. Once the Ghost Realm fully descends, the white mist will quickly dissipate. Then you'll find that everything here is exactly like the Binhai University campus, except you won't encounter a single living person. According to intelligence, when this Ghost Realm first formed, a female student from the university was inexplicably pulled in and later died by jumping from a building. So it's highly likely there's a malevolent spirit within the Ghost Realm. Our goal is to quickly find the Ghost Realm's core and destroy it. As for the ghostly entities, avoid them if you can. Everyone acknowledged. Luo Chen nodded inwardly. This Wang Lei actually had some skills. Just then the surrounding white mist rapidly cleared, revealing the campus' original appearance. But everyone knew that this place was now the Ghost Domain. Most of the buildings in the Ghost Domain are fake and sealed inaccessible. They'll search all the teaching buildings. The three Lu sisters will search the library. Floating Cloud and Yunxi will search the three cafeterias. The Water Transport Guild will search the male dormitory. Uncle Gio, if you could take on the female dormitory, how does that sound? No one had any objections. Over a dozen minutes later, Wang Lei with his two assistants arrived at the highest point of Binhai University, the rooftop of Teaching Building 1. One of his assistants opened the huge toolbox and quickly assembled a custom sniper rifle. It was only then that Wang Lei curled his lips into a sinister cold smile. Wang Lei assigned Luo Chen to be responsible for the female dormitory building, not because it was a good task, but precisely because it was the most dangerous. This was because someone had just died there. Whether from the way of the Celestial Masters, the Blazing Flame sect, or even the ghost exorcists of the Chao Gang, all were clear before the Ghost Domain descended. Those who died at the sight of its arrival would transform into malevolent wraiths, extremely troublesome to deal with. Thus, when everyone saw Luo Chen accept the task of searching the female dormitory without any pressure, they were all inwardly impressed, truly worthy of Senior Uncle Gio taking on the most dangerous area without even flinching. As the crowd dispersed, Luo Chen walked towards the female dormitory while boasting to Nie Xiaodia. How about it, sis? Your Uncle Gio has built up this persona, hasn't he? Be more respectful to me from now on. Nie Xiaodai's voice then sounded faintly. Yes. Uncle Gio is so domineering, daring to buy a talisman to suppress a female ghost right in front of her. Luo Chen shuddered. Damn. He had forgotten that Nie Xiaodai could see it too. Nie Xiaodai didn't pursue the blame, but continued. Actually, Wang Lei's description of this instance is more accurate. The Ghost Domain is indeed a fragment of the apocalypse space, essentially more like a game. Moreover, besides the ghosts and evil spirits inherent to the Ghost Domain, there's a high chance of game monsters appearing. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised, such as, Nie Xiaodai had to give an example. Are there stray cats on the university campus? The apocalypse power of the instance can transform them into monsters like hook cats or rake cats. Luo Chen laughed dismissively. Starter monsters, what's there to fear? Nie Xiaodai sneered coldly. What if you're a level 1 newbie without even a cloth robe or a wooden sword? Luo Chen was stunned. Holy crap. But then he said confidently, I have the apocalypse equipment, the short sword and the gold necklace, iron bracelet, and bronze ring. Dealing with them will be a piece of cake. Nie Xiaodai was left speechless. After a moment, she continued, since this instance is closely related to the apocalypse game, your luck should work wonders. Now follow your intuition and choose the place you most want to go. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen immediately headed towards the women's restroom on the first floor of the dormitory. The women's restroom. Nie Xiaodai was shocked. Luo Chen, is this the place your heart most desires? Are you perverted? Luo Chen was displeased and frowned. My intuition tells me there's something strange in that restroom. It's definitely not out of curiosity. Nie Xiaodai's voice was clearly angry. This is a Ghost Domain instance, not a Nurgle instance. How could the core of the Ghost Domain be in a women's restroom? Luo Chen rubbed his nose, somewhat helpless. Alright. By the way, what's Nurgle? Nie Xiaodai seemed unwilling to answer and urged, hurry up and search the dormitory. I can sense that people from the Curse organization have also arrived. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The ones who drove you to suicide. Nie Xiaodai's voice carried a hint of fear. Yes. They are a group of lawless demonic fiends. Their methods are insidious and vile. You must be careful. Luo Chen nodded but grumbled inwardly seriously. You're a female ghost calling others evil spirit. Nie Xiaodai pondered for a moment, then continued. By the way, let me use the apocalypse game data as a reference to introduce the danger level of this instance to help you understand. Don't be careless. This was something Luo Chen was eager to hear, so he pricked up his ears. Nie Xiaodai organized her thoughts and explained. In reality, a robust adult male, depending on his physique, has about 510 HP. A dagger deals 25 damage, so a vital hit usually kills a human in 2 strikes. Your short sword deals 311 damage. If you hit a vital spot, 1 strike can kill a human. Luo Chen nodded. This was easy to understand. Nie Xiaodai continued. In the ghost domain instance, the weakest evil spirit is a gray ghost with 10-20 HP and about 25 attack power. It can kill an ordinary human in 2 to 4 hits. A white ghost has 3040 HP and about 710 attack power. Be careful if you encounter one. Then there's the red ghost, a ferocious ghost. I don't have exact stats, but it's likely the core of the ghost domain and is definitely hidden in the most unexpected place. The special soul crystal we're looking for should be on it. As for other monsters like hook cats and rake cats, their numbers depend on how many stray cats are in this university. Their HP and attack power are the same as in the Apocalypse game data. Hook cats have 20 HP, rake cats have 22 HP, and both have 24 attack power. Scarecrows are mostly found in farm instances, so it's unlikely there are any on campus. Oh, and if someone has died on the school grounds before the instance, difficulty skyrockets. There might even be zombies and skeletons. That would be a huge problem. After hearing Nie Xiaodai's introduction, Luo Chen asked curiously, so what's my HP level like? Nie Xiaodai hesitated. I don't know. I can't see your current strength clearly. But you've absorbed quite a few destiny crystals of physique, spirit, and strength. With the boost from Apocalypse equipment like the short sword, bronze ring, iron bracelet, and gold necklace, as long as you perform well, no monster is unbeatable. Luo Chen was instantly excited. I told you the advantage is mine. By the way, should I manifest the Apocalypse equipment? You must take out the weapon. The accessories don't matter. They take effect as long as they're in your Apocalypse space backpack. Oh, and after the game servers merge, you'll unlock a second equipment slot in Apocalypse New Century, allowing you to fully utilize the power of these exclusive Apocalypse items. Luo Chen could barely contain his drool at this. What? You mean I can equip both the Hellfire and the short sword in the game at the same time? Holy crap. Nie Xiaodai gave a definite affirmative. Meanwhile, the 3 ghost exorcists of the Chao gang were carefully searching the male dormitory building. One held an alloy longsword smeared with black dog blood, another held ghost exorcising tools, and the third clutched talisman paper. Most of the dorm rooms were sealed off, so a quick glance sufficed. They didn't encounter any ghosts or unclean things, so their search was swift. But in a pile of clutter on the 5th floor, they encountered a monster standing on 2 legs the size of a calf, with muscles rippling, wielding a hooked weapon, a hook cat. The 3 looked grim. The exorcist with the alloy longsword stepped forward to attack. This exorcist was clearly skilled in martial arts, his every move ruthless as he aimed for the hook cat's vitals. Although the cold weapons made by modern craftsmanship were extremely sharp, this Apocalypse monster was thick-skinned and tough. The 3 expended great effort to slay it. Before they could catch their breath, a rake cat appeared behind them, swinging its huge rake, and slashed fiercely at the exorcist, clutching the talisman paper. This kind of starter monster was far more terrifying in reality than in the game. The exorcist with the longsword was quick-eyed and quick-handed, pulling his companion away, saving him from a split skull. A longer weapon gives an advantage. The rake cat was clearly tougher than the hook cat. Moreover, the rake in the monster's hands was heavy and powerful, almost overwhelming the 3. Soon the 2 exorcists without long weapons, they specialized in dealing with ghosts, were injured. The one with the ghost exorcising tools was hit on the shoulder by the rake, his entire right arm going limp. The other, clutching the talisman paper, was slashed across the waist by the sharp rake, tines blood gushing from several wounds. The leader with the longsword, seeing the situation was unfavorable, endured a rake blow to his left arm, stabbed the rake cat through the heart, and quickly thrust twice more before barely managing to kill the monster. After catching their breath, all 3 were still shaken. After some bandaging, the one with the shoulder injury asked fearfully, "Didn't young Master Wang Lei say this was just a low-level instance? Why are there Apocalypse monster projections?" The one with the waist injury panicked. "I never expected such monsters to be so terrifying. How I hate that our Chao gang's game strategy team hasn't even obtained a single piece of Apocalypse equipment yet." The exorcist with the longsword hesitated for a long time, then a resolute look appeared in his eyes. "This 3 million from Binhai University won't be easy to earn. But since the contract is signed, we absolutely cannot tarnish our reputation. Besides, Wang Lei and Uncle Jiu are here too. Don't be afraid." His 2 companions hesitated for a moment, then nervously nodded and continued searching forward. But no one noticed a blue ghostly spirit silently appearing behind them. In the library, the 3 Willow sisters with their alluring figures were searching the 2nd floor with palpable tension. Though their abilities were limited, they were not without talent. They were far from mere ornaments. The eldest sister clutched a black iron chain, the second held a white silk ribbon, and the youngest bore an ancient scroll. The Willow family was renowned in the coastal region for their lineage as spirit mediums. By the time of the 3 sisters, they had adapted to the times, striving to ascend into the higher echelons of cultivators. Yet social mobility was no easy feat. Forced into a corner, they gritted their teeth and leveraged their beauty to cling to the blazing flames sect's patronage. This contract to exorcise ghosts at Coastal University was secured through Wang Lei's introduction. The sisters alone knew the bitterness behind it. Still, they were adept at exorcism. On the library's first floor, their seamless cooperation destroyed 3 gray ghosts, bolstering their confidence. Just then, a blue spectral figure silently emerged in their blind spot, poised to strike the second sister, who lingered at the rear. As it was about to succeed, a black iron chain lashed out like lightning, striking the blue specter and causing its ethereal form to shudder violently. Before it could react, a white silk ribbon bound it tightly, emitting wisps of smoke. Then the youngest sister unfurled the ancient scroll, revealing the portrait of Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei, a folk deity of Taoism, specialized in vanquishing demons and evil spirits. The blue specter pinned between the 3 sisters let out a piercing shriek. The eldest sister, her black chain striking the blue specter relentlessly, wore a grave expression laced with disbelief. A blue specter? How could such a thing appear? I've heard they're evil spirits raised by heretics. The second sister panicked. Quick, it's about to break free from my ribbon. Hearing this, the youngest sister bit her right index finger and traced a strange blood rune on the scroll, murmuring incantations. Moments later, a divine light shot from the scroll, striking the blue specter and beginning to pull it inside. The specter wailed in agony, as if transmitting a message somewhere. It had underestimated them. It hadn't expected the Willow sisters to possess true skill. As the blue specter drew closer to the scroll, the eldest sister suddenly cried out in terror, shoving the youngest aside. An armor-piercing bullet shattered the library's glass curtain wall, effortlessly piercing the eldest sister's slender waist, tearing her body in two. The youngest sister pushed away, stared in shock at the gruesome sight of her sister's body. The second sister, still gripping the white ribbon, let out a heart-wrenching scream of despair. Ignoring the specter about to break free, she rushed to embrace the eldest sister's upper half. Severed at the waist, the eldest sister still clung to life. Blood bubbled from her mouth as she mustered her last strength to gasp, "Run. We were deceived by Wang Lei. He wants to feed us too." The second sister, seeing her sister draw her last breath, was overwhelmed with grief. In that instant, the second sister's beautiful head burst like an unripe watermelon, leaving only her neck. The blue specter finally broke free and lunged at the 2 fresh corpses on the ground. The youngest sister, clutching the scroll, snapped back to reality with a piercing scream of anguish. Then, with astonishing resolve and agility, she gripped the scroll and dashed downstairs. A bullet struck the very spot she had just vacated. The youngest Willow sister displayed incredible footwork, weaving erratically to dodge a hail of bullets. Seconds later, she vanished into the library's first floor. At the West Garden cafeteria, Fu Yun and Yun Shi were searching the kitchen. They had already killed 1 white ghost and several gray ones. "Senior brother, something feels off." Yun Shi frowned. Fu Yun nodded, gripping his wooden sword calmly. "This ghost realm doesn't match our intel. It's far from a beginner instance." Suddenly, Yun Shi listened intently. Fu Yun halted, guarding her. He knew his junior sister had a unique gift for hearing unusual sounds. Even in a ghost realm, where all communication failed, she could detect peculiar noises. After a moment, Yun Shi looked puzzled. "I think I heard echoes of human deaths." Fu Yun's expression turned grim. "How many?" Yun Shi hesitated, then said uncertainly, 5. Fu Yun gasped. Only 12 of them had entered this ghost realm. Before Yun Shi could speak, Fu Yun's face suddenly changed, and he swung his wooden sword fiercely to one side. Yun Shi followed his gaze and was horrified. A zombie. A crawling zombie at that. After a moment of panic, Yun Shi watched her brother fighting the zombie, then steeled herself and solemnly pulled out an old blood talisman from her robe. Heavenly Master Technique, Thunder Invocation. In the teaching building at the rooftop vantage point, Wang Lei, clad in a suit, frowned at a withered old woman nearby, his tone displeased. "Is this the best your cursed death sect can do with soul nurturing and ghost driving? 2 of the Willow sisters were killed by my men, and you let the last one escape?" "Shh." The withered woman cackled. "Specters aren't as clever as Master Wang. They follow instinct, devouring fresh soul energy. Only red specters can obey commands." Then her tone turned sinister. "Boy, those who lack reverence for the cursed death sect never meet a good end." Wang Lei's frown deepened, but he refrained from further mockery. The old woman nodded in satisfaction. A blue specter materialized, hovering around her with apparent affection. But Wang Lei's face twisted in fury. "What have you done to my men?" The old woman casually stroked the blue specter, now tinged with red, and said flatly, "A small warning. Besides, what's a mere subordinate worth?" Wang Lei watched as one of his fully armed men shriveled like a husk, collapsing to the ground. Another, kneeling at a sniper position, trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging as he gripped his rifle. Wang Lei suddenly relaxed his brow and patted the sniper's shoulder with a chuckle. "The cursed death sect lives up to its reputation." Then he pointed at the sniper. "He's still useful, so don't touch him, all right?" In the female dormitory, Luo Chen curiously examined a room. He could finally enter, smacking his lips. "Girls aren't as dreamy as I imagined. Look at this mess. It's a spider's den." "Nya," Xiaodai retorted irritably. "Can you be serious? This is an apocalypse instance. Very dangerous." As she spoke, a gray ghost appeared in Luo Chen's peripheral vision, charging at him. Luo Chen reflexively swung his blade then blinked. That was close. Nie Xiaodai watched the gray ghost dissolve with a single slash, then stammered sheepishly, "See, I told you." Luo Chen slashed at the dissipating ghost a few times, incredulous. "That's it," Nie Xiaodai said flatly. "Just a low-level gray ghost. Any novice cultivator can handle it. White ones are tougher, and red ones are terrifying." Just then Luo Chen suddenly struck, thrusting his sword across an empty space. A cold, brilliant flash of light cut through the air. In the next moment, a white ghost that had just appeared at the door was cleaved by the sword light, slowly splitting apart and vanishing. Instant kill. Luo Chen scratched his head, amazed again. "Still, that's it. White ones aren't anything special either." Nie Xiaodai was dumbfounded, stammering. "How can you use assassination techniques? Even if it's assassination sword art, how can you one-shot?" Luo Chen looked puzzled. "Didn't you say this is an apocalypse instance? Isn't assassination basic for warriors?" Then his eyes lit up. "Maybe I'm a martial prodigy." Nie Xiaodai was almost choked to death. How could martial arts and cultivation be so easily mastered? You know, even a simple sword aura attack would require at least an earth-level true person for a cultivator. Even a profound-level cultivator couldn't do it. Even Floating Cloud's master could barely attach sword energy to a weapon. Luo Chen twirled the short sword in his hand smugly, saying, "Do you know what it means to be a ancient century martial genius?" "Obviously that's me." Nie Xiaodai fell silent. Seeing her not respond, Luo Chen continued to boast. "Anyway, no matter what, I'm pretty impressive, right?" Nie Xiaodai was silent for a moment before speaking softly. "Not just impressive. Your luck and talent, in reality, are freakishly powerful." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "You scared?" Then he suddenly became excited. "Haha, then you'll have to be nicer to me for— Don't forget your place." Nie Xiaodai fell silent again. Luo Chen, now brimming with confidence, said, "Go wash my clothes when we get back. Mop the floor, and make my bed, warm up the covers. Can you cook?" Nie Xiaodai, unable to take it anymore, directly inhaled a mouthful of his yang energy. "Go work now, or I'll count to 3. Luo Chen's teeth chattered from the sudden cold. "Damn it, you crazy woman. If you can't beat me, you play dirty." Another wave of intense chill hit, and Luo Chen finally surrendered. "I was wrong." A few minutes later, Luo Chen cautiously approached the entrance of another girl's dormitory and whispered, "Are you sure Lu Ru will likely turn into a red ghost and will never stop until she kills me? Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Nie Xiaodai's tone turned serious. "This ghost realm instance was truly triggered because of you. Originally, this instance should have appeared in room 404, and I had made thorough preparations. But Lu Ru somehow obtained a cursed item from the curse path, probably to curse you. In the end, she not only got herself killed, but also changed the location where the ghost realm descended." Luo Chen suddenly remembered and said indignantly, "So this is what you meant before logic aside, Lu Ru was indeed killed by me." Nie Xiaodai confirmed this. Luo Chen fumed. "Is there any logic here? She wanted to curse me, messed up, and now she holds a grudge against me, vowing to fight to the death." Nie Xiaodai giggled. "Exactly. If you hadn't continued being her lapdog, why would she have thought to curse you with a cursed item? If she hadn't tried to curse you, how would she have died?" "Damn." Luo Chen conceded. "All right, if I run into her later, I'll apologize." "Well, the sword path is also a path." Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen said no more. After searching this floor, he headed upstairs. There was only one floor left. Just then Luo Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He whipped around and saw through the glass window by the stairwell something immensely dangerous staring at him like a venomous snake. Luo Chen's heart raced. He immediately dodged to the side. With a sharp crack, a large hole exploded in the concrete step of the stairs. Startled, Luo Chen bolted from the stairwell and hid in the central corridor, asking in a shaky voice, "What the hell was that?" Nie Xiaodai's voice was heavy with gravity. "An anti-material sniper rifle." Luo Chen struggled to calm his heartbeat and asked in confusion, "That thing can't kill ghosts, can it? Who brought it in?" "Wang Lei." Nie Xiaodai pondered for a moment before replying calmly, "Judging by the angle the bullet came from the commanding height of the teaching building, it's almost certain the enemy is Wang Lei. A sniper rifle can't kill ghosts, but it can kill you." Luo Chen immediately protested, "But I'm wearing a bulletproof silk undershirt. What, you think I can't take it?" Nie Xiaodai was both amused and exasperated. "You fool. That's an anti-material sniper rifle. Even if I could withstand the bullet, you'd be killed by the shockwave." Luo Chen took a deep breath and then sneered coldly, "Damn it. I thought he was a good guy. I'll go kill him later." Nie Xiaodai didn't object, but warned after a moment, "It's not just the curse path people haven't shown up yet. They must have powerful nurtured ghostly beings. Don't let your guard down." Luo Chen was stunned. "Nurtured ghostly beings? What are those?" Nie Xiaodai explained, "A special kind of spirit usually refined from human souls filled with resentment, using evil methods. In terms of power, a blue spirit is comparable to a red ghost, maybe even trickier. If you encounter a red spirit, run immediately." Luo Chen stared blankly at a blue-winged red spirit that had suddenly appeared before him and asked hesitantly, "Like this one?" Nie Xiaodai confirmed it, but immediately realized and screamed, "You fool, run." Instead, Luo Chen stepped forward with his blade, his face icy. Run my ass. There's a damn sniper at the stairwell. Anyone who's played survival games knows not to be reckless when you don't even... The blue spirit vanished before Luo Chen's eyes. His scalp tingling, he leaped aside, and without thinking unleashed a thrust at the spot he had just occupied. The sharp sword aura struck the blue spirit accurately, making its form freeze momentarily. Energized, Luo Chen attacked furiously. 3 more thrusts pierced into the blue spirit's body. It let out a high-pitched shriek, and its figure began. Almost instinctively, Luo Chen swung a thrusting sword aura toward an empty space near the stairwell. A crisp crack rang out. Like breaking an egg, the blue-winged red spirit materialized again, then began to crack and slowly dissipate. From afar, a heart-wrenching wail seemed to echo. Luo Chen stood at the stairwell corner, gripping his short sword, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. All of this had happened in mere seconds. Only then did Nie Xiaodai's voice ring out in shock. Luo Chen, you could predict the spirit's position. How did you do that? Luo Chen just then realized, who am I, where am I, what did I do? But in front of his woman, his female ghost, he had to show his manliness. Just a ghost, a piece of cake, no big deal. Nie Xiaodai. She suspected Luo Chen was hinting at her, but had no proof. The one you just killed was probably a profound level spirit, close to earth level from the cursed path. That's their prized possession. I'd be careful of being cursed to death. Nie Xiaodai warned seriously. Luo Chen scratched his head, like what Lu Ru did. Or them cursing Uncle Nine. What's there to fear? Wait, there isn't really a Luo Jiao, is there? Nie Xiaodai was speechless again. True, dealing with Luo Chen required unconventional methods. After resting a bit, Luo Chen took a deep breath, then dashed out of the corridor toward another stairwell in the dormitory building. That stairwell, shielded by the second teaching building, was out of the sniper's sight. He was going for revenge. A gentleman seeks revenge after 10 years. Luo Chen considered himself a petty man. Over 10 minutes later, Luo Chen stood at the entrance to the rooftop of Building 1, looking at the injured group before him, utterly speechless. The youngest of the 3 Lu sisters remained clutching a rolled-up painting. A claw mark had torn through her silk robe from the side, exposing her entire back to the cold winter air, making Luo Chen want to give her a cupping treatment. Floating Cloud's entire left leg was a bloody mess, his left wooden sword propping him up, looking quite miserable, but his right hand gripped a crossbow-like weapon, his face set in grim determination. Yun, she held a rune-covered revolver, her clothes reduced to rags, especially her pants, which rivaled the absurdly expensive shorts of Parisian high society. If not for the black tights underneath, she would have been mortified, maybe even standing at the rooftop's edge. They stood together. Opposite them, Wang Lei's suit was battle-worn, half his body stained red with blood. A bullet seemed to have grazed his waist, though it was unclear if it hit anything vital. One of his subordinates lay shriveled like a scarecrow on the ground, the other was crumpled like a tattered sack over a strange corpse with a sniper rifle beneath the body. When the group saw Luo Chen arrive and the profound-grade top-tier magical artifact in his hand, their eyes lit up simultaneously, and they shouted in unison with excitement, "Greetings, Uncle Nine." Luo Chen shrugged and sighed. Can someone explain what the hell is going on here? Under the explanation of Master Floating Cloud, Luo Chen finally understood the situation before him. The 3 sisters of the Lu family had fallen into an ambush by ghosts and enemy snipers, with only the youngest escaping. She happened upon Master Floating Cloud and his junior sister battling a crawling zombie and joined the fray. After a fierce struggle, they vanquished the zombie and headed toward Teaching Building No. 1, suspecting that Wang Lei was in trouble. As they ascended the stairs, Yunxi heard gunfire and explosions from the rooftop. When they cautiously reached the rooftop, they found one of Wang Lei's lackeys drained by a sinister entity, another who had detonated a grenade to kill a withered old woman in mutual destruction, and Wang Lei himself wounded by a bullet. So that was roughly the situation. Luo Chen frowned. There were far too many loopholes in Wang Lei's account. However, it seemed that Master Floating Cloud and his companions did not fully trust Wang Lei either, as they remained on guard. The youngest Lu sister in particular had eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred. Luo Chen glanced at Wang Lei, then walked straight over to inspect the 2 corpses near the sniper rifle. Wang Lei clutched his waist, his face expressionless, making no other move. Luo Chen examined the corpse on top, which looked like a tattered sack, clearly the result of an offensive grenade pressed directly beneath the body. As for the corpse beneath, the withered old woman, her chest and below were blown to pieces. Her eyes bulged with an expression of disbelief, as if she had never anticipated such an end. Luo Chen carefully studied the palms of both corpses, then pulled out the sniper rifle and examined it repeatedly before smashing it forcefully against a concrete pillar. After confirming the barrel was ruined, Luo Chen dropped the rifle and suddenly froze. In his field of vision, a red ghost had silently appeared on the rooftop. The red ghost, its twisted face fixed on the direction of the withered old woman's corpse, lunged forward abruptly. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the others. But neither Wang Lei nor Master Floating Cloud and his companions seemed to notice the red ghost. After a brief thought, Luo Chen said to Master Floating Cloud, "You two come with me to find the ghost domain core. And you, the beauty in the backless dress, are you coming?" Floating Cloud and Yunxi were startled, then looked at the youngest. The youngest Lu's sister, her hatred unconcealed, glanced at Wang Lei and said, "Uncle Nine, I wish to tell you." Luo Chen cut her off and strode toward the rooftop stairwell. "If you're coming, follow me. If not, stay and look after Wang Lei." Yunxi immediately supported her senior brother and followed Luo Chen. The youngest Lu's sister, pale-faced, hesitated for a moment before also following. Moments later, only Wang Lei remained on the rooftop. It was then that he revealed a cold, cruel smile. "A bunch of lowly cultivators. Even if you've guessed the truth, the Blazing Flame sect is at its peak, with influence spanning politics and business deeply rooted throughout the entire Federation. How could the likes of you ever shake us?" Then, looking at his assistant, who had been blown to pieces like a tattered sack, his hatred could no longer be contained, and his voice turned icy. "Damn it. How dare you disobey orders and choose mutual destruction with that cursed path woman? You wanted to be loyal. Fine, I'll grant your wish. You have no family, no ties. Then he'll send your brother's family to join you in reunion." With that, Wang lay pressing his gunshot wound headed toward the... He was utterly unaware that the red female ghost, after devouring the soul energy of the withered old woman and that subordinate, had turned her twisted face toward him. Luo Chen led the three to the central square of Binhai University. There, the youngest Lu's sister fell to her knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly, tears streaming. "Senior Uncle Nine, I beg you for justice. Both my sisters were killed by Wang Lei, and those 3 exorcists from the Chao gang were most likely murdered by him too." Floating Cloud and his junior sister looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Luo Chen rubbed his nose. "Did any of you see something strange on the rooftop just now?" The three were taken aback, then shook their heads in unison. Luo Chen understood and asked Floating Cloud directly, "If you encounter a red ghost, can you protect yourselves?" Floating Cloud was stumped. After a moment, he replied hesitantly, "If it's purely self-defense, I have an authentic exorcism kit from my sect in my backpack. It can hold out for a while." Luo Chen said decisively, "Good. Find a place to hide. They'll go eliminate the ghost domain core. And don't worry about Wang Lei. Evil will be reaped by evil spirits." After the three hid, Luo Chen spoke. "Xiao Dai, did you see that red ghost just now?" Nia Xiao Dai's tone was grave. "I didn't see it, but I sensed it. It's powerful, and it seems to have mastered the ability of disguise. Your decision is right." Luo Chen sighed deeply, though its face is twisted into a ghostly visage. "I'm certain that red ghost..." Nia Xiao Dai was stunned. "Impossible. If it were her, why wouldn't she attack you? And if the ghost domain core is on her, then..." Luo Chen shrugged. "The ghost domain core isn't with her. By the way, if I break the core, will this instance dissipate?" Nia Xiaodai corrected, "Its closure. The instance can't dissipate." "And how do you know where the ghost domain core is?" Luo Chen chuckled. "Intuition. Actually, I guessed its location from the very beginning." Nia Xiaodai was astonished. About 10 minutes later, Luo Chen arrived once more at the first-floor women's restroom of the female dormitory building. Nia Xiaodai could hardly believe it. "You're here again." Luo Chen said calmly, "Let's make a bet. If the ghost domain core is inside, you'll take over all the housework from now on. If it's not, you can absorb yang energy freely." Nia Xiaodai hesitated, then gritted her teeth and agreed. "Fine." Luo Chen gripped his short sword and kicked open the door with force. From the deepest corner of the restroom came a chilling sound of chewing. Luo Chen glanced back at the wide, winding corridor, calculated his route, then picked up a nearby mop and tossed it inside. The chewing abruptly stopped, and a monster poked its head out from the corner. Its body was a dark yellow skin like cement, with 2 immensely powerful forelimbs, each bearing 4 sharp claws, and a short, thick tail that writhed behind. Most unsettling were its large, bulbous eyes and grotesque face, as if wearing a sinister, eerie grin. Luo Chen was stunned, for he recognized this creature, Dung Beetle, a unique monster from the Woma Temple in the game. Upon seeing Luo Chen, the Dung Beetle grew excited and slithered toward him like a slug. Luo Chen calculated the distance, slashed out a precise strike, then quickly retreated to the corridor. The monster emitted a sound like a jumping fish, gave chase, and spewed a large spray of yellow liquid. Nia Xiaodai was tense. "Be careful. That's a highly petrifying venom. This is reality, not a game. Don't..." Luo Chen focused intently, dodging the venom, while unleashing another sword aura. Enraged by the attack, the beetle charged straight at him, spouting another torrent of venom. Luo Chen continued retreating, easily evading, and struck again from a distance. After several minutes, he had circled the first-floor corridor once, and the beetle let out a strange, agonized cry before flipping onto its back dead. Panting heavily, Luo Chen laughed wildly at Nia Xiaodai. "Haha, a bet's a bet. Housework is yours from now on." Nia Xiaodai didn't respond, lost in thought. How could the ghost domain core be a dung beetle? Then she spoke hesitantly. "Dig into it. See if there's a crystal-like core inside." Luo Chen frowned, but gripped his short sword and began cutting into the beetle's belly. After a moment, holding his breath, Luo Chen picked out a walnut-sized crystal from the beetle's entrails. Nia Xiaodai was overjoyed. "A special soul crystal." She urged anxiously, "Hurry and put it away. The instance is about to close." At that moment, Luo Chen noticed thick, white mist gathering around them. The crystal on his sword began to fade. Ignoring the disgust, Luo Chen grabbed the crystal. The white mist slowly dissipated. Suddenly, screams erupted around him. "Pervert! Luo Chen realized that after exiting the instance he had reappeared, still in the damned women's restroom. Wang lay with blood at the corner of his mouth and eyes swollen, like peaches staggered out of Binhai University and onto a narrow path across the river. He never imagined he would meet his downfall here. Two capable subordinates were dead, his partner in the undying curse had perished, and he himself was possessed by a bizarre crimson evil spirit. If it weren't for the blazing flame sex dominance having purchased a batch of high-grade talismans from the Central Plains cultivators, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Wang Lei trembled as he pulled out his phone about to make a call. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, his vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared nearby. Brother-in-law, we're thieves now? We haven't even finished with this row of cars yet. Why are you making me go back to being a mugger? The short one complained while putting away his hammer. The tall one crouched down, quickly frisking the unlucky man, and after a moment pulled off a watch. You idiot. Look at this. We might have smashed dozens of cars and none would be worth as much as this watch. The short one took the watch, examined it under the dim streetlight, then exclaimed in delight, brother-in-law, this is a famous brand. P.P.G. a big name. The tall one asked in confusion, PPG. Isn't it PPT? Look more carefully. Just then a young man in a delivery uniform and helmet approached from a distance. The short one immediately became alert, brother-in-law. There's a delivery guy. The tall one, who had just slipped the man's leather shoes onto his own feet, stood up instantly, a wrench sliding from his sleeve into his hand. He asked nervously, we haven't smashed the cars over there yet, have we? The short one quickly shook his head no. The tall one breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Luo Chen walked toward his car grumbling. Xiaodai, do I look like a bad person? I'm quite handsome, aren't I? Nya, Xiaodai giggled. What decent person sneaks into the women's restroom in the middle of the... Luo Chen reached his car, unlocked it, and got in, then glanced puzzledly at the riverbank dozens of meters away. What are those two doing by the river? Fishing in the dead of night. With that, he floored the gas pedal and sped off. The elevated highway late at night was like the Baturu Brook. An hour later, Luo Chen parked his car in another lot. Back at 404, he eagerly stripped off his delivery uniform, took out a walnut-sized crystal from his pocket, and rushed to the bathroom to scrub it vigorously. That dung beetle really stank. After several rounds of soap, he finally got it clean. Luo Chen thought for a moment, then simply took off all his clothes and took a shower. How refreshing. He tossed the silk underwear and crystal onto the sofa, changed into a bathrobe, and retrieved his gaming helmet from the second bedroom. Nya Xiaodai's voice drifted softly. Aren't you wearing the bulletproof vest? Luo Chen frowned. How can you work if I wear it? Go wash the clothes. Mop the floor. Make some late-night snacks. Nya Xiaodai's voice shot up an octave. Are you serious? Luo Chen was stunned. What are you trying to back out? A bet is a bet. Nya Xiaodai had no retort, and after a moment she muttered resentfully. From now on I swear eternal enmity with gambling and drugs. Luo Chen felt something was off, but couldn't quite place it. A few minutes later the washing machine let out an ancient creaking sound. After a while Nya Xiaodai's voice came from the bathroom. You want me to mop the floor, but where's the mop? Luo Chen was about to put on his helmet when he froze. Damn. I don't think we ever had one. Forget it, by once. Call me when the snacks are ready. Nya Xiaodai acknowledged. How wonderful. Luo Chen content entered the game. After half a day's delay, Luo Chen noticed that many players on the level leaderboard had already reached level 28. Luo Chen frowned. How are they leveling so fast? But when he saw that among the level 28 players was Yi Shengge, Luo Chen suddenly understood. With that many bodyguards and lackeys, even I could do it. Well, where to go next? Remembering that Nya Xiaodai had offered to accompany him to hunt the Judgment Blade, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Zuma Temple. There even elite monsters could drop the Judgment Blade. Without further ado, Luo Chen bought a full backpack of random teleport scrolls for travel, a save, where you can spin where you must, ride a bike to the bar. He teleported to the Snake Valley, as usual, passed through the pass, and arrived at Mungia Province. His luck stat of 10 influenced everything. He reached the gates of Zuma Temple without even using up 3 bundles of random teleport scrolls. He had thought there wouldn't be many players here, but the entrance was busier than a market. Luo Chen ignored them, quickly descended to the first floor, and started flying. He ran straight to the 5th floor of Zuma. He still had 1 bundle of random teleport scrolls left. There were already quite a few players here, dashing his hopes of soloing the 1400 HP Zuma Guardian. Just then Nya Xiaodai suddenly appeared beside him. The laundry's done, and the snacks are ready. Come out and eat. Luo Chen, feeling lightheaded, quickly found a safe corner and logged off. Taking off his helmet, Luo Chen sniffed hard and asked in confusion, what's that smell? He looked at the table laden with dishes. Aside from a blackened pot in the center that seemed to be meat, all the other plates were filled with green vegetables. Shredded cucumber, green radish slices, lettuce, spinach, chives, broccoli, and lettuce. Luo Chen picked up his chopsticks and poked at the pot in the middle. Xiaodai, what's this? I found some big meat in the kitchen of the Asyang noodle shop downstairs. I was going to make you braised pork. Nya Xiaodai's voice grew quieter. Luo Chen pointed at the other green vegetables. And what's the deal with these? Nya Xiaodai's voice shrank further. The braised pork didn't turn out well, so I just did a quick job on the rest. Oh my god. Luo Chen sat down at the table unceremoniously and started eating the late-night snack. Was his idea, and Nie Xiaodai had made it with care. He had to finish it all. But something still felt off. After the green feast, Luo Chen went back online and entered the Zuma maze. Strangely enough, the Zuma maze in the new age of apocalypse was about the same size as the old Zuma 6th floor with plenty of monsters. Moreover, there were already several groups of players farming in sync, with chat messages floating above their heads buying the route through Zuma maze at a high price. Luo Chen passed by amicably. I know the way, but am not telling you. Left up upright. The moment he appeared in the next map, Luo Chen felt a familiar scene: a wall of fire at the entrance and a row of mages facing him. And behind him someone had already blocked the path. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen flew away. Where he had stood, a dozen lightning bolts struck instantly. After teleporting randomly, Luo Chen suddenly realized he was still in the Zuma maze, not the next floor. Damn. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. Was my route wrong? Just then, over a dozen player pursuers appeared behind him, looking like they were in league with the ones blocking the entrance. Luo Chen didn't fight back. He simply picked a random door and walked in. This Zuma maze room also had several groups of players farming, with yellow chat messages floating above. Can someone please tell me how to get to the next floor? Luo Chen was speechless. He turned back and entered another Zuma maze room. After traversing dozens of maps, he finally confirmed in the new age of apocalypse the number of Zuma maze rooms had increased by at least 100-fold. Moreover, every player he encountered was begging for directions. Damn it, they were all lost in the Zuma maze. In Binhai City, at the Wang Corporation Tower, the third young master of the Wang family was roused from his gaming pod by his secretary, his face full of anger. What is it now? The secretary in her short skirt trembled in fear. The third young master noticed the suit-clad man beside her and frowned. Biao Shu, what kind of lousy assassin did you hire last time? The Black Widow. I can't even hold my head up in the family anymore. Biao Shu didn't argue, but said solemnly, Third young master, the first young master is in trouble. The third young master was startled, then chuckled. Oh. The Wang family's imperial heir, the blazing flame sex disciple, the knight of the apocalypse, the old man's chosen successor. What could happen to him? Got killed in the game too. Biao Shu shook his head. Not in the game. The first young master was, in real, knocked out and robbed, left with nothing but his underwear. He's still unconscious. They say he's been sent to the blazing flame sex hospital. The third young master was first shocked, then a fervent gleam appeared in his eyes. Luo Chen finally arrived at a deserted Zuma pavilion. After clearing a space, he waited for a while, and sure enough, Nie Xiaodai appeared beside him, seemingly having completed her cleansing. Not to mention, this female ghost is quite capable. How do we get to the 6th floor? Luo Chen asked directly. Nie Xiaodai bubbled up. I don't know, I'm not familiar with this place. Luo Chen was instantly frustrated. You said you would accompany me to fight for the judgment staff, and now you say you're unfamiliar. Nie Xiaodai fell silent for a moment before uttering, just follow your feelings, you'll definitely succeed. Come on, brother. Luo Chen suddenly felt that since returning from Binhai University, Nie Xiaodai's temperament had changed, drastically transforming from a fierce dragon to a gentle girl from Jiangnan. Yes, keep it up. Just follow your feelings. Luo Chen pondered, with north above and south below, men on the left and women on the right. Thus he charged towards the door on the right. A few minutes later, Luo Chen entered a room full of giant rats. He jumped in fright. What the heck? Is this Jerry's home? Nie Xiaodai immediately hid in a corner, activated her invisibility, and then unleashed the holy armor technique. This room is quite special. It seems we are on the right track. Luo Chen nodded, gripping his inferno ready to attack. The giant rat had 385 hit points, 3 defense, 1223 attack, and granted 330 experience points, making it one of the gentlest monsters in the Zuma temple. Even without Nie Xiaodai's help, Luo Chen could clear this Zuma pavilion by himself. 20 minutes later, Luo Chen cleared all the giant rats, earning nearly 100 experience points. Nie Xiaodai happily followed behind him, constantly picking up items and gold, but started throwing things away again. Luo Chen directly handed her 2 portable warehouse scrolls. Try not to waste. Nie Xiaodai quieted down, refreshed her magic and defense, and then typed which door next. Luo Chen, full of vigor, waved his hand grandly. Men up, women down, and walked towards the door below. Nie Xiaodai hurriedly followed. As soon as Luo Chen entered the next Zuma pavilion, he was startled. The entire map was filled with Zuma archers. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai, following closely behind, smashed a sanitary napkin over his head at a critical moment. The collective invisibility spell enveloped the two. Yet even so, several Zuma archers continued to attack. After casting a few healing spells, Nie Xiaodai bubbled up again. Brother, you are amazing. You chose correctly again. Luo Chen began to feel a bit uncomfortable. Xiaodai, please just speak normally, it's giving me goosebumps. He shook his head voluntarily, turning off his half-moon, and began to assassinate the monsters. The Zuma archer also had 385 hit points, 10 defense, 1218 attack, and granted 370 experience points. As long as he wasn't focused down, it wasn't too dangerous. This time it took longer than the last map, with more experience gained exceeding 11000. As for the dropped items, there was nothing particularly eye-catching. Next, Luo Chen began to be cautious. I have a hunch that the next map will probably be filled with Zuma statues. Nie Xiao Dai agreed, casting a defensive spell before dropping 10 large sun potions. Take these. Luo Chen picked them up and began to pass through the door. Upon entering a new Zuma pavilion, Luo Chen saw it filled with Zuma statues, and surprisingly, let out a sigh of relief. They were all in a petrified state. However, he couldn't relax for long when a few nearby statues woke from their petrified state. All the statues revived. This time, Nie Xiao Dai didn't cast invisibility, but summoned skeletons to help Luo Chen tank and clear the monsters. The Zuma statues had 495 hit points, 450 experience points, 12 defense, and an attack of 2032, significantly tougher. However, it seemed Nie Xiao Dai had equipped powerful Taoist gear, making her healing spells even stronger, aptly maintaining the balance. Thus, clearing the Zuma statues surprisingly took the least time, gaining 135000 experience points. Just then, Nie Xiao Dai stepped forward and tossed Luo Chen a coral ring. Luo Chen picked it up and was instantly delighted. It had an attack of 06 premium 2, and he quickly swapped out his attack 5 skeleton ring. After resting, Luo Chen stood before the door to the north, feeling somewhat anxious. I have a feeling that inside is a room full of Zuma guards. This time, Nie Xiao Dai surprisingly entered first. Moments later, Luo Chen followed. Just as he landed, a collective invisibility spell was cast. Luo Chen looked ahead and indeed saw all the revived Zuma guards, each robust, muscular, as iron-wielding iron warhammers. The Zuma guards also had 495 hit points, 480 experience points, 15 defense, and an attack of 2234, significantly stronger than the statues. Nie Xiao Dai finally began to use the poison spell. With the female Taoist assistance, Luo Chen found it much easier to clear this time. The drop rate for ordinary Zuma guards seemed to be lower than that of the giant rats. After killing these 300 monsters, the experience points increased again by 14000. Now Luo Chen and his companion had passed through 4 special Zuma pavilions: giant rats, Zuma archers, Zuma statues, and Zuma guards. Do you feel that the next map is the 6th layer of Zuma, or? Luo Chen had a strong premonition. It's highly likely a room of premium monsters, like the 800 hit point Zuma archers, 900 hit point Zuma statues, and 1000 hit point Zuma guards. If there are also 300 of them, we might be done for. Luo Chen felt Nie Xiao Dai's words made sense. But since they had come this far, besides, the drop rate of premium Zuma monsters isn't low. Finally, Luo Chen gritted his teeth. We cannot retreat. Xiao Dai, you go first. Nie Xiao Dai was speechless. But as a Taoist, she going down first was indeed the best choice. Nie Xiao Dai cast a defensive spell and walked towards the door Luo Chen pointed to. After a few seconds, Luo Chen followed. Upon arriving at the new Zuma pavilion map, Luo Chen looked around and furrowed his brows in confusion. Is this it? Looking around, there were only about 30 monsters in the entire space, sparse and scattered. Don't be careless. They should all be premium monsters, 10 of each type. Just now, I was shot by 2 arrows and lost 90 hit points. Luo Chen understood, thought for a moment, and then said to Nie Xiao Dai, you first poison those Zuma archers, and then we will lure them one by one. The premium statues and premium warhammers have terrifying attack power. 2 hammers can take out a mage, 3 hammers can take out a Taoist. It's not an exaggeration. Especially the premium warhammer, which can also go berserk, hammering continuously. Even a warrior would fall. For instance, the Zuma guard in front of Luo Chen, fully covered in red and green poison, still had high defense. When it swung its weapon, it hit for 80 damage, and aside from Gong Hamlin, most people couldn't withstand it. A level 29 warrior has 397 hit points, and Luo Chen was even worse off. Thankfully, with Nie Xiao Dai's Holy Armor Technique healing spell and Great Sun Water, Luo Chen could barely stand his ground, trading blows with the premium warhammer. After several seconds, the first Zuma guard dropped its massive hammer, crashing down to the ground, dropping a pile of gold, a few potions, and a memory necklace. Nie Xiao Dai stepped forward to pick it up, conveniently luring another premium Zuma statue over before going invisible. Luo Chen took over, challenging the statue on Ianon. At that moment, while healing him, Nie Xiao Dai suddenly left, running towards the center of the map. Luo Chen was instantly alarmed. What the hell? You crazy woman, don't run around, I can't take it. Fortunately, Nie Xiao Dai quickly returned and continued to. After taking down this statue, Nie Xiao Dai bubbled up. I poisoned a bowman and got a ghost armor. Luo Chen scoffed. What's so exciting about that? They continued fighting monsters. By the time there were only 2 Zuma guards left, the 2 had managed to drop 2 memory necklaces, a purple conch, and a knight's bracelet. Actually, the drop rate was already quite high. Unfortunately, neither of them could use them. After taking down another Zuma guard, not even a decent piece of equipment dropped. While chopping at the last premium warhammer, Luo Chen said to Nie Xiao Dai, if the path we are taking leads to the 6th layer of Zuma, I doubt any players can get through it now, right? Nie Xiao Dai agreed. As Luo Chen struck down with his final blow, the premium warhammer fell to the ground, its hammer flying far away. On top of his hammer, a dark stick appeared. Luo Chen was stunned, unable to believe. Did the guard's hammer drop? Judgment staff. Staring at the weapon in his backpack, Luo Chen finally came to his senses, overjoyed. No way, the judgment staff is already mine. Nie Xiaodia, equally thrilled, spoke in a rare voice. I've kept my promise, haven't I? Luo Chen, in high spirits, nodded generously. After a moment he frowned. You can talk. Then why do you still type? Nie Xiaodai replied with a bubble. I'm afraid of tiring you out. Once you digest another spirit crystal you'll be fine. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow full of anticipation. Then he urged Nie Xiaodia. Hurry to the next floor. I need to reach level 30 today. The allure of level 30 was irresistible to Luo Chen now, because he couldn't wield the weapon. Judgment staff, weight 80, a durability 33, attack 030, required level 30. The final Zuma maze had only 2 exits, so the next floor was Zuma floor 6. Following the usual routine, Nie Xiaodai used stealth and went first. Moments later, Luo Chen followed. Upon entering Zuma floor 6, he gasped, holy cow. This place was still untouched. Monsters were densely packed everywhere. Luo Chen even noticed a scene that might be a glitch. Many creatures were overlapping. Nie Xiaodia, we just need to clear a path. I tried, but we can't use random teleport here. Luo Chen understood on maps where random teleport was disabled, logging off wouldn't keep you in place. Logging back in on Zuma floor 6 would send you to Zuma floor 5. Clearing a path and advancing quickly meant even if other players entered later, they couldn't catch up. Luo Chen stopped craving experience, and with Nie Xiaodai's stealth assistance, pushed forward in a straight line. He knew Nie Xiaodai's intention was to reach the Zuma Lord's Lair, the boss lair, before 9 o'clock. After dozens of minutes, they arrived at the next map, Zuma floor 7-1. Again, the floor was swarming with monsters. Luo Chen hugged the wall, focused on attacking, clearing only the path ahead, maintaining a fast pace. At a corner, he faced another elite Zuma statue with 900 HP fighting it in place. The elite statue fell quickly, finally dropping an item that excited Luo Chen, a ring of power with 0.6 attack. Though its stats were standard, it was a supreme accessory for warriors. Legend had it that the ring of power had a hidden attribute. Wearing a pair would unleash the ring's maximum attack power. Delighted, Luo Chen equipped the ring of power and continued forging a path through the monsters. After another dozen minutes of tunneling, they finally reached Zuma floor 7-2. During this time, they had killed many elite monsters, dropping several memory necklaces, though all were ordinary. There might have been a blessing oil too. He hadn't seen clearly. Upon arriving at this map, Luo Chen stopped pushing straight ahead and began clearing monsters to level up. Even if players entered now, they couldn't catch up. Midway through clearing, an elite archer dropped another Zuma brand name item, a green necklace with 25. Luo Chen thought, still not as good as my ghost necklace with 0.6. As for possible hidden attributes, the green necklace boosted attack cap and PK performance well, but it was useless for Luo Chen. Nie Xiaodai poisoned 2 elite archers, and this time a spirit bracelet dropped. Though the spirit bracelet had only 12 Taoism, its equip requirement was higher than the Zuma brand name item, the third eye bangle. It likely had a hidden attribute, but it was Taoist equipment, so Luo Chen didn't care. After clearing this map, they set foot on Zuma floor 7-3. Luo Chen's experience bar was nearly full. This greatly fueled his monster-killing frenzy. He charged through like a tank, reckless and unstoppable. Nie Xiaodai followed closely, playing the role of a healer while also acting as a loot-collecting sprite. Though this sprite could automatically filter elite items, it also had a tendency to swipe almost all high-level Taoist gear. For instance, when Luo Chen killed an elite statue that dropped a soul necklace, it vanished in an instant. During this time, killing Zuma statues and archers also yielded 2 bottles of blessing oil. They did drop, which Luo Chen picked up. Seeing the experience bar full, a visual trick, those fooled leave a mark. Luo Chen's fighting spirit sword. When nearly half of Zuma floor 7-3 was cleared, he finally reached level 30. He immediately equipped the weapon. Every warrior dreamed of the judgment staff and felt tears welling up. Zha Hui. Now I know how you felt for those 5 years. I've been living each hour like a year. Luo Chen directly consumed a bottle of blessing oil, raising his weapon's luck by 1. Though he already had max luck of 10, adding an extra stat line made the weapon seem even more formidable. Gripping the staff with 1 luck, Luo Chen could barely contain his eagerness. He pounced on an elite hammer monster, roaring with pride. Accept the judgment of Uncle 9. Nie Xiaodai watched his solo fight with keen interest. Without a healer's support, a level 30 warrior fighting a 1000 HP Zuma guard was still a bit challenging. Yet the elite hammer eventually fell to Luo Chen's staff. But then both Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai froze stunned into silence. After a moment, Luo Chen snapped out of it, first picking up the weapon that had dropped, another judgment staff. Luo Chen was ecstatic, hardly believing it. No way, I can't suppress this luck. Max luck is amazing. Drop rates are incredible. After checking the weapon's stats, he froze again. This weapon. Holy crap. Judgment staff, weight 80, a durability 30-35, attack 0-30, attack speed 2, elite 2, required level 30. A weapon with attack speed. For a judgment staff, it was common to have bonuses to strength, accuracy, or even magic in Taoism, but an attack speed bonus was extremely rare. If Luo Chen remembered correctly in his past life, the highest attack speed on a judgment staff in legend history was only 2 points. A divine artifact. An unbeatable attribute. A top-tier modifier. Unbelievably lucky. Luo Chen immediately replaced Old Lady Cow with this super elite judgment staff and consumed the other blessing oil, raising its luck by 1. He was delirious with joy and uncontrollable elation he eagerly shared with the silver-haired female Taoist. Nie Xiaodia, upon seeing it, wasn't overly excited. Instead, she fell silent. Something's wrong. Luo Chen asked in surprise. What's wrong, Xiaodai? Jealous. Nie Xiaodai stared blankly for a while before replying, it's nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking. Let's hurry and clear the monsters. We need to secure a foothold in the ultimate map before 9 o'clock and take down the night boss, the Zuma Lord. Luo Chen acknowledged. He used a mobile storage scroll, organized his items, learned the level 30 warrior skill Fierce Charge, and signaled Nie Xiaodai to move out. Holding the judgment staff with 2 attack speed, Luo Chen felt invincible. Who else could stop him? By around 8:30, they successfully entered the Zuma Lord's lair. This map wasn't much larger than the bird's nest or water cube. Using stealth every 3 steps, they spent over 10 minutes reaching the center of the hall. Luo Chen gazed at the petrified Zuma Lord perched on a stone tablet, not far away, his heart filled with joy and excitement. Xiaodia, do you think this big boss will drop a dragon slayer for us? Nie Xiaodai seemed to harbor some hidden worry and said nothing. She cast stealth on Luo Chen, summoned a skeleton to block in front of him, lured a few bats to secure their position, and then went to aggro the Zuma Lord. The Zuma Lord broke free from petrification, leaped directly to Nie Xiaodai's side, and struck with a flame fist. Nie Xiaodai ran behind Luo Chen and immediately used stealth. Luo Chen was puzzled. Xiaodia, use poison. Just attack directly and verify a theory, Nie Xiaodai replied. Luo Chen sighed, closed his half-moon skill, and slashed at the skeleton in front with piercing strike. Nie Xiaodai didn't attack the Zuma Lord at all, she just kept healing the summoned skeleton. The Zuma Lord couldn't reach Luo Chen, who was safe in his well-positioned spot. During the fight, the Zuma Lord occasionally regenerated health, irritating Luo Chen. He snapped, damn it, woman, what's wrong with you? Can't you just poison it for me? Brother Birdman, hubby, listen to me, just keep attacking. What could Luo Chen say? After a prolonged fight, they finally defeated the boss of the Zuma Temple before 9 o'clock. Luo Chen quickly scanned the dropped items. No dragon slayer. The notable items were just a ring of power, a not-so-common hurricane necklace, and a bottle of blessing oil. Nie Xiaodai stepped forward to pick up the items from the ground, staring at them for dozens of seconds before turning to hand them to Luo Chen. There's indeed a big problem. Luo Chen was stunned. He took the 2 pieces of equipment and was utterly flabbergasted, unable to believe his eyes, shocked beyond words. What the hell? Nie Xiaodia, have you lost your mind? This is what you call a problem? It's absolutely incredible. Which side are you on? Both pieces of equipment were top-tier legendary items. Luo Chen equipped them immediately. Ring of power, weight 3, durability 47, attack 0, 10, legendary 4, requires attack 46. Amulet of the Tempest, weight 1, a durability 68, attack speed 4, legendary 2, attack 0, 5, legendary 4, requires level 19. Nie Xiaodai ignored Luo Chen's disdain and traded him 3 bottles of blessing oil, again 2 of which she had picked up earlier. Honey, drink it. Luo Chen was puzzled. Getting 1 luck on a weapon was simple, but the rest would be difficult. Yet after downing 3 bottles of blessing oil, the judgment scepter became 4 luck. This time, even Luo Chen felt something was off. Whoa, my luck seems a bit too intense. Most likely it's a luck overflow, Nie Xiaodai said, seeming somewhat worried. After a moment, she spoke again via voice. Honey, don't move for now. Let's test it later when we fight the night-buffered Zuma Lord. Luo Chen's good mood was dampened by Nie Xiaodai's unease. Hey sis, you're making me nervous. Isn't getting legendary equipment a good thing? Why are you so paranoid? We're not stealing, cheating, or exploiting bugs. We should be happy. Nie Xiaodai typed, luck overflow increases misfortune. Luo Chen frowned. What do you mean? Just then it struck 9 o'clock. The entire Zuma Lord's lair quickly filled with monsters, some even overlapping. The Zuma Lord that had just been slain respawned back onto the stone tablet. This time Nie Xiaodai was extra cautious, using stealth with every step. If she were focused down by the night-buffered archers with doubled stats, she would be dead. Dozens of seconds later, Nie Xiaodai lured the Zuma Lord, immediately returned to block beside Luo Chen, cast a mass stealth, and then frantically spammed heal on herself. The night-buffered Zuma Lord leaped to their side, moving so fast it felt like teleportation, quicker than Usain Bolt. Luo Chen found his assassination skill couldn't aim properly, so he simply closed his eyes and mindlessly attacked. With the weapon and amulet granting 6 attack speed, Luo Chen swung the judgment scepter with the rapidity of a blazing wheel. No matter how fast the Zuma Lord moved, it would always take a hit when it reached the assassination position. This was only possible in a game. In reality, swinging a judgment scepter weighing 80 units like that would leave even Ultraman with 2 dents. The Zuma Lord grew increasingly frantic as it couldn't hit Luo Chen, summoning minions that threatened to overwhelm him. Fortunately, the assassination position was never blocked by petrified monsters, or else Nie Xiaodai would have had to risk luring again. The Zuma Lord's health dwindled, and its speed grew more frenzied. Without Nie Xiaodai's green poison, it took a full 10+ minutes before the Zuma Lord finally collapsed. 5 items dropped on the ground: Fate Crystal, Evil Repelling Bracelet, Cloth Armor Mail, Super Recall Stone, and Skull Ring. But in the blink of an eye, the Zuma Lord's corpse stiffened and dropped 2 more items: Fate Crystal and Holy crap! Luo Chen was utterly dumbfounded this time, as if he had chugged a bottle of 72 proof liquor, his world spinning. What just happened? Corpse looting. Nie Xiaodai seemed prepared though silent as she quickly picked up all the items and equipment from the ground with cautious stealth. Luo Chen asked dazedly. The drop rate doubled. A few seconds later, Nie Xiaodai traded him a spirit crystal. Luo Chen numbly took it and used it. Spirit 1. After a while, Nie Xiaodai spoke directly, her tone grave. I'm now 100% sure this is luck overflow. The night boss's drop rate for awakening equipment is indeed increased by 10 times, but what just happened was 1,000 times more. And there was even corpse looting, a second drop. With that, Nie Xiaodai displayed the remaining 6 items dropped by the BOSS. The spirit crystal had already been used by Luo Chen's super recall stone. Fate Crystal of the Soul. Cloth armor. This is a man's garment, appearing ordinary, but far from common. Skull ring carved from the bones of a powerful creature after death. Its ferocious exterior conceals a vile. Evil repelling bracelet. Weight 1, durability 10, agility 2, attack 4, legendary 4, requires level 19. Teleport ring. Weight 1, durability 5, requires level 12. Nie Xiaodai put away the soul crystal and traded the rest to Luo Chen, her voice complex. What kind of luck do you think it takes to get such precious equipment all at once? Even the teleport ring. The teleport ring, a divine artifact. How immense must this luck be? Luo Chen accepted the trade and shook his head hard, the joy of acquiring equipment fading, replaced by a hint of fear toward the unknown. What exactly is luck overflow? Nie Xiaodai paused before saying softly, a long time ago, an immortal surnamed Zhao subdued a yellow dragon by the Yellow River and refined it into an earring. This earring was said to possess the dragon's divine power, granting its bearer immense luck. She paused, reminiscing. The yellow dragon earring was passed down through generations of the Zhao family, bringing endless luck, but also terrible misfortune. I know the 46th patriarch of the Zhao family. This story is true. So-called luck overflow is when this power uncontrollably bestows boundless luck on the beneficiary, but at a cost. Laozi, the founder of our Taoist path, once said, misfortune rests upon fortune. Oh, fortune lurks within misfortune. Who knows their limits? There is no certainty. Luo Chen listened, then finally understood. So if I have luck 10, and it gives me excessive benefits, it will also bring disaster. But if I'm lucky enough, disaster should stay away. Nie Xiaodai was speechless, then gritted her teeth. If you gain endlessly, the disaster will affect everyone close. Luo Chen suddenly felt carefree, his mood lifting. Hey, I've been single my whole life, a lone wolf. Xiaodi, you're the closest to me, but you're also a wandering spirit. Already dead, so what's there to fear? Nie Xiaodai was left speechless. After a moment, she said resolutely, let's go back to town. I need to test your luck threshold. Luo Chen, now in better spirits, objected. We finally made it to the Zuma Lord's lair. Oh, let's play a bit more. Nie Xiaodai paced anxiously, then remembered an excuse. I made you that fruit and veggie feast tonight, full of fluids. If you don't log off soon, your bladder will burst. Luo Chen was startled and obediently returned to town. Back in Bishon City, he teleported directly to warehouse room 0222. Ignoring the chubby Jean beside him, Luo Chen immediately removed his helmet. After taking care of business, seeing Nie Xiaodai beside him, Luo Chen said gratefully, haha, good thing you reminded me, or I'd have what? Nie Xiaodai asked seriously, did you get any on your hands? Luo Chen thought, and confirmed, no. Nie Xiaodai sighed in relief. It seemed the luck overflow hadn't reached its threshold. The chubby Jean, overhearing this, was baffled. What's up with Uncle Bird? Kidney problems, or something else not working? Of course he couldn't say that aloud. Instead he flattered, Uncle Bird has a good wife. Nie Xiaodai smiled warmly. Right. Listen to your wife, and you'll be blessed and safe. Defy her, and danger lurks everywhere. The chubby Jean was taken aback again. Had Aunt Bird's leaking game pod been fixed? To be fair, her voice was really sweet. Could it be an older woman with a younger man? Nie Xiaodai asked Jean Ponzi for many moving warehouse scrolls. Of course the payment was charged to Luo Chen. The premium equipment Luo Chen dealt with this time included, but was not limited to, the Zhuma branded green necklace, the knight's bracelet, the strength ring, the purple spiral, and the dragon bracelet, the Worma branded platinum ring, the heavenly bead necklace, the life necklace, the Saber bracelet, and so on, or as well as various premium items with 1, 2, or even 3. Luo Chen even sold his original premium coral ring and the Death's Hand gloves with 2 defense and 3 attack. Jean Pangzi's jaw dropped in disbelief. If Luo Chen had only collected game gold this time, it was estimated that Jean Pangzi would never have been able to afford it. Fortunately, Luo Chen also needed money, so he could make a deal with credit coins. As the Apocalypse game continued to gain popularity, the prices of equipment skyrocketed. Therefore, after dealing with these items, Luo Chen directly became a wealthy man. This was also because Luo Chen bought 2 ghost crystals from Jin Pongzi. Otherwise, he would have become a super wealthy man. Nie Xiaodai also had Luo Chen buy 7 bottles of blessing oil, and he was not stingy. It's just 7 million gold coins. The secret that tiger snakes and red snakes can drop blessing oil has already spread. Now the Poison Snake Valley is reportedly full of players, all hoping to be the lucky ones. Thus the price of blessing oil has dropped from 5 million gold coins per bottle 2 days ago to now 1 million per bottle. This is because the demand is not that high. Drinking a bottle costs 2,000, which is more expensive than Mao Dai. The real reason is that the drop rate for blessing oil is much higher than that of good weapons. Ordinary players are reluctant to use their ordinary weapons, while advanced players have already consumed most of their high-level weapons. After resting, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai opened the Hour Room 0404 again. Yes, upgrading weapons is all about psychological hints. This is not science, it's metaphysics. Luo Chen's backpack now contains a regular Inferno, a Lucky 1 Judgment Staff, and a Super Premium Judgment Staff, with Lucky 4 and Attack Speed 2. He asked Nie Xiaodai which one should I upgrade. Nie Xiaodai thought for a moment and decided to leave the choice to Luo Chen. What do you think? Me? Of course I should upgrade the premium one. It's not like I'm short on money now, I should prioritize my own use. Nie Xiaodai felt Luo Chen was right. After receiving her approval, Luo Chen directly bought 35 pieces of purity, 12 black iron, or ready to get started. As for the jewelry, he still chose the blue jade necklace. This one is quite good. 3 hours later, Luo Chen held the Judgment Staff with an attack range of 0.36, attack speed 2, and lucky 4, and began to hesitate. Why do I feel that if I upgrade further something bad will happen? Nie Xiaodai's eyes brightened. Has the lucky threshold been reached? Does it feel intense? Do you want to keep upgrading? Or should we save it for next time? Luo Chen swung the weapon a few times, feeling uncertain, but I also feel that if I don't upgrade it enough 7 times in Apocalypse New Century, the NPCs clearly state that the same weapon can only be upgraded 7 times. The result will be worse. Nie Xiaodai rolled her eyes. So what do you think we should do? Luo Chen thought for a moment, and suddenly had a bright idea. Got it. Just increase the dosage, and there won't be a problem. Saying this, he first spent a huge amount to buy 8 pieces of purity 20 black iron, or then asked Nie Xiaodai, I remember, we have several memory necklaces, we didn't sell them just now, are they with you? Nie Xiaodai directly traded 4 memory necklaces over. These were prepared for you to upgrade your weapon. Who knew you would keep using the blue jade? With 8 pieces of black iron and 4 memory necklaces, Luo Chen suddenly felt at ease. This time, it will definitely succeed. Half an hour later, after striking Nie Xiaodai, Luo Chen let out a wildly arrogant roar. Who else? Nie Xiaodai was also surprised, muttering, why hasn't it reached the threshold yet? It seems even more exaggerated. Or is it that my good friend Zhao Huaxiang Wei Min told me a secret that has a problem? Luo Chen's Judgment Staff not only successfully upgraded, but also jumped points. Jumping points is simply hitting the jackpot in a low-probability event. The new attributes of this weapon are terrifying. Judgment Staff weight 80, durability 3038, 3 attack 0.38, 8 attack speed 2, 2 lucky 4, required level 30. Seeing Luo Chen so arrogant, Nie Xiaodai couldn't help but say, honey, keep drinking the blessing oil. She didn't believe that Luo Chen's luck had no threshold. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen, without any hesitation, started to drink. After the first bottle of blessing oil, he was stunned. His luck decreased instead of increased, dropping to lucky 3. Nie Xiaodai's eyes lit up. Keep drinking. Luo Chen hesitated and took another bottle. Lucky 2. This time, without needing Nie Xiaodai to urge him, Luo Chen directly drank 2 more bottles. Then he successfully eliminated all lucky 4. Luo Chen began to feel chaotic. What the hell? Reverse blessing? After drinking 4 bottles of oil, did I gain 4 curses? See. Nie Xiaodai finally laughed. It seems that the lucky threshold has finally been found. Seeing her laughing beside him, Luo Chen immediately felt anger rising. What's so funny? If you keep laughing, I might get angry. Damn it, you're still laughing. If you do, I'll shove that silk underwear into the toilet. Spending money to avoid disaster. I'm just happy for you. Nie Xiaodai said with righteous indignation. Luo Chen felt a bit puzzled. Really? Absolutely no falsehood heaven and earth can witness. Luo Chen could only believe, is this the lucky threshold? Has my luck hit the critical point? Nie Xiaodai was also uncertain. All I can say is that the overflow of luck should have disappeared. By the way, in the future, try not to add luck to your weapons. Today's event started because you drank a bottle of blessing oil. But didn't that drop a lot of super awesome equipment? Not only did I get an amazing evil-breaking bracelet, but also an extremely awesome Gale necklace, and the most outstanding Judgment Staff, as well as the most incredible teleportation ring. Nie Xiaodai appeared somewhat doubtful, and stammered, maybe possibly your talent for luck is truly beyond my even more impressive than the Huanglong earrings from the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen puffed out his chest. Of course. Watch me drink up the luck too. Saying this, he downed one of the remaining 3 bottles of blessing oil. Since I bought them, I have money now. As a result, curse 1. Luo Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Is my luck really ineffective? Nie Xiaodai also began to worry. Why don't you try drinking again? This time it was Luo Chen who felt uncertain, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth and drinking a bottle. Fortunately, this time, he eliminated the curse. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, wielding the judgment staff. Let's leave it at this. I feel good. Nie Xiaodai frowned and thought for a moment, then said, put on the other judgment staff and drink a bottle of blessing oil to try. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen switched weapons and decisively drank the last bottle. Ineffective. Nie Xiaodai also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it really is because of the weapon's luck. But don't be discouraged. Perhaps after a day your luck will return, and you can start dropping super awesome equipment again. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Luo Chen logged off, took off his helmet, let out a long breath, and walked into the bathroom. A minute later, he came out looking gloomy. Nie Xiaodai's silk underwear floated up from the sofa, and a puzzled voice rang out. What's wrong with you? Did you really pee on your hands? Luo Chen waved his hand, looking incredulous. Damn. I didn't pee on my hands. I peed on my shoes. Luo Chen ultimately donned the bulletproof undershirt that had transformed into a t-shirt. It couldn't be helped, though Nie Xiaodai had initially wished to hone her culinary skills. A novice chef rarely finds someone willing to endure her dark cuisine. The kitchen of Audiobooks rice noodle shop was not Luo Chen's refrigerator. Constantly taking free supplies from there felt rather embarrassing. Surely it was absolutely not, because the proprietress stored most of her meat ingredients in a horizontal freezer, leaving Nie Xiaodai with only vegetables. To compensate the proprietress a little, Luo Chen decided to have lunch at her shop. Just as he stepped out of the building, his foot sank softly. Lifting it, he exclaimed, damn, stepping in dog shit right out the door. Nie Xiaodai giggled. Seems like no big deal. Luck still smiles upon you. Luo Chen gloomily scraped his shoe sole on the nearby grass. Then, who dropped 50 yuan here? Luo Chen glanced around, then reluctantly picked it up for safekeeping. Nie Xiaodai wondered, true dog shit luck. As Luo Chen reached the entrance of Audiobooks rice noodle shop, the landlady, who was in the adjacent entertainment chest room, her eyes lit up. She immediately rose, abandoning a hand that was 1 tile from winning. East, south, west, north winds, a white dragon, and a 1 bamboo. She hurried to Luo Chen and beamed. Oh my dear Xiao Luo, you're famous now. Luo Chen looked around, saw no risk, and asked puzzledly, what's up? I never leave my name when doing good deeds. The landlady laughed heartily. Officer Li said you acted bravely, model citizen. The banner's hanging in the chess room, and there's a 500 yuan reward. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled. Keep the banner, but transfer the reward to me. The landlady's smile froze. While Officer Li said you need to claim it in person, Luo Chen shrugged. Alright, I'll make a trip later. After saying another word, the landlady turned back to the card table. Alright, let's continue. Shuffle the cards. That last round doesn't count. Luo Chen watched helplessly as a large glob of bird droppings landed on the landlady's head, like a little white flower adorning her. Quite a sight. Luo Chen wondered, Xiaodia, is this all because of me? Nie Xiaodai said thankfully, probably. Good thing I have no physical form or ID. Be jinxed too. After gloating, she continued, are you really going to claim the reward? Luo Chen was stunned. It's 500. Nie Xiaodai sneered. You're a millionaire now, and you still care about 500. You can earn more than that by casually dropping a piece of gear in the game. Luo Chen retorted sharply, ridiculous. Never do evil even if it's small. Oh no, never refuse money even if it's small. Entering Audiobooks rice noodle shop, he called out to the still attractive proprietress, the signature combo, with double chicken legs and spiced eggs. Seeing Luo Chen, the proprietress' eyes brightened, and she replied in a soft voice, coming right up, Xiao Luo. Luo Chen checked the table and chairs, then sat down carefully. 10 minutes later, from his rice noodles, he fished out a long, thin gold necklace. Judging by the style, it must be the proprietress. Luo Chen was speechless. He placed it on the table, and with the next bite, damn it, he found a gold ring. Nie Xiaodai couldn't help herself. Did the proprietress make this bowl herself? Huh. She's almost given you the whole trio of gold jewelry. Luo Chen was annoyed for a moment, then thought, forget it, I'll drink the soup. Huh, why is today's seaweed so chewy? Luo Chen spat it out and saw, holy crap, a gold earring. The trio of gold is complete. Time to propose. Luo Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Xiaodia, is this the aftermath of overflowing luck? Does the proprietress get the bad end? Nie Xiaodai suppressed her laughter and said seriously, if it's only this severe, it's perfectly acceptable. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Just then the proprietress walked past Luo Chen, muttering to herself, strange, my ring was on my hand just now. Where did it go? Luo Chen picked up a chicken leg and took a fierce bite. Surely there can't be anything of the proprietress in this. After chewing a few times, he sensed something off, so many tiny bits. Luo Chen refused to believe it. Setting down the chicken leg, he ate a tiger skin spiced egg. Let's see if an egg can have a bone inside. Crunch, crunch. Luo Chen was speechless. Damn, there was actually a fertilized egg inside. The taste was surprisingly deep. After finishing the nerve-wracking meal, Luo Chen grabbed a bottle of soda, scanned the code, and directly entered 500 yuan. Yesterday Xiao Dai took quite a few ingredients, so he was covering the bill. Luo Chen greeted the proprietress. This meal, whatever the cost, this covers it. Then he placed the trio of gold jewelry in her hand. Did you make my food yourself? The cost is really high. The proprietress was taken aback, then heard a pleasant sound from the cash register. Bao Bao Pei has received 520 yuan. Confused, she opened her palm, and a shy blush crept onto her face. She gazed at Luo Chen and blinked her big blue eyes deeply. Good heavens! Luo Chen sprayed the soda head, just drunk, right out his nose, coughing until tears streamed. He believed it now, overflowing luck is terrifyingly powerful. Nie Xiaodai consoled him, no big deal. The proprietress has peach blossom eyes. She looks deeply at even a dog. Exiting the restaurant, Luo Chen brushed past two thin men, one tall and one short, heading toward the local police station. Nie Xiaodai initially wanted to warn Luo Chen, but after a moment's thought, she stayed silent. Half an hour later, in the police station chief's office, Luo Chen stared dumbfounded at the person before him, hardly believing his eyes. No way. What are you doing here, Floating Cloud? Weren't you injured in the leg? The Taoist Floating Cloud was even more astonished than Luo Chen and exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Nine, without your delivery uniform you look so handsome. Then he asked in confusion, but why is Uncle Nine so young? And why did Uncle Nine's physiognomy bear a hint of calamity? No, it seemed like misfortune. No, it was more like great fortune. So peculiar. Luo Chen felt his persona crumbling and quickly recovered, saying coolly, the youngest junior uncle in your celestial master sect isn't that old, either is he. Hearing this, Floating Cloud perked up, abandoning his study of physiognomy. Haha, true. Junior Uncle Sun is the most accomplished secular disciple of our second Grandmaster's worldly lineage. By the way, Junior Uncle Sun came today too. He's in the car in the yard bonding with Junior Sister Yunxi. Luo Chen was taken aback and asked casually, is that the Dalinan parked in the yard? Your junior uncle? Floating Cloud said with adoration, absolutely. Big Sun is the eldest grandson of the Sun Group, the only son and sole heir, worth hundreds of billions. It's thanks to his financial power, wealth, companions, methods, and location that our second Grandmaster's lineage thrives. Good heavens. Big Sun. Luo Chen's mind was in turmoil. Is the world this small? The junior uncle of the Celestial Master sect that I made up not only exists, but was once my big client. Big Sun must have bought plenty of your gift packs, right? By the way, where's his wainer? Luo Chen wore a knowing smile. Floating Cloud was a bit surprised. Uncle Nine, I already told you. Junior Sister Yunxi is downstairs. Then he said sheepishly, not that many. Besides the gift packs, I just sold a transmitted that celestial wooden sword for 800. Luo Chen was nearly numbed by shock. Damn. Yunxi is Big Sun's Wan's sister. Wainer. Wan Yunxi. He carefully recalled the Wan's sister from the game and the Yunxi in hot pants on the rooftop of Binhai University and reached a shocking conclusion. Can a 20 appearance adjustment completely change a person's image? But thinking of his own bandit-style Uncle Bird image in the game, he was relieved. Even Nez's mother wouldn't recognize him after he customized his face. Uncle Joe, just in time, Master Sun has always admired the cultivators of Central Plains. Should I let him come up and meet you? Floating Cloud was very polite, knowing to ask for permission first. Could it lead to a fatal exposure? But soon Luo Chen dismissed this possibility. The fierce bandit bird uncle had nothing to do with his Master Geo. Success in pinching his own face, a 20 adjustment. Luo Chen nodded, agreeing to Floating Cloud's suggestion. Yes, it's not bad to meet a client who paid 800,000 for a wooden sword. While waiting for Grandmaster Sun to come upstairs, Luo Chen recalled the initial question. By the way, how did you get here? Also, are your injuries from yesterday healed? Floating Cloud's expression grew serious. There's a rumor in the coastal cultivation circles that an apostle of the Dark Sanctuary has been confirmed to appear near the outskirts right here, seemingly searching for someone. Oh, by the way, it seems to be connected to the infamous female assassin Black Widow. The Eastern Federation's M249 Bureau is preparing to hold a conference for the coastal cultivators here to discuss how to capture or invite the Dark Sanctuary's apostle, hence the Heavenly Master sent me to scout ahead. As for the leg injury, does Uncle Gio want to try some of the Heavenly Master's healing sacred medicine? The effects are absolutely remarkable. Just look at my leg. What the heck? Luo Chen was shocked again, and again wasn't the Black Widow captured. Also, what about the Apostle of the Dark Sanctuary? Ning Xiaodai, come out and say something. After a moment, Ning Xiaodai's voice whispered, Uncle Gio, it's not convenient right now. Let's talk later. Luo Chen was taken aback. I didn't make a sound just now. Can you hear my heart's voice? He immediately felt a bit. Ning Xiaodai can read minds. I was careless. How dare I show off such a trivial skill in front of her great wondrous dragon? Great Luo spell. Tang Sing am eating jackfruit, you're eating Song Jing Kong. Ning Xiaodai was completely stunned, hurriedly explained in a low voice. I can only hear your heart's voice when it reaches the level of ventriloquism. I can't perceive the chaotic thoughts in your mind, so don't think too much. Also, Uncle Joe, stop reciting. Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily this silly girl can't hear my thoughts, otherwise she would know that I've always wanted her to dance in black stockings for me. The kind of dance where the foolish emperor doesn't hold court. Yes, with her figure no matter how she twists, it looks good. Just wondering if the pressure in front is too much, will it be uncomfortable to shake? After a moment, Luo Chen finally felt relieved. No reaction. It seems she really can't hear. Stupid woman, one day, it'll make you kneel and sing conquer wearing only black stockings. Really can't hear. Hello, lustful wife. At that moment, a sunny young boy pushed the door and walked in surprise to see Luo Chen and asked, "Are you the Luo Jiao from Central Plains? I've heard so much about you. My master told me that you are a rare cultivation genius at the Baiyun Temple in Luo Shendu." Luo Shendu, Baiyun Temple, cultivation genius. Luo Chen, too preoccupied with battling wits with Ning Xiaodia, felt as if 1,000 grass-headed divine beasts were rushing past in his heart. Is there really a Luo Jiao? The bewildered Luo Chen looked dumbfounded. Grandmaster Sun, a junior brother Sun, you've really heard of me? Grandmaster Sun proudly said, of course. Although my Taoist cultivation has not yet begun, it's not very profound, but my master has introduced me to many great figures, and many praised Luo Jiao. They say you are a banner of the cultivators in Central Plains. Then Grandmaster Sun looked at Luo Chen with great anticipation and said, by the way, I've heard that the cultivation artifacts and treasures in Luo Shendu are numerous. I wonder if junior brother Jiao has any to pass on. You can rest assured my sincerity is definitely abundant. What the heck? Luo Chen was immediately shocked by Grandmaster Sun's generosity. I heard Floating Cloud say that you just got connected with the Tianqi artifact wooden sword. Grandmaster Sun nodded and added, as long as it's Tianqi equipment, I guarantee my sincerity is no less than 500. By the way, I also have Tianqi qualification, and I accept top-tier equipment from the new era of Tianqi. Luo Chen was moved by Grandmaster Sun's ability to spend money as full sincerity. I do have Tianqi equipment, but I don't have a Taoist profession, and as for the Taoist equipment in Tianqi game, I'm accepting reservations. Grandmaster Sun was astonished. How does junior brother Jiao know my Tianqi profession? Luo Chen frowned. You as the little disciple of the heavenly master, what else could you choose if not Taoist? Oh, that makes sense. I want to reserve a Wujigan, a long one sword, a Zuma set, and a Worma set. Also a magic wand, a bone jade staff, and a Zuma and Worma for mages. Luo Chen decisively agreed. If this order goes through, whatever is in the downstairs pocket will be dragged away. Then let's leave a contact method. By the way, junior brother Jiao is also from the coastal novice area, right? What is your name in the game? This made Luo Chen feel a bit of a headache. I'm in the Central Plains area, it seems, for now. No problem, but it will take a couple of days. Grandmaster Sun seemed to know quite a bit about the inside story of the Tianqi game. At that moment, Officer Chun from the Joint Defense and Officer Chun from the Criminal Police knocked and entered. Heavenly Master Daoist Sun, the vehicle from the M249 Bureau has just exited the highway and will arrive here in 10 minutes. Moreover, Jingguang Sect, King Kong Sect, Flame Gate, Heavenly Machine Gate, as well as representatives from the Cold Gang, Wang family, etc., have all arrived at the venue. My master asked me to notify you to hurry over. Upon hearing this, Grandmaster Sun and Daoist Floating Cloud stood up, noticing Luo Chen still seated, puzzled. Uncle Jiao, are you not attending the meeting? Luo Chen smiled lightly. At this level, where do you want me to sit the podium? Daoist Floating Cloud took a cautious glance at his Grandmaster Sun, suddenly realizing. Little Chun, when will Oldly pay back that $500 he owes me? Grandmaster Sun was about to step out the door when he heard this and turned back. Junior brother Jiao, what $500? If you're short on money, just tell me. Opportunities. The two words from Luo Chen made Grandmaster Sun cover his face and leave. Officer Chun from the Criminal Police awkwardly said, my master is currently tied up. His appointment was changed this morning, and the M249 Bureau insisted he serve as the person in charge here. Luo Chen shrugged, let it go, and said he would come again another day. Leaving the police station of the future M249 branch, Luo Chen returned to the community. Just as he reached the ground floor, he suddenly heard a loud explosion from upstairs, and a fireball burst out from the kitchen window of 404, dissipating in an instant. Luo Chen was startled. Xiaodia, didn't you turn off the gas in the kitchen? Ning Xiaodai's voice was filled with surprise. I turned it off. What happened? Then she seemed to remember something, her tone urgent. Hurry back. Luo Chen immediately went. At another corner, two coal workers, one tall and one short, quickly pried open a van somewhat shaken. Brother-in-law, how can you smoke a cigarette and the kitchen explodes? The short one touched his burned eyebrow, looking terrified. The tall one skillfully lit a fire and cursed, you idiot. Who told you to smoke in the kitchen? Not a shred of safety awareness. We are thieves and must be careful everywhere. The short one immediately protested, you said it. Told me to find a cool place to stay, don't get in the way. The tall one shifted gears, partially released the clutch, and hit the gas to move the car. Why did I have to deal with you, my brother-in-law? See, we only made a second visit because of you, but I searched that second bedroom and found nothing. Building 404. Luo Chen looked at the wide-open door, startled. Were we robbed? Ning Xiaodai urgently urged Luo Chen to check the kitchen. Quick, check that jar on the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar rack. Luo Chen looked at the kitchen that had just exploded and said irritably, as long as the kitchen is fine. You're not paying attention to the angle. Ning Xiaodai's voice rose by 18 degrees. Hurry up. Don't mess with me. Luo Chen was furious, scolded. Are you trying to rebel? Recognize your family status. After a moment, Luo Chen pleaded, what the hell? Stupid girl, did you smoke again? Can't I look at the jar? What's so interesting about it? Why is it full of vinegar? Ning Xiaodai's voice was a bit tense. Check if the stuff inside is still there. Luo Chen frowned, scooped with a spoon. And why is there a crystal ball? Wait, this isn't the special soul crystal that the dung beetle exploded. Why haven't you eaten it yet? They'll soak it before eating. Oh, what business is it of yours? Seeing the item still there, Nye Xiaodai's voice turned haughty again. Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully. True. The stench of that dung beetle. TSK. Damn. You wretched woman, don't you dare take a whiff every now and then. I'm not a squeezable juice pouch. Next, under Nye Xiaodai's guidance, Luo Chen inspected the second bedroom and found no issues. However, the master bedroom was in utter disarray with a few pairs of aged, smelly socks, even dragged out. Luo Chen frowned, locking the master bedroom. The original owner was such a handsome lad, how could he not wash his socks? Returning to the living room, he had just plopped down on the sofa when a knock came at the door. Luo Chen rose to open the door, finding the landlady and several neighborhood committee members outside. Hey, aren't you got time for a visit? The landlady peered inside from the doorway. Xiao Luo, we heard a loud bang earlier. Was it from your place? Luo Chen stepped aside, welcoming them in. Yeah, but no problem. Just a ghost in the kitchen knocking over it. The landlady couldn't stand still. Haha, Xiao Luo, you're joking again. As long as everything's fine, we'll get back to our card game. Let's go. Luo Chen watched the 2 fresh dollops of bird droppings on the landlady's head. Strangely enough, they actually closing and locking the door. Luo Chen lay on the sofa and yawned. You know, after eating a few spiritual crystals, I'm not even sleepy yet. After a while, the blanket on the sofa floated up on its own, covering Luo Chen. In the living room, things were gradually tidied up. 10 minutes later, a mop drifted in through the window and began mopping the floor. The sky darkened slowly. Luo Chen stretched and woke from his slumber. He sniffed the air. What's that smell so fragrant? Then he saw a table full of sumptuous dishes, utterly astonished. What the? Xiaodai, you made this? No way you learned to cook in just half a day. Nye Xiaodai's voice, as pleasant as silver bells, rang out shyly. I just accidentally made too much. I wonder how it tastes. Luo Chen looked at the home-cooked meal before him, brimming with pride. My own woman's cooking is bound to be delicious. Bring the bowls and chopsticks, let me savor it. Taking a bite of the stir-fried chicken, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He marveled inwardly, holy crap, it's actually edible. And it tastes pretty good. Next, a piece of fish, tender, smooth, and fresh with not a hint of fishiness. Luo Chen's anticipation soared him. This stir-fried cured meat is as good as the landladies from the shop downstairs. Holy shit. This Westlake beef soup is absolutely divine. Is this still the Nye Xiaodai I know? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Luo Chen felt thoroughly satisfied. Nye Xiaodai had officially upgraded to a house elf. Nye Xiaodai urged him to wash up and use the restroom. Tonight, we'll level up and secure the top spot. Luo Chen acknowledged. Not long after he closed the bathroom door, a middle-aged plump chef in a cook's uniform woke up in the kitchen, bewildered. Where am I? Wasn't I just cooking in the back kitchen? How did I end up here? After a moment, it dawned on him. He remembered. He had taken a job for in-home cooking. He felt the several hundred yuan bills in his pocket, overjoyed. A side gig every now and then pays pretty well. A horse doesn't get fat without night grass. I've got cigarette money for the month. No more kowtowing to my wife. He swiftly gathered the kitchen trash, naturally opened the door, and walked downstairs, completely oblivious to anything amiss. The door closed and locked again. Luo Chen finished washing up, feeling refreshed. He checked the time, 8:30. Logging back in and preparing, he consulted with Nye Xiaodai. Where should we go to level up? Nye Xiaodai could finally speak freely in the game. Didn't you take Uncle Sun's job? And you have the teleport ring, let's go hunt the boss. Reminded of this, Luo Chen suddenly recalled the information from the floating cloud Taoist, so he pressed further. Xiaodai, what's the deal with the Dark Temple's apostles? The person they're searching for, is it you? Nye Xiaodai had Luo Chen head to Mengzhong province, explaining as they walked. The Dark Temple is a mysterious organization that suddenly emerged in the Eastern Federation's cultivation world over the past few decades. Whether it's the righteous or evil sects or the Eastern Federation's officialdom, they know very little about its history and background. But the Dark Temple's power is undeniable. Once an established evil force made enemies with them, and to everyone's astonishment, the entire evil faction was annihilated shortly after. Not even other factions. Even the Eastern officials couldn't achieve that. There are quite a few similar cases. Just a few months ago, the Dark Temple suddenly dispatched 12 apostles to the upper echelons of the cultivation world and the political business circles, revealing a bizarre game called Apocalypse New Century and calling for full vigilance and attention from all three realms. This move left almost all factions baffled. Although the Dark Temple hasn't committed any heinous atrocities, its image has always been one of darkness. Are they trying to whitewash themselves? Later, a valiant and spirited female swordsman from Shushan, driven by great righteousness and risking her life, managed to steal a top-secret document. This allowed some details about the Apocalypse equipment, the qualifications of Apocalypse Knights, and the game itself to trickle into the sight of the higher-ups. But tragically, this heroine was framed and not only hunted by the Dark Temple's apostles, but also branded a traitor by the political, business, and cultivation worlds. Tell me Luo Chen isn't a true hero, one who serves the nation and its people. Was she wrong? By now, Luo Chen had used the teleport ring to reach the first floor of the dungeon. Hearing Nie Xiaodai's question, he replied in surprise, "That female warrior is a fool. If you steal a top-secret document, the first thing to do is monetize the resources. At the very least, keep quiet and get rich. But from what you're saying, she definitely did something stupid." The atmosphere tensed and an awkward silence fell. After a long while, Nie Xiaodai gritted her teeth. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Luo Chen was taken aback. "On purpose? I'm just stating the facts." Nie Xiaodai paused, then asked despondently, "Was that heroine really wrong?" Luo Chen kept teleporting deeper into the map. He chuckled and said seriously, "I only said she was foolish, not that she was wrong. This kind of thing isn't about right or wrong, it's about success or failure. Clearly she was framed, hunted by both the righteous and the wicked, and failed quite thoroughly. So she wasn't wrong, just foolish." Nie Xiaodai was puzzled. "Since when did you become a philosopher?" Luo Chen sighed. "Even though I deliver food, it's just a way to make a living. Every person, regardless of their profession, has their precious outlook on life, values, and worldview. Occupations have highs and lows, lives have richness and poverty, but the soul never does." Nie Xiaodai fell into thought. Luo Chen traversed the dark zone and arrived at the legendary tribe before declaring decisively, "Every soul is unique. You can look down on someone's job, income, or life, but never ever despise their soul." Nie Xiaodai was stunned. Only when Luo Chen crossed the evil forces and teleported to the platform corner of the Death Coffin map, ready to grind monsters, did she murmur, "Even if someone's soul is filthy and depraved, don't judge others' evil without living their life. If you endure their suffering, you might not match their kindness." For a moment, Nie Xiaodai felt as if Luo Chen himself was glowing. There are many such people among the common folk. They live with clarity, without self-pity, wise, yet unassuming, facing life with a smile. "Fool, what are you standing there for? Cast poison. It's almost 9 o'clock, and we have to watch out for people stealing our kills." Nie Xiaodai snapped back to reality and began to assist. A moment later, she suddenly fumed. "What did you just call me? You're the fool." Luo Chen slashed a scorpion to death with one strike and said dismissively, Right. I'm a fool. You're a fool. We're both fools." Just then 9 o'clock arrived. The entire platform instantly filled with ordinary attribute mobs. Luo Chen's current equipment was roughly as follows: a level 30 judgment staff with 0.38 attack and 2 attack speed, a war god armor with 510 defense, 35 magic resistance, and 0.4 attack, a magic helmet with 0.1 defense, 11 magic resistance, and 0.4 attack, a gale necklace with 4 attack speed and 0.5 attack, a bane bracer with 2 agility and 0.4 attack, an iron bracer with 2 accuracy and 0.4 attack, a ring of power with 0.10 attack, another ring of power with 0.8 attack, a deerhide boots with 0.2 defense, and 4 carrying capacity, and a deerhide belt with 2 carrying capacity. A level 30 warrior had 419 health, base attack 711, defense 0.6, and magic resistance 0.1. The panel showed attack 788, a defense 519, a and magic resistance 47. Thus Luo Chen now dealt 96 damage per strike, and with 6 attack speed, clearing minor monsters was effortless. The judgment staff left afterimages in its wake. Moreover, the healer's abilities had also skyrocketed, providing ample support. A few minutes later, most of the hundreds of minor monsters were cleared, leaving only a few at the platform's edge. After cleaning up the battlefield, Luo Chen surveyed the surroundings, deemed it safe, and immediately prepared to engage the Touch Dragon God. Nie Xiaodai refrained from poisoning Luo Chen this time, instead casting Ghost Shield and Divine War Armor. From now on, he'll try not to attack. When fighting bosses, it should yield better drops. Luo Chen nodded at her words. That made sense. His luck was no exaggeration. Wielding the judgment staff, Luo Chen now faced the Touch Dragon God without any fear. Luo Chen strode forward, stomping the ground. "Come out for tea." A massive, grotesque centipede burst forth from the earth, launching a fierce assault on him. Luo Chen locked into a stabbing position to reduce paralysis chances, and with the boost of 6 attack speed, he felled the Touch Dragon God in under a minute. During the fight, he was paralyzed only once. Luo Chen felt a pang of anticlimax. Is that all? This speed was akin to that old joke, a woman fetching water to cook, a man eagerly approaching, turning back to see the water hadn't even filled yet. Thus, with increased strength came diminished thrill. The boss fight was uneventful. Such was the simple, unadorned life of a high-level player. Yet Nie Xiaodai had no complaints, happily collecting gold coins and potions. The silver-haired beauty was a delight. As for the loot, the only valuable items were a magic staff, a silver serpent, a heavenly pearl necklace, and a bottle of blessing oil. With the mobile warehouse scroll, Nie Xiaodai transformed into a true gathering sprite, leaving nothing on the ground untouched. No sooner had they finished cleaning than a fresh wave of monsters respawned around the platform. Although minor monsters like black evil grubs, centipedes, jumping bees, giant worms, and pincer bugs offered less experience than those in the Zuma Temple, their respawn rate was at least twice as fast. Especially the depression to the west, where waves spawned one after another. The leveling efficiency here was high. In less than an hour, Luo Chen had earned several 100,000 experience points. Leveling from 30 to 31 required 2 million experience. At the current pace, he would level up in about. Nie Xiaodai cheerfully lured monsters around the platform, while Luo Chen merely swung his blade in place. The thrill of killing monsters surpassed even boss fights. Watching wave after wave of monsters fall beneath his great club, spewing piles of gold potions and equipment, was an indescribably satisfying feeling. Just then the luring sprite Nie Xiaodai suddenly cried out in surprise. How did another boss spawn? Luo Chen was startled, quickly cleared the remaining minor monsters, and rushed to her side. Following her gesture, Luo Chen walked to the platform's edge. Indeed, a touched dragon god emerged from the ground. Luo Chen immediately engaged it, but soon noticed something amiss. This boss only had 1,000 health points. A counterfeit or a dud? Nie Xiaodai had barely healed Luo Chen a few times before the touched dragon god fell. Yet despite its low health, it dropped a moonlit blade. The other equipment was ordinary, along with gold coins, potions, and blessing oil. Moonlit blade, weight 58, durability 30, attack 722, requires level 28. Luo Chen was stunned. What's going on? Isn't the drop rate better for bosses with more health? And does a boss respawn every hour now? Nie Xiaodai was also puzzled. My friend's information didn't mention this. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. A convenient friend, huh? Nie Xiaodai blushed. I really do have such a pal of friend. Luo Chen scoffed. Her tongue had slipped. After collecting the items, they resumed grinding monsters. This time, every 5 minutes, Nie Xiaodai would circle the platform's edge. Luo Chen couldn't take it anymore. Healer, focus on luring monsters. My area is empty. Nie Xiaodai slunk back and dutifully got to work. Half an hour later, she went to the platform's edge again. Luo Chen lost his patience. Healer, what are you circling for? Do bosses spawn based on your wandering? Nie Xiaodai's voice rang out with excitement. You're actually right. Come quick. What the heck? Luo Chen rushed over and saw a touched dragon god attacking a levels-even skeleton. He could hardly hide his astonishment. A boss respawns every half hour. That's too ridiculous. Nie Xiaodai then spoke with a hint of pride. My friend's information mentioned a situation. All bosses in open maps have their respawn times shortened based on the number of players in the current map, and their health increases according to the number of players within attack range. Luo Chen was startled and immediately launched an attack on the boss before him. Its health was still 100. Luo Chen swiftly killed it, and this time it dropped a Taoist Zuma name brand item, the Titan Ring. After Nie Xiaodai collected all the items, Luo Chen frowned and asked, Xiaodai, if bosses respawn every half hour, how many people are on this map? Nie Xiaodai paused, then realized the implication and replied gravely, at least 100. Luo Chen looked around puzzled. If your friend is right, where are they? Nie Xiaodai thought for a moment, then her expression changed. They might be fighting the Nether. Luo Chen was taken aback. Nether? You mean that special monster we encountered before that can turn invisible and use ground spike attacks? How can they fight that? Nie Xiaodai's face darkened. They're probably using the most primitive method, a human wave tactic. Luo Chen nodded. The human wave tactic was indeed primitive, but damn effective. As long as there were enough people, no boss was unbeatable. Luo Chen then wondered, but isn't that cost too high? Why? Nie Xiaodai was silent for a moment before speaking worriedly. Advanced fate crystals, books of fate, high-tier apocalypse equipment, apocalypse invisibility charms, and all sorts of magical items. To put it simply, among all special monsters, the Nether is quite unique. Its status is comparable to the Blood Moon Demon among bosses. Luo Chen listened carefully and confirmed. So who are these people? In simple terms, are they good or bad? Nie Xiaodai replied without hesitation, definitely bad. Most likely from the Dark Sanctum. Luo Chen sneered coldly. Your enemies are my enemies. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Nie Xiaodai felt a strange sense of emotion. Wait. Yuming is a magical attack. Let me equip you with some high-level magic protection gear. She began rummaging through the warehouse. Luo Chen was also adjusting the items in his backpack, placing the potent sun water within easy reach. After a moment's thought, he replaced the strength ring with an attack power of 08, with a teleportation ring survival first. At this moment, Nie Xiaodai walked up to him and began trading some equipment: a defense of 01, 1 magic resistance of 05, 1, and a demon slaying ring with an attack of 2, a defense of 02, 2 magic resistance of 04, and a demon slaying ring with an attack of 2, a magic resistance of 26, 3, and an attack of 1 golden bracelet, a magic resistance of 25, 2, and an attack of 2, 1 golden bracelet, a defense of 12, and a magic resistance of 27, excellent, 4, Taoist helmet, and a piece of war god armor. With a defense of 59 and a magic resistance of 310-5, Luo Chen was utterly shocked. Nie Xiaodai's stock is so plentiful. Some were even part of her previous survival gear. Wait, if you give me all this equipment, what will you use? Nie Xiaodai smiled sweetly. He'll be fine with whatever. Luo Chen was instantly moved and accidentally opened her equipment panel. The limitless staff with a Taoist skill of 312-7 was indisputable. 2 Titan rings with a Taoist skill of 26 were expected, and 2 mind bracelets with a Taoist skill of 13-1 were a bit unexpected. When did she acquire these? A green hat with a defense of 34 and a magic resistance of 16 looked rather nice, but why isn't she wearing a soul necklace? And what is this thing she's wearing instead? Isn't this a bit too casual? White tiger tooth necklace, weight 1, a durability 8, a magic evasion 70, 5 Taoist skill 11, requires 11 spirit power. Nie Xiaodai ignored Luo Chen's mutterings, recalled something with a blank mind, and decisively asked, "You remember the location where the special Yuming monster appeared last time, right?" Luo Chen was somewhat puzzled. "Yeah, what's up? The special monster won't move, will it?" Nie Xiaodai nodded. Yes, these special monsters are considered bizarre, even for the game itself. Tianqi New Century. Moreover, after the merging of regions, they will disappear forever. Luo Chen no longer dwelled on this, and directly mentioned the approximate location of the Yuming he saw. Nie Xiaodai opened the large map and studied it carefully for a while before devising a plan, first this way, then that way, and finally like this. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, you said it well, I wasn't listening. After Nie Xiaodai finished speaking, Luo Chen directly said, "You wait here, I'll go take a look." With that, he vanished in a teleportation. Nie Xiaodai was taken aback, wanting to follow immediately, but after hesitating for a moment, she sighed. "At home, listen to your wife, oh, outside, listen to your husband." A few minutes later, Luo Chen returned covered in green, shouting excitedly, "Damn! It's not 100 people. There are at least 1,000. Moreover, apart from a few leaders and perimeter guards, all the fighters were Taoists." Nie Xiaodai was instantly stunned. So many people. That shouldn't be the case. The Holy Knights of the Dark Sanctuary combined don't even number 100, right? Moreover, they're not recruiting outside. At that moment, 3 players suddenly appeared on the platform map they were on. These 3 were all warriors wielding hellfire named Killer Code 39, Killer Code 47, and Killer Code 51. Fortunately, the small monsters on the platform had not been cleared, so neither side came into contact immediately. Nie Xiaodai was somewhat startled. "Aren't these people from the Dark Sanctuary?" Luo Chen frowned. "You're asking me? Then I think they are from a killer company. It seems their company isn't that big, right?" After Code 99, there were no more. The 3 warriors opposite exchanged no pleasantries and swiftly darted through the gaps in the monster crowd, attacking Luo Chen with 3 stabbing strikes. Luo Chen stepped back surprised. "Whose subordinates are you? So brave." Nie Xiaodai wasted no time and directly applied green paint to the 3 of them. The 3 members of the killer company showed no awareness of the severity of the green poison, still fixated on chase. Luo Chen was angered, aimed at one, and directly charged forward, knocking the warrior named Killer Code 39 backward repeatedly. He then unleashed several normal attacks, sending him crashing to the ground and dropping several bottles of potent sun water. System prompt: your weapon has been cursed. Luo Chen was frustrated. Why did I turn yellow? Damn, they didn't even touch the hem of my clothes just now. FCK. Killer Code 47 and Killer Code 51 finally realized one thing: this green poison is toxic. It doesn't restore health. Even the potent sun water filling their backpacks was useless. Thus the 2 warriors immediately changed targets and charged at the silver-haired female Taoist. Luo Chen, seeing this, swiftly struck one warrior with 2 stabbing attacks, then halted. The damage was perfectly timed. After running a few steps, Killer Code 51 collapsed right in front of Nie Xiaodai, dropping more than 10 bottles of potent sun water, and the weapon Hellfire felt heavy, dropping as well. Seeing the situation, the remaining Killer Code 47 immediately took off. Luo Chen chuckled awkwardly. "I wonder where Hell die you, otherwise I'll go teleport to loot the corpse." Then he began to clear the surrounding small monsters. Nie Xiaodai picked up the Hellfire dropped by Killer Code 51 and the sun water, seriously telling Luo Chen, "You should also collect more sun water. Didn't you see that these killers all carried this medicine?" Luo Chen listened attentively, clearing small monsters while happily collecting sun water. A minute later, Nie Xiaodai frowned. "Strange, I didn't receive a kill prompt for Killer Code 47. Luo Chen expressed confusion. 10 points of health lost every second. The potion can't heal. He should have died a long time ago. By the way, why is your poison so abnormal? Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brow. "I'm using the soul poisoning technique. It's definitely different. This group of players with killer codes is definitely related to the Dark Sanctuary. Moreover, there's a high probability they are all Tianqi Knights." Luo Chen was taken aback. "All of them? Then the 2 who just died. Oh, I understand now. No wonder they carried so much sun water. It's to avoid dying." As soon as he finished speaking, another player appeared at the edge of the platform nearby, Killer Code 07. After this player appeared, he didn't attack right away, but instead took a few steps back. Luo Chen shrugged. "Looks like I guessed right. They're all afraid of dying in the game." But do not do unto others what you do not want done unto yourself. Killers will always be killed. Nie Xiaodai seemed to ponder as she stepped forward and applied a layer of green poison to the distant killer code 07. After about 10 seconds, this player flew away. After a while, Luo Chen saw that Nie Xiaodai was silent and couldn't help but ask, is he not poisoned to death either? Nie Xiaodai nodded gravely, her voice a bit worried. They didn't fly away, or they probably went straight back to the city, and there's a high probability that the other side also has soul Taoists in the city. Luo Chen widened his eyes. What is a soul Taoist? Oh, is it also ghost? Nie Xiaodai slowly nodded. Luo Chen felt a bit confused. Wait, are you saying you intentionally committed suicide, just to become the so-called soul Taoist? No. If you really did it on purpose, there are too many loopholes. Nie Xiaodai paused for a moment, saying sadly, if I could live, who would wish to die? Moreover, I was left with no choice at that time. I attempted the transformation out of desperation. If it hadn't been for the last moment, for some unknown reason, you happened to see my soul body, allowing me to absorb a bit of your yang energy, I would have long since been scattered in spirit. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. You're not very good at being a ghost. I see other spirits are quite fierce. Nie Xiaodai immediately felt wronged. My soul body tried for more than 3 months and still couldn't establish a spiritual connection with you. Luo Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the original owner's memory had known Nie Xiaodai. If it hadn't been for his appearance, she would have really died. When will that Yuming probably die? Luo Chen changed the subject. Nie Xiaodai thought for a moment, hesitated, and said, if all Taoists are attacking, conservatively estimating about an hour. A flaw in white jade. No one is perfect. Everyone has defects, like an apple bitten by God. God is gluttonous, biting whoever he sees. But if he deprives ordinary people of something, he will surely compensate them in other aspects. Just like Luo Chen, who was merely a delivery man, yet he could always deliver packages to customers in the shortest time. Thus, Luo Chen was extremely sensitive to the coordinates of the game map. After a few random teleportations, he memorized several locations: the area of the special monster Nether, where the crowd of Taoists gathered, the position of the leading group, the Dark Sanctum members, and the perimeter guarded by the warrior group, the Assassin Company. Next, Luo Chen's goal was clear: disrupt the enemy's operation. However, since Nie Xiaodai said it would take about an hour for the human wave tactic to eliminate the Nether, Luo Chen decided to hold his position for now. The enemy also stopped sending pursuers, likely aware that there was a soul Taoist here as well. Nie Xiaodai looked visibly worried. The soul Taoist conversion method originates from the Dark Sanctum. They can probably guess that, my friend. Oh well, it's me. They should know my true identity. Luo Chen thought carefully and comforted her. Hey, so what if they know? What are you? In reality, the Dark Apostles are also searching for you, aren't they? If you want to hide a secret, there's actually a better way. Just watch my move. Nie Xiaodai smiled radiantly. She now had an inexplicable trust in Luo Chen. Luo Chen traded the judgment staff to Nie Xiaodai. Help me absorb the curse. Damn it, killing one person adds a curse. Is this also a form of luck? Low probability events must happen. Nie Xiaodai suppressed a smile, took the staff, and after a moment traded it back along with 2 bottles of blessing oil. Luo Chen took the weapon and oil, puzzled. Didn't you absorb the curse? Why are you giving me Indian god oil? Nie Xiaodai explained seriously. It's almost midnight. Try it and see if your luck is restored. Luo Chen suddenly understood. This function was like a test strip. He drank 2 bottles of blessing oil, and his luck increased by 2. It seemed he had returned to normal. Give me a few more. I want to reach luck 7. Luo Chen said confidently. Nie Xiaodai chuckled. Too much is as bad as too little. This is fine. In the following time, Luo Chen continued grinding small monsters. Although only 2 points of luck were added, both could clearly feel a significant increase in the drop rate of monsters. Almost every small monster dropped a small pile of gold coins and a few potions. The drop rate of equipment also greatly increased. Luo Chen couldn't help but say excess luck seems to have turned into drop rate. If I had luck 7, wouldn't that be amazing? Nie Xiaodai hesitated but finally gritted her teeth. Let's risk the... She threw out 3 more bottles of blessing oil, probably all her stock. Luo Chen picked them up and drank them. This time the 3 bottles added only 1 point of luck. Fortunately, no curse appeared. Luo Chen looked at the judgment staff with luck 3, finding it barely satisfactory. He continued grinding monsters and found immediate results. The most obvious change was that the gold coin piles dropped by monsters were larger, with half of them being the maximum of 2,000 gold coins. Just then a player suddenly flew in from the north of a large stone pillar on the platform map. Luo Chen frowned. Dark Sanctum, or Assassin codename. Dare to come again. He quickly charged toward the stone pillar, the dense monsters unable to stop his advance. Nie Xiaodai followed behind, calmly picking up gold coins and equipment. A few minutes later, Luo Chen saw the ID of a Taoist player holding a silver serpent wilderness survival luden. This Taoist player, who had been invisible and fighting monsters with summoned skeletons, looked visibly excited upon seeing Luo Chen, but was interrupted as he tried to speak. Which side are you on? Luo Chen spoke first. Luden was a bit confused by the question and hesitated before replying. We're from the Huaihai province side, big brother or uncle, and you? Luo Chen was stunned. Huaihai province. Oh, he thought I was asking about the novice server. But the Huaihai region should have nothing to do with the Dark Sanctum. I'm from the Central Plains province. My name is Luo Gio, you can call me Uncle Gio. Luo Chen introduced himself. Luden remained puzzled. Are you using your real name? I say rookie uncle in the game, don't reveal real-life information, be careful of scams. After some communication, Luo Chen finally understood his background. Luden was a core member of the Wilderness Survival Guild. Their backer was the Wilderness Survival Club, a well-known gaming team in Huaihai province. This time 5 full squads came to Death Valley. 2 were crippled while competing for the evil pincer boss at the first line of heaven. The remaining 3 squads had all entered the final map Death Coffin an hour ago. They came here to execute a strange task from the club owner, disrupt others from killing bosses. Although Luden and other core club members didn't understand why the boss had such a harmful hobby, the task bonus was generous and paid on the spot. When had the club boss ever been so generous? So after being attacked by special monsters and harassing enemies, only a few of the 3 full squads remained. Fortunately, Luden had flown here. But he was in a good mood. Our boss said this task counts as completed. Each of us gets a 2,000 yuan bonus. If I weren't worried about my silver serpent, I would have died back to collect the money. I sold my recall stone. Where's your boss? Didn't he come to grind monsters here? Luo Chen wanted to confirm something. Luden couldn't help but sneer. Don't even mention it. I don't know what's gotten into our boss this time. When he first entered the game, he was extremely cowardly, only killing deer and scarecrows every day. Now he's level 22, still leading a group of club employees to chop monsters in the skeleton cave. The people with him are all complaining. Haha, luckily we're the core, main force responsible for pioneering and treasure hunting. Luo Chen understood these were allies. Their club owner was probably the Apocalypse Knight. The task Luden received was clearly aimed at the Dark Sanctum. But why would this club owner who was so afraid of death issue a task that would offend people? Could it be that those opposing the Dark Sanctum were also a massive force? Luden, who are you targeting? I don't know. Our boss said this time's target is pick the biggest head of the one with the most people. How did the battle go? We didn't kill many of them, but our guild along with another guild starting with Oasis lured 2 more special monsters to them. Ha, their leader must be furious. Damn. Luo Chen expressed admiration. You know about special monsters. Did your boss tell you? How did you lure them? Aren't these special monsters invisible and immobile? What the Taoist skill mind revelation can see them. They can also move. Holy crap. Luo Chen asked Nie Xiaodai behind him, how many nether are there in the entire death coffin? Nie Xiaodai answered affirmatively 4. Meeting his fate. Do you have a recall scroll or a dungeon escape scroll? Luden looked at Luo Chen expectantly. Luo Chen thought for a moment. How about I send you back to town for free? Luden was stunned. You want to kill me? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Alright, I have a recall stone 1 for 500 gold coins. Luden said with some indignation. You're too ruthless. I sold my recall stone for just 200 bucks. You're asking for 1,000. Luo Chen shrugged. So do you want it or not? Luden hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. I want it. Damn it, I took a loss trying to be clever. I shouldn't have sold that recall stone. Luo Chen laughed heartily and tossed a recall stone with only 3 uses remaining onto the ground. Luden was astonished. Hey, a 9th uncle, what's this? Luo Chen sneered. It's a gift for you. Luden thanked him profusely and returned to town. Luo Chen said to Nie Xiaodai, let's go. Well, lure the last nether to the Dark Temple people. Nie Xiaodai snapped out of her daze from Luo Chen's strange move and replied, wait, the touch dragon god should have respawned. Let's kill it first. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen looked at the boss. He had easily slain, a mix of surprise and joy. Holy crap. The drop rate doubled again. Nie Xiaodai was worried. I wonder how many piles of bird poop will land on the landlady's head today. Luo Chen curled his lip. None of my business. This time, Nie Xiaodai didn't rush to pick up the loot, so Luo Chen stepped forward and gathered it. Prayer necklace, weight 1, A durability 5, Taoism 04, required level 15. Prayer ring, weight 1, A durability 5, magic 15, required level 15. Yes, that very touch dragon god had dropped 2 pieces of prayer equipment at once. Nie Xiaodai was so frightened she didn't dare to pick them up. Luo Chen stored the equipment in his backpack into the mobile warehouse, then picked up the large sun potions from the ground. After tidying up, Luo Chen said seriously to Nie Xiaodai, he'll use a random teleport scroll in a moment. Don't move for now. Once I find the last special monster, he'll teleport back. Nie Xiaodai nodded. After a while, Luo Chen teleported directly back to Nie Xiaodai's side, excited. Holy shit. The last nether is right near those people. They'll teleport to a safe spot soon, and you follow. Nie Xiaodai was a bit nervous, but still nodded. Luo Chen teleported to a spot not far from the coordinates where his health had plummeted earlier. Finding it safe, he cleared out all the nearby minor monsters. After a moment, the silver-haired female Taoist appeared beside him. Use your spirit revelation to see where the monster is. Luo Chen was excited. He had yet to see this special monster with his own eyes. Nie Xiaodai nodded, looked around, and then cast the level 26 Taoist skill Spirit Revelation at a spot near the edge of attack range. A beautiful lotus-shaped burst of light flashed, and Luo Chen immediately saw the transparent monster that had appeared out of thin air. Nether. Unlike the Soul Reapers in the Poison Snake Valley, this nether didn't look like a sticky pitch-black monster. Instead, it resembled a big blob of a jiggly jelly. Or rather like a lump of Tai Sui. After this lump of Tai Sui revealed itself, although it didn't attack them as they weren't within its maximum attack range, it remained motionless for a long time. Luo Chen frowned. How the hell do we lure this? Nie Xiaodai thought for a moment, then said, let's retreat, and you clear all the monsters along the way. Luo Chen was taken aback, but quickly understood Nie Xiaodai's intent. The two retreated outside the Taijui's aggro range. Then Luo Chen's eyes lit up the nether, which had been motionless moments before suddenly appeared right in front of him. Nie Xiaodai turned and ran toward the spot where the nether had been without a moment's hesitation, because that stretch of path had no monsters. Luo Chen was a beat slower and was struck twice by the nether's jelly-like earth spikes, losing over 60 health points with magic defense. Holy shit. Luo Chen scrambled to follow Nie Xiaodai. You ran off without calling me. Fortunately, while running, he seemed able to dodge the earth spike attacks. By the time he left the nether's attack range, he had only been hit 8 or 9 times. Arriving beside Nie Xiaodai, he saw her casting heal on herself. Luo Chen was puzzled. Aren't you wearing that high-dodge white tiger fong necklace? What's the panic? Nie Xiaodai cast heal a few more times and said indignantly, special monsters have too high accuracy. Besides, I only have 239 health points, so the margin for error is too low. Luo Chen suddenly realized Nie Xiaodai was level 30. Nie Xiaodai healed Luo Chen a couple more times before stopping. Next, you clear the path ahead, and it'll lure the monster. Luo Chen nodded. Okay. Be careful too, if you die you lose the apocalypse qualification. Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai was silent for a moment before saying softly, if I die in the game, it'll disappear completely. What the fuck? Luo Chen was startled and exclaimed in horror, holy shit. If you die in the game, you're really gone. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Here, put on all this high magic defense equipment. Nie Xiaodai shot Luo Chen a glare and stopped him from taking off his gear. It's fine, just be careful. Luo Chen felt a pang of guilt. He finally understood why Nie Xiaodai was so afraid of dying in the game. So if she died, she would truly be gone. From then on, Luo Chen became extra cautious, no reckless moves. He cleared all the monsters on the path leading to the players using the human wave tactic, making it easier for Nie Xiaodai to escape the nether's attack range, and tried to leave the strong sun potions that dropped for her. And so after carefully luring the monster over a dozen times, they finally reached the outermost perimeter of the Dark Temple's hunting area. Of the over 1,000 Taoists who had been besieging the nether monster earlier, only a little over 300 remained. Nearly half had fallen, and many others had been sent to hold off the other 2 special monsters. Luo Chen mentally gave a thumbs up to the players from Wilderness, Survival, and Oasis. Just then the Dark Temple's outer perimeter guards finally spotted Luo Chen and his companion and began to surround them. Luo Chen looked at the nether he had lured, which had at most 2 more displacements before breaking through the blockade, and directly ordered Nie Xiaodai, if you're in danger, fly away immediately. Leave this to me. Nie Xiaodai nodded, not insisting on being stubborn. Outside, one should listen to the man. The Dark Temple's perimeter guards all stopped once they entered the nether's aggro range. Among them were not only warriors with the killer code names 0199, but also players from the Dark Templars, the Light Knights, and others. And the over 300 Taoists all had the ID prefix Sakura Tao. Nie Xiaodai began rapidly coating these warriors with green poison. These players clearly knew about Soul Taoists and quickly retreated. Behind the warriors who had been hit with green poison, several Taoists suddenly appeared and began healing them. Luo Chen was shocked looking at the female Taoist with the ID prefix Dark Priest. Xiaodai, are they all female ghosts too? Nie Xiaodai's voice turned grave, most likely, and they probably transformed voluntarily. Watch out. Just then a sudden commotion erupted from behind the defensive line. After a moment looking at the constant stream of commands scrolling through the regional chat, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai exchanged incredulous glances. Just moments ago, over 1,000 players had surged in from First Heaven, the second-to-last map of the Valley of Death, launching a frenzied assault on the Dark Temple's forces with reckless abandon. Some players even landed right in front of Luo Chen, and Nie Xiaodai glanced around briefly, and then charged fearlessly at the opposing players. Im Wang, Tieju, the melee mage from the northeast newbie zone. Die, you little bastards from Sakura Tao. I'm climbing the wall waiting for Red Apricot from the central newbie zone. Beat the hell out of you. And me bringing a knife and no paper when taking a dump from the northwest newbie zone. Leave me one of those baka guys. Each kill is worth 10,000 bucks. 40-meter-long greatsword is here. This little baka's head is mine. You can only collect the 1,000-buck death compensation. Ha. My weapon got cursed. I took a screenshot. 10,000 bucks in the bag. You bunch of mercenaries. Ill pay to kill bakas. Let me have the kill. Luo Chen exclaimed in awe. What a massive move. And inexplicably, why did he feel a surge of excitement? Just then Nye Xiaodai moved. She coated the nether jelly behind her with green poison and then charged straight into the Dark Temple's defensive circle. Luo Chen was startled and shouted, "You reckless woman! War is men's business. Women should stay home and raise the children." But the crowd grew denser and his voice was drowned out. Fortunately, the Dark Sanctuary's forces were clearly caught off guard, flustered, and scattered, constantly falling to the attackers, with no one paying heed to Nye Xiaodai. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and immediately followed. "Damn it! If you die, I won't see you again. What if I miss? When I get back, I'll spank your bottom raw." As Luo Chen charged into the defensive perimeter amid the utter chaos, he was astonished to find that the rate of health loss had decreased significantly. He glanced at the thousands of players around him, and a suspicion arose in his mind: was the Nether's area of attack? As more and more players arrived on the scene, the Sakura path began to buckle under pressure, continuously retreating inward. Under the combined assault of the outer players and the innermost Nether, the Sakura path's Taoists began to fall in great numbers. The players had gone berserk, 10,000 per head. A warrior wielding an inferno blade had already cut down 3 Taoists in a row, turning his name red. After felling the 4th Taoist, this inferno warrior did not linger, but immediately used a teleport scroll to return to town. Perhaps he was not a heavenly knight, but the inferno in his hand kept him rational. Nye Xiaodai had already charged into the core area of the Dark Sanctuary, and that blob of nether jelly had also shifted into the circle of Dark Templars and Holy Knights. The leading warrior's face paled at the sight, and he immediately ordered his dark priests to poison Nye Xiaodai, while many Taoists from the Sakura path concentrated their soul fire talismans on her. Nye Xiaodai's body was instantly drenched in red and green poison, but most of the soul fire talismans were successfully dodged. Meanwhile, the newly arrived nether jelly began to display its formidable power. Nye Xiaodai used a random teleport and vanished. The leader of the Dark Sanctuary, facing the fresh and steaming nether before him, had to admit the operation had failed. His voice icy, he issued the command: "All Heavenly Knights retreat. The Sakura path will hold the rear. Notify the Killer Company and Red Alert to find this silver-haired soul Taoist in the real world. I want her to suffer eternal damnation." Inside the encirclement, Luo Chen ran about shouting, "Park Jinju! Park Jinju, where have you run off to, Imnit?" Before long, Nye Xiaodai suddenly appeared beside Luo Chen, seemingly fully healed. Luo Chen roared excitedly, "Park Jinju! Are you missing a screw in your head?" "Aish!" Nye Xiaodai was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. "Appa, I'm so sorry." A warrior named Assassin Code 18 brightened. This player was with the silver-haired soul Taoist. The silver-haired soul Taoist Park Jinju. Then Assassin Code 18 decisively returned to town. Nye Xiaodai, while casting healing, whispered, "Appa, what now?" Luo Chen looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Look at that nether jelly. These people have been poisoning it for so long, it must be near death, right?" Nye Xiaodai looked toward the center of the melee, where not only were players from both sides fighting, but some cunning warriors were taking advantage of the chaos to attack this special nether monster from a distance, probably hoping for a lucky last hit. This boss looked incredibly powerful. "What if I get the loot?" Nye Xiaodai frowned. "Special monsters don't have visible health bars." Luo Chen, seeing those guys still standing after their long-range attacks on the nether jelly, couldn't resist. "Let's go too. I've got a feeling it's about to drop." Nye Xiaodai was startled. Luo Chen's lucky premonition, so she quickly followed. Along the way, it was a blur of blades, fire talismans, and lightning. Everyone was completely bloodlust, a true chaotic free-for-all. The Judgment Scepter in Luo Chen's hand acted like a lightning rod, absorbing the lightning and soul fire talismans from all directions. Fortunately, with the Sakura path enemies present, the attack frequency was within Luo Chen's tolerance. Nye Xiaodai was also constantly bombarded by their fire talismans, but her exceptional evasion gradually made her attackers lose their will to continue. Occasionally, a few reckless warriors would attack her, but without Luo Chen lifting a finger, a single green poison from Nye Xiaodai taught them to think twice. Luo Chen successfully reached the nether that had been besieged by the sea of players. This nether's condition was clearly abnormal. It trembled like a splitting mass of slime, and the intervals between its ground spike attacks had grown much longer. This was precisely why several warriors had risked attacking it from a distance. Luo Chen joined in the ranged assault, while warmly greeting those nearby. "Annyeonghaseyo. Let's kill the monster together, Imnida." The nearby players were taken aback. This player is a Korean. Then they were stunned again. This player really has a stick. One of them quickly opened Luo Chen's equipment panel and spotted a true stick with 38 attack and 2 attack speed. Greed gleamed in his eyes, and he abandoned the nether jelly to attack Luo Chen. But Luo Chen prepared, used a fierce charge, and ground him into the dirt. Nye Xiaodai showed no mercy, coating these few with green poison. The other warriors protested plaintively, "We didn't do anything." Luo Chen turned back and grinned at them. "We're stealing the monster, Imnida. Annyeonghaseyo, sayonara." With Nye Xiaodai's green poison and the half-dead nether's low-frequency attacks, these fellows fell one by one. "Korean. Our Liangshan Red Name Village will remember you." "Noob god, you're finished, die." Another player lying dead beside them corrected, "Boss, Koreans don't say die. They say jugo ra." "Damn it. You're the one who knows everything." "Screw." Minutes later, After the last wave of players fell to the nether jelly, Nia Xiaodai suddenly felt immense. Though the nether before her looked like a melting jelly, who knew how much health it had left? With only the two of them remaining, the nether resumed its area damage of 50 points per second. Nia Xiaodai had just over 20 bottles of strong sun water left in her bag. Even if she dodged one out of every 2 attacks, she couldn't last a minute. Appa, can we handle this? Nia Xiaodai was very nervous. Luo Chen stabbed frantically, gulping down a strong sun water every second. Definitely. Hold on just a little longer, the climax is coming. Ah, spit. It's about to drop. Luo Chen's intuition was spot on. A dozen seconds later, the nether jelly emitted a dazzling light and burst open with a bang, splattering everywhere. On the ground lay 4 items. But unexpectedly, a large chunk of jelly exploded again, dropping 2 more, a double corpse loot. This time Nia Xiaodai didn't pick up items, but kept casting heal on both of them. Luo Chen stepped forward and collected the 6 items. Nia Xiaodai also topped off both their health. Luo Chen quickly inventoried his haul and couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Fate Crystal Strength. Fate Crystal Ghost. Prayer Blade. Ghost Gloves. Heartfelt Candle. Heartfelt Candle. A Luo Chen choked. What the hell, 2 candles? He used the Strength Crystal and tossed the Ghost Crystal to Nia Xiaodai. Then he examined the remaining 4 items in detail. Prayer Blade, weight 10, durability 20, attack 8, 20, accuracy 3, attack speed 1, required level 20. Not bad. He had already obtained a prayer necklace and a prayer ring earlier. Nia Xiaodai wore the green hat on her head. Just 1 prayer bracer and he'd have the full set. He handed this weapon to Nia Xiaodai for safekeeping. That woman's storage was bottomless. Next, Ghost Gloves. Originating from the nether, they provide powerful protection and can even catch a blade barehanded. Luo Chen was awed at heavenly equipment. But it doesn't add attack. In reality, being able to catch a blade barehanded 100. That would be like 100,000 bad jokes. He then looked at the 2 strange candles. Heartfelt Candle, weight 1, durability 12, 12, magic defense 5, light range 5, required level 1. Heartfelt Candle, a wondrous item that can illuminate special darkness. 1 in-game item, 1 heavenly equipment. Luo Chen immediately equipped the candle with 5 magic defense, retiring the torch. The illumination range instantly doubled. Nia Xiaodai asked in puzzlement, why did it suddenly get brighter? Did you drop some light-enhancing gear? Impressive. Luo Chen was smug. Then he looked at the remaining candle and traded it to Nia Xiaodai. What's this for? Also heavenly equipment. Nia Xiaodai was so startled she nearly cried out. Take it back quickly. This is a high-level artifact. I can barely stand it. What the hell? After the 2 finished packing, Luo Chen changed into his high-tech gear once more. Nia Xiaodai looked around and discovered that the area was already filled with small monsters. As the ultimate map of the Death Valley Dungeon Centipede Cave, the monster respawn rate in the Death Coffin is quite terrifying. The 2 quickly began to slay monsters. Well, it was actually Luo Chen fighting the monsters while Nia Xiaodai collected loot, drawing aggro from scattered monsters and healing him a bit in the process. With a 6 attack speed and maximum damage per hit, taking down small monsters felt as satisfying as harvesting leeks. Not to mention the fragile small monsters like the black evil maggots, jumping bees, giant worms, and centipedes. Even the previously troublesome claw worms, thick-skinned, high health, and strong attack, were dispatched with just 3 strikes. The thrill of instantly killing monsters is something every gamer has undoubtedly experienced. Let me ask you, isn't it exhilarating? As for Nia Xiaodai, she was completely engrossed in the joy of collecting loot. One wonders how many gold coins this woman has accumulated. Is it enough for a dowry? In any case, it's the same thrill, just different postures. Off methods. Soon, all the monsters in this area were cleared. The outrageous respawn rate couldn't keep up with Luo Chen's speed in slaying monsters. The 2 continued to push eastward. The Death Coffin map is long and narrow with eastern and southern directions, and after several minutes, they encountered the Yinming jelly again. It seems that after regaining calm, the remaining 3 special monsters returned to their initial positions. Nia Xiaodai hesitated and said, you don't have the urge to take it down, do you? Luo Chen chuckled awkwardly. Me take it down? It would be more accurate to say it would take down my rear. Nia Xiaodai let out a sigh of relief. It seems your luck is still with you. Luo Chen immediately became displeased. What kind of talk is that? My luck always accompanies me. Even if I'm unlucky, it's all because of you. What the? Nia Xiaodai didn't want to say anything anymore. Well, she sympathized with the landlord lady for another 3 seconds. Luo Chen switched directions and cleared some monsters for a while before suddenly realizing, oh no, I forgot to respawn the boss. Let's hunt the Touch Dragon God. With that, he vanished in a flash. Nia Xiaodai facepalmed with the teleportation ring. This man had become a wild horse. She quickly picked up the gold coins, sun water, and equipment on the ground, then followed suit. Unexpectedly, as soon as she appeared, she was greeted with enthusiasm. A sea of firewalls. Luo Chen was chasing after a wizard wielding a magic staff, but the wizard, slippery as oil, was dashing through the firewalls without looking back. 3 warriors were standing in place, stabbing at the Touch Dragon God. 3 priests were continuously casting healing spells on the warriors. The remaining 2 wizards were attacking Luo Chen with thunder spells. Nie Xiaodai let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there weren't many people. She quickly raised her hand to cast a spell, turning the 3 wizards green in succession. Next were the 3 priests. Moments later, the staff-wielding wizard suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, this poison is poisonous. Warriors, go kill that female priest." The 3 warriors obediently stopped attacking the dragon, and all turned to run towards Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen gave up on chasing the leading wizard and directly shouted in front of the warriors, "Come on, let's have a onion on. I can take on 1v3. The 3 wizards and 3 priests in a state of panic attempted to kill the silver-haired, purple-eyed female priest with soul fire symbols and thunder spells simultaneously raining down on Nie Xiaodai. But soon they were dumbfounded and started cursing, "Damn it, why isn't she losing health? She's definitely hacking." Moments later, the 3 wizards were poisoned to death, followed by the 3 priests, and finally the 3 warriors were also eliminated. What impressed Luo Chen was that not a single one fled. Ignoring the bodies of the fallen, Luo Chen moved forward and challenged the Touch Dragon God. This Touch Dragon God had a health pool of 2,000 points. It was neither the type that spawned based on the number of players in the map with a temporary 1,000 health, nor the fixed 5,000 health after 6 hours. A small explanation box appeared on its health bar. Boss current area player count 10, Touch Dragon God's health increased by 1,000, 110. Luo Chen suddenly understood, for every additional person the health of the hourly boss increases by 10. Got it. No wonder these 9 people were just lying there, not leaving just to increase my difficulty a bit. No, wait, weren't there 11 people present? Well, also true, Nie Xiaodai is a ghost, not a human. In the incredulous black and white screen of the 9 lying down, Luo Chen took down the Touch Dragon God in just over 20 seconds. He even got stunned once in the process. Among the dropped items, there was a prayer bracelet and a soul necklace. The 9-person team logged off, cursing their words quite foul. Luo Chen pretended not to hear, handing the prayer bracelet and soul necklace to Nie Xiaodai somewhat helplessly, saying, "With this prayer said, it's all complete. Is this meant to make me cause trouble?" Nie Xiaodai immediately dismissed his thoughts. "No way. I still need to wear this prayer helmet, don't even think about it. Alright, since you like wearing a green hat, I'll just find a normal one later." Next, Luo Chen discussed with Nie Xiaodai, "What should we do now? There aren't many people left in this area, and if we respawn the BOSS, we might have to wait until 3 in the morning. How about we look for boss and other maps?" Nie Xiaodai immediately became interested. "Good idea. Should we try our luck at the Zoomer Pavilion or the Stone Tomb Array?" Luo Chen immediately became unhappy. "That's my talent. Let's go to the 7th layer of the Stone Tomb. I miss." After several minutes, Luo Chen led Nie Xiaodai through one Stone Tomb Array after another, yet they still couldn't find the way to the 6th layer of the Stone Tomb. Nie Xiaodai frowned. "This doesn't make sense. You could guess right at the Zoomer Pavilion. Why not here?" Luo Chen was equally frustrated, angrily slashing at a 500 health red wild boar. "Did I just run out of luck? I'll kill you." The red wild boar let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Lo and behold, a skill book dropped. "Summon Divine Beast." What the heck? Luo Chen was dumbfounded. Nie Xiaodai's mood instantly brightened as she swiftly picked up the 35-level priest skill book, gleefully saying, "I told you, your luck is definitely still here." Luo Chen was frustrated, turning to slash at another 500 health black wild boar. "I still don't believe it. Let it drop a fire sword technique for me." Moments later, the two looked at the skill book on the ground, staring at each other in disbelief. Fire sword technique. After Luo Chen picked up the skill book, Nie Xiaodai hesitated for a moment and cautiously said, "How about we don't look for the 7th layer of the Stone Tomb and just train by farming pigs here?" Luo Chen was also a bit confused, nodding in agreement. "Oh, I think that's fine. Getting 2 1/10% chances in a row is a bit strange." They found an unoccupied Stone Tomb Array. As for why there was no one here, perhaps luck was on their side, and began to seriously farm monsters for leveling. Groups of red wild boars, black wild boars, scorpion snakes, wedge moths, and black evil maggots fell beneath Luo Chen's big stick, with experience points soaring. Nie Xiaodai was responsible for drawing monsters, collecting loot, and eliminating the immobile horn flies. Basically, every monster dropped a large pile of gold coins except for the wedge moth. As for equipment, under the clearly abnormal drop rate, Nie Xiaodai finally stopped picking up everything. Blue crystal rings, black crystal rings, pearl rings, snake eye rings, yellow crystal necklaces, ebony necklaces, amber necklaces, devil necklaces, phoenix pearls, and other equipment were all ignored, even if they were top tier. Moral rings, charm rings, skull rings, coral rings, demon exorcism rings, gold rings, cast iron rings, gold bracelets, sturdy gloves, ebony bracelets, priest bracelets, death god gloves, magic bracelets, bamboo flutes, magnifying glasses, blue jade necklaces, and so on. Nie Xiaodai would still pick them up to take a look, tossing aside anything that wasn't top tier. As for weapons, she only picked up the horse-cutting sabers, Shura frosty demon exorcising, and Yanyu to take a look, while the rest, she wouldn't even bother to collect. Clothes were all picked up to check, as the chances of top tier were quite high. Thus, Luo Chen's level had already surpassed level 31, and his experience bar had accumulated quite a bit of experience. Nie Xiaodai's level seemed to be rising even faster than Luo Chen's. As for the dropped equipment, Nie Xiaodai had already saved several times, among which besides many 1, 2, 3, and even 4 minor treasures, there was also a level 33 priest skill group, healing, and wizard skills, health, thunderlight, magic shield, and holy word. Nie Xiaodai exclaimed, "Bird uncle, how about we form a guild? This equipment is enough." At 8 in the morning, Nie Xiaodai had just finished the last wave of monsters in this stone tomb formation when 3 individuals dressed in professional attire entered. The 3 were taken aback by the various items scattered on the ground, and the female Taoist immediately stepped forward, clearly eager to collect the equipment. However, the little warrior holding a Shura sword clearly understood, more quickly stopping her and calling out, "We are just passing by." Luo Chen ignored them. Nie Xiaodai looked at the 3 and noticing that both the Taoist and the mage were women, couldn't help but asked the male warrior, "Are you a scumbag?" 1 man and 2 women. The male warrior was taken aback and quickly explained, "They are both my sisters. Biological sisters. I swear on the lamp." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen quietly removed the heart candle from his possession, causing the stone tomb formation to darken. By half, the formation itself had pillar lights. The little warrior was immediately frightened and anxiously exclaimed, "Oh no, why did the lights go out? Could it be? Oh, am I not biologically related?" Nie Xiaodai found it amusing and gestured for them to pick up the equipment on the ground if they wanted. They provided emotional value, and Nie Xiaodai had to show her appreciation, didn't she? This delighted the 3 of them, and even the 2 sisters couldn't help but repeatedly express their gratitude. Luo Chen killed the last black wild boar, which dropped a magical robe. He stepped forward to pick it up and exclaimed, "Oh, it's a magic 03. At that moment, he casually opened the equipment tabs of the 3 siblings and gave them a quick glance. The warrior brothers' equipment: a Shura sword with an attack of 20, heavy armor, a skull helmet, a blue emerald necklace, a pair of death gloves, and a pair of skull rings, all of which were ordinary professional gear. The eldest sister mage's equipment: a magic 3 crescent blade, an ordinary magical robe, a magic 1 bronze helmet, a magnifying glass, a defense 1 magic 1 black sandalwood bracelet, a power 1 magic 2 black sandalwood bracelet, and a pair of charm rings. The second sister Taoist's equipment: a Dao 3 demon slaying sword, a Dao 3 soul battle robe, a Taoist helmet, a Dao 4 bamboo flute, a Dao 2 Taoist bracelet, a Dao 2 small bracelet, and a pair of Dao 3 pearl rings. Besides the Taoist's equipment, the warrior's gear was simply pedestrian. But there was no denying that the equipment of these 3 players was truly at the average level. In fact, they were far superior to those players still stuck in the skeleton cave or zombie cave. Luo Chen whimsically decided to give them a chance. Meeting is fate. Which novice zone are you from? The 3, just having picked up the gear from the ground shop, were suddenly filled with excitement upon hearing this. They immediately checked the equipment of the god of beginners and the nameless female Taoist, and the unparalleled shock in their hearts had yet to dissipate. 2 super big shots. That's why this little brother had to stop his second sister in time. Now that a big shot had spoken and presented an opportunity, they had to seize it or they would regret it for life. How many great opportunities can an ordinary person have in a lifetime? Seizing one is enough. Moments later, the eldest sister gently spoke, "Esteemed god of cuisine, a bird god brother, where are you? We can move." What? This response was somewhat unexpected for Luo Chen. What started as a simple probability question had been elevated to a multiple-choice question by this eldest sister. "I am from Luo Shendu in the Central Plains." Luo Chen was somewhat eager to hear the eldest sister's next answer. Who would have thought that before she could respond, the second sister couldn't hold back any longer? "No way. Is that for real? We are also from Luo Shendu." "Oh my, it really is. If you don't believe me, let's add each other as friends and I'll video call you." Wow. Luo Chen was somewhat stunned. This seemingly reckless second sister is also a master. "I am from the Baiyun Temple in Luo Shendu. You guys can't be right." Luo Chen had already decided to retract this opportunity. Unexpectedly this time, the little brother was overjoyed. "Big brother, our little uncle is at Baiyun Temple. My little uncle said he has some reputation at Baiyun Temple. I don't know if you recognize him. Our little uncle's name is Luo Jiao." Luo Jiao. Wow. Now Luo Chen was truly surprised. What a coincidence. The world is truly marvelous, inexplicably marvelous. There's a problem with this account. After some random thoughts, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "So do you think there's a possibility that I am your Jioshu?" This time it was the 3 siblings who collectively froze in shock. The eldest sister: "Is it really you, little uncle?" The second sister: "Although we haven't seen our little uncle for nearly a year. He can't have become a bandit, can he?" The youngest brother: "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My little uncle would be utterly defeated by me in a single-player game. How could he possibly be so skilled as a big shot? With an attack of 38, attack speed 2 on the judgment staff, an attack 4 war god armor, attack speed 4, and an attack 5 gale necklace. If I had a Jioshu like you, that would truly be a leap to the Dragon Gate." Luo Chen nodded. To be fair, the youngest brother was indeed clever. When opportunities arise, being able to seize them is skill. The eldest sister had some, but not much. The second sister was a bit reckless, and the youngest brother was truly capable. Thus, what Luo Chen had initially planned to casually give 2 pieces of excellent equipment turned into him equipping them with 3 sets of gear. Nie Xiaodai didn't say anything. The mood was right. Anything could happen. Eldest sister Luo Yu, a magic 4 crescent blade, a magic 3 magical robe, a magic 1 Taoist helmet, a magic 4 magnifying glass, a defense 2 magic 2 sturdy gloves, a power 1 magic 2 black sandalwood bracelet, a magic 3 charm ring, and a magic 4 snake eye ring. Second sister Luo Yin, a Dao 4 demon slaying sword, a Dao 3 soul battle robe, a Dao 1 Taoist helmet, a Dao 4 bamboo flute, a defense 1 Dao 2 Taoist bracelet, a defense 1 Dao 2 large bracelet, and a Dao 4 pearl ring pair. Youngest brother Luo Foam, an attack 22 precision, 1 Shura sword attack, 1 heavy armor attack, 1 skull helmet attack, 3 blue emerald necklace defense, 2 attack, 2 death's hand attack, 3 death's hand attack, 4 skull ring, and attack, 3 demon slaying rings. Although Luo Chen did not give them top-tier equipment from the Zhuma and Woma brands, these small, excellent items had already surpassed 99 of players. As for whether there were greater opportunities, it would depend on their luck. For Luo Chen, this was merely a whim, a fleeting interest, but for the 3 siblings, it was undoubtedly a life-changing encounter. Having added each other as friends, Luo Chen had effectively taken in 3 nephews and nieces. Luo Jiao, I paid for this account, you know. At 8:30, Luo Chen left the stone tomb formation for the 3 siblings and returned to the city, heading toward. Regarding Nie Xiaodai's suggestion to create a guild, Luo Chen felt it was feasible. He wasn't unfamiliar with the direction of the Shabak Palace. As for whether it would be troublesome, he could always play hands-off manager. The teleportation ring's status as an artifact was even more pronounced in the Apocalypse New Century. Especially after the merging of districts, the public maps would increase dramatically and the teleportation ring would become a national artifact. At the entrance of Woma Temple, it had already become a bustling market. The liveliness rivaled that of the Ichuan Grand Market in the Central Plains. Upon entering the temple, there were at least 1,000 players battling bats in just the entrance area. Moreover, everything was well organized and neatly managed. Don't think that spending 100,000 to buy a helmet would be wasteful here. You haven't seen the piles of gold coins dropped by the cave bats. The area at the temple entrance has now expanded dozens of times, but once the merge is officially completed, the area will be astonishing. The reason why thousands of players can farm monsters here is that the respawn rate has reached an astonishing 5 minutes. Not to mention the cave worms, just the cave bats. Every refresh fills the entire entrance of Woma Temple. Every time the cave bats respawn, approximately 1/10 drop significant loot. And each cave bat that drops significant loot will yield at least 15 return scrolls, 25 large piles of gold coins, and some potions. One return scroll can be sold for at least 5,000 gold coins, $10. There are many merchants buying outside the temple market, so it can be cashed out easily. A large pile of gold coins is around 2,000, averaging 5,000 gold coins dropped each time, which is another $10. In other words, a cave bat, with significant loot, guarantees an income of 20 yuan, possibly more than 80 yuan. With a 5-minute refresh, there are 12 occurrences in an hour. Therefore, some small businesses may seem insignificant, but they can indeed be quite profitable. When Luo Chen entered, he happened to encounter a major refresh. Those fighting monsters tactfully left a passage, and the passing players were quite orderly. Except for a few who impulsively attacked a couple of cave bats, they basically maintained ecological balance. While Luo Chen was not being impulsive, it was just that a few bats blocking the path caught his eye, and with a swift half-moon sword move, 2 significant drops occurred. Upon entering the first floor of the Woma Temple, the situation here was quite different. Due to the proximity of the Woma Temple to the big city of Bitch, not only could one find profession equipment above level 22 and the more valuable Woma brand equipment, but one could also reach it directly. Given the vastness of the map, having an old soldier for teleportation seems reasonable, leading to fierce competition here. The reason Luo Chen had not come to the Woma Temple before was that it was impossible for a lone wolf to survive here. The first floor of the Woma Temple was particularly unique, with a map area at least 200 times larger, resembling a genuine supersized maze. After the initial bloodshed on the entire first floor, there were still over 10,000 players guarding their territories, maintaining a fragile balance. Thus, there was no empty market here. To establish oneself, one had to seize opportunities. Without teleportation, Luo Chen would not have considered coming here. Additionally, there was another very special aspect on the first floor of the Woma Temple. Apart from the usual Woma warriors, Woma heroes, Woma generals, flame Womas, dung beetles, and dark warriors, 3 new monsters would also spawn: dark heroes, dark generals, and dark dung beetles. Do not mistake them for the dark warriors, who resemble the arrow-toothed rats. Dark heroes and dark generals look quite similar to normal monsters, but they are a third larger and have a dark hue. They possess a unique characteristic: the more players present in their area, the higher their health points, and better their drop rates. It is said that some players have looted weapons of hellish quality and Woma brand equipment from them. The dark dung beetle, however, is entirely different. It is not only unlike ordinary dung beetles, but also has 4 legs and can use both red and green poison. Yet the most popular among players in the Woma Temple is this newly spawned dark dung beetle. Its spawn rate is fast, and it can dig up many items. various potions which are abundant as long as you dig, gold coins which are guaranteed to drop from each, and as for weapons and equipment, the quantity dug up is unparalleled throughout the Woma Temple. What attracts players even more is the extremely low probability of digging up belts and boots. After reaching the hall at the exit of the first floor, Luo Chen did not linger and directly teleported to the entrance of the second floor. The second floor of the Woma Temple is somewhat different from the first. The map remains astonishingly large, but essentially no one can monopolize it and safely grind monsters. This is because the mini-boss, the Woma Guardian, spawns at a rapid rate, and there is also a new boss similar to it, the Woma Attendant, which not only has thick skin and high health, but also attacks hard and can teleport away. Thus, the competition for territory here is no less intense than the peak scenes of the gangsters from the past. Of course, Luo Chen's goal this time is the third floor of the Woma Temple, namely the Woma Master's Hall. Currently, no player faction has been able to monopolize the Woma Master's Hall. As for the reason, Luo Chen was quite clear. Without the invisibility of a Taoist, neither fighters nor mages could last more than 3 minutes in the Woma Master's Hall. Inside the hall, not only are there the Dark Heroes, Dark Generals, Dark Dung Beetles, and Woma Attendants, but also another exclusive elite mini-boss, the Dark Warrior Commander. This newly appeared elite monster has the same health as the Woma Guardian at 1,000 points, but its defenses are exceptionally high and its ranged attacks are truly terrifying. The Dark Warrior Commander's ranged attacks have an extraordinarily long range, incredibly fast speed, and high damage. The Dark Warrior Commander does not generate hate and specifically targets players with low health. It also runs around from time to time. Recently, it has gained a rather loud nickname, Super Old 6, shortened to Super 6. Therefore, upon arriving at the Woma Master's Hall, Luo Chen immediately flew randomly. Without a doubt, there were players leading the Dark Warrior Commander to block the entrance. Luo Chen directly teleported to the group of monsters on the upper side of the west section of the hall, but fortunately the surrounding monsters were all ordinary Woma creatures. He began to quickly clear the surrounding area, and shortly after, Nie Xiaodai arrived directly, using invisibility. Not far from the two, many similarly invisible players were quietly fighting their respective monsters with no intention of pushing others out or engaging in PK. There was no other choice. These were all lessons learned inside the Woma Master's Hall. Often players would wipe each other out. After Luo Chen cleared the surrounding space, monsters immediately respawned. Without the Dark Warrior Commander, this Super Old 6, the efficiency of grinding monsters here would actually be exceptional. Luo Chen fought, while moving, passing by many teams primarily composed of Taoists skillfully. Until exactly 9 o'clock, the entire Woma Master's Hall was filled with monsters under the night buff, and the players there began to dwindle rapidly, with the vast majority going offline and a few returning to town. As for the remaining players, they were scattered throughout the hall, making little progress while fighting small monsters. The mini-bosses like the Woma Guardians, Woma Attendants, and Dark Warrior Commanders, all with over 1,000 health, were no longer being fought. Taking the Woma Guardian as an example, after the night buff doubles its attributes, its health is 2,000, attack ranges from 44-84, both defense and magic defense are 16, agility is 40, accuracy is 34, movement speed is 400, and attack speed is 750. Standard is 1,000, the lower the better. Not to mention the Dark Woma Master. Just ask yourself how to fight. But Luo Chen's target for this journey is precisely these mini-bosses and the Woma Master. Finally, it was Nie Xiaodai's turn to take on the role of the laborer. Her strategy was to cast a green poison, immediately run to Luo Chen's side, and then use invisibility. 3.5 minutes later, she could go back to the corpse to collect items. As for why other Taoists did not use this method to grind monsters. Even with a level 3 poison spell, ordinary players could only deal a maximum of 4 points of damage every 3 seconds, requiring at least half an hour to poison. In the Woma Master's Hall, continuously poisoning for half an hour is extremely difficult. Therefore, many players who had not left were completely stunned watching Nie Xiaodai's poisoning process. Not that no one wanted to loot them, but after looking at their equipment, they became obedient. The Judgment Staff, with an attack of 38, and the Tiger Tooth Necklace with a 70 magic evasion, indicated that the two were definitely not to be trifled with. Everyone has a desire to make money. Everyone wants to get rich overnight. And they all know that the money in the printing factory is plentiful, so why does no one go to rob it? The bones are too hard, too difficult to chew. After half an hour, the players in the entire Woma Master's Hall were already few and far between. Not only was grinding monsters a pain, but they also had to constantly guard against the Super Old 6. Even Luo Chen and his companion fell into an ambush. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai's white tiger tooth necklace played a significant role. She directly poisoned the Old 6 and used invisibility, while Luo Chen teleported back to a previous save point. In less than 4 minutes, the Old 6 was dealt with. After fighting a bit longer, Luo Chen felt a bit frustrated. Xiaodai, your drop rate is too low, right? Poisoning over a dozen mini-bosses only yielded 2 ruby rings. Nie Xiaodai rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. If you can do it, go ahead. Not convinced. Let's make a bet. I'll casually kill a mini-boss, and it will yield more than what you got. Nie Xiaodai seemed eager to try but hesitated as she said, I seem to have sworn not to share a sky with poison. Well, that was a vow you made in reality. What does it have to do with the game? Come on, if I lose you can do whatever you want. If you lose I can do whatever I want. How about that? Eventually Xiao Dai could not resist the temptation and nodded, but I have already looted 2 Woma brand items. That's fine, Luo Chen shrugged nonchalantly, feeling immensely confident. 10 minutes later, with Nie Xiaodai's assistance, Luo Chen managed to defeat a Woma guardian with great difficulty using the assassination sword technique. 2 Sabel bracelets and a life necklace dropped on the ground. Nie Xiaodai was filled with despair. How is that possible? Killing 1 monster yields 3 Woma brand items. Luo Chen laughed heartily. A bet is a bet. I felt this Woma guardian would drop big. Sure enough, Nie Xiaodai fell silent, unleashing all her frustration on a Dark Warrior commander. I'll make sure you don't drop. The Dark Warrior commander flipped over and fell to the ground, spilling all its treasures. The dragon ring, the memory necklace. Nie Xiaodai was utterly astonished, picking them up and flaunting, look at my drop rate. Luo Chen looked in her direction, a look of delight spreading across his face. Nie Xiaodai suddenly felt a bit shy. His expression had a feeling as if he would pounce on her at any moment. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen truly lunged forward, drooling, Woma master. The sudden appearance of the Woma sect leader behind Nie Xiaodai was clearly abnormal. Its entire body was painted green, a sign of having been attacked by another team, and it had instantaneously teleported to the side of the 2. Luo Chen thrust his knife forward only to discover that the boss's health was only 2,101 points, his heart sinking. Xiaodia, are there many soul priests like you? In the Woma Temple's main hall, the ultimate BOSS, the Woma sect leader, roughly falls into 3 categories. 1 is a temporary leader that spawns randomly based on the number of players in the map, with fluctuating health dependent on the number of people present. Another is the fixed-time spawning Iron Rice Bowl Woma sect leader with a health of 2,200 points, currently the most fiercely contested. The last type is the Woma sect leader under the influence of the night buff, boasting 4,400 points of health with doubled attributes. The Woma boss that Luo Chen was currently fighting should have 4,400 points of health, yet it had less than half its health remaining, clearly having been attacked, and the poison was definitely not from an ordinary player. The Night Woma sect leader with doubled attributes had an attack range of 70,120, both defenses at 34, agility at 60, and accuracy at 40. The fact that it lost half its health in such a short time likely meant that the attacker was also a soul priest similar to Nie Xiaodai. As for whether it could be a common player's ordinary poison, that's a pipe dream. Not to mention how long it would take to inflict such a significant amount of damage. Just consider this: the Woma sect leader can teleport right next to players and unleash a flurry of attacks. Nie Xiaodai turned to look at the BOSS, immediately understanding Luo Chen's meaning, her tone grave. Apart from the priests of the Dark Sanctuary, there should be very few other soul priests. This transformation method is incredibly harsh and dangerous. I was merely lucky to succeed. Luo Chen was granted an invisibility spell by Nie Xiaodai, successfully disengaging from battle. He looked at the Woma sect leader, which had lost its target, and returned to calmness, puzzled. So what's going on? What poison has such power? Think about it some more. Nie Xiaodai, unsure, replied hesitantly. I'm just a small heroine from Shushan, and the cultivation world is so vast. Alright, I almost thought you were omnipotent. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and began clearing the monsters in one direction of the hall. Even the small monsters empowered by the night buff were relatively easy for him now. A few minutes later, he cleared a long runway-like space, preparing to ambush the boss. At this point, the green poison on the Woma sect leader had long since disappeared. Even with Nie Xiaodai's high-level techniques, it could last at most about a minute. Its health had fully recovered. Nie Xiaodai did not poison the boss since Luo Chen's drop rate was high. It was best for her to refrain from interfering. This is metaphysics. Once prepared, Luo Chen scanned the surroundings. Within his line of sight, there were only densely packed monsters with no players in sight. Luo Chen calculated his positioning and swung his sword at the Woma sect leader. If undisturbed, he was confident he could end the battle within 2 minutes. Well, that is assuming the Woma sect leader doesn't teleport away. Nie Xiaodai continuously poisoned small monsters that strayed into the runway, while closely monitoring Luo Chen's health. As for Luo Chen, he had immersed himself in the rhythm of the stabbing attacks. Although his current health could withstand several of the Woma sect leader's attacks, the somewhat obsessive Luo Chen aimed for 0 mistakes, even if it meant missing a strike or 2. Still, no players appeared nearby. Just as the Woma sect leader's health dropped to around half, it suddenly teleported and vanished before Luo Chen. Nie Xiaodai immediately shouted, behind you. Luo Chen swiftly turned and retreated, unleashing a stabbing sword technique. The swift stab hit the Woma sect leader that had teleported behind him for a surprise attack, but he was also struck by the leader's thunder fist, losing 100 health points. Nie Xiaodai cast 2 healing spells, bringing his health back up. After another dozen stabs, the Woma sect leader's health dropped below 900 points, suddenly going berserk, with attack and movement speeds increasing by more than double. Luo Chen immediately adopted a serpentine movement style. The Woma sect leader teleported again, but instead of fleeing it chose to attack, appearing behind Luo Chen and instantly unleashing 3 thunder fists. The 3 punches from the leader truly felt perilous, dropping Luo Chen's health below 100 points. Reacting swiftly, he dove into a nearby cluster of small monsters, simultaneously drinking potent sun water. The Woma sect leader pursued him, but the obstructive small monsters hindered its abnormal speed, causing it to finally slow down. Nie Xiaodai was anxious. She initially planned to poison the leader, but seeing Luo Chen escape, she continuously cast healing spells on him. After his health was fully restored, Luo Chen fought off the small monster's assaults while stabbing at the Woma sect leader from a distance. Still in a berserk state, the Woma sect leader was frustrated by the obstructive small monsters, unable to attack Luo Chen directly and instead resorting to high-speed movements to find gaps to strike. Seeing the danger, Nie Xiaodai quickly made herself invisible and focused entirely on providing uninterrupted healing to Luo Chen. Luo Chen was highly focused, calculating his route while seizing opportunities to stab. After several tense seconds, the Woma sect leader finally let out an unwilling cry and collapsed among the swarm of monsters. The boss dropped a large number of items unlike the previous Night Dragon God, but they were all beneath the densely packed monsters, making them temporarily indistinguishable. Luo Chen's tense spirit finally relaxed, and he began clearing the small monsters. Loot sprites, get to work. Nie Xiaodai started luring monsters and collecting items. While fighting monsters, Luo Chen asked, "Did the horn drop?" The Woma horn was a core item needed to establish a formal guild in the new era of apocalypse. Nie Xiaodai quickly glanced around, somewhat confused. It seems not. Luo Chen couldn't help but be astonished. What's going on? Where's my drop rate? At that moment, Nie Xiaodai let out a scream, frantically rushing between a few Woma warriors and Fire Woma, picking up an inconspicuous little item, then vanished into invisibility, remaining frozen. While clearing monsters, Luo Chen wondered, "Xiaodia, what's going on? Did you lag out?" Nie Xiaodai's speed had been so fast that he hadn't seen what that inconspicuous thing was. At this moment, several strange figures suddenly appeared on the other side of the hall, in his line of sight. These individuals moved in a bizarre manner, appearing to stutter, yet they quickly approached. Luo Chen's heart filled with vigilance. These figures looked somewhat like players, but they were definitely not, and not only because of their strange movement, but also due to the bone clubs resembling those of Halforks they held, making them seem more like NPCs, or rather monsters. Nie Xiaodai snapped out of her daze, and also saw these peculiar individuals. One old man wielding a bone club cackled. It seems the apostle was right, the apocalypse mirror can indeed track targets. Another old woman emitted a series of piercing sounds. Hurry up and attack. We have limited time, and cannot stay in the mirror for long. Nie Xiaodai's expression changed dramatically. She didn't even bother to collect the piles of gold coins and anxiously shouted, "Hubby, return to the city." Luo Chen was taken aback. However, unlike some protagonists in cliché dramas who would ask a million questions, he immediately used a return. In the instant the white light flashed, Luo Chen caught a glimpse of these strange figures closing in on them, releasing a few familiar-looking entities, red phantoms. As soon as they returned to beaching, Nie Xiaodai screamed heart-wrenchingly, "Log off." Luo Chen immediately complied. Upon removing his helmet, he was astonished by the scene before him. In the living room of 404, above the sofa, 3 visibly red phantoms like smoke exhaled from a cigarette, frantically attempted to dive into Luo Chen's body, yet his body was enveloped in a faint white light, fiercely resisting the invasion of the red phantoms, but it was clear that the red phantoms had the upper hand. Luo Chen immediately realized undying cursed spirits. How could they appear here? The white light gradually shrank, seemingly emitting a mournful wail, and the 3 red phantoms became increasingly frenzied, repeatedly crashing into Luo Chen's body. Nie Xiaodai's pained voice finally broke through, whispering, "Hubby, use the candle." Luo Chen immediately understood and quickly manifested the apocalypse artifact, the heart candle. This is a magical item that can illuminate special darkness. The entire living room was instantly enveloped in a warm glow. Moments later, the 3 red phantoms began to melt like wax figures that had been imprisoned, emitting silent, grotesque wails. Meanwhile, the white light surrounding Luo Chen also slowly dimmed and faded away. Luo Chen exclaimed in shock, "Xiaodai! Xiaodai! Wife!" The living room fell silent except for the half-melted red phantoms and the rapidly disappearing white light. Luo Chen panicked and immediately attempted to retract the artifact, the heart candle. At that moment, a weak voice seemingly on the verge of dissipating rang in Luo Chen's ear. "The red phantoms are extremely terrifying. If you retract the candle, everyone in the neighborhood will die, and so will you. If I'm not a ghost, would you still like me?" Holding the candle, Luo Chen wept, "I love you all." Moments later, the 3 red phantoms completely melted and fell to the ground as 3 red crystals. The white light also vanished completely, leaving only the flickering candlelight. Luo Chen sat on the sofa in a daze, engulfed in despair. He had tried every possible way but could not find even a trace of Nie Xiaodai. Even logging back into the game, he still could not see the figure of the silver-haired, purple-eyed female Taoist. It was as if she had never existed. Except for the silk underwear he wore close to his skin, which still carried a faint fragrance. Xiaodai. Sometimes loss happens so suddenly. Unimaginable. In the past, when Luo Chen watched Stephen Chow's movies, he had scoffed at the lines, "Once a sincere love was laid before me, but I did not cherish it. Until I lost it, I regretted it." What a load of nonsense about love. With no thoughts of women in his heart, he could wield his blade with divine precision. But now he understood he was just Fa Hai who did not understand love. Altogether, he had known Ye Xiaodai for less than 7 days. Yet sometimes love truly happens in an instant. And only after losing such feelings do we realize how important they are. The latest version of Ghost Love Story. Perhaps Luo Chen would never be able to see that lively, energetic, silver-haired girl again, the little heroine of Mount Shu in mundane times, and a laborer of the Shu Road in critical times. But Luo Chen could not accept it. How could his female ghost disappear while he was enjoying hot pot and singing Fighting a Boss and Monsters? Undying curse of resentment. Dark holy temple. Apostles, I want you all to go to hell. Luo Chen found a new purpose in living. He picked up 3 red crystals from the ground and put them into his pocket next to the silk underwear. Undying curse of resentment. Dark holy temple. One way or another. At that moment the phone rang. An unknown number. Luo Chen answered the call with a blank expression. He was now fearless. What if it was someone from the Dark Holy Temple? Hello. Are you Mr. Lu Xiang's a rebellious son? I'm sorry, that's how his phone is noted. Luo Chen's expression changed. Who are you? He remembered a previous call that had instructed him to go to Sakura Park. On the other end there was a flurry of panic, and after a moment a calm voice said, "Hello. Mr. Lu Xiang has had an accident. He is at the 4th Orthopedic Hospital in Binhai City. If you are his family or friend, please come quickly." The call ended. Luo Chen froze for a few seconds before finding a backpack, packing all his gaming helmet and other items, and taking Ye Xiaodai's Aston Martin car keys. Minutes later his car appeared outside the inpatient department of the 4th Orthopedic Hospital. The guard didn't even stop. The guard, well versed in the world, did not mistake the Martin for a Ford. Sometimes luxury cars really do have privileges. Luo Chen rushed to the main service desk. Room 707. Take me up immediately. A few minutes later he was in a 3-person ward seeing his buddy. At that moment Lu Xiang had a fresh cast on his lower leg. His clothes were tattered in several places, and his face was smeared with dried blood. A male doctor, upon seeing Luo Chen, immediately spoke calmly. "Are you the patient's family? He was in a car accident, suffered a head injury, and has a fractured leg. The vehicle fled the scene, and 120 brought him here." Luo Chen nodded. The male doctor continued, "He has 2 mobile phones. We found your contact information in one of them. Also, we are a federal private hospital. Please take care of the related expenses." Luo Chen kept nodding and walked up to Lu Xiang. "How is he now?" The male doctor frowned but still answered, "The leg fracture has been treated. He is in a coma due to a concussion, but it's not serious. He could wake up at any time." Luo Chen sat down beside Lu Xiang and coldly asked, "You only treated his leg. What about the other one?" The female nurse next to them couldn't help but remind him, "Sir, please go to the payment window to handle the related expenses. Otherwise, we can only provide basic treatment." Luo Chen felt a surge of anger, but suppressed it. "Get someone to charge me." The nurse and doctor exchanged. No kidding, the service at the federal private hospital was indeed good. After about 10 minutes, Lu Xiang received better care and treatment. It was at this moment that Lu Xiang finally woke up from the concussion. Looking at his confused eyes, Luo Chen couldn't help but scold, "What the hell happened to you? Always telling me to be careful, you fool." Lu Xiang stared blankly at Luo Chen, and after a while tears streamed down his face. "Lao Luo, living is so tiring. I really want to smoke." Lu Xiang bit his chapped lips and said hoarsely. Luo Chen immediately rummaged through his pockets and found a pack of the cheapest Tashan. This was the smoke of the lower class. Inside the crushed pack of cigarettes, there was only one broken cigarette left. This was practically unusable. Luo Chen picked up his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, then looked at Lu Xiang. What happened? Lu Xiang remained silent. Luo Chen lost his temper and stepped forward, slapping his face lightly. "Old Lu, can you pull yourself together? What good is crying?" Lu Xiang could no longer hold back and cried out, "I was dumped." Luo Chen was stunned, finally understanding why he hadn't seen old Liu's girlfriend. When did this happen? This morning. In Lu Xiang's intermittent sobs, Luo Chen finally understood what had happened. Old Lu and his girlfriend met 2 years ago. At that time, old Lu was already a legitimate bachelor, earning at least over 10,000 a month, a real big shot in the takeout industry. Moreover, before this, old Lu was generous and big heart, treating his buddies to meals whenever they gathered. "Don't argue, I earn more." Old Liu's girlfriend had just come to Binhai City for work, unfamiliar with the area. They didn't know how it happened, but since then old Lu developed bronchitis and had no money for anything. Even the cigarettes he smoked changed from Likun to Tashan. He justified it by saying old brand cigarettes, I'm used to them. Over these 2 years, old Lu worked harder to earn more. His girlfriend also entered a foreign trade company and was promoted to a small supervisor. For a time, old Liu's buddies envied him, but gradually distanced themselves. In the end, only Luo Chen and old Lu remained. A A few days ago, old Luo awkwardly asked for more than 60,000 as a dowry, but 3 nights ago his girlfriend clearly told him that the dowry had doubled or it was off the table. Old Luo panicked, but his character wasn't the type to argue, so he frantically took orders these past 2 days trying to earn more money. Yet there was a ceiling in the takeout business. You could only get close, but never break through. Just this morning his girlfriend laid it all out. Let's break up, what's better for both of us. After running for night driving and getting a little rest, old Luo upon hearing this completely broke down, resulting in not noticing a van that suddenly appeared from the side, leading to the current tragedy. Luo Chen wanted to comfort him, thought for a long time, and said, actually your girlfriend isn't as good as you think. Old Luo became even sadder. Luo Chen, feeling exhausted, scolded directly, what are you sad about? My wife is now missing, I'm still strong. Old Luo was stunned, stopping his sobs. Have you really been with a rich woman during this time? What the hell? Just then a delivery person interrupted him. Excuse me, who ordered a soft Zhonghua? Luo Chen took the cigarette, and under the astonished gazes of the other 2 patients and the female nurse, he opened a pack, took out a stick, and stuffed it into Lu Xiang's mouth. The nearby female nurse immediately scolded, smoking is prohibited in the hospital. The other 2 patients also looked on with disdain and warnings. Luo Chen, unable to endure any longer, said, didn't you just say there's an SVIP ward that costs 50,000 a day? Activated immediately. Luo Chen also lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, only to cough violently as a result. Lu Xiang finally burst into laughter. Rebellious son. Didn't you say you would never smoke even if you died? Luo Chen flicked the ash off the cigarette. Now call me foster father. From now on I'll protect you. He took another puff. As long as I'm not dead, I'll keep smoking. Lu Xiang chuckled with a mix of tears and laughter. Is that true, foster father? By the way, have you really hooked up with a rich woman? You're so wealthy now. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback and sighed. Do you have some prejudice against rich women? 2 nurses came in again with a fruit platter. Sometimes cashability is more useful than being a superhero. However, Luo Chen frowned at one of the nurses. What kind of ridiculous SVIP room is this? Don't they turn on the heating? Why do I feel like I'm freezing? The 2 nurses hurried to check the air conditioning and vent. Lu Xiang was stunned. Old Luo, are you coming down with a cold? I'm wearing just a thin hospital gown and feel hot. You're still wearing an outer coat. Luo Chen immediately sensed something was off, his face lighting up with astonishment. Only then did he realize it was his silk underwear that was continuously cooling him down. And Luo Chen discovered that a ring had appeared on the ring finger of his left hand at some point. The ring was made of an unknown silver-white metal adorned with a small blue butterfly on the face emanating a subtle shimmering light. Wow. Luo Chen was ecstatic. Little butterfly, is that you? Are you the one absorbing my yang energy? Don't be polite, go ahead and do it. Suck hard. Drain me dry. Just then a weak yet familiar voice echoed in Luo Chen's ear. Husband, go back. Luo Chen suddenly jumped up, startling Lu Xiang and the 2 nurses. Without time to explain, Luo Chen fiercely told the 2 nurses, take good care of my brother, or he'll break your director's legs. Then he instructed Lu Xiang, rebellious son, make sure to stay alive. I'll take you flying in the future. After saying that, he let out a loud laugh and dashed out. After a few minutes, Luo Chen ran back to 404 in one breath, then rushed into the kitchen, finding the canister that Nie Xiaodai mentioned, and pulled out the walnut-sized crystal ball from the vinegar with his hand. Wife, what's next? A faint voice sounded, eat it. What the a? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, but resolutely stuffed the special soul crystal into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Oh man, it's so sour. A few minutes later, Luo Chen felt a deep pain in his finger from the ring, which quickly vanished, and the ring disappeared again. Luo Chen took a breath and cautiously called out Xiaodai. There was no response. Luo Chen grew anxious. Wife, speak. A melodious silver bell-like voice giggled, husband, I'm here. Oh wow. Luo Chen was overjoyed, then angrily exclaimed, I thought you were dead. Nie Xiaodai was also overjoyed. A few minutes later, Luo Chen finally understood what had happened. The item he obtained from the special monstarium in Jintianxi was a heart candle, its power comparable to the heaven-ranked treasures of the cultivation world. Therefore, at the moment Luo Chen manifested, both the red ghost and Nie Xiaodai's physical form suffered fatal damage with no power to resist. But at the last moment, Nie Xiaodai discovered that the piece of equipment she had picked up, the revival ring dropped by the Night Warlock Lord, suddenly enveloped her soul core. Then there was a period of confusion. Later, Nie Xiaodai felt Luo Chen's aura again and established a strange special connection. Thus she began to greedily and cautiously absorb Luo Chen's yang energy until she could speak, and made Luo Chen swallow the special soul crystal. Now Nie Xiaodai felt that her soul body was different from before. She couldn't specify how it was different, but it was definitely much better than before. In fact, she even asked Luo Chen to carefully take out the heart candle, and although she still felt an innate fear of this artifact, the previous sense of deadly despair was gone. Especially since the candlelight no longer inflicted active harm on her. Is all of this thanks to the revival ring? By the way, where is the ring? How did it disappear? Is it a one-time use? Nie Xiaodai was taken aback, then slowly manifested her body before Luo Chen's incredulous gaze. Oh wow, a beautiful woman with silver hair and purple eyes. No way. Did you enhance your beauty? How can you be this stunning? You can't be real. Luo Chen drooled, indignantly criticizing her. The silver-haired beauty, Nie Xiaodai rolled her eyes at him. This is a soul body. If I had the ability to enhance my beauty, I would definitely adjust my chest. It's too much of a hindrance. Oh my goodness. Fortunately, you don't have that ability, haha. Luo Chen laughed slyly. Nie Xiaodai raised her right hand, looking at the revival ring on her ring finger with confusion. How did it get on my hand? And why is it on the ring finger? Come on, your husband called you that, and you're still asking. By the way, our relationship has officially been confirmed. So don't say I broke the law. Nie Xiaodai seemed a bit shy, but she nodded heavily. Luo Chen shrugged, filled with expectation. So does your soul body have a sense of touch? Saying that, he reached out with a lewd hand, trying to unleash a Shaolin Temple secret technique. Nie Xiaodai slapped his hand away. The sense of touch is controlled by me. The soul body is essentially formless and can only be sensed when our spirits resonate together. Luo Chen was furious. We're already like an old married couple, and you won't even let me touch. Experts say that if a wife doesn't let her husband touch, she definitely has an affair. What are you not wearing a green hat? Nie Xiaodai was helpless. Luo Chen continued to reach out, grabbing Nie Xiaodai's arm. Hey, it actually feels just like the real thing, but it's a bit cold. Will hugging you while sleeping give me a cold? Nie Xiaodai was a bit speechless, and after a moment released the sense of touch. Maintaining this state is somewhat... Luo Chen immediately felt dejected, gloomily asking, is there a way to maintain a solidified soul body? Nie Xiaodai pouted. Yes, if you use 10 or 8 more soul crystals, you should be able to do it. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, excited. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, let's play the game. We're going to take down the night boss. Nie Xiaodai was somewhat astonished. What about your brother? Are you not going to care for him? Luo Chen waved his hand. It's fine. Brothers are like hands and feet. If one gets broken, it can be reattached. Wives are like clothes. If they're lost, you have to run naked. Nie Xiaodai was speechless. Luo Chen continued. Also, I just ordered a gaming helmet for that Lucian guy. It should arrive before 8 this afternoon. We'll find him then. After saying that, he took the gaming helmet out of his backpack and urged, come on. I can't wait. Nie Xiaodai couldn't hold back any longer. Luo Chen, are you out of your mind? This place has been exposed. It's no longer safe. Our immediate priority is to find a safe shelter. Luo Chen's expression began to grow serious. Can't you control this 404 anymore? That's true, you weren't able to deal with that red ghost from the cursed domain, let alone those things that seem to have locked onto our real location through the dark holy temple's apostles and the Tianqi mirror, likely referring to the game. Let me think. Nie Xiaodai hesitated for a moment, then explained, husband, don't worry too much, red ghosts are very rare. Even within the cursed domain, they are of a land-level existence. If you suddenly wipe out 3 of their red ghosts, it would definitely deal a severe blow to them. Your artifact is too terrifying for the cursed domain. Luo Chen inquired. What if it's the holy warriors and knights of the dark holy temple? Are the artifacts useful against them? Nie Xiaodai shook her head. Holy warriors and light knights are true experts in reality. You can think of them as top-tier mercenaries or super assassins in movies. The candle artifact may not be very useful against them, but your Tianqi equipment and assassination techniques are definitely enough to pose a threat. Luo Chen was instantly elated. Right. I feel pretty powerful right now. Yeah, once I can manifest the judgment, it'll chop those damn knights to bits. Nie Xiaodai laughed cheerfully. Yes, husband, you're the strongest. Then she said seriously, to be honest, now that we have the teleportation ring and the revival ring, I thought of a very, very good map. It's a place I never dared to dream of before. The benefits will definitely be maximized. Luo Chen was excited. Where? Nie Xiaodai chuckled. The time isn't right. Let's focus on recovering today, and tomorrow at 9 in the morning on the last day before the merge, we'll make a big score. Luo Chen rubbed his nose. All right, I'm hungry. Can you cook something? Nie Xiaodai was astonished. Nie Xiaodai frowned, then spoke hesitantly. Honey, you'll go cook dinner. You should rest for a while. Luo Chen felt gratified. All right, dear. Call me when the meal's ready. Nie Xiaodai smiled gently. Luo Chen lay down on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. He'll pretend to be asleep and admire my wife's cooking skills. Honestly, my wife's culinary talent is off the charts. Nie Xiaodai gazed at Luo Chen's ruggedly handsome features, smiled from the heart, and leaned in to kiss his forehead. Luo Chen felt a wave of tingling relaxation, his mind completely soothed. After a while, he drifted in. He had no idea how long had passed when he felt a cool, icy sensation on his lips, and then he opened his eye. Damn, how did I fall asleep? Luo Chen sat up, stunned by the lavish feast on the table. Holy crap, Xiaodia, you made all this food. There's no way I can finish this right. A squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, deep fried and drizzled with a glistening sauce, was incredibly tempting. A plate of garlic white pork with thin slices, showcasing exquisite knife skills. A pot of braised beef, slow-cooked from tender short ribs, fragrant and melt in the mouth. A crispy roast chicken golden and glistening with oil, a rack of hand-grabbed lamb, made from desert lamb, perfectly cooked. A serving of stir-fried seasonal greens looking fresh and appetizing, and a bowl of cabbage and tofu soup. Luo Chen could hardly believe it. Did Nie Xiaodai make all this? 6 dishes and a soup, eh? Honey, how long was I asleep? Luo Chen wanted to confirm. Nie Xiaodai's cheerful voice rang out. It's 3 in the afternoon now. I just finished cooking, and you woke up right on time. Here are your chopsticks and bowl. Tell me how it tastes. What more could Luo Chen say? This time Nie Xiaodai truly amazed him. Her cooking was on par with a top chef from a high-end restaurant. Luo Chen ate until his mouth was greasy, praising nonstop. Half an hour later, he had cleaned every dish, eating even more than a pig. Luo Chen was satisfied. Whoever married this wife would be lucky. After eating and drinking their fill, they cleaned up. Luo Chen packed his belongings into his backpack, and as Nie Xiaodai requested, packed a box of items from the guest room. Once everything was ready, Luo Chen went downstairs and found the landlady in the game room. Hey, I'm heading out on a trip. Keep room 404 for me. I've transferred 10,000 yuan to you on WeChat as rent for a year. Oh, and make sure to send me my monthly living expenses on time. The landlady was so excited she stammered. Xiao Luo, you want to rent for a year with 10,000 yuan? Luo Chen frowned. What is that too much? Alright, it's a haunted house. The landlady immediately calmed down. Xiao Luo, rest assured, rent it. They'll take the 10,000, and they'll definitely send your living expenses on time. Luo Chen nodded. Alright, I'll take a loss then. After that, Luo Chen drove his Aston Martin to the bank, pulled into the reserved parking spot, found the branch manager, and requested to withdraw 200,000 yuan in cash. The branch manager, seeing a VIP client, quickly led him to the priority lane. But unexpectedly, the teller at the counter looked serious. May I ask why you need to withdraw such a large amount of cash? Luo Chen grew angry. It's my money, I want to spend it. The other party refused. I'm sorry, but large cash transactions are not permitted. With your reason, we cannot process this transaction. Luo Chen was furious. Damn it. Fine, I'll withdraw it and deposit it in the bank across the street. The branch manager saw the situation going south and quickly stepped in to mediate. A few minutes later, Luo Chen packed the 200,000 yuan in cash and drove off stylishly. 2 streets away, in the kitchen of an upscale restaurant. Chef Wong, how could you take on side gigs during the busiest time? And you took so many ingredients. If the boss finds out, do you want to keep your job? Head chef, hear me out. No, I mean, let me explain. At Binhai for orthopedic hospital in the VIP intensive care unit. Luo Chen sat with his legs crossed, enjoying a massage from the nurse behind him, and said to Lu Xiang, who was lying on the hospital bed, son, the service here, I mean the care, isn't bad, right? Lu Xiang seemed to have recovered from the shock and gave a thumbs up. It's great except for the price. Luo Chen said arrogantly, a drop in the bucket. You'll pay me back this little bit of cash later. Lu Xiang immediately regretted his thumbs up. Damn, you still want me to pay it back? Luo Chen was stunned. Even close brothers settle accounts clearly. You're not thinking of being a deadbeat, are you? Lu Xiang frowned. Godfather, we're not even brothers, right? Luo Chen was dumbfounded. Is that even possible? But jokes aside, they didn't mess with their bond. Son, what are your plans from now on? Lu Xiang let out a deep sigh. What else can I do? Keep delivering takeout. A life is so exhausting. Luo Chen felt pity and frustration. What kind of talk is that? Better to live in squalor than die in glory. The worst is begging, but as long as you're alive, you'll rise. He then pursed his lips and added, son, with your leg like this, how can you still deliver takeout? I have a connection in Binhai. It's a bit risky, but the profits are high. As they say, fortune favors the bold. Are you willing to follow me? Lu Xiang was taken aback. Really, Godfather? She took all the valuables and didn't return the bride price. I'm penniless and have a crippled leg. What can I do? Luo Chen was shocked. What? She didn't even return the bride price. Bro, that's illegal. Do you want me to? Lu Xiang was surprisingly open-minded. Forget it. She was with me for 2 years, and I took her most beautiful and youthful years. Damn, you're way too saintly. I can't stand it. Godfather, don't do anything rash. Don't worry, son. They'll get back at her for you. With that, Luo Chen pulled out his phone, found the contact info Uncle Sun had left him, and dialed using Lu Xiang's phone. Uncle Sun. Who am I? I'm his 9th uncle, a 9th brother. What delivery guy? Who are you? Hello. Damn. Luo Chen was furious. How dare he hang up on me? Lu Xiang quietly reminded him. You're using my work phone, so it shows as a delivery guy. After some effort, Uncle Sun finally answered. 9th brother Xiao Jia just said there was a delivery, and I was just waking up. How is it you? Huh. Alright, no more chatter. Listen, help me investigate a department manager at a foreign trade company. Legally and properly screw him over. What do you mean I'm asking for too much? I'm saying no matter how we do it, we'll be in the right. This guy is scum. The legal department of Uncle Sun's Sun Group was indeed formidable. In less than 20 minutes, Uncle Sun called back. 9th brother, it's done. This guy is up to his neck in dirt. He's finished now. It turned out that the so-called overseas returnee manager of the foreign trade company was not only a graduate of a diploma mill abroad, but also a heavy gambler drowning in debt. Beneath his glamorous facade, he owed tens of millions in usurious loans. But this guy was indeed a player. He was reportedly dating over a dozen women simultaneously, each completely devoted to him, and even the least had given him hundreds of thousands. Of course, with the eldest son of the Sun Group on the case, the guy's background was exposed in minutes. He was reportedly stripped naked by professional debt collectors and hung on the glass wall of the Wang Group building in Binhai City. Luo Chen was astonished. Wait, why the Wang Group building? Uncle Sun chuckled maliciously. Because that foreign trade company was an asset of the third young master of the Wang family. Haha, I heard the third young master trashed his office again. Ho ho. Luo Chen hung up and shook his head. This Uncle Sun was really mischievous. Just then Lu Xiang's phone rang. Luo Chen glanced at it, didn't hand it back, and instead put it on speaker. A sobbing voice came through the phone, choked with tears. Honey, where did you go? What I said this morning about breaking up was just in anger. Now I miss you. Can we make up? Luo Chen shot a stern look at the hesitant Lu Xiang, handed the phone to the nurse beside him, pulled 10,000 yuan in cash from his bag, patted her on the backside, and told her to answer. The nurse, who had been silently listening to their conversation, decisively took the phone. You homewrecker, cheated and abandoned, and now you want to come back and trap our Master Xiang. You're ugly, but you sure dream big. Let me tell you, our Master Xiang has seen the light. He's given up on that so-called love and is ready to follow his family's arrangements and inherit his billions in assets. As for you, go work at a club. Maybe you'll get to serve our Master Xiang again. Oh, sorry, you're too dirty. You can't even pass my test. There was silence on the other end for a long time before a hysterical female voice screamed. Who are you? Lu Xiang is my husband. The nurse coolly replied, and one of Master Xiang's private secretaries. As for you, you're just a used tissue to Master Xiang. With that, the nurse hung up and looked at Luo Chen expectantly. How was that, boss? Did I get it right? Luo Chen was utterly amazed. Holy crap, are you really a nurse? The nurse blushed. Well, I can be a homewrecker too. Luo Chen was impressed and pulled out another 10,000 yuan from his bag. Great job. Spend it. The nurse joyfully took the 20,000, her sweet voice nearly mesmerizing. Thank you, big brother. Under the therapeutic massage of the female nurse, Luo Chen slept soundly until 8 o'clock. To be fair, this woman's hair-washing, well-head massage was truly unmatched. It was incredibly comfortable. Of course, what he didn't know was that during the massage, the nurse had repeatedly tried to offer complimentary premium services, but each time she massaged a sensitive area, she felt a bone-chilling coldness emanating from her fingertips. Ultimately, she had to abandon the shortcut and dutifully perform the standard service. Luo Chen was awakened by the premium courier from Jingxi Mall. The gaming helmet he had ordered from Jingxi Mall arrived via express delivery. When Lu Xiang saw the gaming helmet, he was moved to tears once again. In his short life, besides his parents, he had encountered two most important people. One shattered his life, and the other used superglue to piece his spirit back together. Brothers for life. But Luo Chen's next move left him baffled. What? Discharge now. You pay for a 5-day private room fee. Luo Chen didn't waste words. He directly had two nurses lift him into a wheelchair. You two go negotiate with the hospital. The refunded money is your tip. The nurse, who had never had a chance to shine, suddenly had her eyes light up. There was still 40,000 yuan left. Arriving at the inpatient building lobby, Luo Chen opened the side door of the Aston Martin and was about to lift Lu Xiang into the passenger seat when two security guards rushed over to lend a hand. The two female nurses, who insisted on seeing them off to the lobby, couldn't help but regret if only they had gone after Lu Xiang. A roundabout way to success. Luo Chen tossed each helpful guard 2 packs of soft China cigarettes, then floored the accelerator, speeding away. Lu Xiang wondered, this isn't the way to my place. Luo Chen said calmly, is there anything worth clinging to in that home of yours? Lu Xiang thought for a moment. That was true. A dozen minutes later, Luo Chen drove into a very low-key residential complex. But the security gate was anything but low-key. 2 guards stopped the car. Non-resident vehicles are not allowed. As Luo Chen was about to call Uncle Sun, a beautiful woman in professional attire ran over from the side. Are you boss Luo Jiao? I am the manager of Sun Group Real Estate Company. Please follow me. Indeed, Luo Chen had closed another deal with Uncle Sun. This complex was a development project by Sun Group's real estate subsidiary, the family quarters of the Binhai City SWAT detachment. Here Uncle Sun happened to have 2 vacant properties, so Luo Chen, no Luo Jiao, grudgingly chose a 4-bedroom living room unit as his foothold in Binhai City. After everything was settled, it was already 8:40. Luo Chen placed Lu Xiang in a full-body massage chair and explained the game's precautions, the most important being in the game, don't die even once. Lu Xiang felt the lingering pain in his leg and smiled bitterly with uncertainty. In my condition, can I manage? Luo Chen sneered, a limp doesn't affect the game. And in the game you won't feel the pain, but it's freaking awesome. Lu Xiang said no more, put on the helmet, and began creating his character and entering the game. Luo Chen didn't log in immediately. Instead, he placed Nie Xiaodai's box in one of the secondary bedrooms and arranged some items according to her instructions. Next, Luo Chen picked up his helmet and lay down on another chair. Wife, how many treatments does Lu Xiang's leg? Nie Xiaodai's soul manifested, made a quick check, and gave a definitive answer. 3 days, 9 healing spells, and he'll be fully recovered. With that, she closed her eyes and concentrated, followed by a melodious ringing sound. Dreamlike, diamond-like light particles surged into Luo Xiang's body, converging towards his lower leg. Soul Healing Art. After casting 3 consecutive healing spells, Nie Xiaodai's soul form appeared slightly ethereal. Luo Chen couldn't help but worry, wife, if it harms you, don't force it. A simple fracture like his can just take a few more days. Nie Xiaodai smiled radiantly. It's fine. He'll just absorb a bit more of my husband's yang energy to replenish myself. Luo Chen immediately became generous. Use as much as you want, wife. I'm not afraid of being drained dry. After entering the game, Luo Chen proactively added Delivery God Legendary Lu as a friend and learned that the other player had spawned in Border Village. Luo Chen teleported there immediately. With the teleport ring, he no longer had to worry about navigating the map. Legendary quality worthy of trust. After finding Luo Xiang's game character, Luo Chen directly transferred him 1 million gold coins to buy potions and random teleport scrolls. Holy SHD. I willingly call you adoptive father above. Luo Chen's full set of super divine gear stunned Luo Xiang. Although Luo Xiang hadn't bought a helmet to play the game before, news and information about Tianqi New Century were everywhere, especially on short video platforms with game intros, equipment showcases, item values, etc., making Luo Xiang a cloud player. Luo Chen simply said, just teleport randomly to a place with monsters and tell me the coordinates. Luo Xiang acknowledged and used a random teleport scroll. Moments later, the two arrived in a western forest. In real time, it was 855, and only a few players in light armor were fighting monsters with the night buff. Luo Chen didn't waste words. He directly had Luo Xiang attack the nearby forest snowman, telling him to drink potions when his health dropped, not caring about the expense. As long as Luo Xiang gained the monster's aggro, Luo Chen would one-shot it. Each forest snowman gave 30 experience points, and within just 5 minutes, Luo Xiang successfully reached level 7. Just then, the game world switched to daytime. In almost a few seconds, around Luo Chen and Luo Xiang, a large number of players sprouted up like bamboo shoots after spring rain, each taking their positions as if they had already established customary monster-killing zones. A team of players nearest to Luo Chen, one of whom was a warrior wielding a bronze axe and wearing light armor, hesitated before speaking. Esteemed God, are you here to level up a friend? It's fine, we can wait. Luo Xiang was curious. You guys look pretty high level, why are you still here? The bronze axe warrior was taken aback, then sighed, we're few and weak. We can't secure territory in Skeleton Cave, we're constantly hunted in Worma Forest, and we can't handle Zombie Cave. Luckily, the newbie monsters in Bishi's map respawn every minute now, especially in our area, where forest snowmen respawn a lot. Another player behind him quickly added, basically every respawn 4 or 5 forest snowmen drop small sun potions, bronze, swords, daggers, etc. If we're lucky, we might even get a Wumu sword. Yeah, it's better than a regular job. Yet another player exclaimed excitedly, and now the drop rate for town portal stones and random teleport stones from scarecrows has increased significantly. Last night we got 9 pieces in total, and each of us got an extra 200 yuan. These players, seeing the super god behind him, held back no secrets. Would a top-tier special forces soldier go to a kindergarten to level up? Luo Xiang understood, then said to Luo Chen, adoptive father, let's go. Let's not bother them. Luo Chen nodded, then let's return to town. Hey, race a beachy town portal stone. With that, he dropped it on the ground, not worried about anyone stealing it. The nearby players exchanged bewildered glances. One of them bravely asked, great god, are you still taking on adopted sons? Luo Xiang picked up the town portal stone and frowned. What are you thinking? He's my sworn adoptive father. After the two returned to town, Luo Chen thought carefully and led Luo Xiang to storage room 0222. Fatty Jean was indeed there. Upon seeing Luo Chen, he stood up excitedly. Uncle Bird, you're finally here. I didn't see you all morning, and I've been restless, unable to eat or drink, wondering if I did something wrong to displease you. And this delivery god legendary Lu is... Luo Chen casually introduced him. This is my wayward son. Fatty Jean's eyes lit up. Your esteemed son is truly a fine young man. After exchanging pleasantries, Fatty Jean couldn't hold back any longer and tentatively asked Uncle Bird. Someone commissioned all the professional traders in the Binhai newbie area to buy your attack 38 judgment at a high price. Luo Chen was puzzled. Who has that much clout? Can they afford it? Fatty Jean said awkwardly, no one can afford it with gold coins. The other party offered 100 million in cash. Luo Chen was shocked. Even Luo Xiang, who had been silent behind him, couldn't help but change expression dramatically. No wonder Luo Chen was rich. His entire set of gear was worth over 100 million. It seemed Luo Chen hadn't latched onto a wealthy woman. Luo Chen thought for a moment and asked gravely, is this deal for real? Fatty Jean nodded, then hesitated, but the other party has a condition. They want to trade directly with you. Luo Chen immediately confirmed this person was suspicious. Acolyte of Darkness. Curse of Undying. Just then, Nie Xiaodai suddenly appeared beside Luo Chen. She directly asked Fatty Jean, do you have any equipment that increases movement speed? We'll buy it at a high price. Fatty Jean was startled, then decisively nodded. Any bird, there actually is. The leader of Utopia has a movement 5 divine escape talisman. It's a 4-slot item. Luo Chen was somewhat shocked. Where does this thing drop? I've never even seen it. I heard it was dropped by a special monster in Worma Forest taken down through a human wave tactic. Fatty Jean replied. Nie Xiaodai spoke decisively, asked him if he's willing to sell or trade. The golden fat man decisively replied, right away. Luo Chen found the friend ID of the beginner god ghost Nie Xiaodia and quietly sent her a private message. Does the equipment you want that enhances movement speed have anything to do with our big operation tomorrow? Nie Xiaodai seemed to have studied for a while before finding the method to private message, yes. This was her first time using private chat. Luo Chen understood. Watching the golden fat man communicate with his subordinates, he directly said to Lu Xiang, you send a private message to Sun Deda, just say you are a friend of Luo Jiao and ask him where he is. Lu Xiang immediately complied. This brother had a virtue, he wouldn't ask unnecessary questions and fully trusted Luo Chen. Moments later Lu Xiang replied, the other party is in Beachy City. Luo Chen traded Lu Xiang a set of Taoist Worma equipment and a set of Mage Worma equipment, instructing Lu Xiang, have him come to room 0222 in the warehouse and directly trade these two sets of equipment to him, saying it's a handover from Luo Jiao and don't say anything else. Lu Xiang acknowledged. These two sets of equipment were actually the deal Luo Chen had negotiated with Sun Deda, the usage rights to their Forbdrim Tullivingram property. After greeting the golden fat man, Luo Chen went back to town to buy potions and rest, avoiding a face-to-face encounter with Sun Deda. With so many aliases, one must be cautious. I wonder how those male and female players who date dozens of people simultaneously manage their time and details. 2 minutes later, Lu Xiang privately messaged Luo Chen done. Luo Chen returned to room 0222 in the warehouse where he and Nie Xiaodai began sorting through the chaotic equipment. At that moment, the golden fat man's brow furrowed, looking displeased. Bird Uncle, the leader of Utopia, replied. He wants to exchange his 5 movement speed talisman for your judgment staff, which is absolute nonsense. Before Luo Chen could respond, Nie Xiaodai couldn't help but exclaim, he really dares to think that. The golden fat man quickly said, Aunt Bird, don't get angry yet. The other party said he would return to town soon, and you can discuss it in person then. I won't interfere. Luo Chen remained calm, smiling as he advised Nie Xiaodia. Lacking self-awareness is common human nature. This is akin to the fantasy many people have in reality of winning a 5 million jackpot with a $2 lottery ticket. What if they encounter a fool? Nie Xiaodai looked at Luo Chen with concern. The 5 movement speed is not a necessity, oh, don't act impulsively. Then she turned to the fat man. Are there any other movement speed enhancing equipment? The golden fat man decisively replied. Yes, there are deer leather boots. The 1 movement speed ones are very common and priced around 500 gold coins. The 2 movement speed ones are relatively rare, around 5 million gold coins. And for the 3 movement speed, I've only heard of one, but I don't know who has it. Luo Chen nodded. Players have discovered that the map area is vast, so the prices of movement speed enhancing equipment remain high, which is understandable. At that moment, 2 people were teleported into room 0222. Nie Xiaodai ignored them and said nonchalantly, Golden fat man, the 2 movement speed deer leather boots can be traded for 5 million gold coins. The golden fat man decisively responded with one word, good. The 2 newcomers instantly panicked. One of them, a player called Utopia Grand Manager, coldly said, what do you mean, golden fat man? Didn't we say someone wanted to exchange our movement speed talisman? Do you know how much we lost by coming back? Unexpectedly, the golden fat man showed no mercy, directly exposing, since you all were anxious to return, don't play tricks with Bird Uncle. Let me state first, I will not participate in this deal. Utopia's supreme leader smiled upon hearing this, stopping the Grand Manager, and greeted Luo Chen warmly. Finally, I have the honor to meet the real beginner god in all his glory. Your equipment is worth at least over 1 million. Luo Chen, not wanting to engage with such boring people, straightforwardly asked, Alright, I'll give you another chance to quote it. Utopia's supreme leader was momentarily stunned, laughing in surprise. While exchanging for your ultra artifact, the judgment staff, is definitely impossible. However, I also don't know what other equipment you have, so how can I make an offer? Credit coins. But I think no one is lacking that. Luo Chen remained calm. Well, I'll make an offer, it's just... The 2 Utopia leaders seemed a bit nervous. The Grand Manager wanted to say something, but the supreme leader stopped him again. Alright, beginner god boss, be quick and straightforward. I believe your quote will be more reasonable. Luo Chen secretly gave a thumbs up to the Utopia supreme leader. This leader was genuine. I'll trade 100 pieces of top-notch equipment for your movement speed talisman. Luo Chen's tone was light, like the feeling of trading wheat for watermelon in the countryside before. The Grand Manager finally couldn't hold back. This is simply outrageous. That special monster, our Utopia, had thousands of brothers, and each one died at least 3 times to take it down. In the end, it dropped this artifact. Luo Chen raised his right hand, pointing to the items displayed by Nie Xiaodia. Aren't you going to take a look at what they are? The Grand Manager wanted to speak again, but was once more stopped by the supreme leader. Let's see first. The Grand Manager angrily said, I don't believe that all 100 pieces of equipment are top-notch. But a minute later he wanted to slap himself. Damn. This. They're all top-notch professional gear. How is that possible? The Supreme Leader looked at the 1, 2, 3, and even a few 4 pieces of equipment, and among them were some Worma and Zuma signature items. Finally, unable to contain his emotions, our entire utopia doesn't have this much top-notch equipment. Even the 1-1s include valuable top-notch items like Attack 2 golden bracelets, Defense 2 Taoist bracelets, and Magic 2 ebony bracelets. Luo Chen shrugged. So often people's stubbornness not seeing with their own eyes leads to disbelief. Moreover, you just mentioned that this movement speed talisman was obtained by all the brothers together. If you want to be fair to everyone, you must quickly liquidate this so-called artifact to compensate each brother, while I, on the contrary, have so many minor top-notch items that I can't use. Thus, you can exchange one artifact for so many top-notch items, compensating every brother and raising the overall strength of Utopia by a whole level, while I can also enhance my own strength, making it a win-win situation. Why not enjoy it? The Supreme Leader was intrigued. However, the Grand Manager beside him was somewhat greedy. We need not only overall strength, but also several powerful Hall of Fame masters to establish ourselves firmly after the merge. In that case, boss, how about adding 6 Worma signature weapons or 1 Zuma signature weapon? Nie Xiaodai and the Golden Fat Man could no longer bear it. Especially the Golden Fat Man, although Utopia was also his client. To be honest, this is a seller's market. What Bird Uncle brings him is more profit than the entire Utopia. Luo Chen raised his hand to stop them, then shook his head calmly. I said I only make an offer once. If not, but the Supreme Leader was already intrigued and wouldn't give up. All right, let's add 2 Ghost Soul Gems. I believe with the beginner god's rank you must know their value. Luo Chen laughed. No, how could you have the nerve to? If you were adding gems of strength, constitution, soul, agility, or spirit, I could consider it. The Supreme Leader immediately turned red. Actually, Ghost Soul Gems are also very valuable. Then he gritted his teeth. In that case, let's add 1 more item. Saying this, he directly showcased an item for Luo Chen to see. Dropped from a special monster, although I don't know its use. It is also a 4-slot equipment. Luo Chen took a glance and frowned. Mysterious Gem, weight 1, requires level 0. Alright, indeed mysterious, having no attributes. 4-slot equipment. The 4 equipment slots at the bottom of the equipment bar from left to right are Talisman, Belt, Boots, Gem, are currently very rare, but what is the use of blank attributes? Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai suddenly sent a private message to Luo Chen. Husband, we must secure this. Adding a regular judgment is worth it. Luo Chen was astonished. Oh, why was his wife so excited? It seems this mysterious gem is indeed but Luo Chen remained indifferent on the surface. Although this item is 4-slot equipment, I'm sure you've tried various methods and haven't found any hidden attributes, have you? Of course, this also shows your sincerity. Ooh, I will add 1 Inferno, 1 Magic Wand, and 1 Silver Snake. If it works, great. If not, that's fine. The 2 from Utopia fell silent for a long while. Even the Grand Steward dared not speak recklessly. After a full minute, the Grand Commander spoke with a somewhat grim expression. Let me reconfirm the terms of our trade. My side offers 1 Divine Movement Talisman, 2 Ghost Crystals, and 1 Mysterious Gem in exchange for your 100 top-tier equipment pieces and 3 Wuma-branded weapons for each class. Is that correct? Luo Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, the Grand Commander decisively said, fine. Then let's proceed as you initially proposed. 1 Divine Movement Talisman for 100 top-tier equipment pieces. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Nie Xiaodai grew anxious and immediately sent a private message. Honey, the value of that mysterious gem surpasses even the Divine Movement Talisman. Luo Chen replied privately, urging her to stay calm. What's the panic? Haven't you studied psychology? Just watch your man work. Nie Xiaodai fell silent, still trusting her husband implicitly. After the Divine Movement Talisman transaction, both parties felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Luo Chen then directly produced the Hellfire Silver Serpent Magic Wand along with a Wuji Staff and a Moonlight Blade. Fatty Jean helped me dispose of these 5 useless weapons. They can be exchanged for various Destiny Crystals. Trade, only no selling. The eyes of the 2 from Utopia widened. In the end, they exchanged 2 Ghost Crystals, 1 Soul Crystal, and a Mysterious Gem for these 5 pieces of equipment. Of course, had the crystals been of Constitution, Strength, or Spirit types, the Utopians would never have agreed to trade. These could greatly enhance the power of an Apocalypse Knight and would never be parted with lightly. The transaction concluded to everyone's satisfaction. After the Utopians departed, Luo Chen smiled and said to Fatty Jean, you made a good choice this time. Fatty Jean chuckled. Though he was a profiteer, even the tigers in the zoo understood the difference between a single feast and eternal satiety. Next, Luo Chen summoned Lu Xiang before Fatty Jean. He's a level 7 mage. I have a pair of ruby rings, a pair of Cyber bracers, and a life necklace here. Help him equip them. The ruby ring required 17 magic points to equip. Assisting clients in donning equipment was also part of a merchant's services. Fatty Jean sorted through his inventory and decisively traded 7 pieces of top-tier novice gear, a pair of hexagonal rings Magic 03, required level 7, a pair of iron bracers Magic 02, required level 3, a traditional necklace Magic 03, required level 3, a cloth robe Magic 03, required level 1, and a darkwood staff Magic 03, required level 1. This set brought the maximum magic power to 19 points, enough to equip the ruby rings. Nie Xiaodai asked curiously, Fatty Jean, such services must cost money, right? Fatty Jean laughed heartily. You're my premium client, so of course not. For ordinary customers, it's about 1,000 gold coins per use with a deposit of 5 million gold or 10,000 credit coins. After Lu Xiang equipped the ruby rings, his magic power reached 22 points. The Cyber bracers required 24 magic points, and the life necklace required 25. Fatty Jean produced a bottle of magic potion and said with a smile, Uncle Bird, this one comes with a fee. Though scarecrows drop it, the drop rate is extremely low, so our cost is 5,000 gold coins per bottle. Luo Chen didn't haggle and simply had Lu Xiang use it. Moments later, a brand new level 7 mage character made a dazzling debut. Weapon Darkwood Staff Magic 03, 2 bonus. Armor Mail Cloth Robe Magic 03, 3 bonus. Rings Ruby Ring Pair, Weight 1 Magic 04. Bracers Cyber Bracer Pair, Weight 1 Magic 02. Necklace Life Necklace, Weight 1 Magic 15, Accuracy 1. If Lu Xiang were to level up on his own, he would be hunted everywhere. Killing him would yield even better loot than a boss. Just then Fatty Jean proposed another service. Uncle Bird, for this brother, the legendary delivery god Lu, the best option right now isn't to level with you, but our super premium SVIP power leveling service. Luo Chen smiled. This Fatty Jean was sharp, good at identifying client needs. In truth, Luo Chen had originally planned to find a power leveler for Lu Xiang. He couldn't personally take Lu Xiang through low-level maps. It would waste his time, and high-level maps would be too much for Lu Xiang to handle. So Luo Chen handed over all the leftover stock from his warehouse to Fatty Jean, find the most reputable one, and deduct the fee from the proceeds. Fatty Jean patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Uncle Bird, our gold-level power leveling is absolutely safe. Plus, we're insured. Anyone who messes with our clients is making an enemy of the entire merchant circle. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. The founder of this service was truly brilliant. After giving Lu Xiang some instructions, Luo Chen confidently let him leave with a professional team. Power levelers also preferred mage clients who could mindlessly spam Fireball to steal kills. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Luo Chen thought for a moment and asked Fatty Jean, are the routes through the Stone Tomb Array and the Zuma Temple available for purchase? Fatty Jean was taken aback, then suddenly realized, Uncle Bird hasn't seen the news. It's explosive. A few minutes later, Luo Chen was stunned. That's insane. It turned out that earlier that day, a sensational news story had broken in the Eastern Federation. The veteran guild Evil Eye, with members nationwide, had used a human wave tactic to systematically explore the Stone Tomb Array, roughly confirming 104 submaps and mastering the route to the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb. This was a strategic resource. If their leadership could keep it secret, they could monopolize the profits of the 7th floor. Meanwhile, another veteran guild, Death Pirate, had employed the same strategy to obtain the Zuma maze routes, though they reportedly encountered setbacks and had yet to fully open the passage. And the explosive news was the routes through the Stone Tomb Array and Zuma maze had been leaked to a short video platform. Soon after, police in Dongda Shana province discovered several bodies in a battered van by the Yellow River. Identification revealed them to be high-ranking members of the Evil Eye Guild and the short video streamer who had leaked the routes. This panic spread among ordinary citizens and gamers alike. In the apocalypse, new century vendettas were no longer confined to the game world. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt no surprise, but rather a sense of irony. Hadn't he himself been targeted by a Yizuma assassin just days ago? It was only his own strength that had thwarted the villain's schemes. Having obtained the Zuma maze routes, Luo Chen chose to head directly to the Zuma Temple. The 7th floor of the Stone Tomb was now completely exposed, likely turned into a battlefield resembling the siege of Stalingrad. Even Wolverine would kneel there, so he decided not to join the fray. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The teleport ring, combined with the divine movement talisman movement speed 5, gave Luo Chen the sensation of flying. As for the other 4 grid equipment that had excited Nie Xiaodai, the mysterious gem, Luo Chen finally learned its hidden attribute. This mysterious gem was actually part of a set with the mysterious ring, mysterious belt, and mysterious helmet. When equipped with the highest tier warrior mysterious equipment, the mysterious gem's hidden attribute would activate, increasing health recovery by 30. Combined with the warrior high tier mysterious set's inherent 15 health recovery bonus, the total increase reached 45. Even more bizarrely, this mysterious gem had a chance to absorb attributes from mysterious equipment. That was why Nie Xiaodai was so eager for Luo Chen to acquire this item. Upon arriving at the Zuma maze, Luo Chen began traversing the maps using the leaked routes. Unsurprisingly, many players were camping and blocking the correct paths. PK was as common as eating and drinking. Luo Chen paid them no heed and simply kept moving. As long as he avoided prolonged battles, it was extremely difficult for anyone to kill him instantly. After passing through the special Zuma mazes teeming with giant rats, archers, statues, hammers, and elites, and reaching the 6th floor of Zuma, Luo Chen finally understood why Death Pirate hadn't fully opened the passage on the mandatory path to the 7th floor. 3 Millennium Tree Demons had spawned blocking the entrance in a triangular formation. This puzzled Luo Chen. They weren't here the last time we came. Nie Xiaodai seemed to know something. I think some quest was triggered. After dodging a few players' ambushes, Luo Chen teleported directly beside the innermost Millennium Tree Demon, but he had to slay the tree at that coordinate point to proceed. Luo Chen struck the Millennium Tree Demon once and promptly returned to the city. Even Nie Xiaodai was startled. This is no ordinary Millennium Tree Demon. This is entirely the attributes of a Demon Dragon Tree Demon. 32000 HP. Its attack power exceeded 50 per second. Had Luo Chen hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been in grave danger. In just 2 seconds, Luo Chen's health plummeted by over 300 points. Standing in the safe zone, he shuddered with lingering fear, a perverted Millennium Tree Demon. Even a swarm tactic would be useless. No wonder the Death Pirate was at a loss. No one could handle this. Tianchi clearly doesn't want players to enter the dungeon. Nie Xiaodai paused, then suddenly exclaimed in realization, no, I understand now. This must be the work of the Dark Sanctum. They sent a team to the 7th floor of Zuma Temple and deliberately reversed the task of the Dragon Lock Pass in the Monchong Desert to monopolize the Zuma Patriarch's lair map. Could it be? The Zuma Patriarch holds another secret before and after the server merge. Dragon Lock Pass. It's near the giant dragon skeleton at the top right corner of the Monchong province map, where a super boss spawns the Demon Dragon Tree Demon. It looks identical to the Millennium Tree Demon, but has 320 HP. Upon defeating it, you can enter the Dragon Lock Pass through the Tree Hollow. After hearing the explanation, Luo Chen asked in confusion, isn't the Demon Dragon map only available after the merge? How is the Demon Dragon Tree Demon here now? Nie Xiaodai frowned. It must be some special trick by the Dark Sanctum. Luo Chen shrugged. So what now? Should we go cause trouble for them or upgrade another judgment to attack power 37 and earn a small fortune? Nie Xiaodai pondered for a moment, then smiled freely. Log off, I'll sleep with you. What the heck? Are you serious? If you say that, I won't feel sleepy at all. Luo Chen took off his helmet, looked around, and said with eager anticipation, honey, you'd better keep your word. Nie Xiaodai's soul form appeared beside him with silver hair and purple pupils clad in a light blue nightgown. Luo Chen suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Why had he never noticed how alluring she was before? Luo Chen could hardly contain himself. Well, dear, it's getting late. Let's go to bed. Nie Xiaodai chuckled softly and glanced at Lu Xiang, who was still immersed in the game. Go arrange things for those 2 maids. We'll be sleeping for quite a while. Luo Chen was puzzled. Wait, I'm confident, but at most an hour or 2. Nie Xiaodai paused, then seemed to catch on a blush spreading across her translucent face. What are you thinking? Luo Chen blinked, nearly drooling. You've seen plenty of films too. Why be shy? A dozen minutes later, after instructing the 2 maids a gift from Grandpa Sun to look after Lu Xiang and grabbing a quick bite, Luo Chen followed Nie Xiaodai to another bedroom. Luo Chen dashed into the bathroom, washed up hastily, threw on a bathrobe, and jumped onto the bed. Haha, honey, come sleep with me. Nie Xiaodai walked reluctantly to the bedside, but before she could speak, Luo Chen pulled her into his arms and pinned her down. Having consumed 2 ghost crystals and 1 soul crystal, Nie Xiaodai's soul form was now as solid as a real person, though her body felt icy cold. Luo Chen held her tightly and suddenly realized this was nothing like watching adult films. He could clearly feel that Nie Xiaodai, though not resisting, was extremely tense. Even Luo Chen himself couldn't help trembling. Both were well-versed in theory but inexperienced in practice, unsure how to proceed. Should he touch the headlights first or step on the gas? While Luo Chen felt that just holding her like this was enough to... In the end, Nie Xiaodai took the initiative and kissed him. At that moment, Luo Chen was overwhelmed with immense happiness, his entire body relaxing, letting down all defenses to bask in unparalleled bliss. That state of complete relaxation was an indescribably joyful experience. Like lying in your mother's arms on a winter day, basking in the sun while she gently cleans your ears. Completely unguarded, Luo Chen sank into profound happiness, unable to extricate himself. And so he fell asleep in contentment. Nie Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief. Men are all liars. After just a little foreplay, he wanted to drive without a license. Watching Luo Chen's peaceful sleeping face, Nie Xiaodai smiled tenderly and contentedly nestled into his arms, adjusted to a comfortable position, and closed her eyes to sleep as well. She needed Luo Chen to conserve his energy and accumulate luck for a big move tomorrow. Around 8 the next morning, Luo Chen finally woke up. He stretched contentedly. Awesome. Huh, where's his wife? Looking around, he noticed a neatly arranged set of new clothes by the bedside with silk underwear on top. Luo Chen casually threw off the covers and dressed quickly. But what was this casual suit? He had hardly ever worn a suit properly in his life. Luo Chen picked up the jacket and glanced at the label Giorgio Armani. If he wasn't mistaken, this was really endorsed by Hu Xiaoyao. Speaking of which, what was it with Nie Xiaodai? Aston Martin cars, Armani clothes. Any significance? After putting on the outfit, Luo Chen walked out of the bedroom to find Nie Xiaodai. The two moderately attractive maids were busy working when they saw Luo Chen. Their expressions showed obvious shock before they scrambled to continue their tasks. Luo Chen entered the living room and found a table laden with sumptuous food. A familiar icy presence plunged into his arms, her voice brimming with joy. "Honey, you look so handsome." Luo Chen immediately preened. "You're telling the truth. So did you make today's meal too?" Nie Xiaodai's voice drifted softly. "There are maids around. I can't show myself. Hurry up and eat. We need to log in before 9 to pull off something big." Luo Chen started eating heartily. After a full meal and some rest, he put on his gaming helmet and logged into the game. Time 8:30 a.m. Under Nie Xiaodai's guidance, Luo Chen spent 2 gold coins to teleport to Fengma Valley. The Fengma Valley map essentially blended the features of Bichi Province and Mongchong Province. The wild open areas contained skeleton monsters from Natural Cave and Orc Tomb beginner monsters like scarecrows, man-eating flowers, rake cats, and hook cats from Bichi, as well as orcs, orc warriors, orc champions, and zombie-type monsters from the Zombie Cave, a true hodgepodge. Then there was the Fengma Mine, which though only one floor allowed mining and zombie hunting below, it were the forked path and connecting passage dominated by zombies with dense spawns and rapid respawns. Especially the connecting passage, which teamed with electric zombies and corpse kings, making it impossible for players without a Taoist stealth skill to hold their ground. Passing through led to the Wind Hall and Radiance Corridor, where monsters weren't overly tough, ideal for leveling. The Radiance Corridor also spawned 500 HP black and red wild boars with a chance to drop advanced skill books. Further down were the Flame Hall, Thunder Road, Overlord Hall, Nether Corridor, Crossways, Demon Soul Hall, Purgatory Corridor, and Fengma Hall. From the Flame Hall onward, cute little white monsters began to appear in the final two layers, Purgatory Corridor and Fengma Hall. Zuma's 3 lesser monsters spawned. In other words, the entire Fengma Valley map combined monsters from Skeleton Cave, Zombie Cave, Stone Tomb, and Zuma Temple. This made Fengma Valley the most fiercely contested map among all factions in the current Tianqi New Era, especially the connecting passage where Corpse Kings spawned, earning it the nickname of the game's Verdun Meat Grinder. While those with Tianqi qualifications were reluctant to come here, the local guilds were utterly discourteous. One moment, you're fighting monsters, the next you're gone. Of course, Nie Xiaodai's goal for Luo Chen wasn't the Fengma Mine, but the wild, open map of Fengma Valley. At present, apart from the areas around Fengma City, where a dozen fixed spawn points for Scarecrow, Skeleton, and Zombie series monsters were overcrowded, many other regions, like the Southwest, Southeast, and Northeast, were virtually deserted by players. The reason? These areas spawned elite orc champions. These elite monsters, also known as perverted champions or big champions, looked identical to ordinary orc champions, 300 HP, but anyone who had fought them knew the difference was like an Alto versus an Audi. The perverted champions boasted 900 HP, drastically increased speed attack power, and maxed out defense. Essentially the Pro Max Ultra version of orc champions. Of course, you get what you pay for. Though the perverted champions had a pitiful drop rate, usually 1 or 2 items per kill, they were mostly high-quality items with plenty of rare gear. Apart from Woma and Zuma sets, all valuable jewelry, class-specific, clothing, healing potions, and mysterious equipment. Luo Chen watched as mages used lightning and Taoists employed poison and fire talismans in a life-or-death race against perverted champions, a spectacle of speed and fury, leaving him dumbfounded. These players must have lost their Tianqi qualifications. Nie Xiaodai chuckled. Which Tianqi knight would come here? Wise men avoid danger. They all cherish their lives. So what do we do now? Wait for nightfall in the game. Holy crap. Perverted champions plus the knight, playing this risky. The Apostle said this is one of the best places to drop fake crystals and top-tier gear, see chapter 24. But what they didn't say is that on the last night before the server merged, these perverted champions become even more monstrous. Nie Xiaodai initiated the trade. Honey, you need to wear this later. Luo Chen accepted the transaction, staring at the silver-white metallic ring adorned with a dreamlike butterfly orchid design, unable to suppress his astonishment. Is this a game item? A celestial artifact? Why does it look so different from the others? And it's a supreme masterpiece. It activates just by placing it in the backpack. Resurrection Ring, weight 1, a durability 55, defense 0, 1, magic defense 0, 1, attack 0, 6, 6 required, level 16. This is a legendary celestial treasure imbued with the power of endless vitality. Nie Xiaodai explained, this is a divine artifact among celestial equipment. It's far more precious than your magical item, the heartfelt candle. Whether the Shu Mountain Swordswoman can truly resurrect and regain a physical body depends on this, and another rebirth ring. Go for it, honey. Luo Chen was instantly fired up with determination. For the sake of my happiness, I'll spare no effort. There's no choice but success. Nie Xiaodai giggled softly. She adored Luo Chen's lecherous yet manly demeanor. All capable men are lecherous. Argue if you dare. Next, Nie Xiaodai dropped several bottles of blessing oil. Honey, max out your weapon's luck. This time we need to maximize the drop rate. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and picked up the blessing oil. Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Nie Xiaodai waved her little fist. Fortune favors the bold. Let's go for it. Without any surprises, Luo Chen enhanced his judgment scepter to luck 7. It would be perfect if I also had a necklace with luck 3. Luo Chen felt slightly unsatisfied. Nie Xiaodai rolled her eyes at him. If that were the case, your dear unfilial son would probably choke on water and break his leg while walking. Luo Chen was surprised. That's a minor issue. I think he can handle it. Nie Xiaodai was speechless. Checking the time, there was still some leeway before nightfall in the game. Luo Chen directly selected a powerful ogre to practice on. Nie Xiaodai quickly stopped him. Don't waste the luck. Oh, and honey, you'll be observing from the sidelines from now on. I won't intervene unless there's a life or death crisis. You must be careful. Luo Chen was puzzled. Can't you even heal me? Nie Xiaodai pursed her lips. The Nightmare Berserker Ogre's other stats are only doubled, but its attack power is increased at least tenfold. It's even more ferocious than the Soul Reaper in the Serpent Valley. One touch, and you're dead. Only after your resurrection triggers will I step in to draw its aggro. Well, alright. As the time drew nearer, Luo Chen gave his equipment one final check. Judgment with 38 attack and 2 attack speed, War God armor with 4 attack, magic helmet with 4 attack, Gale necklace with 5 attack and 4 attack speed, evil averting bracelet with 4 attack and 2 agility, iron bracelet with 4 attack and 2 accuracy, power ring with 10 attack, power ring with 8 attack, heartfelt candle with 5 magic defense, swift talisman with 5 movement speed, deer hide belt, deer hide boots. According to Nie Xiaodai, the core strategy was mobile assassination. In real time, it struck exactly 9 o'clock. The wilderness outside Fuma Valley was instantly plunged into darkness. Players who had been engaged in a life-and-death race with the 900 HP ogres moments ago now seamlessly switched to a frantic escape mode. Within tens of seconds, all the players were either dead or had fled, leaving only Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Damn. The monsters move faster than the players. Even 2 mages trying to kite would be doomed. Nie Xiaodai began to grow serious. Exactly, that's why I wouldn't dare bring you here until we had the resurrection ring and swift talisman. Luo Chen adjusted his mindset, calculated a route, and prepared to begin. Nie Xiaodai said earnestly, remember, survival is the top priority. Luo Chen nodded, focusing entirely as he charged towards a Berserker Ogre enhanced with the Nightmare buff. With one assassination strike, the Nightmare Ogre immediately reacted, swinging its massive iron battle axe towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen quickly retreated, then delivered another assassination strike. Fortunately, his movement speed was now 5, allowing him to be slightly faster than the Nightmare Ogre. The ogre now had 1800 HP. With the frequency of mobile assassination at once every 2 seconds due to the monster's high speed, Luo Chen needed to cover double the distance to attack once, and considering the ogre's high health regeneration, it would take roughly a minute to take down this single ogre. Nie Xiaodai kept watch on the surroundings while closely monitoring Luo Chen, looking even more tense than he was. Fortunately, there were no mistakes in the process, and Luo Chen successfully killed this mutated monster. The ogre let out a miserable cry, dropped its axe, and 3 items spilled out. A large pile of gold coins, a healing potion, and a mysterious ring. Luo Chen stood still to recover his state. Nie Xiaodai stepped forward to collect the gold coins, potion, and equipment. After a moment, she tossed the mysterious ring aside. I've already absorbed the curse on this ring, but I can't equip it. You put it on and check its stats. Mysterious series equipment showed blank stats when first dropped. Their true attributes were only revealed upon equipping. Some also carried hidden curses, making them impossible to remove, once worn removable only through purification, water durability depletion, or a chance to drop upon death. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen directly equipped the ring, and its stats immediately appeared. Nie Xiaodai asked curiously, this is a first drop item, it must be a masterpiece. What are its stats? The stats of mysterious equipment were only visible to the player who equipped it, the others would only see ? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment before returning the ring to Nie Xiaodai. See for yourself. It's a masterpiece of disappointment. Nie Xiaodai took it, looked at it, and was also dumbfounded. It's indeed a supreme masterpiece. It's just that you can't use it, honey. Mysterious ring, weight 1, a durability 8, a defense 06, magic defense 06, attack 06, magic 06, Taoism 06, required attack 42. Luo Chen took a deep breath and charged towards another ogre. With the experience from before and the surrounding monsters already lured away by Nie Xiaodai, Luo Chen's fluid assassination technique was a sight to behold, and he dispatched the second monster within a minute. This time the drops were still 3 items. A large pile of gold coins, a healing potion, and a demon exorcism ring. No mysterious item. Luo Chen directly picked up the potion and equipment. Demon exorcism ring, weight 1, a durability 7, magic defense 04, attack 15, 3 magic 12, Taoism 15, 3, required level 25. All masterpieces, but none of them were usable. Before Nie Xiaodai could ask, Luo Chen tossed the ring over and began moving towards the third monster. Luo Chen had gradually mastered the rhythm of assassinating the mutated ogre, appearing increasingly relaxed and skillful. Another soul fell to his rod. This time there were again 3 items. A large pile of gold coins, a healing potion, and a gold bracelet. Luo Chen didn't want to look anymore, and gestured for Nie Xiaodai to pick it up, but she didn't hesitate. Gold bracelet, weight 1, a durability 9, magic defense 26, 3 attack 03, 2 Taoism 033, required level 23. After seeing it, Nie Xiaodai clicked her tongue. With the base luck overflow of 7 points after weapon luck 7, it occupied the base luck slot combined with the special nightmare buff on the ogre. The masterpiece drop rate. Is this terrifying? Luo Chen had already started on the 4th monster. I have a feeling that the masterpiece stats from the mutated ogre will be very balanced. Nie Xiaodai looked at the mysterious ring, demon exorcism ring, and gold bracelet in her backpack and fell silent. Indeed. And they still hadn't gotten a fake crystal. Soon the 4th mutated ogre was killed, but this time only one piece of equipment dropped. Mysterious belt. Though the name says belt, it's actually a bracelet. Nie Xiaodai immediately stepped forward to pick it up. After absorbing the curse, she handed it to Luo Chen with some anticipation. I still can't equip it. It must be a supreme masterpiece. Luo Chen casually equipped it, but then froze in place. Nie Xiaodai felt a bit anxious. Honey, what's the situation? Is it blank or a masterpiece? Luo Chen stood dumbfounded for over 10 seconds before trading it back to Nie Xiaodai with an incredulous look. Wife, take another look. I'm not seeing things, am I? A moment later, a high-pitched shriek erupted like a startled marmot's cry, so loud, even Lu Huan couldn't overpower it. Mysterious belt, weight 1, a durability 8, defense 0, 10, magic defense 0, 10, attack 0, 31, magic 0, 29, Taoism 0, 30, required attack 46. Adapted from a real existing piece of equipment. After venting her emotions, Nie Xiaodai decisively returned the bracelet to Luo Chen. Honey, put it on quickly. This single bracelet rivals the attributes of the Judgment Staff, plus the Battle God armor. Luo Chen didn't stand on ceremony and directly replaced the ordinary iron bracelet with the new one. Each strike now dealt 126 points of damage. Honey, keep going, come on. Nie Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Luo Chen was equally thrilled, brimming with boundless energy. Truly high risk yields high reward. However, the next few abnormally powerful Omo warriors left both of them frustrated. Each one only dropped a single healing potion, not even any gold coins. Luo Chen wondered, did that bracelet from earlier consume all our luck? Nie Xiaodai frowned slightly, but then broke into a smile. That one piece of equipment can dominate Tianqi. We should be content. Luo Chen glared resentfully at the 9th abnormally powerful Omo warrior not far away, but it can't just drop one potion and show no respect at all. Nie Xiaodai had a sudden inspiration. Equipment comes from drops, and a fair face brings everything. How about I go offline and put some makeup on you? Luo Chen scoffed. Stop talking nonsense. Go ahead, but make sure you make me look good. Nie Xiaodai actually went offline and returned in less than a minute. Done. Your face is definitely fair now. Luo Chen was astonished that fast. But he didn't dwell on it and turned to approach the abnormally powerful Omo warrior. Now that my face is fair, let's see what you drop. A fair face brings everything. Although the Night Omo warrior was formidable, Luo Chen had already mastered its speed and rhythm. Without any suspense, it became the 9th soul under his club. The 9th Omo warrior finally dropped something other than a healing potion, a common piece of equipment. Lantern necklace. Nie Xiaodai dashed over to pick it up and moments later let out another shriek of surprise. Luo Chen was instantly delighted, his face full of anticipation, a super rare item. Luck 5. Nie Xiaodai took a few breaths to suppress her excitement. No luck bonus, but it's absolutely perfect for you, honey. Luo Chen immediately lost interest. A windstorm necklace with 4 attack speed and 5 attack will never fall out of favor. Nie Xiaodai didn't explain and directly initiated a trade. Luo Chen glanced at it casually, then his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap. This is my true love. I wouldn't trade it even for a luck 5 necklace. Lantern necklace, weight 1, a durability 11, magic evasion 70, 6 attack 18, 8, required level 18. Nie Xiaodai pouted. A man's mouth is a devil's lie, always so fickle. Tell me, which one do you really like between these two? Luo Chen was stunned. Are you kidding me? Only kids make choices. I want both. Then he said gleefully, the windstorm necklace for daily use, the lantern necklace for nighttime. Perfect. With that, Luo Chen directly equipped the lantern necklace for mobile assassination skills. Attack speed wasn't as crucial as high attack power. A miraculous thing happened. The lantern necklace's doubled illumination range combined with the heart candle's 5 range created an effect akin to daylight. From a distance, Luo Chen probably looked as dazzling as a small sun in the darkness. He felt refreshed. It seems my luck hasn't diminished, it was just building up for a big payoff. Nie Xiaodai wasn't pleased. It's the makeup I put on you. A fair face increases drop rates. Yeah. His triple affirmation clearly meant denial. They continued fighting. In the following battles, Luo Chen killed over a dozen Omo warriors, but only one was an abnormally powerful variant. The rest were ordinary ones with 600 HP. That single abnormally powerful Omo warrior only dropped a healing potion. Luo Chen began to feel puzzled. Something's off. Why are they all ordinary all of a sudden? Nie Xiaodai frowned at the dozens of Omo warriors scattered in the distance. Normally the abnormally powerful ones gather together. But we can't attack multiple at once. If two are real, even a slight delay in fleeing could get us killed. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He told Nie Xiaodai to hide with stealth, and then charged straight into the aggro range of the Omo warriors. Under Nie Xiaodai's horrified gaze, Luo Chen rampaged around, drawing the aggro of dozens of Omo warriors. Then he sprinted in a straight line with a long train of Omo warriors chasing him. After running for a while, only 4 Omo warriors remained in hot pursuit. The others couldn't keep up. Nie Xiaodai finally understood what Luo Chen was trying to do. After running a bit further, Luo Chen used a teleport to appear beside Nie Xiaodai. Huh? That's how you filter them out. Nie Xiaodai's eyes curved like crescent moons as she gave her husband a thumbs up. This tactic could only be used by Luo Chen thanks to his teleport ring and swift talisman. After filtering, Luo Chen began attacking the 4 abnormally powerful Omo warriors one by one. This time the drop rate returned to its initial state, with each monster dropping a pile of gold coins, a healing potion, and a piece of equipment. Although the 4 pieces of equipment he obtained were all high-quality, Luo Chen couldn't use them and gave them all to. As for the remaining dozens of ordinary Omo warriors that couldn't keep up earlier, he didn't let them off. Let's clear them out to avoid trouble later. Nie Xiaodai sighed. Fine, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes anyway. But unexpectedly, accidents always happen when least expected. Just as Luo Chen was casually slashing at an ordinary Omo warrior, his over 400 HP was instantly drained to 0, then immediately restored to full. Luo Chen reacted with lightning speed, leaping back to dodge a second fatal attack. He stared at the Omo warrior before him, his face full of shock. This one is super abnormally powerful. With that, he struck with an assassination skill. 9,000 HP. Nie Xiaodai screamed urgently, "Honey, come back." Wait a minute. Luo Chen instantly understood. She meant waiting for the resurrection ring to recharge before fighting again. He quickly retreated. Nie Xiaodai immediately cast mass stealth on him. The 9,000 HP Omo warrior lost its target and became docile again. Luo Chen said with lingering fear, "Its movement speed is similar to ordinary Omo warriors, making it too deceptive. Without the resurrection ring, I would have been done for this time. By the way, its HP is 10 times that of a normal abnormally powerful one. What's going on?" Nie Xiaodai's expression turned serious. "The information I obtained doesn't cover this. Moreover, it explicitly warns that the Omo warriors with the abnormal plus night buff on the final day harbor unknown anomalies. If it weren't for the resurrection ring and swift talisman, I would never have come here." Just then they noticed a group of players appearing on the distant wilderness map. The group numbered at least several hundred, their torches illuminating a vast area. Upon finding a group of Omo warriors, they directly launched an attack. Luo Chen couldn't help but say, "People are stealing kills. And are they all this brave?" Nie Xiaodai remained calm. "Let them fight. Unless there are more than 3 soul Taoists positioned at extreme ranges, it's useless. Special monsters all share a trait: they are highly sensitive to soul poison and prioritize it as a threat." Luo Chen looked into the distance and saw many players in that group dying. He felt relieved. Yet with the speed of the abnormally powerful Omo warriors, a human wave tactic definitely won't hold up. After regaining his composure, Luo Chen no longer focused on the distance, but instead launched an attack on the 9,000 health super abnormal half-beast warrior. During this time, Nie Xiaodai was also busy hurling soul fire talismans at the ordinary half-beast warriors. After a dozen seconds, Luo Chen realized that although this super abnormal warrior had thick health and high attack, its speed was comparable to that of ordinary half-beast warriors, making it relatively easy to deal with. However, Nie Xiaodai still cautiously reminded him, "Husband, don't be careless. Since the people from the Dark Sanctuary say it's strange, we should stay fully alert." Luo Chen took heed and began to focus his mental energy. As expected, when the super abnormal warrior's health dropped to half, it suddenly went berserk, its speed increasing dramatically, even faster than the 1,800 health abnormal warriors. Thanks to Nie Xiaodai's reminder, Luo Chen broke out in a cold sweat, but quickly adapted and adjusted his pace, narrowly escaping a disaster. Luo Chen maintained a swift stabbing speed of 1 strike every 3 seconds, executing each movement with mechanical precision and without a single mistake. 2 minutes later, the super abnormal warrior's health dropped below 500. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai suddenly warned loudly, "A player is coming." Luo Chen was startled and hasted. Not far away, a Taoist holding a silver snake who had just randomly arrived rushed over and exclaimed excitedly, "You can really fight this kind of monster. 1 million cash by the strategy." Nie Xiaodai almost cast green poison on him and immediately shouted. The silver snake Taoist immediately halted and quickly explained, "We are from the Wahashihai company and we mean no harm. Our General Yi was afraid of misunderstandings, which is why he sent me alone to contact you." Meanwhile, Luo Chen finally dealt the last blow to the super abnormal warrior. The monster let out a thunderous wail and fell to the ground dead. System prompt, gained experience points 720,000. Luo Chen was taken aback. What the hell? This 9,000 health super abnormal warrior gives 9,000 experience for just 180 split with Nye Xiaodia. Moreover, 3 fake crystals dropped on the ground. At that moment, the corpse twitched again, dropping another item. Corpse whipping. A great harvest. Nye Xiaodai wasted no time and immediately went to collect the gear. Luo Chen, on the other hand, charged wildly at the Silver Snake Taoist, knocking him back several steps and leaving him stunned. The Silver Snake Taoist did not retaliate, but quickly said, "I'm here to discuss business. There's no need to kill me." Luo Chen stood in front of him without continuing the attack. Nye Xiaodai had already picked up all 3 crystals and 1 item, and she came to Luo Chen's side saying, "This friend from Wahashihai, our method of fighting is not something you can use. You can take a look at my husband's equipment." The Silver Snake Taoist paused for a moment before opening Luo Chen's equipment panel. Super Premium Judgment Super Premium Lantern Necklace. What the hell? The Godspeed Talisman that increases movement speed by 5. The Silver Snake Taoist finally understood what Nye Xiaodai meant and asked, "Are there any other methods like can Taoists and mages fight? By the way, are you selling the fake crystals that just dropped? You can name your price." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Then he'll ask for 100 million. The Silver Snake Taoist was dumbfounded. "Brother, that's a bit too casual." Luo Chen frowned. "If you're not buying, get lost." The Silver Snake Taoist did not get angry, but instead wore a bitter smile saying, "Brother, I know I'm an uninvited guest, but we truly mean no harm. Our General Yi actually has a federal background. Not interested. Get lost quickly." The Silver Snake Taoist maintained his good temper, and even now he did not speak harshly, leaving politely sorry for the disturbance. Nye Xiaodai expressed some concern. "Well, what we did cause?" Luo Chen interrupted her saying, "If the other party is a good person, then they want mine. If they are a bad person, then what we did is not a problem." Nye Xiaodai suddenly felt that Luo Chen's reasoning made sense. Moments later, she excitedly traded 2 crystals and 1 piece of equipment to Luo Chen, saying, "I just opened 2 physique crystals and 1 soul. The drop rate is so high, and it even dropped a piece of apocalypse equipment." Luo Chen immediately used the 2 physique crystals and then checked the apocalypse equipment beast skin belt. This is made from the pelts and teeth of half-beast warriors, specially manufactured, possessing certain defensive capabilities and can increase carrying capacity. Not bad. Next, Luo Chen, along with Nye Xiaodia, began to search for more of these super abnormal warriors, even finding the abnormal warriors less appealing. 9,000 health half-beast warriors drop fake crystals. They even drop apocalypse equipment. The experience is astonishingly high. Just defeating 3 would level you up. However, despite their efforts, finding such super abnormals proved elusive. Instead, they fought 3 more 1,800 health abnormal warriors, gained 3 healing potions. It was only then that Luo Chen noticed that the group of hundreds from Wahashihai continued hunting monsters. Unable to resist his curiosity, Luo Chen instructed Nye Xiaodai to stay in place, while he donned the Judgment Staff Lantern Necklace and Heart Candle, teleporting directly to the periphery of the other party's group. The dark-skinned people seemed not to have noticed immediately that an outsider had infiltrated their ranks. At this moment, the atmosphere among the Wahashihai members was noticeably tense as 2 professional commanders in heavy armor were continuously issuing orders. "All Taoists in Team 3 have fallen. Team 4's Taoists get in." "Good. Taoists poison from maximum distance. You must hold for over 5 seconds. Mage group, prepare to concentrate fire. All those who have fallen, do not scatter, run back. Taoists who have died 4 times or more temporarily exit the attack sequence and try not to lose levels. Dying once causes a 20 loss of experience. Mage group number 6. Who told you to concentrate fire on the second round? All return to town and shake off the aggro. Warrior group, don't move. You cannot move even if you die. Form your human wall. Half-beast warrior number 7 has been taken down. Logistics team, take notes. Secretary Wang, please pick up the drops. Half-beast warrior number 8 has 200 health left. Mage and Taoist groups, concentrate fire. Luo Chen watched for a while, greatly shocked. He never expected that Wahashihai had such strong organizational and execution capabilities. Their tactics were simple, an upgraded version of the human C strategy. The most numerous players were the Taoists, forming a total of 15 small teams, using maximum distance to poison each Taoist, could basically hold for 5 seconds. The abnormal warriors would immediately chase the targeted Taoist after being poisoned, ignoring the Taoist stealth as long as they continued to lose health. The mages formed 7 battle groups, attacking with lightning spells once in the space, where the abnormal warriors were chasing the poisoned Taoists, then immediately stopping. The abnormal warriors had high magic defense, so a single lightning spell dealt minimal damage, making it difficult to exceed 100 damage in a concentrated fire by a 10-person mage group. Most of the time the mage group was safe, but if the relay Taoist made a mistake, the mage group faced total annihilation. Risk. The warrior group had little effect on the front lines, so they were assigned as a human wall, aiming to protect the Taoist and mage groups. Under this strategy, Wahashihai had a decent monster killing efficiency, averaging less than 2 minutes to kill an 1800 health abnormal warrior. Of course, factoring in the time for replenishing personnel, maneuvering formations, and pulling monsters, the efficiency. However, this method could only deal with 1,800 health half-beast warriors. It was utterly ineffective against the 9,000 health super abnormal warriors. Because the 9,000 health super abnormal warriors, given the current mage's magic power, could not break their defense. If one were to rely solely on green poison to kill the monster at a damage rate of 1 point of health per second, don't be surprised. The abnormal warriors recover from poison. It would take half an hour to kill an 1,800 health abnormal warrior. The super abnormal warriors would require 5 hours. This is not considering whether they could withstand the casualty rate. Also, don't think that the Taoist can immediately go invisible after poisoning. As long as the abnormal warriors with the night buff continue to lose health, their aggro will keep refreshing. Luo Chen watched them continuously killing the night warriors, his heart filled with rage. They are stealing my monsters. Barefacedly stealing my monsters. At that moment, he spotted a lonely half-beast warrior covered in green paint wandering alone. Occasionally, a Taoist would resolutely run towards it, applying a green poison and bravely sacrificing themselves. Most likely, that was a 9,000 health super abnormal warrior. Luo Chen was directly teleported back, finding Nie Xiaodia, and narrated the earlier situation before expressing his thoughts. Nie Xiaodai couldn't help but retort, "If this is the case, the people in the 5 lakes and 4 seas will go mad." "You are so bad, hubby. But I really like it." Luo Chen was surprised. "I'm trying to reduce their casualty rate. Just look at those Taoists and mages, how pitifully they are dying." Having said that, he directly teleported to the lonely half-beast warrior, launching into a deadly assassination sword technique. Indeed, this was a super abnormality with 9,000 health, and it still had 7,077 points of health left. Who knows how many Taoists from 5 lakes and 4 seas had died to whittle down this health. The super abnormality, enraged from the attack, roared and chased after Luo Chen. However, its health had not yet dropped by half, so its speed was just double that of an ordinary half-beast warrior, moving slowly in Luo Chen's eyes, entirely within his expectations. He turned and ran towards the densely populated main battlefield. One of the heavy armor professional commanders from 5 lakes and 4 seas remained on high alert and immediately noticed the situation. Not to mention, his ability was not to be underestimated, as he instantly pieced together the cause and effect along with the enemy's intentions. Thus, he quickly left his command post and rushed towards Luo Chen, saying, "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Luo Chen, seeing this commander in heavy armor but without a weapon, felt a bit curious and decided to give him a chance to speak. "You are stealing my monsters." The commander, upon hearing this, did not get angry, but instead decisively apologized. "Sorry. My mistake. How about a compensation of 1 million credit coins?" "What?" Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback by the other side's surprising operation. "Are you guys this cowardly? I'm just one person." This commander, seeing Luo Chen starting to lead the super abnormality in circles, understood there was something to discuss and immediately sighed in relief. "The Silver Snake Taoist from earlier was sent by me. We also know you are the #1 newbie god on the leaderboard. We are not enemies. Moreover, our boss Yi has said that we should gather more friends and have fewer enemies. A god like you can stand in for a whole sect on your own. Don't be misled by our current numbers. If we really became your enemies and you led that terrifying boss into our ranks, we would collapse in an instant." The commander had one more thing to say. Earlier, his subordinate reported that this guy had a magical evasion 70 lantern. "Our strongest methods here are the Taoist and mage teams. Encountering such abnormal equipment would leave us utterly helpless." Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but admire. "Brother, you have good insight. However, your tactics have too high a casualty rate, which severely impacts your overall strength. So I will reluctantly accept the compensation of 1 million credit coins, and I will help you deal with the remaining monsters. If I don't need any of the dropped equipment, I will sell it to you at a high price, a discounted price. How about that?" The commander was clearly taken aback, but then his brain quickly calculated the pros and cons. Like a super intelligent being, they had killed 9 half-beast warriors with 1,800 health so far, but had not dropped any fake crystals. Equipment drops were only 12 pieces, of which only 3 were top quality. And that super abnormal half-beast warrior with 9,000 health, if this person caused trouble, it was highly likely they would not be able to kill it smoothly. More critically, their 5 lakes and 4 seas think tank had been monitoring the player leaderboard, fully aware of the newbie god and his top-tier equipment that occupied the leaderboard. They had even conducted character portrait analysis of him. Moreover, their people had traveled thousands of miles to establish direct contact with the Haina Baichuan Golden Fatty Studio, purchasing a lot of top-tier equipment. And through certain means, they learned that most super top-tier equipment came from this individual before them. As for killing the newbie god, leaving aside whether they could kill this top player wearing super equipment and a 70 magic evasion necklace, even if they could kill him, 5 lakes and 4 seas would face the crazy retaliation of a Harbinger Knight. Even if Luo Chen's game character died now, he was still a Harbinger Knight, but he wouldn't be able to continue using fake crystals afterward. After considering for a moment, the commander confirmed, "We will give up all the monsters and you will sell the equipment to us first. Of course. The commander decisively made a deal. It's a deal. Add me as a friend, and I will arrange for someone to transfer you the 1 million compensation immediately. Luo Chen's goodwill towards this professional commander, named Zhou Yuheng from 5 Lakes and 4 Seas, skyrocketed. Brother, you are truly a gem. I find you quite pleasing to the eye, so I will sell you more equipment in the future. Zhou Yuheng sighed in relief upon hearing this. He had actually sensed the problem right from the start of today's strategy. The drop rate of the 1,800 health half-beast warriors was not as high as the Dark Envoy had claimed. Their personnel losses were also much greater than he had imagined. More critically, the people from the Dark Holy Temple weren't coming here to fight monsters, indicating there were definitely other issues. As for that 1 million credit coins, if Bossy knew that he had established an effective connection with the newbie god for just a mere 1 million, he would probably give him a 5 million bonus. Bossy never skimps on spending. After confirming, Zhou Yuheng didn't waste words, directly communicating with another professional commander for 2 minutes, then instructed him to lead most of the personnel back to the city to execute the second planned strike at Power Seas, the Demon Sealing Mine area, the Rugged Path, and the Corpse King of the Connecting Passage. As far as is known, the Night Corpse King remains one of the most efficient bosses for dropping fate crystals. Zhou Yuheng himself led a 50-man warrior team and a 30-man Taoist team, speaking to Luo Chen, who had already exited the Super Abnormalities aggro range. I will stay with some people and fully cooperate with you to stop other forces assisting you in clearing the monsters in the Demon Sealing Valley. Luo Chen was greatly shocked. Wow. You are truly underappreciated in 5 Lakes and 4 Seas. Why not join me? I guarantee I will get you a full set of Zhuma brand gear. Zhou Yuheng laughed. Thank you in advance. Once Bossy releases me, I will come to join you. After that, the two added each other as friends, and Zhou Yuheng transferred the payment. Seeing 1 million credit coins added to his account, Luo Chen was in a great mood. Old Zhou, since Uncle Bird is in a good mood, I'll give you a little something. Then he directly threw a death's glove with 2 defense and 4 attack on the ground. It was previously dropped from the 1800 health abnormality. Zhou Yuheng immediately stepped forward to pick it up, and his eyes brightened upon seeing its attributes. A great piece. Worth at least 1 million. Thank you, newbie. Thank Uncle Bird. Then Zhou Yuheng immediately ordered in a private chat, update the portrait of the newbie god. This person has a particular temperament with at least a 75 probability of being won over. Also confirm that the opponent's drop rate is 100 abnormal, and speculate that he possesses multiple hard. After handling these matters, he immediately led his team away while instructing the warrior team to split up to guard the gates of the Demon Sealing City, and the Taoist team to randomly search the wild map of the Demon Sealing Valley for the location information of the abnormality. Once everyone had left, Nie Xiaodai appeared beside Luo Chen. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the 9,000 health super abnormality. Let's get to work. Without the risk of PK for the time being, Luo Chen switched back to the Gale Necklace. Under Zhou Yuheng's tacit arrangement, Luo Chen's monster hunting experience received an unprecedented boost. He only needed to focus on fighting monsters and didn't have to worry about anything else. Nie Xiaodia, who was responsible for vigilance, had to sincerely admire Zhou Yuheng. This person was undoubtedly a genius in reality, and their 5 Lakes and 4 Seas was no ordinary gaming force. Nie Xiaodai thought to herself, it seems I need to seriously consider helping my husband build a good relationship with them. A few minutes later, the 9,000 health super abnormality fell to the ground. 720,000 experience points gained. Dropped Fate Crystal 3. Unfortunately, there was no successful corpse looting this time. From a distance, Zhou Yuheng saw Luo Chen had taken down this boss and directly sent a private message. Uncle Bird, at coordinates XXXXX nearby, there are 4 abnormal warriors and 1 super warrior. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. It feels good to have a team. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai beside him felt a bit depressed. My position is in danger. It seems I really need to find a great chef to learn cooking. She seemed to have seen somewhere to capture a man's heart. One must first capture his stomach. Among the 3 destiny crystals dropped this time, 2 yielded spirit and 1 yielded strength. Luo Chen preened, Sorry, my wife, it's not that I don't love you truly, I don't wish to, yet I make you weep again. Nie Xiaodai was caught between laughter and tears. Husband, tonight you wash up and sleep alone. Luo Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell? To continue sleeping with his wife, Luo Chen quickly teleported to the coordinates Zhou Yuheng had given him. While nearby, caution is the parent of safety. As soon as the plane landed, he was met with the battle axe of a half-beast warrior. Fortunately, Luo Chen reacted swiftly enough to barely dodge the lethal strike. Luo Chen couldn't help but grumble. Damn it, why are you people from 5 Lakes 4 Seas so honest? Can't you be a bit more cunning? Too straightforward. We'll give you a bad review later. Nie Xiaodai followed, startled, and immediately turned invisible. Husband, were you ambushed? Are they up to something? Let me poison them to death. Luo Chen, while hacking at the mutated behemoth, stopped her. Forget it, I was too suspicious. I didn't expect them to play by the rules. Seeing that the other 4 half-beast warriors hadn't drawn aggro, Nie Xiaodai sighed in relief and shot Luo Chen an indignant glare. She probably had guessed what had happened. Next, Luo Chen smoothly dispatched the 4 nearby mutated behemoths, harvesting 4 piles of gold coins, 4 bottles of healing potions, and 4 pieces of supremely overpowered equipment. A ghost battle armor female with 6 attack, a war god armor male with 6 magic, a demon robe female with 6 Taoism, and a mysterious ring with attack 06, magic 06, Taoism 06, requiring level 18. Luo Chen was speechless. What's this? Apart from the ring, why are all the other equipment stats misaligned? He glanced at Zhou Yuheng, observing from afar, and suddenly spotted a sucker. Our premium customer. But first he had to finish off the remaining super-mutated behemoth. A few minutes later, the 9,000 HP super-mutated behemoth was sent to its eternal rest. 720,000 experience points gained. On the ground lay 3 destiny crystals and an apocalypse equipment piece. Luo Chen pounced, snatching up the crystals and gear. Moments later, he burst into triumphant laughter. Little girl, you'll have to work overtime tonight. Damn, all 3 are soul crystals. Your soul form is almost complete, hee. Then he decisively traded them to Nie Xiaodia. See, life is full of surprises. Nie Xiaodia, without a hint of coyness, replied tenderly, tonight, I'll give my husband a full massage, feet and back. You said it. No backing out. Luo Chen was practically drooling. After confirming, he turned his attention to the apocalypse equipment iron. Don't be fooled by the name. It carries a strong will. You'll never splash on the toilet seat again. What the f? Luo Chen already had an iron bracelet and a ghost glove. Xiaodia, I've got an extra apocalypse iron bracelet. Nie Xiaodai shook her head. I don't need it right now. You could sell it to supplement our income. But speaking of which, we still haven't bought a house. How are we supposed to get married and have kids without one? Damn. Luo Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. How about building 4, room 404? I bet the landlady would sell it to us cheap. Nie Xiaodai felt an urge to hit him. Even as a billionaire, he was still so stingy. Even if we don't go for Tangxing Yiping, the current 4-bedroom to a living room would do. After some calculation, Luo Chen felt quite poor, so he teleported to Zhou Yuheng. Hey old bird, I just got 3 ultra-rare Zuma-branded clothes with 6 attack magic and Taoism, each a level 18 mysterious ring with 06 all stats, and an apocalypse equipment iron bracelet. You know what apocalypse equipment is, right? Zhou Yuheng was utterly stunned. What the hell is going on with Noob God? I already had my think tank overestimate his strength, but we still severely underestimated him. Even more baffling was that this guy had only killed 4 mutated monsters and 1 super behemoth, yet he got 4 ultra-rare pieces and 1 apocalypse item. What kind of drop rate was that? Zhou Yuheng suddenly had a shocking hypothesis and immediately elevated Noob God's importance to the highest tier. He decisively spoke, old bird. Package deal, 20 million. Luo Chen was taken aback. Damn. You start at 20 million. How am I supposed to haggle? A 20 million and 1 deal. Zhou Yuheng didn't hesitate for a second. In truth, just the iron bracelet alone would have had Boss Yi okaying a 5 million offer, and those 4 Zuma-branded class-specific clothes with 6 stats. Each was worth millions. Moreover, Zhou Yuheng had personally witnessed Luo Chen easily drop 6 destiny crystals. If he hadn't considered himself a righteous man, he would have been tempted to use real-world power to force Luo Chen's hand. Never underestimate modern power. No matter how high one's martial arts, a grenade launcher still spells doom. After the trade, Luo Chen was satisfied. 20 million. In the past, he couldn't even dream of that. Well, now there's the house. But Zhou Yuheng was a bit dumbfounded. Old bird, the clothes stats seem a bit off. Luo Chen glared. What's off? Didn't I just say the clothes had 6 attack magic and Taoism? I'm asking you, did they add it or not? Zhou Yuheng stammered. They did add it, but you didn't tell me the one with 6 magic was war god armor. Which mage can even wear that? Luo Chen shrugged. I only guarantee the rarity. Zhou Yuheng paused, then chuckled awkwardly. Of course, whatever old bird says is absolutely right. Next time you get something good, give me first dibs. By the way, coordinates XXXX. There's at least 1 super mutated half-beast warrior there. My whole squad got wiped. Luo Chen was startled, immediately teleported, and privately messaged Nie Xiaodai. After he left, Zhou Yuheng regained his shrewd expression. Secretary Wang, I have important matters to discuss with young Master Yi. Schedule a meeting for me after 3 p.m. On the other side, after teleporting to the target location, Luo Chen was surprised to find various potions and a weapon, Silver Serpent, scattered on the ground. Well, it seemed Zhou Yuheng's men had paid a heavy price. He'd cut them some slack later. Surveying the dozens of half-beast warriors around, Luo Chen nodded in approval. 5 lakes, 4 seas. Reliable. After a round of sprinting, Luo Chen identified 5 more mutated behemoths. Teleporting out, he began to take them down one by one. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai scoured the remaining half-beast warriors for any super-mutated ones. After Luo Chen smoothly killed 4 1800 HP mutated behemoths, Nie Xiaodai suddenly cried out, Husband, look. Luo Chen, about to approach the 5th monster, followed her pointing finger. They're a monster about the same size as a half-beast warrior, but wielding a giant hammer, strode toward a level 7, then it one-shot the skeleton. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. Ancient Beast King. What the hell? But after a moment's thought, he decided to take down the 5th mutated behemoth first. The first 4 had only dropped 1 healing potion each, but Luo Chen had a feeling this one would yield something good. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai skirted the ancient beast king, carefully clearing the other minor monsters. A minute later, Luo Chen saw the soul drop from the last mutated behemoth and was somewhat surprised. Mysterious boots. Wasn't that part of the mysterious equipment set? He picked them up and put them on immediately, letting out a string of expletives. Mysterious boots: weight 1, durability 10, defense 0, 10, magic defense 0, 10, attack 0, 10, magic 0, 10, Taoism 0, 10, 10 carry weight, requires level 18. By then, Nie Xiaodai had finished off the last minor monster, leaving only the ancient beast king nearby. Unable to contain his excitement, Luo Chen ran to Nie Xiaodai, babbling about his boots. I just got a mysterious boots with all stats 0, 10. Check it out. Damn, why can't I take them off? Nie Xiaodai was thrilled at first, then rolled her eyes. You put them on directly. They're cursed. After struggling, Luo Chen gave up. Fine. Believe me, wife, they really are all stats 10. Nie Xiaodai giggled. I truly do believe you. A moment later, Luo Chen eyed the last monster. Is this the ultimate boss from somewhere? Nie Xiaodai shook her head. No idea, never seen it. It's not in the database. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen cautiously approached, unleashed an assassination sword technique, then turned and ran. But Nie Xiaodai's expression shifted dramatically as she screamed, Husband, teleport now. Luo Chen did not hesitate at all and directly teleported away. A minute later, he returned to the vicinity. What happened? Nie Xiaodai, still shaken, replied, You can't outrun it. The ancient beast king is at least 1/5 faster than you. Plus 9,000 health. Luo Chen was instantly dumbfounded. 9,000 health. Isn't this beyond the limits? How much health does the demon dragon lord have? Luo Chen looked at the ancient beast king not far away and began to ponder how to fight this. Moving for a sneak attack, I can't outrun it. Moreover, the health is too high and the monster's natural health regeneration speed will be very troublesome. For monsters above the ultimate boss level, without using poison techniques to stop their health regeneration, it is basically impossible for ordinary warriors to kill them. After a moment, Luo Chen made a decision. Wife, we need to work together. Let's not worry about drop rates for now. Nie Xiaodai nodded. Safety first. If we can kill it, that's a profit. Next, Luo Chen explained the strategy to Nie Xiaodai. This time, we need to rely on your green poison. If we solely depend on the soul poison technique with a health drop rate of 10 points per second, it's going to take at least 2.5 hours. So we also need to perform extreme kiting. Since its movement speed is incredibly fast, after I stab at you, immediately apply the poison, and then I will follow up with another stab. If its aggro is locked onto you during one kite, I should be able to deliver 5 stabbing attacks. When it gets close to you, you must immediately fly away, and it'll stop to disengage from combat, staying at the edge of its maximum aggro range. Then you can rely on our binding relationship to return to me. He'll teleport behind it and start a new round of kiting. You must ensure absolute safety, so you carry the resurrection ring. Nie Xiaodai directly refused. Honey, your danger level is greater. I just have to be careful. At worst, I won't enter the extreme range, and if I have to run, I'll run 1 second early. If it takes a bit longer, so be it. Luo Chen thought for a moment. Under these circumstances, Nie Xiaodai should be relatively safe. All right. You must be extremely careful. Nie Xiaodai smiled sweetly. Don't worry, I will definitely cherish my life. Oh, that is true. After discussing, Luo Chen felt uneasy and finally tossed a teleport stone to Nie Xiaodai. If the teleport goes wrong, you must return immediately. Nie Xiaodai picked up the teleport stone and nodded seriously. Luo Chen looked at the ancient beast king, calculated the route, adjusted his position, and signaled Nie Xiaodai to prepare to start. Nie Xiaodai focused intently. Luo Chen directly approached with a stabbing sword technique. Almost simultaneously, Nie Xiaodai's green poison was applied to the ancient beast king. As Luo Chen expected, even though the ancient beast king was attacked by the 2, its aggro was locked by the soul poison, roaring as it charged toward Nie Xiaodai. Its speed indeed astonishingly fast, at least more than twice that of an ordinary player. Luo Chen no longer hesitated and chased after it, slashing frantically. At this moment, the attack speed exerted a terrifying effect. Although Luo Chen's speed was 20 slower than the monster, with an early start, he seized the opportunity to land 2 slashes. Moreover, even though the ancient beast king was briefly stunned after being attacked, it still lost at least 20 of its speed, allowing Luo Chen to barely keep up and stab. In one extreme kite, the result was far better than Luo Chen had anticipated. He could unleash at least 10 stabbing sword techniques. With his current damage of over 100 per hit combined with Nie Xiaodai's soul poison damage of 10 points per second during one kite, they could deal at least 1,300 points of damage. This is alright. As Nie Xiaodai was 3 spaces away from the ancient beast king, she decisively flew away. Luo Chen immediately stopped, preparing to disengage from combat. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The ancient beast king, which had originally stopped suddenly, had a damage value of 10 from the soul poison appear above its head. With an angry roar, its figure actually vanished. Luo Chen was shocked. What the heck? Does this monster have tracking? A few seconds later, just as Luo Chen's heartbeat was about to exceed its threshold, a private message from Nie Xiaodai appeared. I teleported back. Wait 30 seconds. Luo Chen instantly felt relieved, almost collapsing. Just now, he almost thought Nie Xiaodai. 30 seconds later, Nie Xiaodai reappeared beside Luo Chen, looking shaken, as she said, "Honey, that almost scared me to death. The ancient beast king actually chased after me. Thankfully, I was holding the teleport stone, and my reflexes kicked in, allowing me to escape." Luo Chen hurriedly comforted her. "That was too dangerous. Wife, let's change our strategy." Nie Xiaodai suddenly panicked. "No. If this boss can teleport and chase, then it's still in the poison state and could come back at any time." Luo Chen was also startled. "Yeah. Even if its teleport cooldown is the same as the teleport ring, that's still dangerous." Nie Xiaodai immediately increased the distance from Luo Chen. "We can verify this ourselves soon. I'm ready to teleport back at any moment. You be careful." Luo Chen was also highly tense. "Will it attack immediately upon appearing?" "No, you should head back now." Nie Xiaodai, while calculating the time, quickly said, "It's fine. When it appeared earlier, there was half a second of stun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen was horrified and was about to shout a warning. However, Nie Xiaodai's perception was much stronger than Luo Chen imagined. At the very moment the ancient beast king reappeared, she activated the teleport stone. "Wait 30 seconds. He'll go back." Nie Xiaodai sent a private message. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief, then his eyes brightened. "Wife, wait a minute. I figured out how to deal with this monster. Don't come over yet, wait for my notification." Nie Xiaodai agreed. After about 3 minutes, the green poison on the beast king disappeared. Luo Chen immediately sent a private message, "Come back." Nie Xiaodai appeared beside Luo Chen and immediately understood his plan upon seeing the ancient beast king. Her current soul poison, due to high Dao gear, lasts about 5 minutes. Nie Xiaodai decisively switched to a set of high magic defense gear and removed the Wuji staff, reducing the duration of the poison technique to about 2 minutes. After repositioning, they began a new round of kiting. After dealing over 1,000 points of health to the ancient beast king, Nie Xiaodai directly returned to Bichi City. While Luo Chen quietly waited for the green poison on the beast king to disappear, he sent a private message. "Wife, if you use the teleport stone from the sealed demon valley, will it bring this super abnormal beast king into the safe zone?" Nie Xiaodai was startled and quickly sent a private message to dissuade Luo Chen from this terrifying idea. "Honey, you wouldn't want your wife to be hunted by all the masters of the political and business world in reality, would you?" Luo Chen was puzzled. "Players can't see your name. Who would know it was you?" Nie Xiaodai sighed. "You don't understand the Dark Holy Temple well enough. Currently, the only ones who master the soul poison apart from the Dark Holy Temple and a few forces among scattered cultivators might just be me. The Dark Apostles are still secretly tracking my whereabouts, wanting to retrieve what I took from them. But if the situation you mentioned occurs, they would definitely expose me immediately, because the entire Apocalypse Knights in the sealed Demon Valley can completely destroy any force with their wrath in reality." Luo Chen pouted and had to give up this tempting idea. "All right then. Well, the green poison is gone." Thus the two of them employed this strategy, kiting nearly 30 times, taking almost an hour and a half, finally reducing the ancient beast king's health to below 900. The ancient beast king was clearly enraged, but unable to find a target to vent its fury. It could only spin in place, raging helplessly. During this time there were a few unexpected incidents, but they passed without danger. Even Zhou Yuheng from 5 Lakes and 4 Seas, through his influence in reality, prevented unexpected interventions from guilds like Dragon's Sojourn Utopia and God of War Temple. And the Dark Holy Temple, which Nie Xiaodai was worried about, never showed up. Luo Chen had a gut feeling that the people from the Dark Holy Temple were definitely concentrated at the home of the Zuma Lord. When the last green poison disappeared, the ancient beast king's health had dropped to around 200. Nie Xiaodai frowned and bit her lip. "Honey, I'm not poisoning anymore. You go up and attack it. But be very careful." Luo Chen understood and nodded. "Don't worry, at worst, it'll just resurrect again." Nie Xiaodai threw him a flirtatious glance. "If you clear it without taking damage, it'll add an hour for you tonight." Luo Chen was instantly excited and immediately charged forward. After a stab at the ancient beast king, he decisively went wild. Looking back, the ancient beast king was barely catching up. Luo Chen stood firm to stab, and after 2 quick slashes, the ancient beast king's massive hammer could no longer fall and shattered into 2 pieces. The ancient beast king was defeated. 720 million experience points gained. Directly jumping 2 levels, leading the way at level 34. First place, far ahead. On the ground, a crystal twice the size dropped along with 2 pieces of equipment. Just as Luo Chen was about to pick them up, the ancient beast king's remains trembled and dropped another crystal. Successfully looted the corpse. This time Nie Xiaodai did not snatch the items, but kept a lookout around. Luo Chen picked up 2 crystals and 2 pieces of equipment. Apocalypse Crystal 2, Lantern Necklace 1, Mysterious Helmet 1. Luo Chen saw such a large crystal for the first time, which was clearly different from the fake crystal. When he asked Nie Xiaodai, she was also puzzled. The two studied the Tianqi crystal for a while, discovering it could not be used and had to be temporarily set aside. As for the dropped equipment, absolutely do not be deceived by its name. Fire holds significant meaning for human civilization, and lanterns not only bring light and warmth, but also greatly enhance survival capabilities. Luo Chen understood this is a Tianqi artifact. It perfectly matches his heart candle, a pair in the game and a pair in reality. Even Ye Xiaodai was very shocked. If this is truly a treasure closely related to the heart candle, it should possess terrifying power in reality. As for the other equipment, wife, help me take a sip. Ye Xiaodai took the equipment and returned it after a moment. The curse is gone, but I can't wear it. It must be something good. Luo Chen was instantly delighted and decisively put it on his head. Mysterious helmet, weight 10, durability 10, defense 0, 10, magic defense 0, 10, attack 0, 10, magic 0, 10, ow, skill 0, 10, requires attack power 46. Wow. Wife, look, another all attributes 10. Luo Chen shared his joy with his wife in excitement. Ye Xiaodai took a look and then returned the mysterious helmet. The mysterious accessories in the equipment bar are all question marks, only showing attributes when placed in one's own bag. Husband, put it on, go for it. Today we are going to rise. Luo Chen equipped himself again, full of fighting spirit. Let's continue, keep pushing forward, grow strong, and create brilliance again. Ye Xiaodai was also confident. This time let's strive to strip the Tianqi benefits from the Demon Sealing Valley. No matter what the Dark Holy Temple is doing at the home of the Zhuma, Lord, we won't fear them after the merger. In the following time, the two continued to struggle in the wilderness map of the Demon Sealing Valley. Originally, Ye Xiaodai wanted to remind Luo Chen to eat lunch on time, but considering she wanted to learn from a master, she couldn't let the chef lose his job, so she remained silent. Moreover, there was only half a day left before the merger, and they had to devote themselves fully. Anyway, her husband wouldn't die from being hungry. Under the leadership of Zhou Yuheng, players from all corners of the world began to double their service for the two, allowing all idle players to go out and search for special monsters. Players from both Longxing Tianxia and the War God Temple had already retreated, reportedly heading to the Worma Temple to blow the horn. Moreover, until now there had not been a single official guild in the entire Tianqi, which was quite strange. As for the rabble from Utopia, their self-proclaimed name, with no other choice, they all ran to the Daylight Gate, allegedly hired by the top 10 players on the leaderboard, Yi Shenggu, to complete some task. Anyway, Luo Chen was currently enjoying the monster fighting experience. Bird Uncle. Coordinates XXXXX, I found another 9,000 HP super freak. Zhou Yuheng did nothing today, focusing solely on being a telemarketer. He originally wanted to meet with President Yi, but unexpectedly President Yi directly messaged him in the game, fully cooperate with the rookie god. Luo Chen received the coordinates sent by Zhou Yuheng and teleported directly. Now Luo Chen was quite skilled at taking down this super freak, even handling its rage phase perfectly. A few minutes later, he successfully defeated this super freak. 7,200 experience points gained. However, what was different was that this super freak surprisingly dropped an exceptional loot. Luo Chen quickly scanned the surroundings and found 3 destiny crystals and 3 pieces of equipment. Luo Chen speculated based on previous experience the drops from half-beast warriors that explode were mostly garbage. It would be better to drop 1 piece of equipment at a time. Wife, you pick it up. If the attributes are bad later, it'll be your fault. Hehe. Ye Xiaodai was not polite and quickly stepped forward to collect. Her current item pickup speed could be described as a whirlwind, highly enjoyable to watch. After a moment, Ye Xiaodai reported, husband, 2 spirit crystals, 1 hardening crystal, 3 pieces of top-notch equipment with 4. After saying that she traded 2 spirit crystals over to him, Luo Chen directly used both spirit crystals and then asked in confusion, wife, do you find the hardening crystal useful? Is there anywhere on your body that needs hardening? Ye Xiaodai rolled her eyes at Luo Chen, only you need it. Luo Chen naturally replied, of course I need it. As a man, I need to be tough. Ye Xiaodai was immediately amused and exasperated. Silly, hardening crystals are relatively rare niche crystals. Their main function is to greatly enhance the toughness of the user's skin. However, the side effect is also very obvious, which is that the skin sensitivity will be greatly reduced. I was just afraid that you'd foolishly use it directly, which is why I deliberately didn't give it to you. Luo Chen was taken aback, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Okay, this kind of crystal is not meant to be consumed. I'll sell it at a high price to a fool later on. No, offer it to quality clients. Can't let the people from the all corners of the world work for nothing. As for the 3 pieces of top-notch equipment with 4 that Ye Xiaodai mentioned, how should I put it? An attack 26-4 blue emerald necklace, a Dao skill 17-4 bamboo flute, and a magic 17-4 magnifying glass. I must say, just looking at the surface, they are comparable to the Zhuma branded accessories. However, considering the hidden attributes, the value of the Zhuma branded items is still higher. The green necklace attack 25 can increase the attack speed of one side and extend the enemy's stagger time during PK. The soul necklace with attack 2 and Dao skill 16 can increase the attack speed of the soul fire talisman by 10-0, and the demon bell with attack 2 and magic 06 has even more powerful hidden attributes. It can not only effectively extend the time that mages can hold pets, but also Strengthen the power of skills like Swift Light Movie and Ice Roar in addition to improving the casting speed of mages. Luo Chen nodded, yes, these are all super premium. They must be provided to quality clients. The house can consider the row house of Binhai International Hehe. The status of all corners of the world in his mind was rising sharply. After finishing this, Zhou Yuheng continued to provide information on the Great Brave Bird Uncle coordinates XXXXX, discovered 8 Great Bravos. 10 minutes later, these 1800 HP Great Bravos fell, leaving behind a heap of gold coins, a healing potion, and 1 piece of equipment each. The 8 pieces of equipment produced were somewhat disappointing: 1 magic 5 gold ring, 1 attack 6 coral ring, 1 magic 4, and Dao skill 4 demon exercising ring, 1 attack 3, and Dao skill 3 black ebony bracelet, 1 defense 2 and magic defense 2, with attack 3 and magic 3 death god gloves, 1 Dao skill 15, white tiger tooth necklace, 1 double defense 2 and magic 16 demon robe, and 1 defense 3 and Dao skill 06 soul battle suit. Luo Chen thought that the 3-story standalone villa at Binhai International was also pretty good. Bird Uncle, the 9000 HP Super Freak coordinates XXXXX. Luo Chen teleported there fairly calmly and accepted Zhou Yuheng's behavior of pulling the crowd closer. Big clients must have special treatment. A few minutes later, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai earned another 720 experience points. However, this super freak dropped only 1 piece of equipment, the mysterious belt. Nie Xiaodai immediately stepped forward to pick it up, and after a moment she suppressed her shock and handed it to Luo Chen. Husband, this is a set with your mysterious boots. Luo Chen was somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing the attributes of the mysterious belt, he instantly understood Nie Xiaodai's meaning. Mysterious belt, weight 1, durability 10, defense 0, 10 magic defense 0, 10, attack 0, 10 magic 0, 10, owl skill 0, 10, burden 10, requires level 18. Its attributes are exactly the same as the mysterious boots on Luo Chen. It really is a complete set of artifacts. Nie Xiaodai endured for a moment, but ultimately couldn't hold back her scream. Husband, we need to hurry.